name's Regan. I get 10 a day and expenses from a detective bureau run by a guy named Anthony J. Lyon. They call me the Lion's Eye.
With Jack Webb as Jeff Regan, the Lion's Eye, stand by for hard-boiled action and mystery and thrilling adventure in tonight's story of the man who fought back.
There's a street crammed in between Wilton and Van Ness in Hollywood. It's called Taft Avenue. It's a couple of blocks long. It only got there because the city planners had a few tons of cement left over from the Coliseum. On the corner, there's a gray building poking its way up through a crack in the pavement. That's where I live. Apartment K. 2 rooms with a connecting door to a broom closet. Oh, the place isn't much. A couple of chairs, and a bed that comes out of the wall, and a mattress that could pass itself off as a relief map of the high Sierras. Well, that's where I was the other night around 11, trying to catch some sleep. That's when my phone began making an impression. It turned out to be the Lion.
Hey, Regan, I'm glad I found you home. Are you alone?
What's the matter? Did you lose your voice?
Just a precaution. I got a hold of a good thing, and I don't want to lose it by indiscreet talk.
Well, then write me a letter.
We've just been hired. You start tonight.
It'll keep till morning.
Her name's Alice Lafarge. She'll meet you in a bar called the Princess across the street from Pershing Square. Get going.
What's her trouble?
She'll tell you all about it when you get there.
Can't you tell me?
I haven't got the time right now, but there's nothing to it. I'd handle it myself if I didn't have a big deal on.
Flirting with widows in Pasadena, huh?
So I got a social engagement. It helps our business. Pays to be seen in high society.
And besides, the liquor's good.
You just get over to see the Lafarge dame. And give me a ring in the morning and let me know how you make out.
All right, lover.
Hey, Regan. What should I take to my Pasadena girlfriend? Flowers or candy?
You better take both. You're going to need all the help you can get. I threw on some clothes and I headed for town. My car found a parking lot off Olive, and I cut through Pershing Square to make it over to Hill. It was after midnight. A sailor was chasing a bow-legged Marine over the grass. He brought him down on about the 40-yard line. The Princess Bar showed up near the corner of 6th, a little place holding up 6 stories of granite. I went inside. A mustache was trying real hard on a piano. 200 pounds of bartender was moving a wet rag over the bar in slow motion. A girl was sitting on the far stool in a black purse with the initials ALF. Alice Lafarge. If you looked real hard, you could find her eyes. I gave up on her lips. I lowered myself onto the stool next to her. She looked tired, like a chorus girl on a Sunday morning.
Yes?
I'm Regan, international detective.
How do I know?
You will when you get the bill.
You're late, Mr. Regan.
Well, I didn't pick up any traffic tickets, if that's what you wanted.
Well, it doesn't matter. We have a few minutes yet.
What are we waiting for?
12:30. Can I buy you a drink, Mr. Regan?
You're calling it.
Bartender?
What'll it be, miss?
I'm not drinking. Serve the gentleman.
Scotch?
Bourbon and water.
Got some pretty tasty scotch, buddy.
Bourbon.
Just trying. I get a commission on the scotch.
All right, lady, now let's have it.
You live far from here, Mr. Regan?
About 20 minutes.
Well, you better run home and throw a change of clothes into a suitcase.
Out-of-town job?
No, but you'll need a change. Bring along a deck of cards and a thick book.
Anything else?
Call off any dates you may have. You're going to be out of circulation for the weekend. Here's an address. It's a hotel on North Figueroa. Get there as soon as you can.
You still haven't said anything. What's the job?
You'll find out when you get there.
I'll get tired of waiting. Come on, lady, let's open it up.
Here, buddy, scotch. Hey, you leaving us, miss? Next one's free.
Thanks, anyway.
Okay.
Now, look, beat it, you, and take that scotch with you.
Okay. Drink it myself. I still get the commission.
All right, now, come on, sis. Let's have the rest of it.
I'm sorry, Mr. Regan. That's all I can tell you now. Just be at that address as soon as you can.
Now she slid off the stool and moved for the front door. I caught a view of her in the mirror. There was nothing there to make a guy want an encore. Sandy hair, short, thin body that you could have slipped into a mailbox. Well, she threw the door shut behind her. A couple of seconds ticked by, and I moved out after her. I made the street just in time to see her climb into a cab and start up 6. That's when I spotted the red Austin with an Illinois license. There was a Glen plaid sleeve sticking out of the left side, and that's all I got of the driver, except that he was doing a real bad tag job on the Lafarge girl. The North Figueroa address Alice Lafarge gave me turned out to be the Gladstone Hotel. A 2-layer pile of wood so old that the termites were getting indigestion. A short guy with a shiny head was catching up on his reading in the lobby. He put down the seat catalog long enough to tell me that apartment 3B was upstairs in the back. A couple of knocks on the door, and Alice let me in. Sitting in the corner was a bush of gray hair and a white face. Turned out to be a man with a worried look, like an alligator in a handbag factory.
Shut the door, Alice.
Yes, Dad.
Thanks for coming, Regan.
I'll let you know later if you're welcome.
Take his things, Alice.
No, I'm going to hang on to him for a while.
Suit yourself, but your coat will get heavy in a few hours.
What says I'm going to stay that long?
Me? That's what you're hired for.
What else?
Well, lots of time to get to that. Let's get to know each other first.
You got a name?
I'm Bill Lafarge. Sort of fancy, but I like it.
Give me some more.
Not much more. Just an old joker with nothing left but a few years and a regular dud.
Mm-hmm.
You know, Regan, this isn't my real address. I just moved here.
Yeah, the rent's low.
That's not it. Bill Lafarge can handle more.
All right, you can skip the bank statement, mister.
Will you please try to be civil, Mr. Regan?
That's not what you hired me for.
It's okay, Alice. Can't say I blame him.
All right, then. Let's throw it in gear, huh?
Not much to your job, Regan. Just spend the weekend with me.
I've had better offers.
Yeah, I did too in my time. Well, that's the easy part of it.
You got something hard?
You stay awake the next 48 hours and keep looking at me.
Who's after you?
Nobody.
I figure different.
You could be wrong.
Shades down, lights out, red Austin on a tag job.
What do you mean?
Plaid suit moved out after you when you left the Princess.
You sure he was following Alice?
Like you said, I could be wrong.
Get one thing straight, Regan. I never hire anybody to protect me. Bill Lafarge handles things like that himself. You're here as a witness.
What for?
Just in case somebody wants some testifying as to how I spent this weekend.
All right.
Now throw off your coat. Let's play a little cards.
Why not?
Alice, open the window. It's getting a little hot in here.
All right, Dad.
Good girl. Gin, Mummy?
You're dealing.
How high do you want to play? 2 bits if you...
The shots came flying in from the alley and didn't stop until they caught Alice Lafarge. They blew her back into the room, and she did a full turn like a ballet dancer showing off. By the time her father and I got to her, it was all over. The old man straightened up and began mumbling something about Red Austin. I stepped for the phone. I put in a call to Sanducci at Homicide. He took down the story and promised to send out some company, and then I cradled the phone. That's when I knew I was alone with the girl. Old man Lafarge had hot-footed it out of the building like a super chief on a holiday weekend. Well, the boys from Homicide showed in a couple of minutes, and they had a few questions. I gave them what I had, and Sanducci tabled the rest until the next day. So I went home to relax. You know, the Lion could have made a good detective. He always finds me.
Regan, I'm not paying you to sit at home. Get your coat on and explain this.
What?
This newspaper story. There's a big lie in here about the Lafarge dame getting killed. Now, I know you wouldn't allow that to happen to one of our clients.
It was real hard, but I managed.
I give you a simple little job and you turn it into a murder. You getting a commission from Forest Lawn?
You got your hands full, too.
What do you mean?
Sanducci will be visiting you with a pocket full of questions.
I don't know nothing about a shooting. I was out in Pasadena all night playing a guitar, and I got a sore finger to prove
Now,
it.
you listen to me, Big Shot. You better start sniffing around and turn up a Red Austin with a plaid suit behind the wheel.
Whatever.
Get some information on Bill Lafarge, the girl's father.
Hey, what's that?
You know, I bet if we open it, we'll find out.
Well, I better get a move on. Just open the door a little bit, and I'll squeeze by.
Yeah.
Hello, Lieutenant. Nice to see you, Sanducci.
Where's he going?
Get in line for Notre Dame tickets. When did you take up knocking, Sanducci, huh?
New directive went through the department. Show a little more courtesy.
You don't wear it well.
Well, I figure it's political. They're working on building up a gate for the next policeman's show.
Gotta put you on. You're worth a couple of laughs.
Yeah, I'll speak to the boys. How did you sleep last night, Regan?
Fine.
You shouldn't have. The murder should have given you nightmares.
There's always Ovaltine.
You know, some of the boys down at headquarters figure you know more about this shooting than you're saying.
Well, they made mistakes before.
Now, I'm not saying. I feel like they do.
What do you want?
Who knocked off the Lafarge girl?
You're asking yourself.
Wrong answer.
How would you know?
She got it with a .45. What do you want?
You know what I own.
But I don't know about Lafarge.
The shots came in through the window. Even you can figure that.
He could have had help.
Talk to him.
I will when we pick him up. In the meantime, it's you and me.
You got nothing on me.
We found a roll of dough in a briefcase in the bottom bureau drawer. What was it doing there?
I don't know.
All right, Regan. Now let me give you a tip. The word's out Lafarge got a private war on. I don't want any more shooting, so I look at it this way. He's your client. I'm holding you responsible. And Regan.
Yeah?
Kada mangiarli soldi tutto tu paese, casi un brisagliere stupidi.
What's that mean?
Go find out. You're a detective.
Well, I don't suppose I'll ever find out. He slid out of the room, and I washed up and had a short breakfast at the corner drugstore and went through the morning paper. The Lafarge murder rated a lot of big type, and there was a picture of Alice right next to the weather report, slightly cooler. After the bottom showed in my coffee cup, I went over to the Hollywood Library. The city directory gave William Lafarge an Orange Drive home address and occupation printer. The yellow phone book turned up a Lafarge Preston print shop on Santa Monica near La Brea. It was a small place, the color of stale peanut butter, and it was tucked in between a pet store and a beauty parlor. When I stepped inside the front door, the bell rang, and a couple of pair of tortoise shell glasses covering a couple of deep blue eyes looked at me. She was a brunette with light skin and a voice that sounded like it was diving for sponges. The print shop smell got lost in all that taboo.
Good morning, sir. May I help you?
I'm looking for Mr. Lafarge.
There's no Mr. Lafarge here.
Sign outside says there is.
It's an old one. Won't I do instead?
Now, that's another chapter.
Then turn the page. I think you'd enjoy it.
You know, you ought to put out cards.
Mr. Preston says business has picked up immeasurably since I started working here.
Let's get back to Lafarge.
I told you he's not here.
Well, try Preston for me.
He's very busy.
Well, he can spare a couple of words.
Now, wait a minute.
Look,
you can't go in there. I'm sorry, Mr. Preston. I told him you were very busy.
It's all right, Lois. Who are you?
My name's Regan. I'm with International Detective. I got some questions about your partner.
Of course. Please leave us, Lois.
See you later, soldier.
Cigar, Mr. Regan?
No, I won't be here that long.
Naturally, I'll be only too happy to tell you anything I can. It was such a shock reading about his poor daughter's death. A wonderful girl.
Lafarge said that.
Yeah, you'd say it, too, if you knew her. She was very good to him. Well, Mr. Regan, what specifically can I tell you?
The book calls this place Lafarge Preston. Somebody's missing.
Well, you see, Bill and I were in partnership for years. When he decided to pull out, I just planned to leave the name the same.
When did he go?
Just a few weeks ago.
They give a reason?
I don't know exactly. Implied he had enough money or was coming into some, I'm not sure. But it happened so sudden, left me a little short-handed. Still having trouble finding a first-class engraver to take his place.
I left him sitting there chewing a panatella, and I moved out fast like a sailor on shore leave. It was about 11 and getting warmer. I picked up my car and went home. It took me 10 minutes to track down Sanducci.
Yeah?
Regan,
What do you want me for? Fix a traffic ticket?
look, I got something for you.
Make it good.
I've been talking with Preston down at the print shop.
Yeah?
Lafarge stepped out kind of fast carrying a roll.
Mm-hmm.
Now, look, he knew engraving. I figure you ought to take a good look at that money. It may turn up phony.
I'm not impressed.
All right, I gave it to you. Do what you want.
Look, we checked into the dough already. It's absolutely legit. Now give up, Regan.
Navy didn't.
What's the matter, Regan? She turned you down?
Who let you in?
Stranger in town. Just catching the sights.
Well, they're better outside.
Ease off, Regan. You don't know who you're talking to.
You know, the name's a blank, but you drive a red Austin.
Yeah, it's not bad for a beginner. Hey, got a drink around?
Not for you, no.
If I were you, I'd show a little hospitality to an out-of-town boy.
Chicago. South Side, huh?
You're not being very nice.
You weren't invited.
But now that I'm here, that changes some things, huh?
What do you want?
A drink.
No sale.
Listen, fresh
Get
guy.
your hands off me, punk.
Are you against this? 45 always stops him.
Like it did
That. How about getting old Gus a drink, huh? 3 finger will do. Skip the water. You better fix one for yourself.
No, you're the type that drinks alone.
Oh, you better have one, Regan. It's gonna be your last.
How do you figure?
Well, I look at it this way. A guy like me gets hired to do a job. Comes 2,000 miles for it, then pulls a boner.
Like knocking off the daughter instead of Lafarge, huh?
Yeah, that's it. Top that off with a witness sitting in the same room who spots my Red Austin. Now, let me ask you something. Can I leave him around breathing good air? According to me, nah.
Gus's knees knocked together and he caved in like arches on a fat man. 4 quick steps took me to the door and I looked down the hall. Nothing there. So I made it for the stairway and I looked down the spiral. An old guy was taking the steps 2 at a time and stuffing a gun into his overcoat pocket. It was Bill Lafarge.
You were listening to the story of the man who fought back. Tonight's adventure with Jeff Regan, investigator. Commissions are still available in the Army Nurse Corps. Graduate registered nurses between the ages of 21 and 45 may qualify for service with this fine organization. Nurses may request active or inactive status. Those on active status enjoy the same privileges as regular Army officers. Those on inactive status may continue their civilian nursing duties, but stand ready to serve in time of emergency. If you are interested in joining the Army Nurse Corps and believe that you qualify for a commission, apply to the Adjutant General, Washington, D.C. And now, back to the story of the man who fought back and Jeff Regan, investigator.
Well, things were moving kind of fast. The Lion sent me out to meet a girl named Alice Lafarge. She took me to her father, who wanted a bonded witness to be able to testify to his whereabouts that weekend. That's when a couple of shots came through the window and cut down the daughter. Before homicide put in an appearance, Bill Lafarge was gone, and he didn't show again until Gus killed Alice and then came to see me. And then there was a big roll of money and a print shop in the picture, but it was all out of focus. Well, I moved back into my apartment. The Chicago hood was still there, lying on my rug, and I picked up the phone to call Lieutenant Sanducci. I'd just gotten a couple of numbers out when I caught a familiar smell. It was a load of taboo, and it was packing a .32.
Put the phone down, Regan.
Why?
Because I'm asking you nicely. Put it down. Homicide can wait. Gus isn't going anyplace.
You got a plan, lady?
Mm-hmm.
Well, get back to that print shop and you'll stay out of trouble.
Mr. Preston's so nice. He gave me the afternoon off. I told him my mother got sick.
All right, lady, tell me about it.
I'm looking for something.
Name it.
The ignition key to Gus's Austin. Now move over there and get it for me.
What's wrong with your car?
I ran out of gas. Move.
Okay.
Kick his gun away. Now try the overcoat pockets. Throw 'em.
All right. Good catch.
So they tell me. So long, Regan.
I put in a quick call to homicide, and then I waited a couple of minutes to give her a chance to get a head start. When I stepped out of the building, the Red Austin was just turning the corner. I followed in my car. We wound up in Glendale. She pulled into a duplex driveway next to an empty lot, and I pulled in under a pepper tree up the street a ways. And then she got out and unlocked the trunk. She looked inside, ripped up the floor matting and then the boards. When she slammed the trunk shut, it figured that she didn't find what she was looking for. Well, 25 minutes later, I found the Lion sitting behind his desk down at the office. He had a bottle of beer in one hand and a package of Sen-Sen in the other. Spread out in front of him was a typewritten piece of paper that he'd just slipped out of his Remington. He had a puzzled look, like a little boy caught in a mix master.
Regan, where you been?
Around.
I've been looking all over for you. Sanducci's been calling in every 3 minutes.
What's he want?
The story on how Gus got laid out in your apartment.
Well, I'll drop him a note.
He wants it now.
He's got time. He doesn't come up for a pension for years. They turn up Lafarge yet?
No, but I turned up something. What would you say if I told you Lafarge did time once?
On a counterfeit rap?
How'd you know?
It figured. That Lois dame is scratching around for something.
The feds put him away for 10 years for making up some phony bonds or stocks or something like that.
How's his daughter fit?
She waited for him till he got out and then tried to help him play it straight.
What'd you get on Gus?
Who cares about him?
Lois.
Lafarge wasn't in on that bond job alone.
Who else?
He had a partner, the guy who runs the print shop, Preston.
Oh, you're doing better.
I figure it this way. Preston's got a new racket, and J. Edgar would be real happy to know all about it.
Yeah.
We're gonna be the ones to tell him.
How much is the reward?
I don't even know if there is one.
Oh, stop it. When gold went up to $35 an ounce, you pulled your mother's teeth.
Regan, you're getting out of line.
And then you bawled her out for not having more cavities.
Now, you get over to Preston and have a talk with him.
Yeah.
Regan.
Yeah.
Remember, if we crack this thing, it'll mean more money in your pocket, too.
There's no room for it with your hand there already. I left him sitting there doodling dollar signs, and I went out into the street. It was turning evening. I picked my car out of the lot, and 30 minutes later I stopped on the corner of Santa Monica and La Brea. The fog was rolling in by then, and the streetlights were trying real hard. I walked to the front door of the print shop. I shook it a little, but nothing gave, so I moved around to the back. The place inside was as dark as a saloon in Kansas, but somebody inside was handy with a gun. So I cracked the window with a rock, and I climbed inside. It smelled like target practice on a rifle range. Preston was curled up on the floor like a piece of wet tissue paper, and there were 2 holes in him. Well, the game wasn't over, but they were running out of players. I moved for the phone to call the police, and that's when I spotted Bill Lafarge. He was slumped down in a chair with a gun in his hand, and he looked tired. It took a lot of shaking to bring any words out of him. Hey, come on, Lafarge. Hey.
Stop shaking. I'm up. He dead?
Yeah?
Yeah, he was a bum.
You want to give me that gun?
Sure. You got a call into the cops?
No, not yet.
We'll use my car.
Any way you want it.
It don't matter much no more. Things go easy for some guys. Other guys get all the rocks.
You got a couple of answers?
Why not? Preston did a tie-in with a gambling syndicate out of Las Vegas. Some joker had a hot idea.
Keep going.
Counterfeit 20,000 New Year's Day bowl tickets and sell them on the open market at $5 plus.
That's big business at 100,000.
But I didn't take. Preston got sore because I wouldn't do the engraving and he got somebody else.
That doesn't add up to murder.
Yeah. Did when his head got working overtime worrying I had too many answers.
And he hired that Chicago boy with the bad eyes.
Yeah. He got my daughter by mistake.
Yeah. Where are the bowl tickets?
Who cares?
How does Lois fit?
I don't know.
All right.
Front door's closer to my car. You drive, Regan. LA traffic makes me nervous.
Well, Lafarge was driving a Nash, and it was parked at a filling station. We fought the night traffic downtown to police headquarters and tore Sanducci away from his pinochle game. He sent a couple of boys out to clean up the print shop and then moved Lafarge into a room with a secretary to get the story on paper. I'd heard it before, so I started for home, but Sanducci had other ideas. He put me in a private little room with white walls, and he told me to wait. I thought maybe he'd gone on his vacation, but he finally came in.
Yeah, getting tired of waiting, Regan?
Do you care?
No.
You got something to say?
Maybe.
Well, then spit it out, because I got a date.
It'll keep.
Why are you holding me?
I had to do some checking.
You got all you need?
I didn't think so.
Well, you got it now.
Sit still, Regan. I'm not ready to let you go.
Now, listen, Power. Just because you're wearing a badge inside that coat...
Shut up and listen to me. Took me 18 years to turn in those overstuffed shoes for thin soles. I'm not letting a two-bit detective tell me how to handle my business.
You could stand it.
You and that crummy boss of yours a license by the state of California, and we can lift it for acts detrimental to public welfare. We got a whole blotter full.
Tell that to the line.
I'm telling it to you. And that's all. Beat it.
Okay.
Oh, Regan.
Yeah.
One thing more. There's a big hole in Lafarge's story.
What do you mean?
Look at his gun.
Now, what about it?
Look at the caliber.
It's a 38.
That's not the weapon that killed Gus and Preston. You sure you don't own a 32?
Well, Lafarge was more used up than he figured. He couldn't tell where the dream left off and the murders began. Oh, the whole thing was a screwy picture, but the artist had a woman's touch. 25 minutes later, I pulled my car to a stop in front of a lemon-colored duplex out in Glendale. A high school boy, breathing hard, told me that the good-looking girl lived upstairs. I just hit the top of the landing when the door of her apartment opened and a couple of pieces of airplane luggage moved out. Her ticket didn't show, but it figured to be marked for Las Vegas. When Lois saw me, she looked kind of confused, like a penguin in Death Valley.
Regan,
Hey, your memory's good.
I wish you'd told me you were coming. I'd have dressed for it.
Oh, it's better this way. You're fixed for traveling.
What do you mean?
We'll talk about it inside, huh?
I'd like to, you know that, but I have a few things...
Come on, move it, lady.
Well, what's come over you?
What's inside the suitcase?
You can work that out yourself, Regan. You've been by a woman's shop.
Throw it open.
It'll embarrass you.
I'll take a chance. All right, now dump it over. Come on, sis, your time's running out. Oh, yeah, sure.
Preston had the tickets in an asbestos box hidden in the furnace. I finally turned them up. Regan, they're worth over $100,000.
Yeah, that's what Lafarge said.
I know where to unload them.
It won't do you any good.
What do you mean?
There's no PX at Tehachapi. Come on, don't scramble for that 32. It's out of reach.
Let go of me!
You threw those holes into Gus and Preston, figuring homicide would stick Lafarge with a rap, knowing he was out for revenge.
Let me go!
Even the old guy didn't know what was going on.
No, he didn't.
No, but ballistics did.
Regan,
Yeah.
this could mean a lot of dough to us, you and me. We form a partnership.
Your forehead's getting damp.
Don't be a piker. Here's your chance to really turn into something.
Well, now you can check with me when you get out, lady, to see if I made it. Well, it all blew apart fast, like an atom at Caltech. Sanducci came down and picked up Lois. She had herself a pretty good thing for a while. Preston could run off the phony bowl tickets, and all she had to do was to sell them. Even though murder got thrown in, she could have stayed clean if she hadn't got her gun calibers mixed. Well, Lafarge was walking the streets in a couple of hours, and the Lion was real happy the way things worked out. He got his picture in the Police Gazette and picked up 2 bona fide passes to the Rose Bowl game. He promised to take me to the game with him. He did. He let me have the ticket at the regular price.
Jack Webb is featured as Jeff Regan with Herb Butterfield as Anthony J. Lyon. It's CBS at the same time next week for more hard-boiled action and mystery with Jeff Regan, Investigator. Written by Larry Roman, produced by Sterling Tracy. Alice was played by Lorette Philbrandt. Charles Seal was Preston. Ken Christie was Lafarge. Jack Petruzzi was Sanducci. Yvonne Patey was Lois. And Sidney Miller was Gus. 29,000 nurses are needed now to join the new Army Nurse Corps Officers Reserve. For the first time in history, qualified nurses have the opportunity of receiving commissions in the regular Army Reserve. These nurses will remain on inactive status, ready to serve their country in time of emergency. 4,000 of them, if they wish, may choose active duty. All nurses who receive commissions will benefit from the opportunity for specialized training offered to them by the Army. Inactive reserve status will not interfere with the nurse's civilian life, but the educational opportunities offered her by the Army Medical Department will be of great advantage in her work. So don't wait. If you're a registered graduate nurse between the ages of 21 and 45, drop a card for complete information to the Adjutant General, Washington, D.C. Original music for this program is by Milton Charles. Bob Stevenson speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Standard of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and Standard stations throughout the West, invites you to Let George Do It. Death in Blue Jeans, another adventure of George Valentine.
Personal notice, danger's my stock and trade. If you feel as though you've just read your own name in the obituary columns, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
My dear Mr. Valentine, as the librarian in a small mother-lode town like Benson Flats, I don't see much of the world, but right here in my own books, I can see murder. And the horrible part of it is the man who will die won't believe it. Mr. Valentine, he's the man I've chosen to marry. Please come, please hurry. But don't on any account let anyone know why you're coming, or all of us will be in terrible danger. You can find me alone at the library in the evening. Yours truly, Miss Emily Wintrick.
It's cold.
Fresh air, Brooksy, fresh air. You're in the mountains.
Oh, well, you don't have to drive over every one of them, do you?
Sorry, Angel. They must have built this road back in the gold rush. Hey, you hear that? Sounded like...
Hey, George. Where are they coming from?
I don't know. It's so dark in all these trees.
Well, maybe someone's out hunting.
Hey, hang on, Brooksy. Get down, get down.
Oh, golly, could you see anybody?
Flashes by the side of the road. They were aimed at us, all right.
But how could they find out about Miss Wintrick riding to us and... Hey, George, what's that?
That's a roadblock. Somebody's stopping all the cars.
Yeah, there's a man with a lantern talking to them.
Yeah. Well, he looks official. Maybe now we get the answer.
All right. Drive on.
Well, good evening.
Well, hello, folks. Welcome to Benson Flats.
Well, does everybody coming to town get shot at, or were we just lucky?
That happen to you, stranger?
Don't tell me you didn't hear. It was just around the last curve.
That's so. Excuse my lantern, got to check. That's all.
Well, you don't have to hold that gun so close I can count the notches.
We don't aim to hurt nobody, so just step out of the car quiet-like. Come on now.
You better, George.
Okay, Jesse James. Now, do you mind telling me what this is all about?
Don't be so all-fired touchy, stranger.
You need me, Pete?
Yeah, Dusty. Suppose you drive the girl into town.
Oh, no, you don't, Frank.
Stranger, cut it out. Look out, Pete. Got him. Don't worry.
Oh, now, look, little Abner.
For the last time, stranger. Nobody's going to get hurt unless you want it that way.
What do you characters think you're doing?
Just taking your boyfriend to a nice, safe place, lady.
Huh?
The jail.
Hey, come on. Jailer. Anybody.
All right. Simmer down. I don't feel so good. I don't like all that noise.
Well, that's tough, Buster. What's this all about?
Just call me saddlebags, partner. Everybody else does.
Why? Because you wear them under your eyes?
Oh, hey, that's pretty good. No, I'll tell you. I come to see you because I'm the judge.
Judge? You look about as legitimate as this jail does.
Well, it used to be the jail, back in the old mining days. I remember back in...
Forget it, will you? Now, what do you want? What did they do with the girl, Miss Brooks?
Ain't interested in history, huh? Okay, partner. If that's the way you feel. Come on, but only mind you, no tricks now.
Don't worry. I'll wait till we're using my deck.
Maybe it's ulcers you got that makes you act like... Oh, I know. All you care about's the girl. All right, partner, take a look.
What?
Hello, George.
Hey, Brooksy, what on earth is this?
Order in the court, everybody! Order in the court!
Oh, George, you look so funny.
He sure does, miss. And it's going to cost him $20.
What? Would you...
You don't have a beard.
$20 or back to jail. If you shave while you're in town, $20 more.
You... A beard? Oh, brother, now I've heard everything.
Welcome to the Benson's Flat Centennial Week, partner. Everything like it used to be 100 years ago. Door, and the foot, don't worry. Blank cottages won't hurt you now. Come on, boys. Let's get another stranger without a beard.
Oh, Mr. Valentine, I'm so glad you finally got here.
It took him a little time to count out $20, Miss Wintrick.
Shh, not so loud, please.
Does one always whisper in the library, even when there's nobody around?
Oh, but there is someone over there behind the magazines. Now, if you'll follow me, we'll go in here where we can talk. But take a good look at me as you go by.
Yeah, all right, Miss Wintrick.
There. That's why I asked you to come in this evening. Did you see him?
Yeah, tall, graying, dignified, but dressed in homemade clothes.
He looked like he was just staring at those comic books.
He comes in here every night. He just sits there. He's trying to be casual, that's all. But then he takes his real books out.
Miss Wintrick, suppose you start at the beginning.
Yes, what does all this have to do with the murder you said you were afraid of? He's certainly not the one you've chosen.
Well, I hope to goodness not. But you see, the man out there, is Henry Benson.
Benson, like in Benson Flats?
Yes, it's an old-time mining family. Only Henry's never been in town until the last 2 weeks. He's always lived in the hills alone, ever since he was a boy. Most people don't even remember there was such a person.
I see.
He came to visit his brother unexpectedly. His brother, who's considerably more well-to-do than he.
In mining?
Oh, there's very little mining here these days. But his brother is the owner of the big family house and so on.
And it's the brother you're going to marry, is it?
Yes. Yes, Saddlebags, Benson.
Saddlebags? You mean you and...
Yes, indeed, Mr. Valentine. Of course, it's still a secret to everyone else, but I assure you we've already asked each other.
Well, how nice. But frankly, I'm a little surprised myself, Miss Wintrick. Saddlebags didn't impress me as being, well, exactly your type.
Then you've met him.
Yes, we could hardly avoid it.
Oh, I know he's rough and full of good spirits, but that's what I love about him. He's so... Well...
Miss Wintrick, what makes you think that just...
Oh, Mr. Ben...
Excuse me.
Why, not at all.
You're busy. I'll wait.
Oh, no, Miss Wintrick's just showing us around. You see, we're magazine reporters covering the centennial.
You'll find most of that outside, mister.
Did you want me to check some more books out, Mr. Benson?
I can wait, thanks.
Oh, don't be ridiculous. We still have lots of questions we want to ask Miss Wintrick.
Oh, yes, of course. I'll take care of you right now.
That's quite a stack of books you have there, friend. You must do a lot of reading. And you must like science, Mr. Benson.
Huh? Why? Just give me back the book, please.
Yeah, sure.
Night, Miss Winfrey.
Good night, Mr. Benson.
Hey, strange, isn't he?
So he's reading an introduction to basic chemistry and Beacon's Guide to...
Oh, I've made a list of the others he's taken. Here it is. Every book we have in the library on poison.
Uh-huh. And it's your idea from that he's going to poison his brother, Saddlebags?
Oh, I know it sounds far-fetched, but Henry's penniless. And they're the only two left in the family, so he's everything to gain.
Oh, but really, Miss Wintrick?
Listen, please. Saddlebags has always been as healthy as an old horse. Even the doctor told him so the last time he was in the city. But 3 times in the last week, 3 times, mind you, he's had attacks. Spells.
Well, George, he didn't look too well tonight.
Yeah, I remember. Well, what's his explanation, Miss Wintrick?
Oh, he just laughs and says I'm being silly, but Mr. Valentine, you're not going to say that, are you? You will stay. You will help me, won't you?
All right, Miss Wintrick, all right. We'll check in at the hotel and see you in the morning.
Oh, thank you.
And don't let it worry you if I'm wearing a beard.
Good night.
Good night, Miss Wintrick.
Oh, brother, will you listen to that? Really whooping it up, aren't they?
Yeah, and the little spinster sits there in her library scared to death of something else. You know, George, now I'm the one who's beginning to wonder.
Uh-huh. I know what you're thinking, Brooksy. If there is anything to her idea, poison's a funny weapon for any man up here to pick, isn't it?
Poison? A woman's weapon? Oh, no, she couldn't. George!
I'm sorry, Angel. I didn't mean to shove so hard. But I think we'll make a complaint to the local sheriff in the morning.
What's the matter?
There's too much shooting going on here. Look at my coat.
But, oh, George.
Yeah, that hole didn't come from a blank cartridge or from a spinster's imagination.
dancing in the street. 10 o'clock in the morning. Oh, boy.
Yeah, sounds like fun, Sheriff, but I wish you'd...
Yeah, sure is. But being shot at's a little different, eh, Mr. Valentine? Yes, I know. My assistant out there, Stevens, told me you complained about it.
Well, I'm just touchy about things like that.
Last night, eh? And your magazine people, he said. Not very good public relations for Benson Flats.
You don't seem to take this very seriously, Sheriff.
Oh, but you must realize it was just an accident, Miss Brooks. You do, now don't you, Mr. Valentine?
Maybe.
Mr. Valentine, you don't impress me as a man who'd be complaining about a near miss.
Well, Sheriff, maybe I just want to do a little horse trading.
Huh? What do you mean?
We forget to advertise the Bullet, and in return you give us some good stories. You know, good local color.
Oh, well, now you're talking my language.
What do you know about the Benson family, Sheriff?
Huh? Benson's? Why?
Well, it's Benson Flats. That'd make a good article.
Yeah, I can see how you'd feel that way.
Saddlebags is certainly a colorful character.
No soap. Saddlebags is pretty busy right now. Centennial Committee and all. I'm not sure he'd want to be bothered.
I'm asking you, Sheriff.
Sorry. Can't help you, Mr. Valentine.
Well, what about his brother, the big silent mountain man? There's such a contrast.
I don't know much about Henry either, miss.
Now, look, we thought there might be something in why he came to town for the first time in years, you know, that's all.
Did you? Oh, say now. No. You're off on the wrong tack, folks. What you want is some real color, like the hang tree or...
Then there's nothing you want to tell us about the Bensons, eh, Sheriff?
But if there's any other way I can help, any other
Hey, what's
way...
the matter? Hey, Sheriff.
Oh, it's nothing.
George!
I've got it.
Mr. Stevens! Anybody get a doctor, quick!
It won't do much good, Brooksy.
What?
That poison Miss Wintrick worried so much about. The sheriff seems to be full of it.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. When Mother wants to use the family car for some hurry-up shopping, when Brother wants the car for a very special date, or when it's Dad's club night, there had just better be Chevron Supreme gasoline in the tank. For there are no slow starts with premium quality Chevron Supreme. The moment you press the starter, you're off to a good start, a fast start. Chevron Supreme's special blending gives your car faster warm-up, too, and ping-free power on hills. Count on it to get the best out of your car wherever you drive and whatever the reason. You see, Chevron Supreme's climate-tailored, specially blended according to the time of year and to each different altitude and temperature zone in the West. For today's high-compression engines, you can't buy a better gasoline. Try Tankful tomorrow. Get Chevron Supreme at standard stations and at independent Chevron gas stations where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. You drive to an isolated little town in the Mother Lode, only to find that they've rolled back the sidewalks for a centennial celebration. Before you know it, you're not only charged $20 for not sporting a beard, but you're shot at. You go to see your client, a timorous spinster who fears that the man she's chosen to marry will be murdered by his brother. But it's the cagey local sheriff who dies instead. Well, when the doctor confirms that the weapon was poison, you turn the crime over to the proper authorities. But then at least if you study the primer as well as George Valentine does, you waste no time in cherching la femme.
Oh, dear. But what did you tell them about me?
Oh, not much, Miss Wintrick.
But what?
Well, the man who's handling it, Mr. Stevens, seems both efficient and trustworthy. But I didn't tell him much. Because I don't think you told me much.
Well, I explained to you last night.
Yeah, I know, Miss Wintrick. You showed us Henry Benson, who's been taking out books on poison. But you gave us no reason why you were so sure he was thinking of murder.
But I told you.
Come to think of it, why all this secrecy in the first place?
Yes, everything's secret. Even your engagement to Saddlebags.
Oh, stop it. Stop it, both of you.
Now, look, Miss Wintrick. I'm afraid you'll have to trust us a little more.
Oh, I'm so confused. The poor sheriff dying and oh, dear.
Please, we just want to help you.
Did you ever see what happens in a gold rush?
Gold?
You mean somebody's actually...
I did, Mr. Valentine. Right here in my own library, I found gold.
Go on.
Well, I was doing the research for the Centennial old papers and letters and so on, and I came across a description of a lost mine, one of the old Benson mines.
And so you went to Saddlebags with the news?
I didn't know what else to do. I knew I could trust him, and anyway, it really belonged to him. Besides, I'd always... Well, if he found out about the mine from me...
I think I understand, Miss Winter.
Oh, it's been the most thrilling thing in my life, having a secret with him. With a man.
Yeah.
Of course, you understand, I wasn't asking for a share of the mine or anything like that, but... Now, Willie, he does like me. There's no reason we can't be happy together.
Yes, I'm sure he loves you for yourself.
Well, thank you. He might someday. Anyway, there was so much to be done at first. The legal things on the property and arranging the claims without letting anyone guess.
Well, what about his brother, Henry?
Well, I told you he came to town unexpectedly, and of course, Saddlebags intended to save him his proper share, but Henry was always so unpredictable, so unreliable. So Saddlebags just told him a little bit about some good luck and begged him to be patient.
Uh-huh. And just about then, Henry started coming here to the library to take out books on poison.
Emily!
Saddlebags.
Where in tarnation are you? Emily! Oh!
Now, come on now, Saddlebags. The doctor said you should keep drinking this. Come on.
No, don't taste good, Miss Brooks.
Yeah, I know.
Why can't I have some whiskey?
You'll have no such thing, Saddlebags.
No, blast your skinny soul, Emily. Okay.
That's better. Come.
Where am I, anyway?
You're all right, Saddlebags. Doctor will take you home in a few minutes.
Oh, hello, Stevens. And partner. Going whiskers now, I see. Good.
Yeah, that's right. I wanted to be in the spirit of things. For the gold rush.
What?
Well, I told them. I had to tell them. Oh, Saddlebags, I'm so sorry.
Oh, it's all right, Emily. It's all right. Everything's been taken care of anyway. Legal stuff all finished.
Okay, then maybe you'll answer some fast questions.
Maybe.
We talked to the sheriff earlier, but he didn't want to talk about you.
That's natural.
Why?
Well, he's in on it with me, that's why. Helping with the legal end. He's sort of a small partner.
You mean was. The sheriff's dead.
Dead? But he stopped by the house just after breakfast for a little...
The sheriff was poisoned.
And he ate breakfast in a drugstore. We checked.
Who's we?
Him and me and...
And Henry?
Told him all about the mine this morning. Figured it was time to.
Then he poured the drinks. I know he did. He must have.
Oh, shut up, Emily. No, he didn't. Only, come to think of it, he didn't take one either. He said he'd wait till later.
Do you know where he is now?
No, darn it, I don't. Look, Stevens, he's a Benson, and I don't care what Emily thinks.
Saddlebags. The doctor said you had more poison in you than the sheriff. Now, come on. You've got a pretty good idea where he is, don't you? Why don't you spill it?
All right. Heading for the mine, of course. A little while after the sheriff left the house, I went into my desk to look up the papers.
Yeah?
Only when I opened the desk, I saw the old original letter telling about the location of the mine was missing. Yelled for Henry. He wasn't anywhere in the house. Well, I thought maybe Emily had it. I was on the way to the library to ask her when the pains got me.
Okay, Saddlebags, thanks. All set, Valentine? You ready?
Look, Stevens, do you mind telling me what you're going to do with the rest of those people out there? You don't need that many deputies to go beating the brush for Henry.
We can handle the crowd, all right.
How'd they find out so fast anyway?
In a little town, you'd be surprised how well folks add two and two, Miss Brooks. Here's a gun for you, Valentine.
Hey, wait a second. Hey, listen to that.
Fifty times, he's just like in the good old days.
Are you sure?
I said don't worry. The minute that crowd finds out it's gold Henry's up there for, they'll forget all about him. Then we'll have the whole state of California on our necks.
Okay, Stevens, but we're not going with you.
But I thought
No, we're out of it. You got your crimes and you know who you're looking for. Come on, Brooksy.
Okay, see you later.
George, what on
They
earth?
just don't know where to look, Brooksy, that's all.
Huh?
Come on, Angel, out the back way. We're going to get Henry Benson first.
Say, this must have been quite a place in the old days when it was kept up.
Take it easy, Angel. I don't know exactly what we're going to find, but I think we'd better go in without knocking.
California hospitality.
Well, here goes nothing. Mr. Benson? Mr. Benson!
Well, George, it's only a hunch Henry's here anyway. It's only...
Listen. That's upstairs. Come on. Not in here.
This room, George.
Yeah, there he is, all right.
Oh, not again.
Yeah, afraid so, Brooksy. More poison.
Look, George, he's still holding a bottle.
Come on, get his collar loose. Must have just taken it a few minutes ago.
George, the bottle's even marked. Penciled on the whiskey label. Special bottle.
I guess that's it, all right. Exhibit A. Now, look, Brooksy, there's got to be a phone. Or if there isn't, take the car. and
Yeah,
be sure-
I know, George.
How about that? Right in your pocket, huh? The old mine letter.
Saddlebags! Doctor!
Uh-huh.
Doctor, hurry!
Hey, hurry up here, will you? Come on, get up here.
Yes, I'm coming. What is it?
Got another customer, Doc.
Well, looks like he paid his own bill, don't it?
Henry! Partner, what happened?
All right, clear out of here, all of you. Go on, out of here. Get out.
Can he do anything? Can he save him?
I don't know, Saddlebags.
Henry must have seen all the excitement in town. He knew everybody was out to find him, so instead of going to the mine, he came back here.
Yeah, it looks that way.
And then because he knew the jig was up, he drank his own whiskey.
I won't believe it.
Well, it's what the evidence says. The bottle was in his hand, this was in his pocket.
The mine letter from my desk. Description of where the mine is.
Huh? And nobody could have planted this stuff on him after the poison hit, because that only happened a few minutes ago. Anyway, he was the one who took those books on poisoning out of the library in the first place.
I know, but don't
Buck up, Saddlebags, buck up. You're taking this too hard.
George is gone!
Partner!
Sidearms, Brooksy. Only now I've got it. How do you like that, tenderfoot? Little trick I learned from seeing westerns. And I'll bet this isn't loaded with blanks either. And the bullet that just missed me last night came from this gun.
Partner, what's the matter with you?
Your brother didn't leave this house since breakfast, did he? He didn't even know there was a mine to go look at.
Well, what are you talking about?
You, Saddlebags. A guy who's so greedy for gold, he's got to rub out everyone who owns a share and blame it on his brother. What are you going to do with Emily? Just not marry her?
You're out of your mind.
You've been working on it for a couple of weeks. You even gave yourself small doses of poison to build up a resistance, so you wouldn't die when you drank it this morning with the sheriff.
George!
Well, you just been seeing the evidence is the letter.
That's easy, friend, like the bottle. Just suppose after the sheriff left, you gave the bottle to Henry knowing he'd drink from it sooner or later.
What?
And the letter. Suppose you gave him the letter and told him to keep it. Only he never knew what was in it. Just like he never knew what was in those books you sent him down to the library to get.
You're not making sense, partner. Henry, he ain't blind.
No, but he's a better patsy than if he were. Because you've been keeping a secret for your bashful backward hillbilly brother, haven't you?
George, what are you driving at?
That everything that happened does make sense. If you just suppose for a minute that Henry can't read.
Yes, Henry took the books out by number, index number. I understand, but...
Oh, well, Miss Wintrick, we have to be going. It's a long drive.
But how did Saddlebags persuade Henry to run his errands for him? And why was Henry so bashful about not being able to read?
Do we have to draw you a diagram? Ask him. He's all better. Henry liked to come to the library. He liked to sit there pretending he was reading the comic book.
What's that?
You see, Emily, he really wanted to look at the library.
Oh, but you don't. Oh, Henry Benson? Do you really think so?
Goodbye, Miss Winfrey.
Good luck.
Well, if at first you don't succeed, try again.
Oh, George, do we have to go so soon? We haven't even seen the centennial.
We have much time, Angel. Hey, what are you doing?
Promoting a square dance party. Oh, darling.
Maybe it's not such a bad idea.
Ooh, your beard, George, I forgot. Well, so long, Benson Flat. See you when you have a shave.
If you're going away on a vacation pretty soon, you're probably figuring out just where you'll be driving each day and how you're going to spend those happy vacation hours. To help you stay on your carefree vacation schedule, why not give your car's engine the extra protection of RPM motor oil? This compounded premium quality oil cleans the engine as it lubricates. A special detergent in RPM disperses sludgy carbon particles, keeps internal parts cleaner, free of carbon and lacquer deposits. Other compounds in RPM stop corrosive rust, protect the hot spots left bare and exposed to wear by ordinary motor oils. So rely on RPM motor oil to help keep your vacation free of trouble. Remember, the extra protection RPM gives car engines makes it first choice in the West. Ask for RPM at independent Chevron gas stations and at standard stations where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. Next week, when we catch up with the very groggy George Valentine aboard a luxury cruiser in foreign waters, we'll hear...
Oh.
Take it easy, darling. You've been out, that's all.
Yeah, sure, and the hammer works. Hey, Brooksy, the ship isn't moving. What time is it?
10 o'clock. In the morning. What happened, George?
Oh, I don't know. I was walking on the deck and the Empire State Building fell on me. 10 o'clock, huh? Well, then we've dropped anchor. Come on, quick, Brooksy, give me my coat.
George, you're not going ashore.
Not yet, because there's a fortune in smuggled stuff on this ship. And, Brooksy, I want to be sure it's still there.
Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and Standard stations throughout the West. Robert Bailey is starred as George with Francis Robinson as Brooksy. Let George Do It is written by David Victor and Herbert Little Jr. and directed by Don Clark. Also heard in the cast were Sarah Selby as Emily, Horace Murphy as Saddlebags, Stephen Chase as Henry, Dick Ryan as Sheriff, Ken Christie as Pete, and Jack Mather as Stevens. The music is composed and presented by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
Seven o'clock by Longines, the world's most honored watch. Product of the Longines Whitnor Watch Company. From New York City, the makers of Clipper Craft Clothes for Men and more than 1,200 leading retail stores from coast to coast presents Sir Arthur Conan Doyle's immortal character, the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes, starring John Stanley. This week's adventure, The Fabulous Windmill.
We've dug terribly deep into the earth, Holmes. Are you sure there might be something buried here?
I've no doubt, my dear Watson.
Oh, this is fantastic. here in the black of night digging for... Wait, a shovel. I feel something.
Quickly, then.
I'll shovel this earth away. Wait, a human face. There's a body here. I'll just push the earth aside.
Yes, body is horribly bruised, lacerated. Spine snapped in two.
Who could have done this, Holmes?
The answer lies just before you, Watson. Inside that abandoned windmill. The insane killer awaits us just inside this mill. Shall we step in to see him? Here's the door.
So, Dr. Watson, this time we find you resting in your study.
Yes, Mr. Harris, but I'm fully prepared to report another of my incredible adventures with Holmes.
And which shall it be tonight, Dr. Watson?
I've given it the title of The Fabulous Windmill. It concerns a crime that only the most diabolical brain could conceive. A technique for homicide that would chill the bones of the calmest soul on earth.
Wonderful, Dr. Watson.
I shall do my part, but first you must do yours. You must give us a word of your very wise advice about Clippercroft clothes.
A really pleasant surprise is in store for you at the friendly independent store in your community that sells Clippercraft clothes. It's a suit that's so beautifully tailored, of such superb fabrics, that you're likely to say, now there's a suit I wish I could afford. And then you'll glance at its price, and will you be surprised? Only $40 and $45. How is this possible? Well, more than 1,200 of this country's finest independent stores have concentrated their immense purchasing power to really give your hard-pressed dollars a break. No wonder Clippercraft can give you the extra long wear of rich, full-bodied worsted suits at only $45. Ask to see them at the fine independent store in your community whose clothes bear the Clippercraft label. Also look over the collection of overcoats and topcoats shown, too. You're certain to agree there just are no values that outshine Clippercraft's. Compare Clippercraft with clothes selling for many dollars more. And now, Dr. Watson, may we have a look into the fabulous windmill?
The windmill was on the Isle of Walcheren, in the Dutch province of Zeeland. It was just behind the huge sea dikes. The windmill stood silhouetted against the moon, while just beyond the earthen ridges of the dikes, the sea lashed at the coast furiously. A man wrapped in an oilskin and wearing gigantic boots was pounding at the door of the windmill.
Yes? What can I do for you?
I am the dike inspector. My name is Vaness.
What do you wish, Inspector?
I want to talk to you. It's very important.
You can tell me here. You don't have to come in. What's on your mind?
This windmill is supposed to be abandoned.
It is. I just stopped by for a moment.
Did you?
Yes, I was thinking of purchasing the mill, of restoring it to an active basis.
I see.
This is the first opportunity I've had to look at the mill. I'm leaving in a moment. I shall return tomorrow in the daylight for a clearer view.
Have you finished lying?
What do you mean, Inspector?
I will tell you the truth. The arms of the windmill are stationary. The mill does not show any lights. Everyone in the neighborhood has believed the mill is useless, deserted. And so it is, during the day. Shall I continue?
By all means, go on. Do go on.
One night on my patrol, I came here to the window. I looked. I listened. You are using this mill for some kind of criminal business. People come here to see you. You give them papers, money. They are strange. They sneak in. They sneak out. They carry weapons.
I'm terribly sorry I was so rude when you first knocked. Do come in, Inspector. I have an office upstairs. Perhaps we can discuss your discovery up there.
All right. Let us go upstairs.
Yours must be a pleasant task, Inspector.
In the spring, yes, but in the winter, no.
I should imagine the position is not very lucrative, Inspector.
Not very.
Then you might be interested in a few guilders to, shall we say, supplement your weekly pittance.
I might be.
I would be grateful if you would forget about this particular windmill. I have a few guilders in a chest at the top of this stairway. I'd be delighted to give them to you.
How much?
Here we are. Chest is over there. Say 1,000 guilders? Satisfactory?
No.
How much, then?
5,000.
You've elaborate notions, Inspector.
5,000. Not 1 guilder less.
I wouldn't be difficult if I were you.
You cannot frighten me. I drive the bargain. I have only to report you to the police. I said 5,000 guilders.
You're a stupid, meddling idiot. It would not be worth 1 guilder to buy your silence. I haven't any way of knowing that you would not betray me after you'd collected the money. Get out.
You will not pay my price?
I will pay nothing.
I shall go to the police.
Go on. Police headquarters is less than a mile away.
You do not want to reconsider?
No. Good night, Inspector.
Good night.
I must apologize for not accompanying you downstairs again. I'm rather busy.
You do not have to be polite.
Charming, these long, winding stairways in your Dutch windmills. Most picturesque. Convenient, too.
Convenient?
Yes. If I should want to do away with someone, for instance...
If what?
All that's necessary is for me to... push them!
My name is DeWitt, Mr. Holmes. Cornelius DeWitt.
Be seated, sir. This is my friend and colleague, Dr. Watson.
How do you do? Dr. Watson?
May I ask, Mr. DeWitt, what brings you here to Baker Street?
I am the chief of police on the island of Walcheren, Mr. Holmes. It's on the western shore of the Netherlands.
Ah, the Netherlands. Mr. DeWitt, in addition to your police duties, you have a domineering wife, and you were once employed by a railway.
Well, your reputation, Mr. Holmes, is evidently well-deserved.
Holmes, how do you know these intimate details about Mr. DeWitt?
Because he's making a desperate effort with his hand to conceal his cravat, which obviously embarrasses him. Because if it's garishness, it's clear that he must possess a domineering mate who has forced him to sport the article of apparel, although he disapproved of it. Correct, sir?
Absolutely, Mr. Holmes.
As for your railway background, you take an extraordinarily long step for a man of your stature. A characteristic of railway employees who've spent many years walking over ties. However, I assume you haven't come to Baker Street to discuss yourself. You have a case, I should say.
A very difficult case, Mr. Holmes. That is why I've come to you. We had a dike inspector named Van Ness. He's vanished.
Really? When? Under what circumstances?
He left on his usual tour of duty one afternoon. He patrolled a few miles of the shore. He was never seen again.
Did anyone along his customary route see him that day?
No, no one.
Have you examined the patterns of his private life?
Oh, very carefully.
But Mr. DeWitt, it yielded nothing?
Nothing. He was happily married. He had no offspring. He owed her a few small debts. That is about all.
Well, couldn't he have fallen into the sea by accident?
Oh, I hardly think so, Dr. Watson. Van Ness was a thoroughly experienced hand at strolling along the dike road. I cannot help feeling he met a band of thieves or murderers. Would you come to Walcheren, Mr. Holmes, and help us find the poor chap?
Most certainly, Mr. DeWitt. The disappearance of Inspector Van Ness has a pungent, irresistible odor of deep intrigue.
By Jove, Holmes, I've never seen as foul a night as this. It's no wonder the Dutch are hardy folk. What with the way the sea roars at them, constantly threatening their lives.
Wrap your greatcoat well about you, Watson.
Yes.
We must examine the entire length of the road along this dike, the route of the missing inspector.
I did think you were a bit undiplomatic in rejecting Mr. DeWitt's offer to accompany us.
But he would be an encumbrance when we are stalking our prey. I spoke to him privately and requested that he keep his distance.
But the police would over this area, Holmes. I don't see why we...
Ah! Evidently, our missing Inspector Van Ness reached this far on the road.
How'd you know?
Because of a piece of rope.
Where?
That road sign. Clearly, it was shaken loose by the force of the wind. A hasty improvisation was devised. The sign is now held to that wooden post by a piece of rope.
Yes, but
the Dutch are an orderly nation, Watson. This would have been repaired had the damage occurred more than a few days ago. I should say the inspector found the sign upon the ground and repaired it, temporarily, in this fashion. Therefore, on the day of his disappearance, he must have progressed this far.
Oh, shouldn't we continue our search tomorrow in broad daylight?
Definitely not, Watson. Light the lantern you brought along. Whatever evil force caused the downfall of the dike inspector is still at large. It must be stopped before it strikes again.
Oh, really, Holmes, we've walked quite a distance, you know. We've poked about in a dozen barns and windmills. I say let's repair to the nearest tavern. A crackling fire, some brandy, rest.
I won't hear of it, Watson. Hello, hear that?
What?
Listen.
What the dickens could that be?
It originates to our left, perhaps from that windmill. Come off the dike and across this meadow.
Must you dash so quickly, Holmes?
Yes, it does come from that windmill. Have a closer look.
It looks abandoned to me. The windows are boarded up. The arms don't move. The wood on the sides is rotting away.
There's the cause of the sound we heard. The door to the mill. It's open and swinging back and forth in this wind.
Shall we have a look inside?
Not just yet. It's conceivable that we've more to learn by examining the surroundings. The lantern, Watson. Turn it about.
Yeah, very well. See the mill better now?
Yes. No distinctive markings. To the right, Watson, so the beam falls to the right. Grass has grown over the pathway leading to the mill.
Of course it has. The mill's abandoned, Holmes. That's definite.
One moment.
What is it?
The earth. You see?
The earth?
Step over here. Notice that earth, Watson. What do you see?
Well, sort of a patch of earth that looks much lighter than the rest of the earth.
There can be only one reason for that, my dear Watson. The earth's been freshly turned. There's less organic matter in subsoil. Notice how much more tightly packed the earth is all around that patch. Someone's been digging in the spot.
To conceal something, eh?
We shall soon know. Look about you. These farmers often leave a shovel or two lying by the mill.
All right. There's none here, Holmes.
Try closer to the mill.
Yes, I found one.
Excellent. Now we shall dig for whatever secret lies deep below the seemingly innocent grass.
We've dug terribly deep, Holmes. Are you sure there might be something here?
I've no doubt.
This is a fantastic project. Here in the black of night, digging into the... Wait, the shovel. I feel something.
Quickly, then.
I'll just shovel this earth away. It feels soft. There we are. It's a human face. There's a body here.
Yes. From the description provided us by Mr. DeWitt, I should say it's the body of the missing inspector.
I'll push the earth away. Get it off of him.
Body is bruised, lacerated.
Yes.
Spine snapped in two.
Yes, monstrous death. Well, you've found Van Ness, Holmes. As for who did away with him and buried his body...
The answer to that question lies just before you, Watson.
Inside the abandoned windmill?
Quite.
You going in there now?
Immediately.
Or shouldn't we summon the authorities?
That is not necessary.
Yes, but Holmes, there's probably a homicidal maniac somewhere in that awful mill. Only a fiendish mind could have caused such a death.
Yes, and we've a rendezvous with that mind. Shall we step inside? Here's the door.
Well, Dr. Watson, I'm curious to know what will become of Mr. Holmes when he steps inside of the fabulous windmill.
It was unbelievable, Mr. Harris. I've a most gripping revelation for you. But right now, you've an interesting, vital message, too, I don't doubt, about Clippercraft clothes.
Pay a visit to your Clippercraft dealer tomorrow. You'll find much to amaze you in the new selection of Clippercraft. Expensive-looking fabrics that are as long-wearing as they are smart. Tailoring, you can tell, was done by experts, and really smooth, comfortable fit. Clippercraft suits have the exclusive look of high-priced garments, yet you can own one at just a thrifty $40 or $45. The Clippercraft plan makes all of this possible. It concentrates the huge buying power of more than 1,200 of America's finest stores from coast to coast and border to border. It keeps Clippercraft's factories on a full-time basis throughout the year. Naturally, there are generous savings in manufacturing and distribution. Savings that are passed on to the millions who wear Clippercraft. That's why clothing experts agree Clippercraft suits are the last word in value. That's why men who know insist on Clipper Craft clothes. So be sure to visit the Clipper Craft store in your city.
These leading stores in the metropolitan area are proud to add their names to Clippercraft in your suits, top coats, and overcoats. In Manhattan, Saks 34th, Broadway at 34th. John Wanamaker Men's Stores, Broadway at 8th and 67 Liberty Street. In Brooklyn, Abraham and Strauss. In Newark, New Jersey, Boulevard Men's Shop, Kresge Newark. And in Jamaica, the B&B Clothes Shop, 16408 Jamaica Avenue.
Well, Dr. Watson, I'm impatient to learn what you discovered inside the windmill.
Well, Mr. Harris, Holmes and I left the body of Inspector Van Ness. And in the dead of night, with just a flickering lantern to guide us, we cautiously opened the door of the deserted mill. What do you see in there, Holmes?
A table, a few chairs, millstones. Come in, Watson. Close the door.
Think there's anyone upstairs?
It's likely.
The killer?
Yes.
Look, there's a cabinet.
I'll open it. Papers.
Oh, the passports. Blank passports.
Yes. As I thought, false passports, Watson.
False?
Yes. This is not the watermark of the official papers used for this purpose.
Look there, Holmes. Money.
Counterfeit, I should say. Let's see. Yes, note the finer lines on the pound note. The genuine are broken lines. These are actually minute dashes.
But the devil, here's a map of India. This seems to be a list of hotels in the United States. I must admit I'm utterly baffled, Holmes. I suppose it makes sense to you, of course.
Certainly.
This leather book. Names and addresses in it. Leopold Munkatzi, Zurich. Florence McDonough, Glasgow. What is all this?
These seemingly peculiar items, Watson, possess one characteristic in common. Travel. And what sort of travel? Illicit. Travel by fraudulent passports, by worthless currency. The travel of criminals. What we have here is a magnificent display of criminal talent. It requires considerable ingenuity to create these items so beautifully. The creator, I should say, awaits us at the top of the stairs. So let us mount them.
Do you know who it is?
Only one mind has the fertility to conceive of the plan that I believe this is, and the finesse to execute it. It's the mind of the one man whose intellectual prowess I respect. It's the mind of Professor Moriarty.
Moriarty? It's after him.
No. We shall steal up quietly lest we disturb him.
Yes, right you are. What are you pulling that rope for?
I'm moving a pawn, Watson, in my endless game vis-a-vis Moriarty. Shall we go up?
Yes, indeed. This confounded wooden stairway, it creaks so. Hey, hear a conversation, Holmes?
Yes, do not proceed to the top of the stairs. Stop approximately 3/4 of the way up. We can eavesdrop.
Yes, capital. Here we are.
And how did you reach Holland, Ilona?
I was in Budapest, Professor Moriarty. It was a macabre journey. After the funeral, when we buried my dear departed husband, I rode off in the usual black draped carriage. But my driver did not return to my home. Instead, we dashed for the border. The police were unpleasantly close to learning how my husband had died. Yes. I then made my way, by rail, on foot, by hiding in wagons to Bratislava, to Vienna, then northward across Germany to Dortmund, and so into the Netherlands.
My dear Ilona, the police of the entire continent have been notified by telegraph that you're wanted for the murder of your husband.
Amazing, isn't it, Holmes? Silence, Watson.
That is why I've come, Professor. You must help me.
Certainly. Of course, before we may continue, there is the matter of reimbursement for my services.
I have brought money.
My fee will be £5,000.
What? £5,000?
A trifling sum for what I shall do, Ilona. I shall present you with £20,000 in counterfeit notes, splendidly camouflaged. I have a passport for you to Argentina, and steamer tickets reserved under an assumed name.
But £5,000
if
is impossible.
My fee is unacceptable, you leave me without an alternative. I shall have to notify the police that you're here.
Oh, no. No, I do not want you to do that, Professor. It is just that it is so much money. Could we not settle my debt to you on some other basis?
Come, £5,000, and be quick about it.
Oh, very well. Here you are.
Thank you. Now, Everything that you require is in this envelope, including your instructions and an address in Buenos Aires where associates of mine will accommodate you. You'd better leave now. Your ship sails in the morning.
She'll be coming down these stairs, Holmes. She'll see us. I realize that, Watson.
Good night, Professor Moriarty. I shan't thank you. You've been more than compensated.
Good night, Ilona. Bon voyage.
Thank you.
Oh, on your way downstairs, you might send up Mr. Sherlock Holmes, who's waiting just below.
What?
Yes, Moriarty, I did step into your trap.
The door I deliberately left flapping in the wind to attract your attention, Holmes, and draw you into the mill. I thought you'd find it magnetizing.
Who are these two?
Ilona, my dear, this is the celebrated detective, Mr. Sherlock Holmes.
Detective?
No, never fear, never fear. As long as I have this gun, Mr. Holmes will not be a problem. His companion is Dr. John Watson.
What are you up to, Professor?
Be on your way, Ilona. Holmes and I have business together. Good night, my dear.
Good night.
Careful, Holmes. He'll shoot at the slightest provocation.
Oh, no, Dr. Watson. I've much better plans. At the window, Holmes, I could not mistake the two figures on the road of the dike.
So you left the door of the mill open, Moriarty, to lure us to it. I realized this was a trap from the moment I heard the door swinging in the wind. In so secret a place as this, extra precautions would always be taken to see that the door was locked securely.
Your eagerness to meet me again, Holmes, will cause your demise.
Will it, Moriarty?
And I have devised a special means for you to die.
I must compliment you, sir, on the magnificent criminal structure you built in this mill. This windmill is an emergency exit for the men and women of the continent who are wanted by the police. Is it not?
Yes.
For an enormous sum, you provide them with passports, money, entry visas, customs declarations, information, arms, devious routes to the farthest and darkest corners of the earth, where they may find welcome obscurity.
Even more, Holmes. I've clothing for them, disguises, chemical and medical equipment in this windmill to change their appearance. An endless cavalcade of forgers, traitors, arsonists, major and minor thieves, kidnappers, murderers pass through this windmill. And thanks to my genius, they will elude the stupidities of law and live on. Now, descend the stairs, Holmes. Go on. Surely you would not choose the ignominious death of being shot by an ordinary pistol, such as I have in my hand?
Very well. I shall descend.
What is that horrible noise?
The wooden gears of the windmill, Doctor. The tremendous, powerful gears like a dragon's teeth, turning slowly as the wind makes the arms of the mill revolve. You may see them as you go down. Look at them closely. They are relevant to your death. Awe-inspiring sight, eh, Holmes?
Yes, quite.
Shall I tell you how you will die tonight? I shall force you, and later Dr. Watson, to step closely enough to those gears so that you become caught in them. You will be slowly crushed to death, each portion of your body being ground to pulp by the teeth of the mill.
A loathsome idea. Worthy of you, Moriarty.
Here we are, at the bottom of the stairway. The perfect spot for you to step toward the gears, Holmes. Perfect.
Holmes, you may have infinite patience, but as for me...
God, Watson, don't be a fool, he'll shoot.
Go on, Holmes. It's just a few steps toward the wooden gears. Once a portion of your clothing is caught, the rest is inevitable. Dr. Watson, don't turn away when he's caught. Even if you do not see what happens, you'll hear it. Well, I'm waiting, Holmes. Walk toward the gears. Just a few steps. That's it. One step. Two.
Stop your gun! Police, Mr. DeWitt!
Gentlemen, if you move toward me, I shall kill Dr. Watson. My gun's at his back. He's an ideal shield.
Just don't fire, DeWitt. You'll kill Watson.
I'm leaving by the same door through which you entered, officer. Back up, Dr. Watson. So kind of you to protect me this way.
Go on, fire at him. I'll risk it.
No, don't. Too dangerous.
Good night, gentlemen. Holmes, until we meet again.
Shoot after him, DeWitt! Miss him! It's so dark out there. There he goes, running along the road on top of the dike. I'll have my men pursue him.
That would be futile, Mr. DeWitt. He's disappeared already, as you may well observe. Your men would never find him. Moriarty is far too clever for an ordinary police force. It requires a brain equal to his. In short, sir, mine. and mine alone.
Well, Holmes, it's most reassuring to be safely back here in the flat at Baker Street. Have you heard from the Volcarin police?
Yes, Watson. In accordance with my suggestion, they confiscated the entire contents of the windmill. And that leather book of names and addresses, Moriarty's personal list of his clients, will be an infallible guide for the police of half a dozen nations to pick up divers, scoundrels.
Ilona, the murderess. Whatever became of her?
When she left the mill, she walked instantly into the hands of DeWitt and his constable.
Well, that's what I wanted to ask, Holmes. How did they find us at the mill?
You'll recall my saying, Watson, that I spoke to DeWitt and requested that he keep his distance. I was not foolhardy enough to embark on the venture without expecting his assistance. We agreed that he and his men would patrol the original 3 miles of the late dike inspector's post, which they did. I promised to supply a signal as to our whereabouts the moment help was required.
I see, and you did that by pulling the rope in the mill, eh?
The rope releases the mechanism of the arms, Watson. There was a good wind. I knew the arms would then start spinning. That mill was supposed to be abandoned. I knew when DeWitt and his men saw the arms revolving in the deserted mill, they'd come a-running.
Splendid, Holmes, splendid. Of course, I'll never know why each step as we go along is so difficult for me, yet so obvious to you.
It depends upon your definition of the word obvious, my dear Watson. The obvious is that which is hardest to discern.
Well, Dr. Watson, the adventure of the fabulous windmill was just as hair-raising as you'd promised. Even more so, as a matter of fact. Now, may we have a hint about the adventure you've planned for next week?
Yes, next week I shall relate to you the adventure of the Uddington Witch, Mr. Harris. A macabre tale, I assure you, involving a strange oak tree, a shriek in the night, and an unpressed pair of trousers.
The makers of Clipper Craft clothes and more than 1,200 stores from coast to coast have brought you another in the new series of broadcasts featuring the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes. Our stories are based upon the character Sherlock Holmes, created by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, and the program is produced and directed by Basil Lochran. Sherlock Holmes is played by John Stanley, Dr. Watson by George Spelton. This week's story was written by Howard Merrill with special music by Albert Berman. If you don't know your Clipper Craft dealer, write Clipper Craft, 200 Fifth Avenue, New York City. Be sure to listen next week to Sherlock Holmes in The Adventure of the Uddington Witch. This is Cy Harris speaking for Clipper Craft Clothes. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Following station identification, you'll hear Behind the Front Page with Gabriel Heater. Fly Eastern Airlines for double dependability. Dependable airliners, dependable personnel. To fly anywhere in the world, call Eastern or your travel agent. Save 5%. Buy round-trip tickets. This is WOR, New York.
Rice Chex and Wheat Chex, the bite-sized cereals in the red and white checkerboard packages, present Space Patrol! High adventure in the wild, vast reaches of space. Missions of daring in the name of interplanetary justice. Travel into the future with Buzz Corey, Commander-in-Chief of the Space Patrol! In today's transcribed Space Patrol adventure, Buzz and Happy, exploring a wooded section of Mars, have just seen 2 men in strange primitive masks holding a girl as captive. As the 2 space patrollers move to rescue her, Happy falls into a pit covered with branches and leaves.
Hey, give me a hand, I'll pull you out.
Yes. I can't quite reach it.
I'll lie down on the edge of the pit. There.
Now, that's fine, sir. Now I can... Commander, look out.
What's the matter?
Look behind you. There's a man in a mask, and he's got a spear at your back.
We'll return in just a moment with today's exciting Space Patrol adventure, The Mystery of the Masked Martians. You hear those drums, Space Patrollers? They're coming from an ancient city on Mars, and they're sending you a special message from Commander Corey, about the brand new, super scary, super spooky looking surprise Commander Corey has for you. The Man from Mars Totem Head with Magic Forehead Vision. Now, in just a few moments, you'll find out how you can get one. And wait till you see it, gang. Wow! This weird totem head is more than 12 inches high, fits over your head, rests on your shoulders, makes a complete disguise because that Magic Forehead Vision plate lets you see out, but nobody else can see in. It's got a sinister-looking face in the front, a spooky-looking face in the back, ears that flop, a swell beak-like nose, and fang-like teeth. Put on your totem head, and your pals won't know whether you're coming or going. They won't know who you are either, because with a Magic Forehead Vision, you can see them, but they cannot see you. It's like having an extra pair of X-ray eyes. Now, gang, here's all you do to get your very own Man from Mars Totem Head. Just send a Rice Chex or Wheat Chex box top, together with your name and address, and 25 cents in coin to Space Patrol, Box 686, St. Louis, Missouri. Don't forget your 25 cents. That's Space Patrol, Box 686, St. Louis, Missouri. And now, today's Space Patrol adventure, The Mystery of the Masked Martians. At regular intervals, giant towers rise up from the Martian desert, ready to relay power along the equator to a city far beyond the horizon. Around an uncompleted tower is a cluster of temporary buildings and stacks of supplies. In the office of Ed Hicks, superintendent of construction, Buzz and Happy look on as Hicks points to a map in this section of Mars.
We got all these towers up without a bit of trouble, Buzz. But from the minute we set up camp at this site, things have happened.
Kind of things.
Well, I suppose you could sum it up as sabotage. Supplies disappeared, food mostly. Mess hall burned down 3 nights ago. We've had accidents.
Accidents? Anyone hurt?
No, not seriously, but it slowed down our work considerably. Men have reached a point where they don't trust each other.
Uh-oh. On a job like this, that's bad.
You're right, Kiddo.
Still, there's nothing tangible to go on outside of these accidents. And they might be due to the men's nervousness.
No, nothing tangible. Except that one of my men is missing.
Oh?
One of the foremen, Turk Fowler, new man, he wasn't well liked.
Could your men have ganged up on him?
In the present state of mind, possibly. One of our scout tanks is missing, too.
Then this man Fowler may have run off.
Yeah. But anyone with any sense would have headed west toward the nearest settlement. Tracks leading from the camp indicate the scout tank headed east.
East? There's nothing in that direction for hundreds of miles, except for a wooded section about 30 miles away.
I know.
As far as you know, then, there have been no strangers lurking around the camp.
No. No strangers at all, except for the girl.
What girl?
I don't know her name. She drove into camp yesterday in a surface car. Wanted to buy some food. Seems she ran short of supplies.
What was the girl doing out here?
I don't know. I didn't see her myself. From what my assistant said, she was doing some exploring over to the east.
Could there be any connection between this girl and the mysterious events in the camp, or the disappearance of Fowler?
I don't see how. Frankly, I can't see a sensible explanation for anything. Fowler may have left because he was afraid of the men or afraid of what's going on here. Still, he seems to have headed in the direction the girl did, toward the east.
Well, if the men won't talk to you, I doubt that I could get anything out of them. Right now, at least. I'm worried about Fowler.
If there's been an atmosphere ship at the camp, I would send somebody to look for him.
Fowler doesn't want to be found. A search by air would give him a chance to hide, but another scout tank could follow his tracks across the wasteland. Have you got one available?
Yeah, sure. I'll have one fueled up right away.
Fine. Happy and I will try to find them. Mile after mile, Buzz and Happy follow the tracks of the stolen scout tank across the Martian desert. Then, across the almost level wasteland, they see a range of low hills covered with what on Mars is thick vegetation. As the spinning treads of their scout tank bring them closer to the hills, Happy turns to Buzz.
Commander, this is all beginning to look familiar.
Sure happened. We were here a few weeks ago to rescue that girl scientist.
Oh, yeah. And that knoll up there, that's where the spaceship crashed 900 years ago. The wreck that was supposed to have a treasure aboard.
Uh-huh.
Hey, Commander, look up ahead. There's a vehicle of some kind.
That's not a scout tank.
It's an ordinary surface car. It looks like it's stalled in the sand.
Must be equipped with special treads or couldn't maneuver on this terrain.
Well, didn't Ed Hicks say the girl who came into camp was driving a surface car?
Yes. We'll stop and have a look.
There's no one in the car, sir.
No one's in sight.
The tracks of that scout tank continue right past the car.
And on toward those wooded hills. Look at these footprints. They lead from the surface car to the tank.
Then the girl got out of this car and into the tank. And she must have gone willingly. There's no sign of a struggle.
Let's take a look in the car. Let's see who this car's registered to. Oh.
What is it, sir?
Look what's lying in the back seat.
A mask. Why, it's the same kind of mask we found weeks ago near the wrecked ship and gave to... what was that girl scientist's name?
Lauren. Lauren. It's the same mask.
Well, now we know who the girl was that visited the conscription camp.
This car's registered to a vehicle renting company in Lowell City.
And Miss Loring must have driven all the way from Lowell City, hundreds of miles across the desert all by herself.
Apparently she's not alone now.
Do you think she's in any danger from Fowler?
Perhaps not. I'd like to know why he stole a scout tank and headed in this direction. Come on, Hal. Let's get back in the tank and follow these tracks.
There's the tank, sir, right at the edge of the woods.
And over at the left is the wrecked spaceship.
The Black Star. I don't see anybody up on the knoll. Maybe they're poking around inside the wreck.
That's where they were going. They wouldn't have parked the tank clear over here. Probably exploring the woods, huh? Since Fowler may not be too delighted to see us. Have your ray gun.
Cautiously, Buzz and Happy worked their way deep into the woods, following a trail marked by broken twigs and an occasional footprint.
They seem to have a definite idea of where they're going.
Yes, sir. But who's doing the leading? Miss Loring or Fowler?
The girl, probably. Fowler may be holding a gun on her.
When we last saw her a few weeks ago, she was convinced that the people that crashed in that ship were space pirates and had hidden stolen jewels somewhere in this area.
Not only the jewels, but everything else. The wreck was completely stripped.
The last survivor of that wreck must have passed away 8 centuries ago. Hey, maybe he left a map, and Miss Loring found it.
Mm-hmm. There was one mystery about that wreck that Miss Loring couldn't explain. When the pirates crashed, the spacer phoned for help. According to the ancient records, there were 20 men and women aboard the Black Star. 18 survived the crash.
Yes, sir. And help never arrived. Those graves up on the hill near the wreck prove that.
And that's the mystery. Remember, there are 20 graves. Who buried the last survivor?
Hey, that is a mystery.
Of course, the simplest explanation is the records are wrong. There were 21 people aboard.
Miss Loring may have all the facts now, Commander. It'll make quite a story. Those pirates landing with a ship full of stolen museum relics from Earth.
Yes, and the choice they had to make between living out their lives here on Mars or calling for rescue and going back to Earth as criminals.
And there could have been a battle between those who wanted to stay and those who wanted to go...
I heard something up above.
There's a movement in that bush.
Maybe it was the hand of the sound.
Smoking rockets, what was that?
They stuck that tree right behind us.
Commander, it's an arrow.
Listen. Whoever shot it is running away.
Well, why would Fowler be using a primitive weapon like a bow and arrow?
The girl.
Dinah Loring, she's in trouble.
Come on, Hap. Easy now. Coming to a clearing.
Commander, look. Am I losing my mind?
Masks. They're holding fast.
Masks just like the one we found. The big teeth, the bulging eyes, and the feathers.
I think they're dressed. These skins like criminals.
They're carrying bows and arrows.
For heaven's sakes. They're wrestling. It's not the shooting they're
What about Miss Loring?
Let's take her unconscious. I can't remember the time. The important thing is to get her away from those men. We'll split up. You do it.
Yes, sir. Hey!
Happy. Happy, hurt?
No, I didn't see this hole. It was covered up with branches and leaves.
So give me a hand. I'll pull you out.
Yes, sir. I can't quite reach it.
I'll lie down on the edge of the pit. There.
That's fine, sir. Now I... Commander, look out.
What's the matter?
Look behind you. There's a man in a mask. He's got a spear at your back.
We'll return to Space Patrol in just a moment. Weird. Fantastic. The Man from Mars, Totem Head. Magic Forehead Vision. And you can have one, Space Patrollers. In a second, you'll find out how. And when you put on your own totem head, you'll look just like a real space spook. Even your best pal won't know you. It's more than 12 inches high, and from head to shoulders, your identity is a complete secret. That magic forehead vision lets you see out, but your friends can't see in, or tell who's wearing the Man from Mars totem head. Think of the fun you can have fooling them. They won't know which direction you're headed either, because the totem head has a face in the front and one in the back, too. It comes in real Martian colors, red and yellow, green and black, with floppy ears, a beak-like nose, and fang-like teeth. Now remember, the magic forehead vision, that's X-ray vision. You can see out, but nobody can see in. Gang, to get your Man from Mars totem head, do this. Just send a Rice Chex or Wheat Chex box top, together with your name and address and 25 cents in coin, to Space Patrol, Box 686, St. Louis, Missouri. Don't forget your 25 cents. That's Space Patrol, Box 686, St. Louis, Missouri. This offer good only in the USA and may be withdrawn at any time. And now back to our Space Patrol adventure, The Mystery of the Masked Martian. Buzz and Happy have trailed the stolen scout tank across the Martian desert to a wooded area. In a clearing deep in the woods, they saw Fauna Loring, a girl scientist struggling in the grasp of two strange figures wearing weird primitive masks. As the Space Patrollers rushed to her rescue, Happy toppled into a pit covered with branches. As Buzz stretched himself prone on the ground at the edge of the pit to assist Happy, another masked figure appeared. Right now, Happy is looking up from the pit, horrified as the man in the grotesque mask holds the point of a spear against the commander's back.
Don't move, sir. It looks like he's ready to jab you.
You've got your ray gun, give him a blast.
Flew out of my hand when I said.
I can get mine out of my holster without making any suspicion.
Oh! Commander, did he hurt you?
That's just a warning. He evidently knew I was reaching for a weapon.
He's taking your gun.
For a savage, this one's smart. He doesn't know how to use my ray gun. He's making sure I won't use it. Proving him out of reach with his stick.
Help him. Get that man out of pit.
Commander, he talks English.
You must know everything we've seen.
Hurry!
All right. Give me a hand, Happy.
Yes, sir.
Up you go.
There.
You stay right there. Do not move, or I will use my spear.
We won't move. Who are you?
I am Borg. Captain Borg. Stay where you are. I will kick your weapons into the pit.
I don't get this, sir. These people wear those masks and use bow and arrows and spears, and yet they can speak English. And this one calls himself Captain.
Could have finished his blows with that spear, but he didn't. I could rush him now, sir. It wouldn't help Fauna Loring, even if we overpowered him.
Well, there go our guns into the pit.
Go. That way. Across the clearing.
All right, Borg. Captain Borg, but where are you taking us?
To the village of my people.
You shot an arrow at us a while ago. Your men are holding a girl. She's a friend of ours. Now you're threatening us with your spear. Why? We haven't harmed you.
That is a lie. The other man drew his weapon. It made big sound, and two of my men fell to the ground.
The other man? That must be Fowler.
Borg, listen. Those men that fell, there were no wounds on them, were there?
No, but they do not move.
They're merely asleep. They'll wake up and be all right again. Let us take the girl and the other man, and we'll go away.
No. You are not of the Great Ones. You do not wear masks. Therefore, you are evil.
Great Ones? Who are the Great Ones?
We will not talk here. Go. I will follow you with my spear at your backs.
You better humor him, Happy. I think Captain Borg will listen to reason eventually.
With the masked Martian walking behind them with raised spear, Buzz and Happy make their way through the woods. At last, they come to a clearing containing a few rude huts. In the face of a cliff are the openings of several caves. As Buzz and Happy are marched through the tiny village, they're aware of faces peering at them through the doorways of the huts. Captain Borg pods them toward a cave guarded by a huge man, also wearing one of the strange masks and holding a spear. The guard stands as though he were made of stone, except for a stiff salute to Borg with his long spear.
Get in the cave. I will come for you when my crew has decided your fate. Do not attempt to escape.
All right, Captain Borg, but there are a couple of facts you ought to know.
Get in the cave.
Okay. Come on, Happy.
Yes, sir. Hey, the girl's in the cave.
Commander,
You all right, Miss Loring?
as well as can be expected.
What about Fowler? Is he here, too?
He's asleep in the back of the tank. He was hit by an arrow after he used his ray gun and George's men.
Is he hurt bad?
It's just a flesh wound in the shoulder, but we should get him to a doctor before it becomes infected.
In Boyd's attitude, that isn't going to be easy.
Miss Loring, who are these people? Do you know?
Yes, but the truth is so fantastic you won't believe it.
They're descendants of the people who cracked open the Black Star. Isn't that right?
Yes, Commander. It's the most amazing example of survival I've ever heard of.
That ship crashed here 870 years ago. That means this is about the 25th generation.
Look at those graves on the hill. They're exactly 20. Why aren't there more?
That hill's regarded as sacred ground. It's reserved for the great ones.
The great ones? Oh, that's the phrase Borg used.
Yes, these people believe that their remote ancestors were superior beings who came out of the sky.
They came out of the sky, all right, but they sure weren't superior. They were pirates.
Remember, Happy, in 800 years, facts can become distorted into legends.
Yes, but didn't they have any books on the ship?
In the struggle for survival, reading probably became a lost art in 2 or 3 generations.
That's what's taken over their efforts to obtain food. Reading wasn't a practical skill.
But those crazy masks, they weren't practical either.
No, but they symbolized the great ones. Those masks are copies of those that were aboard the spaceship. Relics of primitive tribes that lived on Earth thousands of years ago.
Yet they're not quite like the Earth masks, Miss Loring.
No. After all, these people are intelligent and creative. Each generation probably added its own ideas and designs.
Yeah, but you'd think they'd know that people who fly in spaceships don't wear primitive masks.
The first few generations probably realized it, but for hundreds of years, everything these people know has been passed on by word of mouth for 30 generations.
Yeah, I noticed that Borg calls himself captain and refers to his people as his crew.
Yes, those stories are carryovers from the original survivors of the spaceship crash. Each new leader of this colony becomes a captain of the crew.
Sounds funny at first, but I guess it makes sense.
How many people are there in this group now, Miss Loring?
Not more than 60.
Hey, that's quite a mob, when they've got bows and arrows and we haven't got any weapons at all.
It's ironic, isn't it? Those primitive weapons, those museum rocks, hadn't been aboard that spaceship. These people couldn't have survived.
That's right. Chances are the ammunition for the modern weapons was exhausted in a few years.
Well, right now I wish the spears and bows and arrows were exhausted. How are we going to get out of this fix?
The chief weapon now is to know how these people think, what they feel.
Exactly. Now, if we can convince him...
It's Borg. Well, Captain Borg, what's the verdict?
Verdict? I do not understand. But no matter. I have met with my crew. We have agreed that you will not leave our woods alive.
Then keep us here.
It is nearly night. Deimos, the large moon, is already climbing across the sky. When he is overtaken by his swift little brother Phobos, I will come for you. The best marksmen of my crew will aim their arrows so that you will not suffer.
Oh, that's great. Thanks a million.
The great ones will be avenged. Until I return, goodbye.
Well, I've been in some tough spots, but this is a nightmare. He calls the moons of Mars by their right names, and yet he's going to finish us off with bows and arrows, like some primitive savage.
What are we going to do?
Another half hour to be dark. That gives us about an hour before Phobos passes the other moon. How's that shoulder, Paul? It's pretty sore. Otherwise, I feel okay. All right, now listen. The worst I know about you right now is that you stole a scout tank from the construction camp.
I can explain that. I had to get away. The men were blaming me for that sabotage. But I didn't have a...
Never mind that. We're going to get out of here. We've got to act now. For that bad shoulder, you aren't going to be much help in a fight, so Happy and I'll jump the guard outside the cave. You should be ready to run when Happy and I attack you. Don't worry.
He's standing out there, holding his spear.
Let's go.
Yeah. You never knew what hit him.
Come on. Paula, let's get out of here.
Look, that bonfire's burning.
What a weird sight. The whole village is out and all in those masks.
Pack of bloodthirsty savages. Wait. Stand still a minute. Those bonfires and the light from those 2 moons, we're going to have a tough time getting away from here without being seen.
Commander, look. A couple of them are coming this way.
Oh, these things.
I don't think so, not yet. Let's run for it. No, Paula, we wouldn't stand a chance. Up ahead of the yard, there's another cave. We'll duck in there until it's clear. Come on. We made it. We aren't any better off now than we were before.
Yeah? We haven't got a guard standing over us. And Borg's crew doesn't know we've escaped yet.
Just let the commander handle it.
Paula, turn off that light.
Take it easy, Commander. Commander, my back's to the cave opening. It won't show from outside.
One flash of that atomo light and we'd have the whole village in here on our necks.
Hey, look back there in the cave. Looks like a museum.
Follow. Shield that light with your hand. Happy you and Connor stand close behind Follow to block any stray beam. Yes, sir. Wow, look at all this stuff. Masks, bows and arrows, spacesuits and tools.
And drums. Primitive things. This one is African. And this is the southeastern Asia. Borneo, perhaps.
Never mind the drums. Look at that.
Wow. A whole chest full of gems.
Diamonds, rubies, emeralds. This one is worth at least 1 million credits.
Commander, this cave is sort of a shrine to these people. Here are the relics from their ancestors' ship, preserved for centuries.
Interesting, isn't it? Spacesuits of the 22nd century next to prehistoric weapons. It's all the same to these people.
Follow, leave those jewels alone. Now let's take what we can. What good are they to these savages?
Put them back. We aren't going to steal their treasures.
Commander, are you nuts? This was pirate loot to begin with. Did their ancestors steal it?
We haven't got time to argue about ethics and honesty. Do you want to walk out of this cave or do I carry you?
No, okay. We could all be rich.
I'm more interested in getting away from here alive. Commander, can I see if it's all clear outside the cave? Now, wait, Happy. These masks. If we each put on a mask, we might be able to work our way around the edge of the village without being challenged.
You are nuts. What about our clothes?
A chance we'll have to take. Unless someone gets very close, our clothing will merge with the darkness.
It's worth a try.
Sure, even if they know we've escaped, they'd never suspect us of wearing these masks. Come on. Take a mask and let's get out of here. A moment later, 4 masked figures emerged from the dark cave and strolled casually along the perimeter of the village. At times, they passed within a few yards of the villagers, and the weird masks seemed to change expression in the flickering glare of a bonfire. Buzz, Happy, and their 2 companions at last reached the darkness of the woods. Only then does Buzz permit them to remove their strange disguises.
All right, we're safe now. Yeah, we can find the scout tanks.
We can use Phobos up there as a guide. Tanks are almost due west of here. I don't hear any excitement back at the village. I guess they don't know we've escaped yet. Maybe a few minutes. Let's get as deep into the woods as we can before that mob comes after us.
Commander, what's going to happen to those people back there?
If I were you, I'd order a space patrol squadron to wipe them out with blast guns.
Fowler, what a dreadful thought.
Somehow we've got to convince these people that we aren't enemies. It'll take time and patience and understanding, but eventually they can learn to live in our modern society. With the 2 moons of Mars racing across the sky over them, Buzz and his party at last reach the edge of the woods and stand beside one of the scout tanks. Now let's get into the tank. It's a long trip back to the construction
Just
camp.
a minute. You 3 are staying here.
Hey, Commander, he's got a gun.
Yeah, and it's a blaster. I'm going to put your tank out of commission, Commander, and then I'm heading for the old city.
Where did you get that weapon, Fowler?
Back in the cave while you were picking out your masks. And I've also got a handful of those jewels.
Don't be a fool. You can't get away with this.
I was going to stop him.
Better think it over. This is a very stupid move.
Oh, it is, huh? I've known for weeks that Miss Loring was planning this little one-girl expedition, and I knew if there was a treasure here, I'd make her lead me to it.
Commander, I never saw this man until he came out here in that scout camp.
Well, that's right. But I knew your plans, Miss Loring. I got a job with the tower construction outfit to put me near the treasure.
And the sabotage. You engineered that to delay the construction on that particular tower until Miss Loring showed up.
Exactly. And her visit to the camp saved me a couple of scouting trips. Now just stand back. All of you. I'll make sure you can't use this tank to follow.
Give me that gun, Fowler.
Corey, I warned you.
Well, I'd have to get him to his feet.
Commander, he had that gun pointed right at you. Why he pulled that trigger?
He did pull the trigger. Oh, and you took that chance? It wasn't much of a chance. Fowler found that gun in the cave, right? Oh, then you figured it wouldn't fire because it was so old. No, Hap. Old weapons are often as deadly as new ones. I couldn't know about the gun, but I do know of human nature. But, sir, what's human nature got to do with the gun not firing? Human beings don't use spears and bows and arrows if there's a more powerful weapon available. I could be almost certain that gun had fired its last shot centuries ago. Okay, Hap, let's get Fowler into the tank. We've got a long trip ahead of us. In just a moment, a preview of next week's exciting Space Patrol adventure brought to you by Nestle's Quick for the greatest tasting chocolate milk and those famous Nestle's chocolate bars. How do you do, Captain Two-Fells? Hey, what in the... Who's that?
It's me, Happy. I fooled you with this man from Mars Totem Head, didn't I?
You sure did, Hap. Why, you can't tell who's inside those spooky totem heads.
That's magic forehead vision, Space Patrollers. It lets you see out, but nobody can see in. You're completely disguised when you wear your totem head.
Smoking rockets, the totem head is fantastic. More than 12 inches high, all brightly colored with a scary totem face in front and another face in back, so your friends can't tell whether you're coming or going. Yeah.
And remember, the Magic Vision forehead works only for you, so you can see out, but nobody can see in.
Now here's how to get your very own totem head.
Send the lid or a tracing of the front of the label of Nestle's Quick, together with your name and address and 25 cents, to Space Patrol, Box 686, St. Louis, Missouri.
That's Space Patrol, Box 686, St. Louis, Missouri.
And now, a preview of next week's exciting Space Patrol adventure. Buzz and Happy have entered a manufacturing plant on Jupiter to capture a fugitive. Now, in a large, empty storeroom, they find their search blocked by a locked door.
He must be in the next room, sir. I heard a noise. Let's get away from this door. It looks pretty rugged. What happened to the lights? Darkness will help off as much as Saturday. Listen. How did they get in? That came from another column, and there are two of them here. They've got ray guns. Fire toward those sounds. We've got to hit them before they hit us.
Be sure to join us next week for the thrilling story, The Tattooed Atom. Space Patrol, created by Mike Moser, starring Ed Kemmer as Commander Corey and Lynn Osborne as Cadet Happy, was written by Lou Houston, produced and directed by Larry Robertson, executive producer Mike Devery. Other players were Virginia Hewitt, Norman Jolly, and Ken Mayer. Dick Tufel speaking. Now, don't forget to tune in next Saturday and every Saturday for exciting action on Space Patrol! Space Patrol was brought to you today by Rice Chex and Wheat Chex, the bite-sized cereals in the red and white checkerboard packages. Be sure to see another exciting Space Patrol program on your local ABC television station. Consult your newspaper for time and channel. This program is broadcast for Armed Forces overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Space Patrol came to you transcribed from Hollywood. This is ABC Radio Network.
The Mysterious Traveler.
This is the Mysterious Traveler, inviting you to join me on another journey into the realm of the strange and the terrifying. I hope you will enjoy the trip, that it will thrill you a little and chill you a little. So settle back and get a good grip on your nerves. If you can. Where are we going? Why, today we're going to accompany Mr. Harvey Benson through a fateful 24 hours of his life in a story I call No One on the Line. Our visit with Harvey Benson begins on a Wednesday evening in summer. Harvey, a self-made businessman, is smoking a cigar and reading the paper, while his wife, Linda, reads a book. It's really quite a picture of peaceful domesticity.
Well, that's that. Nothing much in the paper tonight, dear.
Too bad your poker game tonight fell through, darling. I know how you look forward to Wednesday evening.
Oh, well, it doesn't matter. Good book you're reading?
Oh, yes. Yes, it's very exciting. It's a new murder mystery everybody's talking about.
I would have guessed it was rather dull from the way you've been looking at the same page for 10 minutes now.
Oh, was I? I must have been wool gathering.
Well, I guess I'll go... Oh, the phone. I'll get it, Linda.
No, sit still, Harvey. You're tired. I'll answer.
No, I insist, my dear. Hello. 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 That's funny. No one on the line.
How strange. Maybe the phone's out of order.
No, I heard the click as someone hung up when I answered. Oh, but it's not worth wondering about. It's getting late. What do you say we turn in?
And now we join Harvey again at breakfast the following morning. It's getting late, but Harvey lingers over his coffee as if he had the whole day ahead of him.
Good coffee, this. Pour me some more, will you, darling?
Of course, Harvey. But, shouldn't you be leaving for your office, dear?
Oh, there's plenty of time.
But it's almost 9:30.
You seem very anxious to get me to the office, Linda. You're not trying to get rid of me by any chance.
Oh, well, of course not. But you said you had an important appointment this morning, and I
yes,
just
but
thought...
the fellow will wait. My good coffee, this.
Harvey, is there anything wrong?
Anything wrong?
Yes. You seemed a little odd the last day or two, and this morning.
And what's the matter with me this morning?
Oh, I don't know that anything is, but you do seem a little strange.
Strange? In what way, Linda, my dear?
Oh, I'm sorry if I've said anything to annoy you, but... Oh, I'll answer it.
Still, Linda, I'll answer it.
But, Harvey, it's probably...
I said I'll answer it. Maybe a call I've been expecting.
All right, Harvey.
Hello? 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 Strange, there's no one on the line. Same thing that happened last night.
Well, how peculiar. Oh, but that phone must be out of order.
Yes, I suppose so. Yet I could swear I heard someone hang up when I answered.
Oh, you must have been mistaken, darling.
I suppose so. You better give the company a ring, Linda.
Yes, I will, Harvey, right away.
Good, and now I do have to be going. See you tonight, darling.
So now we accompany Harvey Benson to his office. Because we're spending one complete day with him, remember? His office is large and luxurious, reflecting the success Harvey Benson has achieved in the world by hard work and constant vigilance. Once arrived there, Harvey plunges into his work. Until shortly before noon, the sound of the inter-office phone arouses him.
Excuse me, Mr. Benson.
Oh, yes, Miss Johnson?
Mr. Mungo is here to see you. Shall I send him in?
No, ask him to wait. I'd like to see you for a moment first, Miss Johnson.
Certainly, Mr. Benson. I'll be right in. Yes, Mr. Benson?
Sit down, please, Miss Johnson.
Yes, sir. I brought my book.
You won't need it. I just want to chat with you for a moment.
I don't understand, Mr. Benson.
I just want to talk to you, that's all. I don't believe you and I have ever talked before, as person to person, have we?
No, sir, we haven't.
And you've been with me, 7 years, isn't it?
7 years next month.
7 years, and we've never talked as equals. But then, I've never needed advice before. You've noticed that I never ask advice, I suppose.
Well, yes, I have, Mr. Benson.
Make your own decision and act upon it, is my motto. And yet, now I'm going to ask your advice as a woman, not as a secretary.
Well, I'll try to be helpful if I can.
Good. Now then, picture for yourself a woman who has always been very practical and, well, let's say rather cold. Suddenly this woman becomes dreamy and absent-minded. She stands for minutes at the window, looking at nothing. You speak to her. She doesn't hear you. What would you deduce from that?
Why, I'd say she was in love.
Excellent. Now, suppose this woman is married. Suppose on several occasions when her husband is in the room... You're following me, aren't you?
Oh, yes, sir.
Suppose on these occasions the phone rings and this married woman answers. And each time she tells the party calling he has a wrong number. What then?
Why, I suppose that could happen.
But now, Miss Johnson, suppose on several occasions the husband answers and the party at the other end hangs up without speaking.
Why, it sounds like someone trying to call the wife without her husband knowing about it.
Exactly. I felt sure I couldn't be wrong. But it's helpful to have your opinion and back me up. Thank you very much, Miss Johnson.
Why not at all, Mr. Benson.
And now, please send in Mr. Mungo.
Yes, sir, right away. Mr. Benson will see you now.
Okay, sister. Good morning, Mr. Benson.
Come in, Mungo, and close the door.
Sure, Mr. Benson.
Sit down.
Yeah, sure.
You have the information for me?
Everything's right here in my report.
Good, let's have it.
I checked thoroughly on the 4 names you suggested.
And which one was she meeting?
I only witnessed one meeting, Mr. Benson. The other time she gave me the slip.
Then you don't know your business.
Well, what she did was go to Duke and Baker's department store, take a dress into one of the fitting rooms, and then leave by another door. I couldn't very well follow her there.
You should have managed it somehow. Never mind that. What did you learn?
I'll give you the general report first before mentioning names.
All right, do so, but don't dawdle about it.
Yes, Mr. Benson. As you'll see, I've called the 4 individuals you suggested parties A, B, C, and D.
Yes.
Now, party B, Mrs. Benson knew before her marriage, but I found no evidence they have ever communicated since.
Yes, go on.
Parties C and D she also knew before she became Mrs. Benson, and from time to time she's seen both of them since. But those meetings appear to have been accidental.
Maybe so. Get on with it.
But party A, the architect one, I traced him back to Atlanta. That's his hometown.
Yeah? She comes from Atlanta, too.
Yes, they went to high school together, were sweet on each other for a year or two. He used to keep her picture in his room.
Oh, he did he?
Yeah. And since he reached New York 3 months ago, he's phoned her 4 or 5 times, according to the switchboard operator at his apartment house.
Yes, of course. I remember how excited she was when they met at the Jennings dance 2 months ago.
And 3 days ago, get this, when Mrs. Benson was downtown shopping, she dropped into Rass for lunch and she ran into him there.
No doubt it was a planned meeting.
It was very cleverly done. Then they sat for 2 hours talking, and, well, that meeting was no accident.
No, of course it wasn't. Donald Arkwright. Yes, I was sure of it.
Yes, sir. But if you want me to keep on following him...
No. It's time for more decisive steps.
I don't understand.
You're not supposed to. But if you knew me better, you'd know that the moment my mind is made up, I act.
I see, Mr. Benson.
And I propose to act now. So send me your bill and forget the whole affair.
Very good, Mr. Benson. I'll forget the whole affair. I'm very good at that. Good day, Mr. Benson.
Goodbye.
Hello, Donald Arkwright speaking.
Oh, hello, Arkwright. This is Harvey Benson. You remember me, Linda's husband?
Yes, of course, Mr. Benson. How are you?
Fine, thanks. I'm calling because I need an architect.
Oh, and you wanted me
Yes,
to...
I'm going to put up a summer place out on Long Island, and I wanted you to draw the plans.
Well, that's great, Mr. Benson. Now, what kind of site have you?
I'll do better than tell you. I'll show it to you. That is, if you're free to drive out with me this morning.
Well, I do have an appointment.
Cancel it. This will be well worth your while, I assure you.
Well, all right, I will, Mr. Benson.
Good. Then I'll pick you up in my car. Say about 45 minutes.
All right, that'll be fine. I'll be looking for you.
Good. I'll see you shortly then. We'll have lunch on the way. Miss Johnson.
Yes, Mr. Benson?
I'm leaving for the day. Cancel any appointments I may have.
Now Harvey Benson leaves his office, and we follow him to the garage where he keeps his cars.
Well, Joe, you have my car ready?
I got it right here, Mr. Benson. But look, don't you want to take the new coupe?
No, I said I wanted the sedan.
Yeah, sure, but since that little accident Mrs. Benson had, the sedan ain't in too good a shape.
It'll do for today.
Yeah, but what I'm getting at is it ain't safe.
I'm not worried. You put in plenty of gas?
Yep. 5 gallons, Mr. Benson. But look now, don't take no chances with them brakes. They don't hold worth a cent.
I'm aware of that.
And that right-hand door, it sticks something terrible.
What of it? What do you care?
Oh, I just thought
Well,
I'd
don't.
Golly, he's certainly in a hurry. With them brakes the way they are, he'll kill somebody if he ain't careful.
At 87th Street, Harvey Benson picks up his passenger, Donald Arkwright. And several hours later, they are far out in a lonely section of Long Island.
Just a quarter of a mile more, Arkwright. Up ahead on top of those cliffs. That's where my lots are.
I surely appreciate your asking me to prepare the plans, Mr. Benson.
Linda suggested you for the job. Said you were a first-rate architect.
Well, that's swell of her. I wasn't even sure she'd remember me.
Oh, she remembers you very well. I could see how happy she was to meet you at the Jennings party.
Yeah, I was tickled that she recognized me. After all, it's 6 years since we last met.
Well, why shouldn't she recognize you? After all, you were sweethearts, weren't you?
Well, I suppose you could have called us that. We did have some good times together. Riding, hiking, and dancing.
Well, it's plain she still thinks a lot of you. Now, there's the site. Right up ahead.
Oh, yes. Smack on the edge of the cliff, huh? Well, you'll have a nice view all the way across the sound.
80 feet sheer to the water. Not another house in miles. Look, you can see all the way down to the rocks from the bend in the road here.
Well, those waves sure are kicking up a fuss. A man wouldn't last long down there.
No. No, not long.
But you don't have to worry. I'll build you a house that'll never slide over the edge.
I'm sure you'll never give me any cause to worry. Well, here we are. Have to pull the car a bit off the road, though, to park.
Oh, pretty steep here.
Yes.
I'll have to put in a retaining wall. Terrace the ground, I guess.
There. I got her off the road. We'll leave her here, where we'll have room to turn around when we're ready to start back.
Sure hope you have good brakes. I'd hate to slide over onto those rocks down there.
I'd hate to myself. Oh, want to get out and block the wheels for me?
Oh, yes, of course. Yeah, door won't open. Seems to be stuck.
That's right, that door does open hard. Never mind, I'll get out on this side and block them.
Well, say, aren't you forgetting to set the brakes?
Not necessary.
But this slope is steep here.
I know what I'm doing.
But look, the car's moving already. It's starting to roll forward.
Yes, it is, isn't it? And it'll keep on rolling.
Mr. Benson? I can't stop your car. The brakes won't hold. Mr. Benson, it's going over the cliff. It's going over the cliff!
Harvey stands there, watching the car roll toward the edge, while his passenger struggles frantically to get out. It only has 10 feet to go, 5 feet, and then on the very edge, the wheels twist against a rock, and the car stops. Harvey runs down the slope and reaches the spot just as Donald Arkwright manages at last to scramble out.
Mr. Benson, you did that on purpose.
Yes, Arkwright, I did.
You tried to kill me.
Exactly, I tried to kill you.
But why? You must be crazy.
No, Arkwright, only myself. If you knew me better, you'd know that no one tries to take anything away from me without suffering for it.
What are you talking about?
You know what I'm talking about. What's mine is mine. And everything that's mine, I keep.
You are crazy. I can see it. Get away from me. Take your hands off of me.
No, Arkwright, you haven't a chance.
Let me go, I say.
You'll do nothing. In this world, a man has to be strong and ruthless to stay on top. And I'm both.
No, you're pushing me toward the edge. Let me go.
You're going over, do you hear? You're going over.
No!
For a moment, Harvey stands, glaring down at the white-capped waters that have received his victim. Then he turns to the car. A quick twist of the steering wheel, a push, and the car is gone. Then Harvey turns away, back to the road. He walks a mile, 2 miles, 3, until he gets a lift from a driver who takes him to the nearest state police barracks, where State Police Sergeant Thomas hears his story.
Mr. Benson, you say you got out of the car to block the wheels, and the car started rolling forward?
Yes, Sergeant. Arkwright tried to open the door, but it stuck. The car was at the edge by the time he got it open. He jumped, but he was too late.
I see. All right, I have the details straight.
It was horrible, Sergeant. He was my friend. There was nothing I could do to help. Nothing.
Yes, I understand, Mr. Benson. You were quite alone at the time? No witnesses?
No, we were miles from the nearest house. Why do you ask?
Well, because there's a Boy Scout camp about a mile from there, Mr. Benson. I thought some of the boys might have been within sight.
Oh, no. There wasn't anyone in sight.
I see. Well, I guess that's all, Mr. Benson. It's just about dark now, so we probably won't recover the body before tomorrow. I'll notify you the minute we do, so you can identify your friend.
And so, late in the evening, Harvey returns home to find Linda waiting for him anxiously.
Is that you, Harvey?
Yes, my dear, it is.
Well, I waited in as long as I could, and then I went ahead and ate. Shall I fix you something now?
No, thank you. I've eaten. Let's sit down, Linda. I'd like to talk to you.
Why, of course, Harvey.
Do you have the phone fixed?
The phone? Oh, no, I called the company, but they said there was nothing wrong with it.
I see. Well, they were quite right. I discovered that the trouble was from another source.
I don't think I understand you, Harvey.
Linda, my dear, do you consider me a fool?
What? Well, of course not.
Don't you suppose that I've known what was going on for some days now?
Just what do you mean, Harvey?
When a woman suddenly takes to mooning around the house, staring out the window, not answering when she's spoken to, the signs are unmistakable.
Are you speaking about me, Harvey?
And when that same woman gets several phone calls while her husband is in the room and each time tells the caller, "I'm afraid you have the wrong number. There's no one here by that name." It would be a very stupid husband indeed who failed to notice.
Yes, I suppose it
But
would.
the crowning touch was those calls when there was no one on the line. One several days ago, one last night, and now one this morning.
But, Harvey,
I answer and there's no one on the line. But who's there when you answer? That's what I want to know, Linda. Well, what have you to say?
There isn't much I can say, Harvey.
Oh, then you admit it. Those calls were from someone I wasn't supposed to know about. Someone you're in love with.
Yes. Someone I'm in love with. Someone I've been trying to bring myself to tell you about.
Someone you've been meeting at Tawdry Rendezvous.
Nothing of the kind. We've met, yes. But they've been perfectly innocent meetings, lunch, and a walk in the park. Nothing worse than that.
You're a fool to expect me to believe that.
Yes, I suppose I am. And yet it's the truth.
Well, it doesn't matter. But may I inquire what your plans are?
I want a divorce, Harvey.
So that you can marry this unknown who telephones you and then hangs up when I answer.
Yes. And I'm sorry that ever happened. It was my fault. I suggested it. You see, I was afraid of you, Harvey.
Afraid? Of me? Of your loving husband?
I was. But I'm not anymore. I only want to be free of you. Free to marry the man I really love.
Very interesting, my dear, but slightly impractical. Do you really think I'd let anyone take you away from me?
I'm afraid you have no choice.
Well, you're wrong. It's you who have no choice. You're penniless, Linda. You have no family, no money, no training. You have only me.
What are you trying to say?
I'm just leading up to a story I have to tell you, Linda. A very tragic story which occurred only this afternoon.
And so Harvey tells Linda the story of the afternoon's events. Well, not the true story, of course, but she guesses the truth as he speaks and recoils in horror when he is finished.
Oh, you've killed him. You deliberately murdered him.
Nonsense. It was a tragic accident. The police have already exonerated
You
me.
killed him? Oh, no. No, I don't believe you. You're just trying to torture me.
You know me better than that. You know
That what I have, I keep at any cost.
Then you did kill him. You're a murderer.
Don't be hysterical, my dear. I shall be forced to discipline you.
I'm going to the police. I'm going to tell them the truth.
Linda, come back here.
No, you can't stop
Linda,
me.
come back.
Come back, I say.
Linda is gone before Harvey can get to the door. Harvey pauses, irresolute. Then he shrugs, turns back, sits down, lights a cigar.
Good cigar. I must remember to order another box.
And so, Linda, you've rushed off to the police. In your heart of hearts, you hope that I'm lying. Your first move will be to rush to a telephone. You'll put a nickel and dial with trembling fingers. You'll hear the phone at the other end ring. And with beating heart, you'll wait, hoping against hope that Donald Arkwright will answer. But he won't. And then you'll know I've told the truth. Then, will you come back first, or will you go on to the police? I rather think you'll go to the police. For you are excited just now. And you'll return with a detective or two. I shall have to explain to them, tell them of your hysterical spells. Then you and I will be left alone. And in a day or two, I think we'll leave on a little trip. Yes, up to my hunting lodge, where we can be alone there. And we'll get to know each other well again. Very well. And in the future... the bell. So you're back already, Linda. I guessed wrong. Just a moment, my dear. I'm coming.
Harvey crosses to the door, opens it, and recoils in surprise.
Good evening, Mr. Benson.
Well, if it isn't Sergeant Thomas. And I see my wife is with you.
Yes, we met in the lobby. She came back up with me. I'd like to come in.
Why, of course.
After you, Mrs. Benson. These other men will wait out here.
Thank you, Sergeant.
And now do sit down, Linda. And you too, Sergeant. Oh, cigar.
No, thanks. We might as well waste no time, Mr. Benson. We've recovered your friend's body.
Already? But surely you didn't come here to tell me that.
They know you killed him, Harvey. They know.
Please, Linda. You must forgive my wife, Sergeant. She's overwrought. I suppose she's been babbling some nonsense or other to you?
She told me a story. I don't think it's nonsense.
Of course it is. She's hysterical.
But there were witnesses, Harvey. There were witnesses.
What? That's absurd. There was no one within miles.
Except a camp of Boy Scouts. 4 of them with a scoutmaster were lying in the grass half a mile away when you drove up. They were watching for birds with field glasses.
You're lying.
And with natural curiosity, they turned their glasses on you. They saw your struggle on the cliff.
No, you're lying.
They went to another police barrack to report, or I'd have been here sooner. Here are copies of the affidavits they signed.
Affidavits?
Yeah. Look them over.
Affidavits. 5 of them. Yes, they seem to be in order. So there were witnesses. I dare say their evidence is unshakable.
You haven't a chance, Benson. Well, those men outside are city detectives. Are you going to come quietly?
Yes. Why not? What else is there to do?
You're caught, Harvey, and I'm glad.
Yes, I'm caught. But precious little good that'll do you, Linda, because he's dead. Do you hear? Donald Arkwright is dead.
Donald Arkwright?
Yes. You wonder how I knew it was he, don't you? Well, I hired a private detective.
Oh.
And he discovered that Arkwright had been phoning you, that you'd been slipping away to meet him. He managed to follow you to one of those innocent luncheons.
That luncheon? But that meeting was an accident.
A very clever accident, but not clever enough to save Arkwright, because he's dead, do you hear? And no matter what happens to me, I've beaten you.
You're insane. You always have been with your lust for power, and I never guessed it till now.
Fine words. But they won't change the fact that your beloved is dead and that I've taken him from you.
You killed Donald Arkwright because you thought I was in love with him. You've killed the wrong man.
No, I didn't. It was Arkwright. I know it.
Oh, no. Don Arkwright was just an old friend. The man I love is someone you've never met, whose name I see now you don't even know.
I don't believe you.
You've committed murder and you've been caught, and all for nothing.
No.
And that knowledge is worse to you than any punishment the law can inflict.
You're lying. It was Arkwright who phoned and hung up when I answered. I tell you it was. It couldn't have been anybody else. No.
Better answer it, Mrs. Benson.
No, I'll answer it. Hello? Hello? Hello!
This is the mysterious traveler again. Well, that was rather a hectic 24 hours for Harvey Benson, wasn't it? He shouldn't have been quite so sure of himself. It never pays. Those phone calls now. If you get any calls and find there's no one on the line, don't be quite as hasty as he was. You might get into a bad jam. I know someone else who didn't wait to make sure of his facts, and he... Oh, you're getting off here. Oh, I'm sorry. But I'm sure we'll meet again. I take this same train every week at this time.
You've just heard The Mysterious Traveler, a series of dramas of the strange and terrifying. In today's cast were Maurice Tarplin, Ted Osborne, Mary Jane Higby, Jack Manning, and James Van Dyke. Original music was played by Doc Whipple. The Mysterious Traveler is written and directed by Bob Arthur and David Cogan. Listen next week over most of these mutual stations to a tale titled
Death Whispers Softly.
Another tale of the Mysterious Traveler. The Mysterious Traveler is presented by the Mutual Network from our New York studios. Russ Dunbar speaking. What could have been in the little black box that led intelligence men, Nazi agents, and Mike Waring, the Falcon, on a chase of mystery and intrigue over 2 continents? You'll learn the answer when you hear Death Comes in Boxes, this Tuesday night's mystery on The Adventures of the Falcon. Tune in Tuesday for The Falcon. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Bold Venture. Adventure, intrigue, mystery, romance, starring Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall. Together in the sultry setting of tropical Havana and the mysterious islands of the Caribbean. Bold Venture. Once again, the magic names of Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall bring you Bold Venture and a tale of mystery and intrigue.
If I wasn't so tired, Slate, I'd take what's left of the night to thank you for putting me and the kid up.
Oh, what's to thank? Friend I haven't seen in 12 years comes to me with his little girl in the middle of the night, asks for a place to sleep. I sell it to him. That makes me big.
Makes you very attractive to us, Mr. Shannon. We've had a tiring journey. My father needs his rest.
And you don't, do you, honey?
You're wrong, Mr. Ball. I'm 11 years old and my bones are very weary.
We're giving you the bridle, sweet doll, so you can rest your weary bones on silk.
That'll be a welcome change. Thank you.
I got myself a queen, huh, Slate?
With diamonds in her eyes. Here's your room, Joe. And here's yours, Ruthie. Sleep good. We've got lots to remember in the morning.
Yeah. Good night, Slate. I'm glad it's you I found in Havana.
Before you go, Mr. Shannon.
You got change, sailor?
For what?
$1.
Change won't be necessary. My piggy bank dotes on dollar bills.
Ruthie, baby, don't be greedy.
It's not that, Pop. It's only that I'm sure Mr. Shannon and Mr. Vaughn will savor the delicious warm glow that comes to them who give up.
Honey child, I can learn so much from a girl like you. Give the piggy bank the buck, Slate. That's a good price for a warm glow.
A bargain. Here, Ruthie.
Thank you. Bless you. Good night.
Now, how about that? Joe Ryan with a kid. It does me good.
You like him, huh, Slate?
Oh, why shouldn't I? Joe's an artist. 10 years ago, he was the most promising light heavy in the ring. A cute right hand that only had to travel 6 inches.
What killed the promise?
What always kills it, sailor? Quick dough, women to match. When I met Joe, he was working the carnies, taking on all comers, me included. $50 to whoever could take him.
You fought him?
For 12 seconds, including the count. Took me 2 seconds to keep my oversized trunks from diverting the crowd. Otherwise,
Oh, sure you would. Lock up, Slate. We won't have any more customers tonight.
Wrong, lady. You got one here waiting in the shadow.
You want to register, mister?
Maybe later. First, I want to ask my old pal Joe Ryan a few pertinent questions about the accommodations.
Well, that's fair. Joe's room's up at the head of those stairs, 1B.
You show me, mister. I get lost in Havana hotels.
Look it.
But don't argue with a potential room and bath, Slate. Show the gentleman.
All right. Come on. Joe. Joe, it's Slate. There's a man here who...
Hey, look, Slate, I'm all... Hey, what is it?
Came to wish you pleasant dreams, Joe.
Joe. Joe.
Don't call him, mister. Joe will never answer you. And don't move or no one will ever answer you. Good night.
Ahoy! Senor Blake? Come aboard, senor. It's good to see you again so soon, senor.
You did me a fine favor, Curvio. In this envelope. $100.
Thank you. It was he, was he not? He was Senor Joe Ryan, like I told you, no?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like you told me. You'll never see him again, Curvio. Maybe his picture in the paper, but that's all.
It's a shame. Senor Ryan was a colorful hombre with his face. This I remarked to myself the whole time my boat brought him from Key West to Havana.
Point of information, amigo. What did Ryan pay you for bringing him to Havana?
Also 100. Perhaps I should have asked for more.
What do you mean?
I have heard it, Senor Blake. How Senor Ryan made a double cross concerning a fight. It has been whispered about. Ryan got suddenly rich. He's a fortunate man. However, now he's dead, see? He was a fortunate man, senor. Once upon a time.
Ruthie, don't look like that. Cry. Hide in the dark. Whatever a kid's supposed to do, and...
When her father's killed, I wouldn't know, Mr. Vaughn.
Come here. Let me hold you.
No. No.
Ruthie, I just want to...
I know. You want me to sit on your lap so you can rock me to sleep. I don't think I want anyone to touch me. Just Pop.
Ruthie, where's your mother? We could send for her.
She's dead when I was a little girl. Pop said she was pretty and very gentle.
No one else?
My Aunt Sarah. She lives in Camden. That's in New Jersey.
Ruthie, you wouldn't tell the police when they asked you about Joe. Would you tell us?
Yes, Mr. Shannon.
Why did he come to Havana?
He had a prize fight in Kansas City. Main event. He promised me it was his last. And Pop won. And then he went to a man. And the man gave him a lot of money. And it was late at night. We took a plane to Miami, and then the bus to Key West. Pop said, wait till we get to Havana, Ruthie. And Slate Shannon. And then there was a man with a boat, and it was late at night, and he brought us here.
The man with the boat. Who is he, Ruthie?
I don't know. It was a fast boat, and it moved through the water like its name, like a dolphin.
The Dolphin. That's what the boat was called?
Yes. Then we docked, and Pop carried me to your... He... Please. Please hold me.
Ruthie's giving you what you asked for, sailor. Rock her to sleep.
Quiero, mi hermosa. Ah, cuánto cuesta.
You. I want to talk to you.
The emotion, senor, is not shared by me, by this hermosa senorita.
On your feet.
What do you want of me?
You've been pointed out as the buster who owns a boat called the Dolphin.
Oh, senor, you wish to make it for hire of my boat. Oh, si, sit down. We will make talk, dicker, and establish prices satisfactory to both.
Let's talk about Joe Ryan.
Por favor, I do not understand.
Joe Ryan, guy you brought over from Key West.
The gentleman who fights fisticuffs. Si, Joe Ryan. I did it to him, brought him to Havana. It was my pleasure and my honor. He's illustrious with fame, a matador of the squared circle. As I have said, it was my pleasure and my honor.
You sent him to my hotel and fingered him, didn't you?
Senor, you are hurting my...
Didn't you?
No, senor. I swear it upon everything. No, I did not do it. Perhaps, senor.
Perhaps what?
Senor Ryan, such a well-known man. Perhaps word of his arrival was well-known. The Chamber of Commerce would...
Sleep with it, Corvio. Something tells me you're going to need the rest.
Anybody here?
Good evening. You looking for a room?
I'm looking for a little girl named Ruthie Ryan.
Ruthie? She's sleeping. I don't think she ought to
Wake up, please. I'm her mother.
Oh, back from the beyond, huh?
What are you talking about?
Ruthie's mother is dead.
Of course she is. Joe Ryan and I were going to get married.
Joe's dead, too.
That's why I want Ruthie. I promised Joe if anything ever happened to him, I'd take care of Ruthie.
Funny. Ruthie never mentioned you. She talked about an Aunt Sarah in Camden, New Jersey. That's where we're going to send her. My advice to you is to go to Camden.
Look, where's Ruthie? I didn't come here to listen to a lot of...
Back up, girlie.
Look, you...
As long as we're going to hassle, we might as well make some rules. Queensberry, catch as catch can.
Hey,
hair.
You don't know what you're doing. You don't...
Either you wait in Camden or wait in that chair over there. Wait till Slate gets back.
You didn't let me finish. I said you didn't know what you're doing. You just bought a ticket to nowhere at all.
I've never been up this early, Mr. Shannon. Pop and I always slept late in the morning. We always left a real late call.
Your plane takes off at 5:45, Ruthie. We've got to give the Jeep plenty of time to get there.
Get in, honey. Ever ridden in a Jeep?
No. Is it fun?
After you've ridden in this one, Ruthie, you'll be a child with a past.
Well, let's not overplay it, huh, sailor? The crate may be knock-kneed, but she...
I know. She gets you there. Fasten your safety belt, Ruthie. Once Slate gets into those upswept goggles, he's... Hey, what? Slate, it's...
I came to lift a burden, Shannon. Joe's little girl. Give it to me.
A killer complete with black car. Consider it, sailor.
Give me the kid, Shannon. Unless you want this gun to make that Jeep your fist.
Do what he says, Slate. Do it.
Go with the man, Ruthie. Ruthie, we...
Don't be frightened for me. I'll go.
Smart kid. Bright. Glad I got a little girl like you, baby. Hey, give me a hand. Oops, Daisy. Now the baggage, Shannon. All of it. In my back seat. Your tip, Porter. Don't run after us. Because my offer still stands. You'll die. Now, back to Bold Venture. Our stars, Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall, and the second act of our story.
Inspector LaSalle? Inspector?
Observe, please, the sign on the wall above my desk, senorita. Silencio. A free translation of which concerns the keeping shut of the mouth. Do it to yours.
Look, LaSalle, you've been sitting there on that swivel of yours for the past hour, just looking at us. What's the matter? Don't you believe us? A friend of mine was knocked off in front of my eyes. His little girl was taken away from us. I gave you the description of the killer. I also suggested you pick up a guy who runs a boat between Key West and Havana. Sailor gave you...
So many gifts you give me. I bow low. Another question, Senor Shannon. Since when is it your duty to do mayhem upon citizens who run boats between here and Key West? To force them to go into hiding so that he cannot be traced.
And what about the other?
I point to another sign, senorita. E-X-I-T, which spells exit, which stems from the Latin, meaning close the door softly.
Well, you just can't throw us out of your office, LaSalle. You've got murder on your hands, and you need us to help.
E-X-I-T.
Oh. Now, let's go, sailor. Now, what are you going to do with a bird brain like him?
That's not important, Slate. What about Ruthie?
Well, that's a good question. You got a good answer? Well, neither have I.
That's not there, Connie. Nowhere in Joe's baggage or the kids. I went over it with a fine-edged razor blade. Bags, clothes, the deal. It's not there.
Ruthie knows where it is, don't you, baby? All that money your double-crossing daddy took away from us in Kansas City?
You killed him.
Joe did wrong, baby.
Now, look, Ruthie. Your daddy won a fight he shouldn't have won. He made us a promise, and he broke his promise. And when a man breaks a promise like that, he dies. Now, look, honey. Tell us where the money is, huh? You tell us where the money is, I buy you a doll, put a gold piece in that piggy bank, let Mr. Shannon and Mr. Val live a long time.
They loved my father. They loved me. They were sending me back to Aunt Sarah. You leave them alone.
Tell us where, Ruthie, and you can still go to your Aunt Sarah. Now? Well, maybe after a nap, huh? After you've dreamed how nice it'll be, Shannon and that Mr. Val don't have to go away like Joe did. Braid her hair, Connie, like you told me you used to do when Joe was around.
The thing to consider if you're a boxing man, a lion-hearted slugger or a fancy Dan. Shun those fellows who are quick on the draw. A bullet is more final than a hook to the jaw. This suggestion is open to all who hear, and for Joe Ryan who will shed a tear. He was a man
Cut it out, King.
who tried to win twice.
I said cut it out.
Mr. Slate, I was only trying to put into music what...
But you're not looking at the look on Slate's face, King.
I, too, am unhappy about what has happened. This of my music is how I feel about it. This is the only way I know how to tell about it.
Go out and sing it to the seagulls.
See what I mean? We better just fold our tents, King, and make like Arabs.
Get out of the way, sailor. Well, I've got to hand it to you, Corvio. You've got a lot of guts. That's not going to change one...
Gently, gently, senor. It is to your advantage that I am here. If you break my face, I will not be able to talk to you.
Talk, Chico.
For how much money?
I'm going to have to pay, huh?
Hey!
What does that buy me? That buy me anything?
That you are a fool. Do you think I walked in here to enjoy watching myself being beaten? You think that you are a fool?
What are you selling?
Where is a child called Ruth and a woman called Connie Jordan and a killer called Eddie Blake?
I could break every...
Break. It will only get you broken things. Not where are these people. $100 will get you that.
Okay.
$100.
Where are they?
Casamira Blanca in Puente Toreno.
Grab the $100 out of the safe, sailor, and slip it into his pocket. Then we're going to carry him to Puente Toreno.
That duck, Senor Shannon. Look how she waits in moon clothes with open arms to embrace your hermosa boat, your pretty boat.
You're a poetic water rat, aren't you, Cavillo?
I give you this added attraction free for nothing.
We've got soft water in this port, I hear. Maybe it'll wash off.
I doubt it. A man like Cavillo here leaves a stain a foot deep. Got your motor, sailor. Ease her in. Hold it. Hold it. I'll tie her up. You too, Cavillo. Come on. She's fast, sailor. Wait here for me.
You're not going alone, Slade.
That's right. I'm not going alone. Cavillo here is going to hold my hand.
Oh, listen to me. If I show me to them, they will...
Kill you, Cavillo. I'll plead your case. Come on.
Slade, they could kill you, too.
Here's a dime, sailor. If I'm not back in half an hour, call the local gendarmes. And don't forget, I'll want change. Your arm, Cavillo.
Please, senor. I give you big bonus for this $100. This is the room. Let me go from you now.
I'll need you to knock on the door, Cavillo. Knock.
Oh, senor.
I could use your head for a door knocker. I could...
What makes a thin-lipped man like you so passionate? See, I knock. I knock.
You should never have found me, Shannon.
Once I showed you the way, killer. Cavillo here showed me the way. It's a world full of people who do you favors. It makes me have faith again.
And make a prayer for your guide, Shannon.
Oh, senor, it is only that
I told him I'd plead his case. You don't give a man time to take a breath, do you, killer?
Yeah, suddenly went fresh, Shannon. Curvio always smelled of dead barracuda. Breathe how fresh the air is now. I give you one deep breath.
I want Joe's kid. I want Ruth.
I promised her I'd give you back to her dead. I don't want to break my word to a good little girl like Ruthie.
You give me to her like that, they bury Joe's double-cross money with me.
You had it all the time? I underestimated Joe. I thought he'd keep it close to his heart.
In my hotel safe in Havana, you give me Ruth, I send you the dough.
I got a better idea. Just flashed through my head.
I saw sparks as it went through.
We'll all go to Havana. You, Ruthie, Connie, me. It's gone. You like my idea?
It's a stunner. Get the kid.
Move Corvio out of the doorway, huh, Shannon? I don't want the sight of him to spoil my trip. We got ourselves a rough night, haven't we, Shannon?
Now, don't worry about it. Ruthie okay, sailor?
Mm-hmm. She's below with Connie. They're both trying to sleep.
How much did Ryan run out with, Blake?
Don't you know? I thought you said you had it in your safe. And you know a thing? You better have it in your safe.
Joe gave it to me in an envelope. It had his name on it. I didn't open it.
You should have. You would have gotten a smile out of 20 grand. $21,000 bills.
It's a lot of dough for a win in Kansas City.
Ryan was supposed to go in the tank, but he didn't. He threw a right that knocked his opponent into the third row. Ryan sold me out.
I'd sell you out, too. Let's face it, Mr. Blake. You're the type.
You were telling me a story.
Yeah, sure, a story. Ryan made a deal with a bookie. I got to the bookie. He told me after it was all over. Said he paid off Ryan in 20 G notes.
And you feel you're entitled to it, huh?
Yeah, look at the trouble I went through.
Ruthie, what are you doing up here? Come on. Let's take you and your piggy bank down below.
I wasn't sleepy, Mr. Vaughn.
Come over here, Ruthie. You can hold the wheel.
Miss Jordan fell asleep. She tried to ask me where Daddy's money is. I wouldn't tell her. She drowsed off.
That's all right, Ruthie. We know where the money is.
You do?
Of course we do.
But how do you know? I never told you.
You'd better go down to the cabin, Ruthie.
Wait a minute, kid. I said wait.
Mr. Ball, catch my piggy bank.
What?
Catch it.
There's your money, Blake. Get it.
Hey, the wind is blowing
Get it,
away.
Blake. There goes another one. You missed it, huh? Well, there's one over there.
Help me pick it.
Thanks for asking.
You know, people, if I had caught that piggy bank, Mr. Blake wouldn't be flat on his back now.
Pop put it in my bank. It was there all the time.
Hey, what's going on up there?
I'll go down and talk Miss Jordan back to sleep. Lock us in.
Nice kid, huh?
I was like that when I was a little girl. I grew up nice, too, didn't I?
I'll let you know when we get home. Give me the wheel, sailor.
You like it, Slade?
Turn around.
All right. Nifty, huh?
Yeah. It's a marvel to me what they do with bathing suits in this day and age.
Ruthie sent it to me from Camden, New Jersey. This is the first time I've ever had a bathing suit from Camden.
Well, the material is nice, but it's a little baggy in the knees, don't you think?
Don't knock it, Slade. The kid sent it to me, and I'm going to wear it.
Well, you could put a tuck in here, and here a tuck, and here a tuck, and everywhere a tuck. Pocket here. What are you going to do with the sleeves?
This. Like 'em around your neck?
What's to like? They're all wool. They itch.
Then try this. Like that?
Try it again.
All right. Well?
They still itch.
Here, you can have them.
What am I going to do with woolen sleeves?
You can wear them for open-toed socks.
Now, come here, sailor. Now, put your arms around my neck. All silk. I love it.
And so, our two stars, Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall, have brought to a close our latest Bold Venture story. Special music was composed and conducted by David Rose. May we invite you to listen again next week at this time for another exciting adventure starring Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall together in Bold Venture.
Crisco's radio newspaper with Bernardine Flynn. Brought to you by Crisco, the pure all-vegetable shortening. It's digestible. Now, Bernardine Flynn.
Thank you, Durward, and hello, friends. Before Durward Kirby brings us the latest world news, I want to tell you a little story about Sergeant Louis Newbar, who is stationed at Fort Douglas, Utah. Sergeant Newbar, it seems, just doesn't like to be crowded. So, for a long time, he's made it a practice to get up a little earlier than the rest of the soldiers in the barracks so he can shave ahead of the washroom rush. The other morning, he was awakened by noises coming from the squad room. Time to get up, he said to himself, and drowsily threw the covers back and hustled down to shave. He carefully finished the job and then returned to the barracks, for some reason or other not feeling as though he'd had enough sleep. And when he re-entered the barracks, the truth dawned on him. No wonder he felt as though he hadn't slept enough. It was only 1 o'clock in the morning. The noise he'd heard was some of the boys just coming in. And now, Durward, what's the latest world news?
American heavy bombers picked up the air offensive against Western Europe this morning, Bern. Our flying fortresses blasted targets at Brunswick, one of Germany's major manufacturers of aircraft engines, as well as an important communications center. The fortresses were escorted into their target by formations of American and British fighters. Early reports say there was heavy anti-aircraft fire, but practically no German fighter plane opposition. Our Liberators and other planes also bombed the French invasion coast. In London, Britain's Air Minister, Sir Archibald Sinclair, says that air supremacy over Germany to blast open the road to Berlin now lies within the grasp of the Allies. He says that our historic aerial offensive is producing visible, measurable, and progressive results. However, Sinclair cautions that Germany is still capable of striking back in heavy force. General Arnold, the United States Army's air chief, has commended the 15th Air Force in Italy for last week's raids on German aircraft plants. He says that those attacks laid the foundations for final and decisive operations in the future. In Italy, the heaviest artillery duels in 10 days have broken the lull on the Anzio beachhead. British troops have broken up a series of small German attacks, and other Allied troops have mopped up a number of Germans who wriggled through the lines near Cassino. From Russia, Premier Joseph Stalin has sent a message to President Roosevelt predicting that the time is near when the Allies will defeat Hitlerite Germany. On the Russian battlefronts today, the Red Army is racing over the approaches to Pskov and nearing the outskirts of the town itself. In Moscow, a special Russian atrocity commission has made a full report on the brutality of German occupation forces at Kiev. The commission is holding Field Marshal von Manstein, the German commander in southern Russia, responsible for 195,000 murders in the Kiev area. Finland's parliament held a secret session this morning, presumably to discuss chances for an acceptable separate peace with Russia. And there is also a report that Sweden will do its best to provide Finland with food if the Finns get out of the war. On the other side of the world, there is good news in our war against the Japs. First of all, the Navy Department reveals that our submarines have sunk 14 more Japanese merchant vessels. And in New Delhi, Admiral Mountbatten has issued an order of the day to his forces in Burma, saying that their complete victory on the Arakan front has given the Japanese a crack they will remember. In the Southwest Pacific, American air and naval forces have delivered another heavy blow to Japanese shipping, destroying or damaging 29 Japanese planes, 34 barges, and 2 cargo ships. And the Japs admit that they lack sufficient aircraft to cope with the growing Allied offensive action. In this hemisphere, in Buenos Aires, the police say that they seized documents of the German Transocean News Agency to prove that it was connected with spy rings in countries bordering Argentina. Also, the Tokyo radio, by the way, has come forth with one of the best of the war's wisecracks. Unconscious variety, that is. After telling of new American successes, the Jap announcer asked, "What shall we do now?" And then solemnly answered his own question by saying, "Now is the time that the people of Japan should stand up with resolute determination, glaring at the enemy." Well, some Marine probably has the answer to that one with, "Glare ahead, brother, we're coming in anyway." And that's the top of today's World News. Now, Bernardine, I believe you have something of interest for our listeners.
The other day I was talking to a woman who runs a cooking school, and we got to comparing notes, particularly about Crisco. She said she'd just never seen so many dyed-in-the-wool butter users who are being won over to Crisco for cakes.
Well, that wasn't any surprise to you, was it, Fern?
No, but I'm glad I'm not the only one who's noticing it. Really, friends, don't you think butter for cakes got to be kind of a habit? Why, with Crisco, you can make some of the best-tasting cakes you ever put in your mouth. Full of flavor, wonderful texture, and light as a feather. Like the maple walnut cake I made yesterday. You just add chopped walnuts to a regular yellow layer cake batter. And for the frosting, use a boiled icing with maple syrup in it. Anyway, the cake was delicious. As good as any butter cake ever thought of being.
And what about that lighter cake secret of Crisco's, Vern?
Oh, yes. Why, friends, do you know that with Crisco, you can make a lighter cake than with any other shortening, even the most expensive? It's amazing to think a shortening can make that much difference. But you just try a Crisco cake and see. See if you ever tasted a cake quite as light or one that was quite as good.
Now, Bernardine, how about another story?
This is a story about the Red Cross, Durward. Not long ago, Red Cross relief representatives were standing on a dock under a hot African sun and watching a large gray refugee ship move in through the harbor. There were children on board, 300 or 400 young refugees from Greece. There were adults on the ship, too, many of them ill, others forlorn and bewildered. They had seen their country ruthlessly devastated by the Germans. For most of them, everything they'd ever owned had been lost. They had only the baggage they carried. One very old lady refused the assistance of a young native boy who ran out to help her. She was afraid to let her few pitiful belongings out of her sight. Then there was a little girl, blonde and blue-eyed and not more than 6 years old. She had no baggage at all. All she owned was on her back, a shapeless dress made from an old burlap sack. As the refugees streamed onto the dock, Red Cross workers passed among them, distributing refreshments and clothing and making assignments for temporary homes. The little girl in the burlap was given a new Red Cross dress. She didn't know what to say. She hugged it to her and stared at the Red Cross worker with unbelieving eyes. It had been so long since she'd had anything pretty or clean or new. The next day, though, the Red Cross workers were surprised to see the little girl still wearing her ragged gunny sack dress. "Where's your new dress, dear?" the Red Cross lady asked her. "Did you lose it?" The child was silent for a moment, and she looked up timidly and said, "Please, my mother had to stay behind in Greece. Someday I'm going back and find her, and please, I want to save my Red Cross dress for her." Heartwarming, sincere little stories like this are told every day by the thousands of Red Cross workers all over the world. The Red Cross is on the job, lending a helping hand on the battlefields, in the liberated countries, and on the home front. They help the needy regardless of race or color or nationality. Tomorrow, friends, the Red Cross begins its annual membership drive. The goal is set high this year, for there is much work to be done. That means we must back the Red Cross more than ever. You and I, and the people who live up the street, and those around the corner, and on the other side of town. Each one of us must do all we can to see that this great organization is kept going at full strength. When one of the volunteer workers calls on us, let's give and give again, for the Red Cross needs our help.
You're very right, Vern. Our contributions couldn't go for a better cause.
By the way, Durwood, how was your trip to New York last week?
Oh, it was swell, Vern, just swell. It was a bond-selling trip, you know, and we really sold the bonds, approximately $10 million worth in all.
Wonderful.
And it was the first time I'd been to New York in 10 years.
Oh?
And believe me, it sure has changed. The thing that struck me most was the number of different uniforms you see on the sidewalks of New York. I saw fighting men and women from every one of the United Nations and from every branch of their armed forces. It was really a wonderful sight. And it sort of set my spine to tingling to know that all those people, New Zealanders, Canadians, British, French, Dutch, Russians, and all the others are fighting shoulder to shoulder with us to help make the world a happier place in which to live. And just to look at their faces, you just know we can't lose.
Oh, it must have been thrilling, Durwood.
It surely was. You know, I also got a big kick out of going up to the top of the Empire State Building. A stranger in town, you know.
Yeah.
We were 1,028 feet above the street, 102 stories, and the wind that day was blowing 55 miles an hour at that height.
Ooh.
And listen, when you get to New York again, Vern, you don't want to miss a ride on the Staten Island Ferry. It's a half-hour trip for just a nickel.
Wow.
And the subways, you can ride all over the city for 5 cents. You really get your money's worth in transportation out of a nickel in New York.
Well, how are traveling conditions, Durwood?
Pretty crowded. You know, I couldn't get a plane reservation Sunday night, and I was lucky, very lucky, to get train tickets. I tell you, the government means it when it says very sincerely, please don't travel unless you have to, because everything is jam-packed.
And now, Durwood, what's the latest on the home front?
Well, the OPA announced just about 2 hours ago that the point values of pork and many beef cuts will be sharply reduced starting Sunday. The pork reductions will range from 1 to 3 points, and only spare ribs will remain unchanged. The beef cuts used for roasts, rib steaks, and stews also will be reduced 1 to 2 points. The OPA says on the average we will get 8% more meat next month. However, point values for veal, lamb, mutton, butter, cheese, lard, and other dairy products will be unchanged in March.
Durwood, what's the latest on the draft today?
The reports from nearly every state in the Union show that draft quotas are not being met.
What's the answer to that, Durwood?
There are various opinions. Senator Johnson and Senator Wheeler disagree with President Roosevelt's medical commission and think the armed forces should lower their physical standards to take more 4Fs. And others point out that about the only substantial manpower pool left, that is outside of the fathers, is the group of 2 million single men with occupational deferments. And of course you know that President Roosevelt has ordered all occupational deferments reviewed.
Elsewhere on the home front, the Commerce Department says that 1 out of every 3 American families now has an income of more than $3,000 a year. That compares with only 1 in 10 families between 1935 and 1940.
And another survey shows that it takes at least $13.23 a week to buy food for a family of 5 in New York City. Well, that's $2.16 more than last year. Say, Bern, someone asked me why ration tokens are needed. Can you explain that?
Oh, easily. You see, red stamps and blue stamps in Ration Book 4 will each be worth 10 points. Instead of getting your change in stamps, you now get tokens which are good indefinitely. Do you ever experiment when you're cooking? You know, make up recipes? Well, last week I had some bologna and I thought, now that would be grand for dinner if I can just think of some new way of cooking it.
I think I smell a recipe coming along.
Well, I did put together a dish I thought was good. It's very simple. Bologna and noodle put together, I called it. Maybe you'd like to try it. You just fry cubes of bologna, chopped onions, and some sliced mushrooms in piping hot Crisco. When the bologna and onion have a nice crisp brown look, mix in the cooked noodles and heat thoroughly. Then serve. I think your family will like it. Mine cleaned up every last speck.
And ladies, don't forget that with Crisco in your frying pan, you don't have to worry about upset digestions either.
I should say not. Why, Crisco fried foods are so digestible, even the youngsters can enjoy them.
You see, Crisco is pure and all vegetable, digestible itself, and it's the finest quality shortening you can use. Now, remember, with Crisco, everything you cook tastes better, and it's digestible.
And now, Durward, what's our last story?
It seems that Navy chaplains never forget themselves, even though they do travel in an atmosphere of, shall I say, purple vocabularies. Take, for instance, Chaplain Lonnie Meacham of Virginia Beach. As the story goes, he was standing in the chow line when someone accidentally spilled hot soup on him. And the dignified chaplain didn't say a word for a moment, and then he slowly turned around to the men behind him and he said, "Would some of you fellows say a few appropriate words, please?" Well, friends, that's all for now. Join us again tomorrow for another edition of Crisco's Radio Newspaper.
Durward Kirby will bring you the latest world news.
Bernadine Flynn will give you the colorful human interest side of the news.
And we're both saying goodbye for Crisco. It's digestible.
Inheritance. The National Broadcasting Company, in cooperation with the American Legion, presents a story out of that great composite of visions, struggles, and victories of the American past. Our Inheritance. Yes, we Americans are heirs to a vast fortune compounded of many things. Of the great sea victories of old Ironsides, a tattered army shivering through the winter at Valley Forge, the voice of a great bell proclaiming liberty, and a brave band fighting hopeless odds at the Alamo. Let us now go back to a significant chapter in America's history, one which we all share in our inheritance. This is a tribute to the Texas Rangers, whose role in American history began when Texas was still a part of Mexico. Through the years and after Texas became one of the United States, the Rangers won enduring fame for their skill in handling Indian disturbances, in capturing outlaws, and in bringing cattle rustlers to justice. Tonight we tell of the Special Force of Texas Rangers. The story is typical of the exceptional bravery and cool courage which these Rangers have given us as a part of our inheritance. In 1874, in his office at Austin, Texas, Governor Davis is interrupted by his private secretary.
Excuse me, Governor. There's a Mr. L.H. McNally to see you. Something about the Special Force of Rangers.
Oh, yes, Hutchins. I'm hoping he'll head it.
Head the force, sir? But who ever heard of this McNally?
I have, Mr. Hutchins. And during the late war, so did several thousand Union soldiers, to their regret.
This McNally was on the Confederate side?
He was. And a braver man or a finer soldier you'll never find.
But, Governor, The Texas Rangers are different from regular soldiers.
You're right, Hutchins. And this McNelly is no ordinary soldier. He's an expert in guerrilla warfare, a brave and a resourceful man. Now, please show him in.
Yes, sir. The governor will see you, Mr. McNelly.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. McNelly. Please sit down.
Thank you, Governor.
Now, I'll come right to the point, Mr. McNelly. As you undoubtedly have heard, along the Rio Grande, there's a lot of cattle rustling going on. The outlaws cross the river, steal a herd of cattle, and escape across the Rio Grande into Mexico. This must be stopped.
Sir, can't the U.S. troops do the job?
Unfortunately, no. Negotiations are underway between the American and Mexican governments to permit U.S. soldiers to follow rustlers into Mexico. But in the meantime, our ranchers are losing thousands of head of cattle each year. The state of Texas must take action. Now, I propose to create a special force of Texas Rangers.
A special force? Why not use the Frontier Battalion of the Rangers?
The Frontier Battalion has too much to do now. They have a full-time job maintaining law and order throughout the state. Now, the main job, and at the start, the sole job of this special force, will be to stop those cattle rustlers from across the Rio Grande.
I see.
Mr. McNelly, I want you to head that special force.
But I'm a Democrat, Governor, while you're a Republican.
I'm not looking for a politician, but a soldier and a brave man. My experience on the other side of the lines from you convinces me that you are the man for the job.
Thank you, sir.
Will you take the assignment?
But, Governor, I've just been married.
Well, your wife can accompany you.
I know,
and
but,
you can pick your own men.
Well, very well, sir. I accept.
Thank you, Captain McNelly. I'm sure your special force will be a credit to the Texas Rangers.
Captain McNelly carefully selected the 30 men who were to be in his command. Some were former Rangers. All were chosen for their courage, resourcefulness, and expert handling of carbine and revolver. Sent to its station on the river not far from Rio Grande City, the special force settled down, alert and ready for action. But the cattle rustlers lay low. Captain McNelly's bride soon adapted herself to the hardships of the frontier.
Breakfast's about ready, dear.
Morning, Lucy. And how's my Frontier bride?
Oh, just fine. I'm getting to like it here.
You don't mind this Dobie house?
Well, it's a little different from our home in Austin, but I don't mind.
Ah, that coffee smells good.
Oh, next time any of the men go into Rio Grande City, have them bring back some eggs. These are the last 3 in the house.
Your wish is our command, Lucy. I've only to mention we need eggs, and the whole special force will be glad to gallop into town and back again.
Oh.
It would give them something to do.
Oh, are the men restless?
Very much so. In the months we've been down here, there's been almost nothing for them to do. Patrols and camp routine can get very monotonous for men who want action.
I know.
You hear something?
Yes. Well, there's a rider coming down the road. He's turning in here.
Oh. Well, sounds like that horse has been run hard. Hello out there.
You Captain McNelly?
That's right.
Major Moreland, Fort Ringgold, got this message for you.
Thank you. Raiders last night crossed Rio Grande with herd of stolen cattle at point near Las Cuevas, ranch of notorious rustler Juan Flores. He will take appropriate action promptly. It's signed by His Excellency, the Governor. Las Cuevas. Well, that's about across the river from Fort Ringgold.
That's right, Captain.
Sergeant Duncan.
Yes, sir.
Come here at once.
Yes, Captain?
How many men in camp, Sergeant?
11, sir. The others are out on patrol.
We'll need all the men for this job. Send Corporal Bland after the patrol. Have him bring them back as fast as possible.
Yes, sir.
You will take charge and move with all possible speed through Rio Grande City and on to Fort Ringgold. I shall wait for you there. Issue every man 10 days' rations and plenty of ammunition.
Yes, sir. Kind of sounds like there's some excitement to do.
There is, Sergeant. Very definitely there is. Have Ginger saddled right away.
Yes, sir.
Dear, you will be careful.
Oh, of course, my dear. Now, don't worry. We'll get these cattle back, and no rustler's going to stop us.
Please take care.
Don't worry, Lucy. Come on, man. Let's get over to the stable. I'll ride back to Rio Grande City.
Yes, sir.
Hold there.
Captain McNally, Special Force of Texas Rangers.
Oh, hello, Captain McNally.
Is Major Moreland on the post?
Yes, sir. Just saw him going over to headquarters.
Well, thanks, Sentry.
You're welcome, Captain.
Come in.
Major Moreland?
Come in, Captain McNally. It's good to see you. Have a chair.
Thank you, Major.
What can I do for you, Captain?
I'd like your support, sir.
Support? For what?
For that telegram you relayed to me. The governor's ordered me to take appropriate action against cattle thieves who drove a herd of longhorns across the Rio Grande last night.
The squadron officers and I have been discussing that problem.
You've been debating whether to uphold law and order?
We have been discussing the wisdom of crossing the Rio Grande.
Well, Major, if you want someone to take the lead, I'll be glad to do so, as soon as my rangers get here.
Mm-hmm. And how many men do you have, Captain?
30.
30 men. Why, that's a mere handful.
These are Texas Rangers, sir. They can give an excellent account of themselves.
I don't doubt it, but 30 men.
True, not the best odds, Major.
You're right, they're not. Well, will you join me for dinner, or do you wish to wait for your meeting?
Well, they can't reach here before nightfall. I'll be glad to have dinner with you, Major.
Good, Captain. I think you'll find our mess quite excellent.
Whoa, boy, whoa. Sergeant Duncan is the named sentry. In charge of Special Force Texas Rangers.
Dismount, be recognized. All right, Sergeant. Captain McNally's at headquarters that way, please.
Thanks.
Come in.
Sergeant Duncan reporting, Captain.
Good evening, Sergeant. Major Moreland, this is my orderly sergeant.
How do you do?
Glad to know you, Major. Captain, the men haven't had no chance to eat since morning. It's all right if we take time for chow.
By all means, Sergeant. How are the men?
Fine, sir. Tired, but ready for anything. Any orders, sir?
Well, Governor wants us to get back some stolen cattle.
Where are the cattle, Captain?
On the other side of the Rio Grande in Mexico.
As soon as we've had chow, we'll be ready, sir.
Well, it's 9 o'clock now. If the men want to go ahead tonight, tell them we'll start across the river at 1 a.m.
Yes, sir. With a few hours' rest and some food, I reckon the men and horses will be as good as new.
I think your expedition into Mexico is dangerous, Captain McNally. How do you know how many men you'll be facing?
No, we don't, and we won't know until we face them. It's a chance we have to take. Rangers seldom worry about the number of the enemy. Sure you won't join us, Major Moreland?
I can't. I must have explicit orders. We can only offer to cover your return and to try to rescue you if you're besieged.
Thank you, Major. Come on, Duncan. Let's see that the men get some food.
It's 1 o'clock, Captain. Shall we move out?
Yes, Sergeant. Tell the men to move quietly. There's no moon tonight, but the rustlers may have posted guards.
All right, men. Mount up. Keep quiet. Don't look too good, Captain. River's awful boggy around here.
I think we can make it, Sergeant. Now just take it easy and quiet as possible.
Yes, sir.
We're across all right, Sergeant.
Yes, Captain, but look at that bank there. It's nigh on impossible to get the horses up there.
Yeah, you're right. And we can't afford the time to find an easier slope. We leave the horses here and go ahead on foot.
On foot, Captain? It's a mighty long walk to the one Flores ranch.
No, not more than 5 miles or so. But we must be there by daybreak. We've got to have surprise in our favor.
Yes, sir. All right, men. Leave your mounts. We go the rest of the way on foot. Corporal Bland?
Yes, Sergeant.
Take charge of the horses. Have them ready for our return.
Okay, Sergeant. If there's any excitement, I don't want to be left out.
You're going to stay with the horses, Bland.
Okay for now, but you'd better send a man to relieve me if things get exciting.
All right, see what can be done.
Sergeant Duncan, take an advance detail of 10 men. Have them spread out as skirmishers, about a dozen yards between men. Have them move forward with utmost caution. Now, if they encounter any pickets, try to take them prisoners. But if they attempt an outcry...
Yes,
then,
sir, I get you. We passed the Cuchara Ranch, Captain. Las Cuevas is just ahead.
Good. It's starting to get light. Get the men together. Use hand signals. We've got to keep quiet.
Yes, sir.
Everyone here, Sergeant? Good. Then, we have 2 jobs to do. Capture the rustlers and return the stolen cattle. I hope we can do this without bloodshed, but the job is going to be done. It's getting lighter every minute. We won't wait any longer.
Captain, look. Look across the clearing. It's a long line of Mexican soldiers. About 100 cavalry, a couple of 100 foot soldiers.
Ah, I see them. Well, this calls for a change of strategy. We can't retreat now. If we do, none of us will ever get back across the river alive.
What are your orders, sir?
Form the men into 2 ranks of 15 men each. We shall march straight forward.
Straight forward? Right at the enemy?
Right at the enemy, Sergeant. We shall try a great bluff. I hope it works.
Yes, sir. All right. Form 2 lines, men. 15 men to a line. Ready? Forward. March. The Mexicans are puzzled, Captain.
I expected they would be, Sergeant. We're about 100 yards from them now.
To the rear! March!
Madre mia. Those crazy Americanos, they beg us to follow them. Shall we not do so, mi general?
No, Major Garcia. I do not like the looks of this. It may be a trap. They would appear small in number to lure us into an ambush of many soldiers.
There were but 30 of them, and we are 300.
Correction, Major. We see but 30 of them.
But how can they
Silencio, Major. We wait. It is better that we see
But, General, I tell you that you...
Company, halt! Take cover, men. Hold your fire, unless you're fired upon.
It worked, Captain. Your bluff worked. They've not made a move in our direction.
When you're outnumbered, it's better to puzzle an enemy than to attack him.
Those Mexicans, they don't know what to make of it. What do we do now, Captain?
We sit tight. We can't retreat. If they find out how few we are, we're done for. We must send for reinforcements.
Reinforcements?
I shall ask Major Morland for a detachment of cavalry. He said he could send aid if we were besieged. Detail a man to take a message back to Fort Ringgold. Find someone who won't get caught.
Yes, sir. Well, how's about Private Meeks? Why, he could wiggle through a mess of barbed wire and never get himself scratched.
Very good, Sergeant. And aid is imperative, for the Rangers are outnumbered 10 to 1. Signed, McNelly commanding.
Captain, here's Private Meeks. I told him about the detail.
Good. Meeks, give this note to the commanding officer of the fort.
Yes, sir.
Think you can make it back all right, Meeks?
Captain, sir, there's nothing alive can stop me.
Good luck, Meeks. So, they've started shooting. Sergeant Duncan, warn the men to fire only when they have a good target in their sights. We can't afford to waste ammunition.
Yes, sir.
me, General. We have not yet attacked in force.
Major Garcia, I have ordered 4 charges. Each one has been repulsed. Those Americanos shoot with too great accuracy.
If we but ordered all the men in one big charge.
And have no soldiers left in support. Major, you talk, but you do not make sense.
Si, mi General.
What are our losses?
20 men dead, 34 wounded.
And the Americanos?
I do not know. I have seen none fall.
Perhaps we should consider a flag of truce. Perhaps we can persuade the Americanos to go back across the Rio Grande.
What's the meaning of this, Lieutenant Jones? Major Morland sent you to help us. Now you're preparing to leave.
Captain McNally, your position here is untenable, sir. Sometime tonight, those Mexican troops will make an attack. And such a night attack can't be repulsed by so small a force.
You think not?
Oh, sir, even the 30 cavalrymen in my command merely double your force. That's 60 men against maybe 600. No, Captain. I must take my troops back to Fort Ringgold. Your position's hopeless. If they attack tonight, you and your men will be wiped out.
We shall give a good account of ourselves.
Goodbye, and good luck, Captain.
Goodbye, Lieutenant.
Captain, there's a flag of truce over on the Mexican side.
I see it, Sergeant. Good. Order the men to hold their fire. Send 10 men to me. Order the others concealed.
Yes, sir. Ten men reporting, Captain.
Very well, Syker. Men, line up behind me. Have your guns ready. I think this flag of truce is genuine, but we take no chances.
Americanos! It's a flag of truce.
We recognize it. What do you want?
Senor, permit me to introduce myself. I am Major Garcia.
I'm Captain McNally.
My general has ordered that you and your men shall leave Mexican territory.
We came to get a herd of stolen cattle and the men who stole them. Tell your general that we're not leaving until you've delivered the rustlers and the cattle.
Capitan, I assure you that will be done through regular channels.
Through regular channels? Oh, that means never. I assure you, Major Garcia, that we shall take both the cattle and the thieves back with us.
As you wish, Capitan. How many men have you in your force?
Enough.
Enough? That's a strange answer.
That is the correct answer.
Senor Capitan, may we have a truce for the night?
Why should we grant a truce?
Just for the night. Our men, they need the rest.
On one condition, Major.
See, and that is?
That you return 2 horses and a gun we lost during the fighting.
It's agreeable.
Very well.
And in return, Capitan, may we remove the body of a lieutenant? He was killed in a charge this morning.
Yeah, you may.
Gracias, Capitan. Muchísimas gracias.
The truce remains in effect until you deliver the horses and gun tomorrow morning.
Sí, señor. Muy bueno. Hasta mañana.
Major Garcia, you have delivered the horses and the gun to the Americanos.
Sí, mi general. Now we can start the battle, huh?
We can, but we do not.
No. Why not, General? We are nearly 900 now.
True, but how many are the Americanos?
I saw but a handful last night, General.
And how many were concealed nearby? You do not know. Neither do I. I do not care to risk the men needlessly. A soldier's life is of great value to himself and to his country. It must never be wasted.
Sergeant Duncan, I just can't stand this inactivity.
It is kind of trying, sir.
I intend to do something about it.
Yes, sir.
I'm sending word to the enemy that unless the stolen cattle and rustlers are delivered within 1 hour, I shall resume hostilities.
That's biting off quite a lot, ain't it, Captain?
No, not too much, Sergeant. It'll be dark within an hour, and our friends over there don't like to fight at night. If we have to fight our way out, it might as well be tonight when we have some advantage.
Yes, sir.
Have this message delivered under a flag of truce.
Right away, sir.
Captain McNally.
Yes?
Corporal Bland reporting, sir. Sure hope I haven't missed any excitement.
Not too much, Bland. We've done little but glare at each other for nearly 2 days. They've lost about 30 men.
And the Rangers, sir?
Not one's even been nicked so far.
Oh, Captain, the message has been delivered. Well, look there, sir. These 2 Mexican soldiers are coming back with our man.
Ah, so they are. Well, this meeting will tell the tale. Either they deliver or we fight.
Senor Capitan.
Yes, Major Garcia?
The General says that he will meet your demands. You shall have the cattle and the outlaws.
Oh? When?
Whenever you say, Capitan.
At daybreak tomorrow. You'll deliver the cattle and the rustlers across the Rio Grande near Fort Ringgold.
See, it shall be done. And you and your men will now leave Mexico?
In due time. About 2 hours, I should say.
Muchas gracias, Capitan.
Why did you tell him 2 hours, Captain?
In 2 hours, it'll be quite dark. I didn't want him embarrassed by seeing how few men bluffed so many.
Well, there's the sunrise gun at Fort Ringgold, Captain.
Yeah, well, the cattle should be along soon.
That is, if they're returned, Captain.
Why, Sergeant, you sound as if they might not be.
I'm not saying one way or t'other. I just don't trust certain folks.
It appears Major Garcia will keep his word.
Yes, sir. I guess I was wrong. Say, that's him crossing the river now, ain't it?
I believe it is.
Oye, Capitan McNally. Hey, here are the stolen cattle.
Yeah, I see him. Where are the rustlers?
I'm sorry, Capitan.
We caught but one, and he...
Yes?
Well, he tried to escape. We had to shoot him.
The others?
We are chasing them. Soon we shall capture them. We shall then turn them over to you.
Good. And are these all the cattle? Well, there aren't more than 70 or 80 here.
Well, they're all we have found so far, but the search continues. They shall all be returned.
That's good, Major Garcia. Thanks. Thanks for keeping your word so promptly.
No, it's nada. Don't mention it, Captain. There is one little question before I go. Huh?
Yes?
Tell me, how many men did you have, Captain McNally?
Well, as I said before, Major Garcia, I had enough. After all, they were Texas Rangers.
And for the first time in history, cattle stolen and driven into Mexico had been returned to their rightful owners. Captain McNally turned the trick with a mere handful of men against hundreds of soldiers. An example of courage, resourcefulness, and bravery, characteristic of the Texas Rangers that has come down through the years as part of our inheritance. You have been listening to Inheritance, presented by the National Broadcasting Company in cooperation with the American Legion. We are privileged this evening to hear from the past National Commander of the American Legion, Department of Ohio, Mr. Milo J. Warner.
Tomorrow is June 14th. On this day, in 1777, the American flag was first authorized by Congress. Since a presidential proclamation in 1915, we have celebrated this day as National Flag Day. The American Legion believes that today, perhaps more than at any time in our history, it is important that the American people examine the blessings of our heritage and reaffirm the principles and ideals which form this heritage. Tomorrow, on Flag Day, June 14th, 1954, let us accord new honor to the symbol of our freedom, the flag of the United States of America. The American Legion has invited all liberty-loving Americans to join in a patriotic movement, pledging new glory for old glory. This Legion-sponsored program calls for, 1, a proud display of the stars and stripes, particularly on national holidays. 2, observance of proper flag etiquette. 3, knowledge and remembrance of our flag's dramatic history. And 4, a new recognition of the Star-Spangled Banner as a symbol of freedom in today's world. Let us as Americans never be so complacent, so sophisticated that the sight of our flag leaves us unmoved. We need not be ashamed if we feel a tug at the heartstrings when we see the broad stripes and bright stars of our land, for we know that it signifies liberty, equality, and a government of the people under God. Proudly we hail the flag which flies for 150 million Americans of every religious, national, and racial origin in the world. Humbly we remember those who have secured the rights which it represents.
Thank you, Mr. Milo J. Warner. Next week, Inheritance will take you on another journey through the pages of history to a time when Americans dreaming of the future forged that which we possess today. Today's story, The Texas Rangers, was written by Ted Weir and featured Lyle Talbot as Captain McNelly. Included in the cast in order of their appearance were Charles Smith, Howard Culver, Vivi Janis, Clarence Strait, Robert Easton, Jack Carroll, Leroy Leonard, and Tony Barrett. The original music was composed and conducted by Robert Armbruster. Inheritance is produced and directed for the National Broadcasting Company and the American Legion by Albert McCleary. This is John Wall speaking. Senator Ralph E. Flanders will meet the press tonight on the NBC Radio Network.
Wrigley's Spearmint Gum presents Island Venture. The makers of Wrigley's Spearmint Gum invite you to listen to another story in the island venture of Gil Perry, modern pioneer, ex-Navy hero, who has gone back to the islands of the Central Pacific to start an air service. Gil and his friend Trigger Brett are typical of the men of the Navy who fought through to victory and now are bringing their courage, their dauntless spirit, and their sound Navy training with them into peacetime enterprises. In just a minute now, Wrigley's Spearmint Gum will bring you Island Venture.
Friends, we know that many of you have been wondering how soon you'll be able to get Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum. Well, we're glad to say that Wrigley's Spearmint is on its way to you. By that, we mean our production of this good old favorite is finally getting started. Now, as you know, there are millions of people all over the United States waiting for Wrigley's Spearmint. And we want to do everything we can to see that what we make is distributed as fairly and equally as possible. Now, this isn't an easy job, and it'll take a little time. Perhaps another month, perhaps even longer. But, folks, we do want you to know we're doing our best to make Wrigley's Spearmint Gum available to you again. Until we do, we suggest you chew any good gum. Because it's the chewing, after all, that gives you comfort and satisfaction, helps to steady you, and makes your work go along smoother and easier.
Look, Joe, wouldn't it be a good idea to hold this shipment of medical supplies and deliver them to Mrs. Henderson and Matasabi tomorrow when we take those machine parts to Dornbus?
Worrying about the weather, Trigger?
Well, it looks like it might be kind of thick between here and Matasabi.
Huh. Little breeze she blows, huh? Oh, wait, I just think of something.
Just an optical illusion, Pop.
Oh, you remind me of something, Trigger. I learned it when I'm a little boy.
Some memory.
It goes like this. The north wind it blow, and we shall have snow. And what will poor Trigger do then? He goes in the barn for keep himself warm and hide his head under his wing. Hey, that's very good, huh?
Yeah, very funny.
Well, I'd like to hold off for a day myself, but we can't get both loads on the amphibian at one time, and Mr. Dornbos expects the stuff tomorrow.
Well, then I tell you, senor, we leave Trigger home here on Ilopan, huh? Only the mans go on this trip with you. Only mans what are not scared of a little small breeze.
Oh, yeah, well, where this plane goes, I go. Catch on, Tubby?
Tubby? Oh.
Let's get going, Gil. I'll get those other suitcases.
Well, you sure made Trigger step on it, Bob.
Oh, sure, senor. I, Roland Luis Fernando Tomas Mendoza, I am the one who gets action. Senor Gil, I think I'm going to get in the plane and take a short snoozes. This work, she makes me very tired.
Swiftly, Gil Perry and Trigger Brett load the silver and red amphibian of the Inter-Island Air Service. Far to the north and east, beyond those low dark clouds, is the island of Matasabi, where Mrs. Bertha Henderson waits impatiently for the equipment with which to establish a modest hospital. With good luck, the delivery should be made and the plane return to its hangar beside the lagoon on Ilopan before nightfall. But as the amphibian takes to the air and levels off toward Matasabi, Gil is a trifle apprehensive. He eyes the dark blank of clouds ahead and says to Trigger,
Are you sure the cargo's secure, Trigger?
Yeah, you couldn't blast it loose. Huh. Looks like we might get tossed around some, huh?
Yeah, could be. The storm area's too wide to go around, so we'll have to cut through it.
I still think we'd been smarter to hold this load over till tomorrow.
Couldn't do it, Trigger. We're working against time. We've got hop scheduled for every day this week.
Yeah, I know it.
Anyway, you and I have flown through thicker stuff than this many times.
Well, we'll be in a couple of minutes. Wonder about old sleeping Buddha back there. He won't be so brave when we start to get tossed around. Uh-oh. Oh, here it comes.
Stand by, Trigger. It's going to be worse than I thought.
How much of this do you think there is, Gil?
I don't know, but it hasn't shown any signs of letting up yet.
Boy, I haven't been in weather as bad as this since my squadron flew into the Guadalcanal. If visibility stays this bad, we could go right past Matasabi without even seeing the dump.
We're loaded too heavily to get above this storm. Let's try going under it.
Okay. We ought to sight the island any time. If we can sight anything.
Fighting the controls, Gil sends the heavily laden plane down toward the surface. Pounded and buffeted, the sturdy craft fights its way through the storm.
It is better down here, Gil. At least I can see something. Ooh, I don't like what I see. Look at those waves.
Yeah, the wind's letting up.
Yeah, it sure is. Uh-oh. There's Matasabi. You spotted, Gil?
I see it. We'll circle and come in from the east. Better get a safety belt on, Pop. It's going to be rough setting down.
Sure, senor. I will wear a safety belt.
Oh, so you're awake.
Sure. Now, you see, Trigger, this weather, she was not bad.
Not bad?
Why, I have slept like a so small baby. Not once the bad weather do we meet.
Oh, we don't, huh?
Young people, they're so foolish. Always they fear something. Bad weather. It's nothing. I snooze.
Safety belt, Pop.
Oh, sure, senor.
We'll land in that cove down there.
Oh, what a nice, quiet ride in an airplane.
You know, Gil, maybe it's better to be fat and dumb. You and your eagle eye.
Hey, he's right, Trigger. There's a native lying in the bottom of the canoe.
And if you will look once more, I think you will see a head in the water near the canoe.
Yeah. I'm going down and have a look, Trigger. We'll come in low over the canoe. You and Pop see what gives.
What do you think, Trigger?
I think those natives are in trouble.
The one in the canoe, he doesn't make a move.
No, and the other one isn't swimming. He's just trying to stay afloat. And that's a job in this kind of a sea.
I think he's very weak. His head, it goes underneath sometimes.
They're in trouble, all right.
Yeah, they're too far from shore for anyone there to see him.
That little canoe will capsize. It's a wonder it hasn't already.
Wow, what a spot.
I think they're in the locker of Senor David Jones very soon, huh?
Yeah, you ain't kidding, Pop. Looks like we're the only hope those two guys have. We aren't much of a hope. Or are we, Gil?
That's a mighty rough sea to land this job on, but those guys are in a jam.
Can you settle down, Gil?
We won't know until we try. What do you say, you two?
Well, I'm for it. I don't want to wake up in the night thinking I didn't even try to save those guys.
You, Pop?
Well, what Trigger can do, I can do.
Okay, then we're going in. Trigger, have a line ready to pass to the man in the water. Then, if we can, we'll tow the canoe in with the other man.
Ready. You set her down, Gil. I'll do the rest.
All right, here it goes.
Hey, here's another one of those emergencies, Pop. Maybe you ought to go back and get some shut-eye.
No, Trigger. There's a time for all things, a time to sleep and a time to act. And this is a time for action.
Hang on.
Hold her, Gil. Hold her steady. 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 There. We're down. How'd you like that, Pop?
Oh, this is one time when I would have been more comfortable with the snoozes. Oh, my stomach, she makes the flap-flop.
I'll taxi as near the canoe as I can, Trigger. And get ready with that line. And don't get washed off the wing.
Ready, Gil. Stand by to take a line. Hey, you fella. Stand by to catch a line.
He's too far gone to answer you, Trigger.
I think in 1 minute he will sink down, will not come up again.
I don't understand it. These natives are wonderful swimmers.
Pop, hang on to this rope. Take this end.
Sure, but what do you think you're going to do?
That native's too weak to catch a line, so I'll take it to him.
Sure. All right, I will hold the end rope at this end.
Wait till I get it tight around me. There. Now, when I yell, pull us in, Pop.
Oh, one very good thing I can do. I can make a strong pull.
I'll try to hold the plane steady, Trigger, but be careful.
Here goes.
In these high waves, it's hard to make a swim, Senor Gil.
He's getting there, though. Trigger's making it.
Oh, that Trigger is a brave man, no?
I'll say he is, Pop. There, he's got the man in the water.
Yes.
Now he's tying the rope around him.
All right. All the way, Pop. Pull him in. He's nearly gone.
Yeah. Sometimes this heavy weight is good, huh? To make a strong pull.
You need any help, Pop?
No, senor. I can lift this one inside the plane, I think. Yes, come on now, come on. All right, there, he's in, senor. Where's Trigger?
He swam over to the canoe.
Pop, pass me that line again.
Sure.
Hurry, Pop. We're drifting.
Trigger, here is the line.
I got it. This other guy's out cold. He's got a wound in the head. Looks like a bullet. I'll tie the line to the canoe and you can tow us in.
You hear that, Senor Gil?
Yeah, I heard. Tell him to hurry. If we get into one of these troughs, we're likely to crack up.
Trigger, hurry.
Okay, Gil. Take us in. I'll hang on to the canoe.
Close the door, Pop.
Hey, you hear that, Senor Gil? The native in the canoe, he has a wound in the head. And this one here is not only half drowned, but also in his shoulder is a hole.
Now, I don't get this, Pop. We'll take him ashore. Maybe someone will be able to tell us what's going on around here.
2 hours later, Gil and Trigger and Mendoza wait near the hut in which Mrs. Henderson plans to establish her hospital. Near them are several packing cases which formed part of their cargo of medicines and supplies for the hospital. Some of the cases have been opened, and their contents used to aid the 2 natives whom Gil and Trigger and Mendoza rescued. Mendoza says,
Senor Gil, this Mrs. Henderson, I do not understand.
Yeah, I didn't get it either, Gil. What does she mean when she said it was all because of that amber grease?
I don't know. Maybe she'll tell us when she's finished working over Kaisan and Talaka.
Oh, this ambergris Senora speaks of. I do not see any in the islands for a long time.
What is ambergris, anyway?
It's mighty valuable stuff, Trigger.
Oh, yes. Every one of the islands, he makes a dream of someday finding ambergris. Even a little piece is worth a fortune.
Oh.
It comes from whales, Trigger, a kind of a blubbery stuff that is sometimes found floating on the ocean.
Yes, and it's used for making very fine perfume.
And it just floats around waiting for someone to pick it up?
Uh-huh. I myself have only seen it once or twice in all my many years in the islands.
Here's Mrs. Henderson. Oh. How are they, Mrs. Henderson?
I think they will both be all right now. They're resting. Oh, I can't tell you how grateful we are to you. Carson and Talaka are fine men.
Well, how'd they happen to be in that mess, Mrs. Henderson? Who shot them, and what were they doing out in a canoe in this kind of weather?
I don't blame you for wondering.
And this ambergris, what had this to do with these men?
It has everything to do with them. Come into my hut. I'll tell you. Zenobia.
Yes, Missy Henderson.
Call me if either Carson or Talaka wake up.
Yes, Missy Henderson.
Come. Zenobia is one of the native girls that I'm training to be a nurse. She'll take good care of them. Carson is to be her husband. Just go right in.
Oh, thank you. All right.
Please, find seats.
Good.
This isn't the first time Sam Prindle has caused trouble here on Matasabi.
Oh, that Prindle. He's a bad one.
You see, Mr. Perry, Prindle calls himself an island trader.
Trader? Ha! He's a pirate. Never does he himself do the work, but he steals from the natives. He has a small schooner. Why, long ago before the war, we drove him from Ilopan.
During the war, he cooperated with the enemy.
Oh, that kind of a guy, huh?
Go on, Mrs. Henderson.
Well, just a few days ago, Carson and Talaka found this large piece of ambergris just outside the reef, and they brought it to shore. It must have weighed nearly 200 pounds.
Oh. 200 pounds? That is valuable.
Oh, everyone on the island was so pleased. The money was to be divided equally among the people here. In fact, we were keeping it, waiting for you, Mr. Perry. We thought that you would fly it out for us. And perhaps Mr. Mendoza would sell it for us at his usual commission.
Oh, sure, senora. I will do that. I will make a nice sale. That's very good.
But we haven't the ambergris, Mr. Mendoza.
Oh, that's very bad.
Somehow or other, Prindle got wind of the fact that we had it, and he came here last night in his schooner, pretending friendliness. And then he and the two men who form his crew loaded it aboard their schooner during the night. They waited for the storm to let up, and finally they sailed, in spite of the weather. When Carson and Talaka found the ambergris missing, they set out in their canoe after the schooner. Evidently, Prindle shot Talaka, and Carson went overboard to escape them.
But he was shot in the shoulder anyway.
Yes. And they would both have died if you hadn't saved them.
And this, Prindle, he got away with the ambergris?
Missy Henderson.
Yes, Zenobia.
Talaka, him wake now. Him say, where you? You come.
Oh, yes, I'll come right away. You will excuse me, please?
Well, certainly. Well, nice guy, this Prindle. Oh, that must have been his schooner we saw as we came in.
Yeah, in this weather, he won't get very far with that little tub of his. The minute he gets out of the lee of the islands, he'll run into a heavy sea.
I was thinking that, Trigger.
And I am thinking the same thing.
Well, how are you going to get that ambergris back from him?
I don't know. But, I've got an idea. Oh, Zenobia.
Yes, master.
Zenobia, you like Kai-san?
Kai-san, my husband someday, when he make gift to my father and mother. Now, long time I wait.
You mean you'll have to wait a long time now that the ambergris is lost?
Yes, master.
Maybe you won't have to wait so long. Zenobia, Kai-san has friends among your young men?
All young men, Kai-san friend. Talaka too.
Uh-huh. Would they be willing to help me get the ambergris back for Kai-san?
Yes, master, yes. Brothers belong me. Kai-san, him, brothers. All do this.
Mm-hmm.
What do you got up your sleeve, Gil?
Just a minute, Trigger. Now, Zenobia, listen to me. When it is dark, have 4 of Kai-san's friends come to me.
Yes, master.
I think I know how we can get the ambergris and take a fall out of our friend Sam Prindle.
Oh, if you ask me, I think this is a chump stunt, Gil. Searching the coast in a canoe.
Maybe.
Well, what makes you think Prindle's schooner will be hiding in one of the coves along the shores of Matasabi?
Because with a valuable chunk of ambergris aboard, he wouldn't run the risk of taking a little craft like his into the open sea between the islands.
Sure, Senor Gil. Oh, that Prindle is a smart one.
So I figured that he's hiding up in one of these inlets, waiting for the weather to calm down.
Well, we already looked in 3 of them and he wasn't there.
Well, there's another one just around this point.
Well, suppose we find him. What then?
We'll take the ambergris away from him, load it into this canoe, and carry it back to the village.
Senor Gil, look, look.
Oh, light, inshore. That must be Prindle's ship.
He sure isn't trying to hide.
Well, maybe he didn't expect to be followed. Pop, you know the plan now.
Oh, sure, Senor Gil. you and Trigger will go ashore and approach the schooner from the land. In this canoe, I and these 4 natives will come as close to the schooner as we can.
Right.
Then, if there is a fight, we will come quick, and because they do not expect us, we will, as Trigger says, mow them down. Is that right?
You've got it.
Yeah, only stay awake, will you? And if you hear us yell...
Oh, sure, Trigger. I will come in like a wildcat.
There's the schooner ahead. Yeah, Prindle knew where to find a protected spot along this coast anyway. Uh-oh. There's someone on deck.
That must be Prindle himself. Now keep him covered. And watch the cabin door. I'm going aboard.
Okay, but if they start any funny business, I'm going to blaze away.
Don't shoot unless it's necessary. All right, now. I'm going to show myself.
Prindle? Sam Prindle!
Who's calling me? Show yourself.
Here I am, Prindle. I'm coming aboard.
Who are you, anyhow?
I'm Gil Perry.
Don't know the name.
That doesn't make any difference. I've come after the ambergris you stole from those natives today.
Ambergris? What are you talking about? There's no ambergris around here.
Well, I think there is. Prindle, you took it from 2 of the natives at the village. And I want it now. And don't make any sudden moves. You're covered from the shore.
Somebody's been lying about Sam Prindle, stranger. Well, I ain't seen a bit of ambergris in 10 years.
No? I'll look around for myself. Call your crew out on deck where we can watch them. Go on, get them out here.
High-handed, ain't you? Well, I have nothing to fear. Brayfield, Tonga, get out here on deck. They're just a couple of innocent island boys. Stand here while this fella looks over the ship. Go ahead, mister. I'm telling you in advance, you'll find no ambergris.
I'll take a look anyway. Watch him, Trigger.
Okay. Now, you boys be good and nothing will happen. But I don't like your kind, and you just make one suspicious move and you're in trouble. Bad trouble.
Getting so an honest man can't trade in the islands. Fellas accusing him of stealing. Why, I'm the native's friend.
Yeah, that ain't the way I heard it. Those 2 natives you shot up today didn't think you were very friendly.
I don't know a thing about that. Must have been someone else. Here I am, laying to peaceful like, and you 2 fellas come along.
Show it, Prindle. Where's the ambergris? It isn't below.
I already told you I don't know nothing about no ambergris. Didn't find none, did you?
Nope. But you've hidden it somewhere.
Now look here, young fella. I've been nice and accommodating, but I don't aim to put up with no more. You come aboard looking for ambergris, and there ain't none. So get off my schooner.
Well, I guess I must have been mistaken.
About time you's finding that out. Now get off of here.
All right, I'll go. Sorry to have bothered you.
Next time, be more careful about accusing honest men of thievery. Others might not take so kindly to it. Young Spriggan accusing honest Sam Prindle of stealing from the natives.
Gil, are you on the level of I am, Trigger?
Wait until we get away from the schooner.
You mean that ambergris wasn't anywhere on the schooner?
It wasn't there. They couldn't have hidden a piece that size aboard. Nothing in the cabin or the hold.
Well, did you look in the bilges?
Yep, but no ambergris.
Yeah, but Prindle took it from those natives.
Sure he did.
Well, he probably stored it in some hiding place ashore, thinking to come back and get it later. He's cracked, that guy.
Trigger.
Yeah? Well, come on, what you waiting for?
Somehow I'm sure that Prindle wouldn't let anything as valuable as that ambergris get very far away from him.
Well, he hid it.
Trigger, did you notice how the schooner was tied up to the shore?
Well, he had lines ashore, 4 and a half.
Yeah, that's right. And one line over the side, near the cabin, on the side away from us.
What are you getting at, Gil?
Prindle was afraid the natives might find him here and try to get the ambergris back. So he put a weight on it and dropped it over the side with a small line. There are so many lines on the schooner that one more wouldn't be noticed, he thought.
Oh, I get it. Then when the weather lets up, he'll haul it aboard and shove off.
Right. But Trigger, let's find out if we're right before we get into a scrap with them. How do you feel about a little swim, huh?
Now, tonight?
Yeah. Prindle and those 2 thugs of his will be watching this side. You and I'll swim to the other side of the schooner and cut that line. Then we'll tow the ambergris out to where Pop's waiting in the canoe and get away before Prindle knows that the ambergris is gone. You got that?
Yeah. This seems to be my day for getting wet.
Silently, Gil and Trigger swim toward the anchored schooner. Between Trigger's teeth is the knife with which to cut the rope. As they near the side of the schooner, they hear Prindle gloating over his easy deceit of the 2 visitors.
Johnny come lately to get the best of Sam Prindle. Coming aboard here demanding what we risked our necks to get. Boys, when we sell this here chunk of ambergris, we're going to be rich. When we get out of the island,
All right, Trigger.
go to New York.
Here's the line.
Always wanted to see New York, and I'm going to. With my pockets lined with money. Won't have to ask the price of things.
All clear, Gil. I got the line. All right, let's go. Quiet.
What would those ignorant natives do with all that money? They wouldn't appreciate it. Wouldn't get no good from it. Not like we would. Hey, boys. Weather's letting up a bit. Suppose we get the ambergris up on...
Hey, Gil, did you hear that? Yeah. And the minute they touch that line, they'll know that we've tricked them. This is a heavy load to tow. Now, where's popping that canoe? Just a short way out here. Swim, Trigger.
What's that? Come on. Let me see that rope. Cut clean. The knife. Leave been done, boys. Nobody tricks Sam Prindle and gets away with it. They can't be far off. Hey, hurry up. Let me listen. That's it. I hear it. Women out there.
He knows where we are. Oh, where's Pop with that canoe? He can't be much farther. I'm going to call him, Gil. We're discovered anyway. Pop! Pop Mendoza!
Holy holy! Come and get us, Pop! Hurry! In this dark, even I do not see so good, but we come.
Prindle will get to us before Pop does, Gil. Now let the ambergris go in. Swim, Trigger, swim.
I see ya. Steady, boys, while I take a shot at him. He's too high. Can't get set for a shot. After him, boys.
Oh, they're gaining on us. We'll never make it, Gil. That Prindle will shoot us like ducks. Trigger, keep going. What are you dropping behind?
Something's got to be done about Prindle before he shoots.
Well, he's coming closer now.
Keep going. I'll try to stop him. Go on, Trigger.
No, I won't. Hey, Gil. Hey, where are you, Gil? Now what's he up to?
The dory carrying Sam Prindle races over the rough sea. In the bow stands Prindle, a huge revolver steadied on his arm, seeking a clear shot at the swimmer whose head he can barely see in the dark water.
I must have hit one. Only one of them swimming now, as far as I can see. Faster, boys. They got a canoe waiting out there. Bend into it. Let me get close enough to shoot. Hey! What's the matter with the boat? Steady, you two! Something's tipping the boat over! Look out! We're going over! Help! Help! I can't swim with all my clothes on! Help me! Help! Help!
Gil did that, Pop. That's what he was planning, to tip over their boat.
Yes, but Senor Gil, he don't come. Maybe...
I'm going in and look for him. If Gil don't show up at the time I count 10, I'm going to...
Hey, there. I hear Senor Gil.
Here, Gil, here, this way.
Swim over and give me a hand, will you? This ambergris is a heavy tow.
Coming, Gil. There. Now let me give you a hand with it.
Yeah. I'm just about done in.
Here, Pop. Take the line. Get that ambergris aboard. Let's get out of here.
Sure, Trigger.
Here, Gil. Climb aboard.
Yep. There, this ambergris is safe now.
Okay, boys. Lay under those paddles. We'll get back to the plane and load the ambergris aboard and get out of here.
Oh, that's a very good idea, Trigger. Hey, Roland Luis Fernando Tomas Mendoza. I think now I will take a little snoozes. Folks, as we told you earlier, Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum is finally on its way to you. This means that in another month, or perhaps a little longer, there'll be more good chewing gum available to you. So when you're working, for instance, you'll be able to chew gum more often, to get the comfort and satisfaction that chewing gives, and to make your work seem easier and pleasanter. Yes, that good old favorite, Wrigley's Spearmint, is on its way to you. And you can be sure that we will do everything we can to see that what we make is distributed as fairly and equally as possible.
A rival airline comes to Ilopan. A girl enters Gil Perry's life, and Pop Mendoza gives some advice on the ways of a maid with a man. When next week, this time, this station, the makers of Wrigley's Spearmint Gum bring you Island Venture.
100 million personal letters of cheer to our allies, mailed in the pockets of 100 million spare suits and dresses, That's the goal of the Victory Clothing Drive, which ends tonight. You still have time to make your contribution, to make a gift that will actually save lives in Europe and Asia. So open those trunks or boxes in your attic or basement and dig out all the spare clothing and shoes you can find. Bundle them and send them to the collection agency in your community. Your contributions will help build the strength and courage of people whose homes have been destroyed or plundered. Warm their bodies with your spare clothing, their hearts with your sympathetic letters. There's still time for you to help. Do it tonight or tomorrow, sure. This program has come to you from our Chicago studios in the Wrigley Building. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Well, I made it. That's the headline. By Jane Endicott, reporter. That's my byline.
Rancho Soups present Jane Endicott, reporter. The first of a new series of dramatic episodes in the life of a bright and charming American girl in the world of today. Thrilling real-life stories, sparkling with humor, romance, and adventure. Brought to you by your friends, the makers of Rancho Soups. And now, friends, perhaps you'd like to meet the proud sponsor. A line of canned soups that started up just a little while ago in a small town in the West and grew and grew and grew. Today, you'll find Rancho Soups everywhere along the Pacific coast. And in Montana, Idaho, Utah, Nevada. And now in Arizona. Rancho is the brand name of the Sunnyvale Packing Company. And these Sunnyvale people got to thinking one day that if good soups could be canned, why couldn't they be made even better in the West, where we all know the best vegetables and the best of everything else is found? So they went to work and adapted 4 fine old Western soup recipes to modern canning methods, named them Rancho Soups, and put them on the market. Good Western soups for Western tastes and hearty Western appetites. Now there are 7 Rancho Soups, and you'll find them in gay, shiny black label cans at your favorite grocers. Rancho vegetable, tomato, asparagus, and pea soups. Rancho chicken gumbo, cream of mushroom, and chicken noodle. You'll find 2 sizes at your grocers. And because they're made right here in the West, you'll find Rancho Soups at amazingly low prices. Try one of the Rancho Soups today and see if it isn't the most delicious soup you ever tasted. And now, Jane Endicott, reporter. Our first story entitled, No Job for a Lady.
Here's your headline, kid. Thieves wreck chemical plant.
Yes, 3 times have cat-footed burglars entered the Westburn Dye and Chemical Plant over at Westburn to rifle stores of nitroglycerin manufactured there. But the 3rd time proved fatal. What exactly happened, no one will ever know. But about 3 o'clock this morning, a terrific explosion leveled an entire wing.
Now listen to this, Pete, editorial for tomorrow's paper. The Sword of Damocles, that's the title. Too long have the citizens of Westburn stood close to sudden death. The Press Chronicle draws attention to the fact that the workers at the Westburn Dye and Chemical Plant deserve at least a pretense of protection. But they're not getting it. The premises of the plant are open to all who would enter for whatever purpose. We make this statement in direct contradiction to that of Captain James Endicott, Director of Research at Westburn, who recently declared no person could enter without the proper credentials. We make the statement that anyone can enter, credentials or no credentials, anytime he wishes to enter.
In a small private laboratory in the research department of the Westburn Dye and Chemical Plant, a spare, gray-haired man works alone in the twilight. A door opens softly. His daughter enters.
Dad,
Oh, Jane, I didn't hear you.
it's nearly 6. The second shift will be on soon. Don't you think it's time you went home and got some sleep?
Oh, I'm all right, Jane. You go on. Don't wait for me. I've got to finish up. Oh, hand me that burner, will you?
Oh, yes.
Thank you.
Did you, read the editorial in this afternoon's Press Chronicle?
Huh? Oh, yes.
So unfair. Whoever wrote it didn't know what he was talking about. I'd just like to see him try to get in without permission. He'd be thrown out so fast.
Oh, it doesn't matter. It's Since those thieves blew up the North Wing and themselves as well, Pete Flaherty hasn't had much to write about. Fella has to do something to whip up local interest and keep people reading his newspaper.
Well, if he's so hard up for local news, perhaps he needs someone to go out and get it for him. You know, Dad, he could use a reporter, couldn't he? There he is, running a newspaper all by himself.
No, Jane, no. Working for Pete Flaherty is no job for a lady. Besides, haven't you got a job?
Dad, as your secretary, I'm the most useless person in the plant, and you know it.
But, Jane, somebody has to be my secretary. Might as well be you.
You don't need a secretary. And it isn't very pleasant knowing that the people you work with realize that the only reason you have a job is because your father is head of research.
Well, there could be worse reasons. Well, what do you want to do?
Well, Mother and I were talking it over last night.
I see. Then it's all settled.
Oh, no, not at all. I want to know what you think. If I really went after a newspaper job, and I know, and I'll bet you know I could handle it, I could...
What's the matter?
That door behind you.
Well,
it's opening.
Come in.
Thank you. I wasn't sure if I'd come to the right office.
Oh, this is a private laboratory.
So I see. I was looking for Captain Endicott. He sent me from one place to another around this joint till I'm dizzy.
Who sent you?
Oh, various people around the place. I'm from the Press Chronicle. Captain Endicott told me to meet him here.
No person is allowed inside unescorted, Mr.
Jervis. Anthony Jervis. How are you?
Particularly not here in the research department.
What? You mean this is the... Well, I didn't realize I was on sacred ground to take my shoes off.
You're not funny.
You say you know Captain Endicott?
Why, you bet we're practically bosom buddies. Say, miss, haven't I seen you before someplace?
Since when have you been working on the Press Chronicle?
Since 2 days ago. I'm new to this town, but I hope to know it better, much better. The name's Jervis. Anthony Q. Jervis.
Oh, Q, huh?
Yeah, Quintus. Silly, isn't it? Some people say it's Q for quits.
Quit?
Yeah. There's a rumor that when I was born, my father looked down at me and then at my mother and said, "Let's call it quits."
Young man, before you go, would you mind pressing that button behind you? I've got to get on with my work.
Why, of course. There you are. Oh, I guess I've been a nuisance, haven't I?
Yes.
But could you tell me where... Say, isn't that a high-temperature electric furnace I've turned on?
Huh? Oh, yes, indeed.
Yeah.
You've seen them before, I suppose.
Never. Say, isn't it time for you people to knock off after all? It's after 6, isn't it?
Yes. Were you counting on it?
Yes, sir. Did you sound the alarm, sir?
Oh, yes. Come in, Stephens. I think you'd better put this young man under arrest.
Wait a minute. What goes on?
All right, you. Come along.
Hey, now, wait a minute. Take your mitts off me. What is
All
this?
right, boys. Come in and get him.
No, you can't do this to me. I'm a reporter. I want to see Captain Endicott. Call my paper. Call Pete Flaherty.
Get outside.
Hey, cut it out, will you?
Get out.
Come on. Cut it out.
Well, pretty neat, Dad, making him press that alarm button himself.
I wonder who he is.
Do you think he really works for the Press Chronicle?
Well, you might call up and find out. There's the phone.
Okay. Hello, switchboard. Will you please get the Press Chronicle office for me? And Father, reporter or no reporter, that young man's going to stay in jail for a while.
Yes, miss. I got Captain Endicott's call, all right. I was just waiting here for you to show up and verify it. Okay, Hannon, you can turn loose that guy in cell 5.
Thank you, Sergeant.
Well, we could hold him for trespassing, you know.
Well, we'd rather not, thank you, just the same.
Do him good to spend the night in the jail. It was time he was taught a lesson.
You know him?
I'll say, just joined up with the paper, invested money in it. Moved into town with his mother a couple of weeks ago. I guess Flaherty knows a sucker when he sees one.
Oh.
And here he comes now. Well, sorry to see you leave so soon.
The pleasure's all mine, Sergeant. Well, if it isn't Test Tube Tessie, the laboratory Lulu.
Yeah, and you can thank her for not having to spend the night in a cell. Now, scram, beat it.
Why, you mean you?
One of these days, Mr. Jervis, those smart alecky tricks of yours are going to get you into trouble. Good night, Sergeant.
Good night, miss.
Hey, wait a minute. Oh, hold on. I want to apologize.
You needn't bother.
Oh, but I want to. I'm sorry, I really am. I didn't mean to cause you any trouble.
Oh.
I want to thank you.
Perfectly all right. I suppose your reason for crashing the chemical plant was to cause a number of people to lose their jobs.
Oh, no, it's not that at all. The Press Chronicle is merely fighting for the good of the entire community, the common interest. The plant stops operating through inefficiency or carelessness, Westburn would be practically a ghost town. Then where would my paper be? See how it ties up? It means something to me.
Oh?
Now, those old codgers at the gates aren't tough enough. You know how I got past them? It'll give you a laugh. I got a big yellow badge used to identify one of the poultry judges at last year's fair. Stuck it on my chest, and that old guy at the gate didn't even look twice when I walked in.
Very clever, Mr. Jervis. You'll have a fine story, won't you?
And how? Just wait till old Endicott reads it.
Your bosom buddy.
Yeah. I did want to see him, though. Actually, I've never laid eyes on him.
I knew that.
Oh, did you? How?
He was the gentleman in the laboratory who ordered your arrest.
Oh, well... What? You mean that skinny old guy with...
That was Captain Endicott.
Oh, you're kidding me. He didn't look like any old soldier to me.
Captain Endicott holds the DSC, the Croix de Guerre with palms, and a few other souvenirs of the last war, including a silver plate in his skull.
Oh. I guess I'm not very bright, am I?
Such humility is more than refreshing. Well, here's my car. Good night, Mr. Jervis.
Oh, wait, I want to thank you again for what you did. I mean, getting me out of the Bastille.
That's perfectly all right, Mr. Jervis. At the very worst, your partner, Mr. Flaherty, would have sobered up enough by morning to post bail for you.
Oh, you're an optimist.
Good night, Mr. Jervis.
No, wait, I left my car in front of the plant. Would you mind driving me over to the newspaper offices?
Your car is parked across the street where the police put it, as you very well know. If you'll step away from the door of my
word,
car...
so it is.
Why are you such a liar?
I don't know. I guess I'm just a bad boy.
Look, Mr. Jervis, you're a grown man. Act like one. Stop posing.
Yeah. Well, I'm sorry. Well, good night, Miss, what is your name?
Jane Endicott.
Jane... What was that?
Endicott.
Endicott.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I thought you said.
Well, good night.
Yeah, well, wait. Captain Endicott is your...
My father, yes.
Oh, everything has to happen to me.
I repeat, good night, Mr. Jervis.
All right, get in.
What? Wait a minute, where are you going?
I'm going with you. Come on, get in. I'll tell you about it on the way to the Press Chronicle office. Miss Endicott, I have a proposition I think you'll be interested in. Let's go.
I brought your dinner, Dad.
Thanks, Jane. Oh, did you release that reporter?
Yes, I just sort of had to. Oh, how much longer will you be here at the plant?
Oh, not long, not long. I suppose he'll spend the rest of the night writing how badly he's been mistreated.
I don't think so, Dad.
Don't you? You don't think he will?
No, because I'm writing that story myself.
What?
I am. Cross me off your factory payroll, Dad. I've joined the Press Chronicle staff.
Are you joking?
No, not a bit. I'm the woman's page editor. Mr. Jervis gave me the job. He owns half the paper.
You mean that young man who...
Yes. Funny, isn't it?
My word, sudden, isn't it?
I hardly believe it myself yet.
But Jane, does it offer you any future?
Future? Oh, well, it's a bit early yet, Dad, but he's waiting outside for me now. Good night, darling, and try to get home before we do, won't you?
We'll tell you more about Jane Endicott in just a moment. Now, when you first try Rancho soups, friends, notice that they taste homemade, like the soups that Mother used to make. There's a good reason for that. In addition to top-quality Western ingredients and Western recipes proved popular through the years, Rancho soups are simmered for hours, just as you would make them at home. That is, if you had the patience and the time. The slow simmering develops every ounce of flavor. Gives Rancho pea soup, for example, a full, satisfying flavor that's not a great deal unlike mildly roasted almonds. The tomato soup tastes a lot like rich, red, ripe tomatoes right off the vine. And the asparagus soup, well, it tastes like spring. All Rancho soups are condensed, and a small can provides generous, substantial servings for 4 people. And they're all sold at prices so low that you can afford the luxury and nourishment of soup every day, for lunch and dinner both if you wish. Every can of Rancho soup is made under the continuous inspection service of the United States Department of Agriculture, and every can is guaranteed. Your grocer will return all your money if you don't agree that Rancho soup is the most delicious of its kind that you ever tasted.
By Jane Endicott, reporter. And darn good, too.
Next Wednesday, Rancho Soups will bring you another story in the life of Jane Endicott, reporter. The story of Jane Endicott, reporter, is brought to you over these same stations every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday at this same time by Sunnyvale Packing Company, makers of those increasingly popular Rancho Soups. Try one of the 7 delicious Rancho Soups today. Your announcer, Tom Hanlon. Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. Try something new in brick oven baked beans. Hearthside baked beans. Baked in small earthen pots, each hearthside baked bean fairly drips with an authentic New England flavor. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
My name's Regan. I get 10 a day in expenses from a detective bureau run by a guy named Anthony J. Lyon. They call me the Lion's Eye.
Jack Webb is Jeff Regan, investigator, as CBS offers you hard-boiled action and mystery and thrilling adventure in tonight's story of The Lawyer and the Lady.
The Cosmopolitan Building's on 7th Street near Olive, downtown L.A. International Detective Bureau's up on the 3rd floor, suite 308. Right across from an elevator that hasn't been inspected since 29, when the guy who built the place took a vacation up at Folsom. I always use the stairs. Well, the plaster's bad, but the rent's cheap, and the Lion says his office is just the kind of place that invites business. He's got a leather chair there, about the shape of a fallen biscuit. That's for him to relax on. And right next to a desk with some blank checks and an inkwell, there's a hard, straight chair. That's for the clients. The Lion got mad when our last customer asked if the chair was wired. Well, when I walked in last Thursday night about 6 o'clock, he was staring at that empty chair. Wishful thinking.
Regan, Christmas is coming.
Well, that's news.
It's the time of year when everybody's nice to everybody else.
Somebody give you a calendar?
I got better than that. It's a check.
From who?
His name's Kramer. He's a big lawyer.
We need one again?
He's our new client. He wants to see you.
What about?
He'll tell you.
You tell me.
I want you to be nice to him. He's a big man. His office is in the Park Central building. Abercrombie, Kramer, and Schmidt.
A trio.
It's an important legal firm in this city.
Well, what's the job?
I told you he'd give you all of it.
Look, the last time I waited for a client to talk, he died.
Now, look here. The kind of dough he pays, you could do janitor work for him and not ask questions.
Oh, you never learn.
This is a certified check. Came by special messenger. He's waiting for you now.
What else?
The message said he wanted all this done confidentially. No police. You understand?
You'd kidnap your own mother for cash.
You're out of line.
And then you'd starve to death charging yourself ransom.
I'm going to be patient with you, Regan.
No, this is another rotten deal.
These big legal outfits can't afford to be dishonest.
You've been making a living doing it?
Kramer's in legitimate practice. I checked on him.
Oh, sure you do.
I pay your salary and I take things as I see them.
Well, you need stronger glasses. Well, I left him sitting there holding the check up to the light. He had both arms above his head. He reminded me of a 2-armed slot machine. I walked the 4 blocks over to the Park Central building, and an elevator operator with a cardboard collar took me up to the 7th floor. Abercrombie, Kramer, and Schmidt had a flock of stables in the back with a fire escape. The names were hung out in silver, and I figured if they were ambulance chasers, they used a motorcycle escort. I opened the door and stepped into a green carpet that needed mowing. Then I heard a noise at the deep end where the trout stream should have been. She had hair the color of smoke. The rest of her spiraled up to match. But she looked unhappy, like a termite in a granite quarry. She glanced at her typewriter, and then up at me. The Remington 1.
We've already ordered our Christmas cards. Get them in July.
Well, maybe I'm not selling.
You should. You're the type.
Kramer in?
He might be, but he never sends cards. Doesn't believe in Christmas.
Well, he sent my office a check.
Did he? What office is that?
I'm Regan, International Detective Bureau.
Stick to greeting cards.
Kramer sent for me.
Oh? He wants protection, huh?
You tell me.
Maybe it's something else.
Well, let's find out.
In a minute. He's busy right now.
What's the matter with Abercrombie?
He's dead.
Schmidt?
Wishes he was. Palm Springs with a hangover.
Yeah, real nice bunch. How long you worked for him?
Too long. My jokes are newer.
Well, Benny's making a move. Maybe he'll hire you.
I don't like funny men. What do you do when you're not working?
All depends on who I'm with.
Thought maybe you were antisocial. That's Kramer's.
I was ahead of her trying the door, but it was locked from the inside. She fumbled around on the desk and finally brought out a key. Kramer was sitting at his desk holding onto the front of his shoulder. His face was white and he wasn't feeling too good.
Fire escape. He got through there. Emmy called Dr. Sorensen. This wouldn't look good in the papers. No police.
That's a big order.
Well, that's a big hole in his shoulder. Well, it was too late to start looking around the fire escape, and when Dr. Sorensen showed up, he called a private ambulance and had Kramer taken to a private hospital. The doc said he wouldn't be able to talk until morning, and, well, if they wanted it quiet, there was no sense getting homicide all excited. Emmy went to the hospital with him, and I hung around the office for a little while. Everything was locked up tight. The files, his desk, and the liquor cabinet. So I figured it was time to give the lion the nod. I doused the lights and went downstairs. Outside, the street was kind of vacant except for a steamroller with whiskers washing down the gutters. It dodged around a big green car parked by the curb, and then it swivel-hipped around my car, where a little guy in a trench coat was leaning in looking at my registration tag. When I tapped him on the shoulder, he looked confused, like he was trying to catch a cyclone in a paper bag.
Huh?
You looking for something?
Oh, no. No, just,
Looking.
Yeah, that's right. Looking.
Come on, blow your nose.
A little cold, that's all.
Tell me about it before your throat gets sore.
I told you, just looking.
The car belongs to the finance company in case you got extra keys.
No, Pilgrim. Never borrowed a buggy in my life.
You can't drive.
How'd you guess?
Come on, you, let's pour it out.
Sure. You the guy?
What guy?
Guy that says there. Regan.
I might be.
You want to make a mistake.
Deal, will you?
Somebody wants to see you.
Who?
Guy.
Well, I don't know him.
Yeah. Guy says please.
Reads Emily Post.
That's right. Friend of mine. Weighs 285 pounds. He's across the street in the ice cream parlor. Last stool on the end.
Well, I'll tell you, somebody else is carrying my books home today.
Oh, we wouldn't care. Big man. Gonna see him?
Can't he walk?
Says if you argue, mention the name Kramer. Now you gonna see him?
How can I miss? He weighs 285 pounds. Oh, it didn't figure, but sometimes you look and nothing figures. Kramer had taken one in the shoulder, and before he'd been able to talk, the lights had gone out, and he wound up in a hospital. Well, somebody had an angle, and maybe it was the guy across the street. I found him sitting all alone, about 300 pounds of beard in a plaid coat. He was picking all the strawberries out of his ice cream. Hey, you set for me?
Regan?
You got it.
Have something. Great banana split here. 4 kinds of ice cream.
I'm on a diet.
Oh, I never worry about things like that. It's a mistake. You only live once. Know me?
You got a name?
Spec Jameson. You know me now?
You got a grudge with Kramer?
Yeah.
You shot at him from the fire escape.
I did? When?
Half hour ago.
Anybody see me?
No.
That's good. How'd I do?
He got it in the shoulder. He'll live.
Up to that point, it could have been me.
Well, it's going to make a good story for the police.
For anybody. I'm clean as a whistle. You sure you won't have something?
Now, look, I got a date, Fatso. Let's fan this out.
Oh, sure.
How about Kramer?
Oh, yeah. Where'd you say he was?
Hospital.
Oh, yeah. He hire you for protection?
Maybe.
Regan, you got a lot to learn about life.
No, just about living.
You catch on quick.
To what?
Now, you take me, for instance.
Your complexion's not so good.
It'll improve. Besides, I don't like trouble, Regan.
Well, you'll have to get used to it.
It's just there's some things a man can't stand. Can't take lying down.
Name 3.
No, I just want you to understand I know what I'm doing, that's all. And this is what I'm doing. All right, Regan. Back on your feet.
Yeah, they serve that ice cream in big dishes,
I'll
don't
give
they?
you a boost. Here's my hand.
Take off the knuckles.
Quiet, Regan. There's some more metal in my pocket.
I don't need a Geiger counter.
I said you were smart. Now get this. It's a clean sweep. You're staying out of it.
Suppose I stick around.
Then I'll unglue you.
I left him sitting there with his ice cream. Wouldn't have done any good to trade fists with him. But there was something in the way he talked about Kramer and the shooting that made it a Sunday puzzle. I found a phone booth and put in a call to the Lion.
Regan, where you been? You see Kramer? What'd he say?
Well, now, which one do you want first?
What about Kramer?
He was all shot up.
Target practice?
Some guy with a grudge.
If he plays like that, yell cop.
Look, they'll want to see you. No police, remember?
What are you talking about?
Another bum client.
Why do these things always happen to me?
Because your palm is faster than your brain.
Every case has it.
Look, this is a 3-ring circus, and we haven't even got any peanuts.
Well, maybe I should have found out what he wanted.
Oh, you say that now.
Who's got the grudge?
A sweet tooth. Calls himself Spec Jameson.
Spec, where's he fit in?
He wouldn't stand still to show me his tea leaves.
You talked to him?
We met.
When people start asking questions, we don't want to be stuck without any answers. You get out and run down some dope on this man Spec.
What are you going to do?
Don't worry, I'll take care of my end.
Yeah, most people do. Well, this job had more ups and downs than the Berlin airlift. I turned the phone book over to some drunk with a beer breath, and I walked over a couple of blocks to the morgue. I mean, the one where they keep dead newspapers. I got a friend who works in the file room of the L.A. Times. After 15 years of it, he's got about as much adrenaline as an old magazine in the attic.
Nope. No, I never heard of a Spec Jameson. Probably a nickname, isn't it? You know, Spec, short for glasses?
Yeah, I caught the drift.
Thought I was going to say spectacles, didn't you?
Hey, look, let's try this for size.
Yeah.
Big fat guy, but always hungry.
Mention any friend?
Kramer, and he wasn't a friend.
Spec Adams in last Thursday's paper.
What'd he do?
Executed the same day in Sing Sing.
Spec Jameson.
Released from Quentin day before yesterday.
Let me see.
That's all it says. Served full 10-year sentence, continuous on 4 counts.
Somebody threw a book at him.
Yeah, maybe. Tell you in a minute.
Try December 38.
This case would have come up in November. Yeah, here we are. Yeah, you take these.
Yeah.
Hey, look at the funny skirts. Short, weren't they? Hey, here's one. War impossible, says
Look,
Bennett.
let's stick to the subject.
November 17th, Jameson appeal denied.
Read it, Manny.
A lot of stuff. He was in the rackets.
Go on.
Judge said unusual completeness of prosecution's case made retrial impossible. Continuous sentence upheld.
Who was the judge?
Old Govern, he's dead. Here's what you want. Special Prosecutor Joseph W. Kramer.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
Joseph W. Kramer was brilliantly
Hello?
relentless work for the forces of good in Los Angeles.
Hey, it's for you.
Okay, thanks. Yeah?
Mr. Regan?
Yeah.
This is Emmy, Mr. Kramer's secretary. Are you always this hard to find?
Well, that depends on where you look.
Mr. Kramer wants to see you.
You talking now?
He's feeling much better. The doctor said it was just a flesh wound.
What kind?
38.
All right. Where's the hospital?
It's a little place on Hawthorne. Mrs. Kramer will show you.
Mm-hmm.
If you don't mind going by the Biltmore and picking her up.
I haven't got my car.
Use Mr. Kramer's. It's in the garage there.
Is she expecting me?
I phoned.
15 minutes.
Good. He wants to thank you for what you did.
Well, what'd I do?
Kept the police out of it.
Well, it's his show, but it may close.
What do you mean?
I ran into Spec Jameson.
Oh?
Now, you still want the police out of it?
I don't know. Mr. Kramer will tell you when he sees you.
Mm-hmm. You sound like you're changing jobs. So I went over to the garage, and I picked up his car, and then I drove to the hotel entrance. While I was arguing with the cab driver, Mrs. Kramer walked out. 45, little tired around the eyes. She was wearing a white sheet, double bed size, under a mink coat that must have set somebody back $10,000. She didn't look like a wife that Kramer'd have.
I hope this isn't inconveniencing you.
No, it's not.
Are you sure my husband's all right?
He's talking, according to Emmy.
Emmy. She's there with him.
She's his secretary.
It's funny, isn't it? I'm his wife, yet she spends more time with him than I do.
Well, that's business.
Even now. When he's been hurt, she's there first.
She was there when it happened.
Of course. I guess I... Oh, never mind. You're a detective, aren't you?
Yeah, that's right.
Mr. Kramer hired you to protect him from that Jameson.
I never found out. Maybe.
I've been so worried about him. At the trial, Jameson said he'd kill him if it was the last thing he ever did. You know, I always thought it was taking an awful...
Hey, take it easy, lady.
You know the story.
Emmy?
She's young, pretty. I have to spend my time at bridge parties.
Does it help?
No.
How long you been married to him?
Next month, 18 years. I don't look the same way anymore.
Neither does he.
Funny what life does to you, isn't it? I was his secretary. Once. That's how I met him.
Look, how far to the hospital?
It's only a few more blocks. You go straight
Hang
down.
Who do you know that drives a big green Nash?
No one.
Well, he knows us. Been following us since we left the hotel.
What do you say?
Is he still with us?
Yes. I can't understand a thing like this happening. Why would anybody want to follow us?
Maybe it's a friend of your husband's.
Jameson?
He tried once tonight. Maybe it'd be better to get you.
I'm scared.
All right, come on, get out.
Mr. Regan!
The green Nash had been tailing me. I shook it on the last corner. There are lots of them, but it might have been the same one that was parked by my car downtown earlier. Oh, it made no sense, but I wasn't taking any chances. Only before I could get the door open, the Nash came sliding around the other side of the block. I shoved Mrs. Kramer into the floorboards and slid into the room. A lot of glass got broken fast. By the time I could separate my teeth from the clutch pedal, the car had gone. I shook Mrs. Kramer, but she didn't shake. She was dead.
You are listening to the story of The Lawyer and the Lady, tonight's adventure with Jeff Regan, investigator. Listen, this is good news. Good news for you if you're between the ages of 20 and 26 and a half, married or single, a high school graduate, and want to fly for the United States Air Force. Yes, the Air Force Aviation Cadet Program is offering you the opportunity to become a pilot officer in the mightiest Air Force in history. You can be one of the Air Force's men of renown. And there's more offered than the pride you feel in being a member of America's flying team. For after your 52 weeks of training, you'll graduate as a second lieutenant in the Air Force with an income of more than $300 per month. Remember, the Air Force offers you what it offered General Jimmy Doolittle, General Carl Spaatz, and General Hoyt Vandenberg. Now, at 42, the Air Force Chief of Staff. Call at your local Army and Air Force recruiting station tomorrow. Apply to become an aviation cadet. And now, back to the story of The Lawyer and the Lady and Jeff Regan, investigator.
Well, it all made sense, like a Ubangi with a piccolo. It started when the Lion sent me over to see a lawyer named Kramer. I got there just in time to meet Emmy, his receptionist, and find Kramer with a bullet in his shoulder. The hospital took over and I left. That's when I ran into Spec Jameson, an ex-con who Kramer put away some 10 years ago. He turned out to have a lot of stomach and a big hate for the lawyer. And then I got a call from Emmy to pick up Mrs. Kramer. I did, and the shots began, and she ended up a candidate for the city morgue. Well, I called homicide, and I sent out some boys to clean up. I gave them what I knew, and I moved on out to see Kramer. The Angels of Mercy Hospital turned out to be a private place off Hawthorne. 2 stories of cement set down in the middle of a clover field. It figured that they only held a thermometer to patients that could make a big noise with a cash register. Kramer showed in an upstairs room next to a fire escape. He was climbing into an overcoat. And when he saw me, he looked unhappy, like a pointer with a broken tail.
Well, Regan, I'm glad you came to see me.
Tell me that later.
What do you mean?
How's the shoulder?
Oh, a little annoying, but it's all right.
Well, that figures.
Why?
It was a neat shot, just enough to raise a little fever.
What are you driving at?
Give it a chance. It'll sink in.
Come on, let's get out of here.
All right.
Picked up my wife downtown?
Yeah.
Good. She worries a lot. You know, tell you what, Regan, I'll send a check around in the morning for another 100. That all right?
Make it 1,000.
What's that for?
Insurance against guys like you.
Never mind that, Regan.
Why didn't you tell the lion what you wanted in the first place?
I didn't know.
I got another story.
Well, you're wrong.
You knew Spec Jameson was out.
No reason I should tell you that.
I'm rehearsing a witness, that's all.
What?
Yeah, now let's hear what you did to him.
Nothing, not a thing. He can tell you that.
In 38, you got the book thrown at him.
He was a public enemy.
So's Smog.
Regan, a man in my position
Maybe that's it. Maybe you're the kind of shyster that builds a rap on convictions.
I'll grant you it helped, if that's all you want.
So he hated you.
He made threats.
What cooled him off?
$10,000.
When?
After I discovered he meant business. I sent someone with the money.
Figured Jameson'd forget everything for cash.
Men of his stripe always will.
Well, you made a mistake.
Everybody does sometimes. I guess Jameson is still using his gun.
Yeah.
But my shoulder will mend.
Your wife won't.
What do you mean?
She's dead.
No.
Homicide will tell you different.
I'd better go down to see them.
Yeah.
That bullet was meant for me.
Yeah, like you said, everybody makes mistakes. Well, we climbed in the taxi and headed for headquarters. Kramer looked confused. He mumbled a few words about what a good cook his wife had been, how he'd always tried to protect her from the stuff that he'd done to make a success. He was the kind of guy that always figured it was better to make a deal than face facts. Now he had to face a backfire. Well, there were a couple of newspaper photographers in front of the place. Kramer's shoulders dropped a couple of notches, then he headed for inside. I started in behind him, but an arm stopped me.
Regan, come here.
What are you doing out of bed?
Sit up. Get back in the taxi.
Look out, that meter will bite you.
I'm not paying the fare. Downtown, driver. Okay, Mac.
You know the cops are going to love you for this.
They can hear your side of it later.
Sure, and you'll stand behind me.
Now, Regan, I'll tell you how I figure this. She gets killed. It was a mistake.
Oh, now that takes a big brain.
Kramer's got enemies. Said Emma enemy, Dylan the wife Regan to get Kramer.
That's the last chapter.
And we write the next one. Turn in said enemy, and we'll pick us up a nice fat reward.
Homicide started with Jameson already.
They're gonna be surprised.
What do you mean?
He didn't do it.
How do you know?
I look into things. That's how I know.
Well, all right, big shot. Open it up.
It goes this way. 15 minutes after I talk to you, I put a call into the cops.
Saying what?
That I don't like my operator being threatened by ex-cons. What happens?
You tell me.
The police themselves take Jameson out of circulation. He was locked up before Mrs. Kramer got fired. He's sitting in the Hollywood station house right now with a smile on his face.
Talking?
No, eating ice cream.
Well, now it really made sense, like a mermaid on a bicycle. If Jameson didn't throw the lead, I had to find out who did. The taxi dropped me off downtown across from the Park Central building, and I started up the elevator to Kramer's office. It figured to be the time to get a look inside that locked desk. When I opened the door marked Abercrombie, Kramer, and Schmidt, the place was dark. I moved into Kramer's office and started a little work on the desk. It took me about 10 minutes to get inside. Nothing showed in the first two drawers, but in the third, I picked up a box of Panatellas and I looked under it. That's where I found a .38 with one bullet missing. Well, ballistics could do something about it, so I crammed it in my overcoat pocket and I started outside. That's when the door opened and the little guy with the runny nose walked in. He was wearing a suit the color of an avocado and his face looked like a fried banana.
It's a nice rug, huh?
You from the cleaners?
I make my own spots. Sit down, Regan. We're gonna talk.
I'll take it standing.
We prefer you sitting.
It's your gun.
More natural that way.
You got a name, Buster?
They call me the Dove.
The bird.
No cracks. Just a dove.
Peace mission?
It is. Rested.
All right, what is it this time?
Where's Kramer?
China.
Regan, you're an unlucky contestant.
If you don't like my answers, try somebody else.
That's what I'm doing, correcting mistakes.
Like shooting the wrong guy.
Like leaving a witness. I had to get rid of my Nash on account of you.
You killed her, now you're waiting for her husband.
Of course I killed her, but don't try to change the subject. It's you I'm talking about now.
Well, I don't like the spotlight.
You should have stuck to your nose in here, Regan. It'll bleed.
Well, let's start with yours. I dove for him and the gun went off, only it wasn't pointed at me. Kramer was standing in the doorway pulling a trigger like a kid at a bubblegum machine. I figured the floor was safer, so I flattened out. The Dove tried the same, only he hit the wastebasket.
Did I get him?
Well, he looks as dead as he'll ever be.
A cheap murdering...
Look, let me hold the gun, huh, Kramer?
Yes. Oh, Regan, there's a bottle in the cabinet there.
Sure. Here you are.
Thank you.
Now, what are you going to do now?
I don't know. Call the police, I guess.
I thought you were with them.
I came down in their car to get some of my files.
On the old Jameson case?
Yes.
You want to tell me?
Oh, it's about as you know. He was a small-time grifter. I gave myself a big name by prosecuting him, built my business and the reputation it gave me.
You told the police why he hates you?
Oh, yes. I intend to stand trial for killing this man.
You're growing up, Kramer.
Who was he, anyway?
The Dove.
No driver's license. Oh, yes, here it is. Dove Duval. Regan, look at this.
It's a lot of money.
It's $10,000. Same amount of money I sent to Jameson to stay away from me. Looks like the chickens came home to roost, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it does.
Well, police are waiting. I'd better go and tell them about this.
Go on.
You coming?
No, I'll meet you there, Kramer. I got a late date. I gave the boys downstairs the high sign, then I moved out of there fast. I found Emmy's place just off Normandy. It was a brand new duplex with a gilt-edged driveway and stocks and bonds for awnings. For a business girl, she really did all right. I was a couple of hours overdue, but the girl with the smoky hair knew how to wait. There was a candle burning in her window and 2 more in her eyes. It took me a little time.
But now you're here.
Uh-huh.
Well, aren't you going to do something about it?
Yeah. Talk.
Mr. Regan, what's the matter with you?
I've been working hard.
Oh, is that all?
Now listen, lady. This is just too pat, too neat. The ends tied together like Siamese twins.
I'm alone.
Yeah, but you don't want to be. Your boss just rubbed out a killer named Dove.
What?
It was self-defense. I'm a witness, and he'll be out of it inside a week.
Well, then what are we bothering about?
A guy named Jameson. Nobody will believe him.
Why should they?
Because they didn't hire the Dove.
Who did?
You.
Oh, Mr. Regan.
All right, maybe it was your boss. He primed me with a story about giving Jameson 10 G's. Only one ever saw that dough was the Dove.
Well?
That was his price for killing Mrs. Kramer.
You're out in left field, Mr. Regan. I was working.
You were keeping me outside till Kramer could throw a small bullet into his shoulder.
Why would he do that?
To point up that Jameson was still after him.
But he was.
I figure different. And homicide's gonna like my way.
I don't even know what you're talking about.
Well, this gun has a different version.
Where'd you get it?
Kramer's bottom drawer. And the caliber is gonna fit the hole in your boss's shoulder.
Well, that's it. You've got it all now.
Yeah. You know, you got a real nice hair.
Yeah?
That San Quentin water's gonna ruin it. Well, the whole thing came apart like a paper hat in a shower bath. Seems that when Jameson got out of prison and threatened Kramer, the lawyer and his secretary figured that it was a good time to get rid of the wife. I suppose she interfered with their skiing or something. Anyway, they hired the Dove to do the job and then got rid of him just so he couldn't ever come to bat for the fall guy, Jameson. Yeah, they had a perfect frame fixed for him, and I was picked to decorate the edges only.
Jack Webb is featured as Jeff Regan with Herb Butterfield as Anthony J. Lyon. It's CBS at the same time next week for more hard-boiled action and mystery with Jeff Regan, Investigator. Written by Jackson Gillis and D. Jack Newman. Produced by Sterling Tracy. Featured in tonight's story were Carol Matthews, Marvin Miller, Lou Krugman, Herb Bygren, Mary Lansing, and Larry Dodkin. Original music for this program is by Milton Charles. This is Bob Stevenson speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Standard of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West, invites you to Let George Do It. Serenade to the Southern Star, another adventure of George Valentine.
Personal notice, changes my stock and trade. If life is a whirlpool and you're smack in the middle, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
My good Mr. Valentine, there was once a man named Bluebeard who could not endure the thought of leaving his lady friends alive. But it is much more horrifying when you suspect that a woman has developed this same complex regarding her men. We are musicians, and she took an interest in our little group. When we all arrived in your city a few days ago, we were a quartet. Now we are a trio. And unless you help us immediately, there is every reason to believe we may become a duet. If you think this is facetious, may we add that the lady's two husbands have also disappeared. Sincerely, the Parnassus Trio, Steamship Southern Star, Pier 42. Mr. Valentine, Miss Brooks, my name is Paul. I am the conductor of our little symphony.
Oh, how do you do?
Paul? And this young man is Stuart, my drummer.
Hello.
About as musical as a pelican, but he so politely said he wanted experience for his college education.
Don't worry, I'm getting it, too. Stuart, are you the one that this female Bluebeard has her eye fixed on?
Oh, gosh, no. No, her tastes are a little more sophisticated. It is our third member, Fabio. He is in there in the next room asleep.
Yeah, he always sleeps.
Sleepiest piano I ever had. So amiable, though. He is Latin, that is all. Well, so my letter intrigued you, huh?
Oh, how could it help it? Who is this femme fatale?
Her name, Mrs. Devereaux. Her age, who cares? She would not admit it anyway, but her wealth is enormous.
Uh-huh. Where'd you meet her?
She traveled with us on the last trip. Now we find she is going to repeat the voyage, leaving tonight, for the sake of Fabio.
Hey, wait a second. You mentioned another musician.
Yeah, you see, he was a fellow
I will tell the story. It was Jose, the cello. First, Mrs. Devereaux liked him. They left the ship together 2 days ago, but yesterday at the company office I ran into her, and she claimed she had not even seen him. We checked, we called. He is nowhere.
Did you try missing persons?
Of course, that is all taken care of.
Well, surely he'll show up sometime before you sail.
I hope so, but I am afraid not. Anyway, what we need you for is poor Fabio.
Why, Paul? What makes you positive Mrs. Devereaux so deadly?
Yes, how do you know anything has really happened to this Jose or to the two husbands you mentioned?
As I told you, Miss Brooks, there's nothing we can prove, but the woman is...
He is simpatico. He is charming. She is beautiful. Like you are, Miss Brooks.
Oh, Fabio, please.
But I'm not wealthy.
Oh, well, life is full of tragedy. How do you do, Mr. Valentine?
So you're Fabio, huh?
Well, don't say it like that. I'm a nice guy, just a lazy egotist, that's all.
I gather you weren't in on writing the letter.
Oh, well, I knew about it, but, well, if there's thinking to be done, I leave it up to Paul and Stu.
And the same goes for action.
You guessed it. Well, I am on my way topside now. I sleep better in the lounge, but she is a lovely woman, Mrs. Devereaux. Hasta la vista.
Mr. Valentine, You have the expression, to be around, well, I have been around. No matter what Fabio says, there is danger, I know.
But if you just don't want him to be near this Mrs. Devereaux, why don't you leave him behind? Take a different pianist this time, then have her investigate.
But we were threatened. We were told we all had to make this trip just the same as usual. No change.
Oh, well, wait a minute. Now you said something, friend.
I wish we could say more. It was a note, typewritten, left in our cabin. I wish we could say who sent it.
That's where I fit in. Well, to start with...
Mr. Valentine, there is no time for more explanation. Every second counts. You are coming with us.
What's that?
Sure, this is a nice cabin, no? And all the ship's employees are living nice. There's even a swimming pool. Everyone is a king.
Oh, I get it. So that's it. What kind of a crown have you picked for me to wear?
The athletic instructor said. You will take his place.
Athletic Tarzan with sneakers.
Yeah, well, what about Miss Brooks?
There is always room for an extra manicurist in the ship's barber shop. I have angles. I can arrange it.
Oh, George, I don't mind. I'd do anything. I'd love it.
Easy, Brooksy. 12 days is a long time for us.
Mr. Valentine, you must believe me. We are not crazy. We were threatened.
Okay, skip it. Well, Brooksy, if we're going to pack up the scissors and boxing gloves, we'd better get going.
Good old gangplank still here.
May I have your stateroom numbers, please?
Where's ship's personnel?
Oh, give me your names. I'll check them off.
Claire Brooks, manicurist.
Up you go.
George, my red bag.
Yeah, I got it. Don't worry. Valentine. George Valentine, athletic director. Hey, come on, hurry up, will you?
Oh, here it is. Hey, mister, you're already on board.
Huh?
There's your name crossed off already.
Well, you're nuts. I'm Valentine.
Yeah, I know. It's an old trick, mister.
Look, let me on board, Buster. I'll get the purser. He'll tell you.
Better luck next time.
Look, fun is fun, Rollo, but... Hey, wait, I'll show you some identification.
No, all I know is the orders are getting your names checked off. But if you got a real beef, there's a company man down at the pier there, guy in the gray suit, bald. See him?
But you don't...
Nothing else I can do, mister.
Okay, you're all... Sorry, excuse me, will you? Let me through, will you please? Excuse me. Hey, you! Hey!
Fine voyage, Matilda!
Oh, brother. I don't care how much it costs. You run a water taxi, don't you? I don't care if you have to chase that ship all the way to San Miguel. Get going.
Well, Valentine, the captain was certainly not impressed with your little demonstration of climbing ladders.
But, Mr.
He
Kelly...
said, Purser, I want you to speak harshly with this man. Very harshly. He held up the boat 5 minutes, 5 full minutes.
Yes, sir, I know.
He said some other things, too, which I won't repeat.
But look, Mr. Kelly, I told you the guy at the gangplank had crossed my name off.
Nonsense. Bonded employee of the docks. Been there for years. Never makes mistakes.
Well, then somebody else used my name. I don't know.
Well, we've just completed our usual inspection. There's no one extra on board. Excuses won't get you anywhere, Valentine.
Okay, I'm very sorry.
That's better. Now, there's work to be done before morning. Sort out the shuffleboard equipment. Deck tennis net needs repairing.
Yes, I'll get on it, Mr.
Oh, yes, and you might vulcanize that rubber horse for the swimming pool. I think it has a slow leak.
Yes, I'm sure it does. Vulcanize.
Oh, George.
Oh, hi, Angel.
Gosh, are you going to miss the boat on our honeymoon?
Be forewarned, I'm a man with gangplank fever.
All right, we'll take a train. George, I've spotted that Mrs. Devereaux already.
Yeah?
She has cabin 3A. She's probably out on deck someplace now. She's not exactly what I expected.
Oh, excuse me. Good evening.
Oh, hello.
My name is George Valentine. I'm the new athletic director.
Oh, athletics.
You don't like them?
They always make me think of gym bloomers. I'm Mrs. Devereaux.
Oh, how do you do?
I had a husband once who was an athlete. He played polo until the horses simply loathed him.
Oh, I see.
That's how he died, you know. One of the horses hit him back, right there in the fourth chukker.
I didn't know. I'm sorry.
Why? Nobody else was.
Well, I mean, I didn't realize Mr. Devereaux was...
Oh, no, you're all confused. Mr. Devereaux ate himself to death. It was frightful. The doctor told him 300 pounds was too much, and it was.
Oh.
The one with horses was Mr. Phipps, my first. Now, do you understand?
Oh, perfectly.
Oh, music stopped, hasn't it? It's such a shame making them play the first night just because it's a cruise ship, don't you think?
Yes, it is.
I have to be going now. I'm meeting someone. Mr. Valentine, was there anything in particular you wanted to say to me?
Oh, well, no, I just understood you'd been on this trip before, and you see, I'm new, so... Well, I thought you might be able to give me some suggestions on organizing games and stuff.
Oh, you certainly came barking up the wrong tree, didn't you? I may as well tell you this. Everyone else aboard gossips about it, I suppose. I'm only here for one reason. There's a musician named Fabio.
The sleepy one.
Yes. Yes, he's lazy and charming and probably a liar. But he flatters me, Mr. Valentine.
Yes, I can see that. Mrs. Devereaux, didn't the orchestra used to be a quartet? Wasn't there another musician? Jose or something like that?
What? Gracious, now you're getting confused again, aren't you? Then I suppose it's because of all that exercise you do. Well, they've always been a trio. Bye-bye, Mr. Valentine.
Always a trio, huh? Okay, Buster, whoever you are, come on out of there. I said out. Now, I'm allergic to being... Oh, blackjack, huh? Drop that. Come on. Drop it. Well, Stewart, crew haircut and all. Come on, now, let's hear some talking, brushhead.
I can explain, Mr. Valentine. Don't hit me.
Never mind. You're going to round up the rest of the trio, drummer boy, and you're going to round them up fast.
Yeah,
We're having a little orchestra practice. Right now.
Young fool, Stuart.
But I told you I was only going to use the blackjack on myself. I mean, just lie there and make Mr. Valentine think I'd been knocked out.
You romantic youth. Please, I have business to attend.
Okay, all of you. You're going no place.
And neither are we. That was the idea, wasn't it, gentlemen? To get us aboard the ship by telling us a phony story?
Yeah, I mean, no, it's not phony.
There was no musician named Jose who disappeared. And you neither know nor care about Mrs. Devereaux's ex-husband. Does that check?
I told you she's a lovely woman. I would not lie.
Very well, Mr. Valentine, you're right. Mrs. Bluebeard was a figment of the imagination, and we did want to lure you aboard.
Sure, I wanted to make the story look better by having you find me like that, but we did get a note. That part of it is true. We were threatened. Well, we were.
Okay, why? And this time I want the truth.
Here, Mr. Valentine. We were going to tell you in due time. Look here in this drawer.
Oh, look at all the cigarette cases.
Uh-huh. And lighters, camera, a wristwatch.
And please understand, they are gifts. Gifts, not stolen.
Oh, they're worth only a couple of $100 altogether. Nothing big.
Where'd they come from?
Well, you see, a ship's musician is not overpaid, but when you have been around a while, there are tricks to help.
Go on.
You see, in the days of Prohibition, I was on European boats. And when we got to New York Harbor, I would invite a few friends aboard for, well, shall we say, parties.
You mean you smuggle liquor?
No, parties, that is all. Sell a few drinks to my friends.
Uh-huh. And now what do you sell?
To Mexico and back? For the ladies, naturally perfume.
But we don't even sell it. A few lovely friends come aboard. We exchange gifts, that is all. Tiny bottles, nothing the officials would object to.
Yeah, but duty-free, just the same.
Oh, you are splitting hairs. At least you will admit it is nothing important enough for someone to threaten our lives over.
Yet the note told us we had to make this next trip as usual. We had to. No change or else.
Well, it could make sense if someone is using you for real smuggling.
Exactly what we thought.
Something they put in the gift bottles of perfume, I suppose.
Now, where'd you get them?
There's a man in San Miguel who gives us cash for these presents. He also sells us the perfume.
I see. And you got me along to hold hands with you the next time you go ashore to meet him.
But don't you see, our only hope is to catch the real smugglers. Now, if we just came out and told anybody about all this, well, golly, the steamship company would fire us. The union would take away our car.
You guys ought to have your heads knocked together. And I should have mine examined.
Please, In the meantime, you will enjoy the voyage.
Look, friends, somebody's already tried to scratch me off.
His name on the gangplank list. And the only one who could possibly have touched that list are the ones who came up the gang.
Yeah. Whoever runs this deal, whoever threatens people, is right here on this ship. Oh, bon voyage.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. If you've ever oiled a door hinge, you've seen the oil run down the hinge and collect at the bottom. Now, how about oil on parts inside your car's engine? How can you keep the oil from dripping off cylinder walls and pistons so these mirror-smooth surfaces are safe from corrosive rust? Believe me, no ordinary motor oil will stay on these vital parts for long. But RPM motor oil is compounded to keep a film of oil on every inch of internal metal at all times. Whether your car is running hot or standing cold, RPM won't drip off. It stays put, protecting parts left bare and exposed to wear by ordinary motor oils. RPM also stops sludgy carbon and lacquer deposits, keeps the whole engine system cleaner. No wonder motorists say RPM gives extra protection, and no wonder it's first choice in the West. Get it at standard stations and independent Chevron gas stations where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. And now back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. You're aboard the palatial luxury cruiser Southern Star under false pretenses, and the three musicians who hired you were so nervous they played false notes on the truth. However, the voyage is well underway now, and it's no secret that there's somebody aboard who doesn't want you around, somebody who's already tried to get you off the ship, somebody who has something to do with a dangerous bit of smuggling. Still, if you're as much a philosopher as George Valentine is, you resign yourself grimly to the hardships of a pleasure cruise to San Miguel.
Any luck, George?
No, you, Angel?
Well, down in the beauty shop, they think I'm crazy. You know, eager beaver kind of crazy. I've managed to give a manicure to every woman on this ship, plus half the men.
Oh, you've learned about a hangnail.
Yeah, just about. George, I'm scared.
Oh, now take it easy.
Well, they're not going to just let you go ashore with Paul at San Miguel.
I know it.
What do you suppose is in those bottles of perfume? Narcotics?
Oh, I don't know. The way I see it, Brooksy, our job is to run a switch, change the whole routine.
Oh, excuse me.
Oh, Mrs. Devereaux.
Well, I see you've met somebody, haven't you? Isn't it wonderful aboard ship how everybody manages to meet somebody?
Yes, we were just talking about
talking about the dance tonight, of course. You are coming, aren't you? Everyone's invited, you know.
The dance. Oh, yes, I'll be there.
But you'll dance with me, won't you, Mr. Valentine? I mean, it's frightful if you like to dance and like a musician at the same time. I mean, never the twain shall meet. I mean, well, don't you think so?
Mr. Kelling, what time do we go ashore tomorrow?
Oh, I don't know. Anchor around 8. Officials come aboard. We send a lighter in with the baggage. Around 11, perhaps.
I see.
Anyway, as I was saying...
Hello.
Well, you look very lovely, Miss Brooks. Perhaps you'd care to...
Mr. Valentine.
Oh, look, Mr. Kelling, all day that woman's been hounding me. She's afraid you won't ask her to dance.
Why?
Mr. Valentine.
Yeah, she thinks you're the best dancer on the ship.
Why, if it isn't Mrs. Devereaux, shall we,
Mr. Valentine.
I was just saying you look lovely tonight.
Oh, very neat. Uh-oh, what's the matter, darling?
Brooksy, listen, meet me on the boat deck in 5 minutes.
What is it?
I'm going to take up the profession of smuggling myself, that's all. Boat deck in 5 minutes.
George.
I'll see you later.
Ah, hello, my friend.
Okay, I want to talk, Paul.
So?
This is a good place back here.
Strange, no? There is something I wish to say, too. I have been thinking and discussing with Fabio.
Yeah, what about?
The reason we were threatened in the first place. The reason the smugglers did not just let things take their natural course.
Okay, go on.
When we arrived in the States the last time, we did not make the usual telephone calls to invite our perfume friends aboard.
No?
No. Instead, there was a little delay while we debated. You see, Fabio thought it would be a good idea to just give all our perfume to this woman he wishes to impress, Mrs. Devereaux.
Only you and Stu voted him down.
Yes, but it must have been the delay that scared someone, no?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it makes sense.
I think it is very interesting. And tomorrow, perhaps...
Paul, you're staying aboard ship tomorrow.
What?
I want you to give me all those cigarette cases and junk you sell to the man in San Miguel. I got a plan.
George. George. George!
It's me.
Oh.
What's the matter? You disappointed?
No, Oh, of course not, Stuart.
Well, it's so hard to ever find you alone to talk to.
Oh, we're all so busy. This is the boat deck, isn't it?
Uh-huh. Best place to be alone on the whole ship.
Yeah, I suppose it is.
Gee, you're beautiful. You've got eyes like the stars.
Why, Stuart?
A fella gets a lot of experience traveling, you know, but I've never had anything happen like this.
You mean smuggling?
Oh, that. Only, yeah. Maybe that's it in a way. Gosh, tomorrow we may all be thrown in jail or die or something.
Stuart, what time is it?
I don't care, though. None of it's important. Time or space
Oh, Stuart, for heaven's sake.
Huh? Oh. Somebody's overboard.
No, the pool.
Look, it's a man. I think I can reach him.
George! Take it easy, darling. You've been asleep, that's all.
Yeah, sure, and a hammer works.
The doctor gave you a sedative.
Hey, was I awake before?
Just for a few minutes last night.
Last what? Hey, and Brooksy, the ship's not moving. Where's my watch?
It's 10 o'clock in the morning.
Huh?
George, who was it? Who did it?
I don't know. I was hurrying along the deck and the Empire State Building fell on me. 10 o'clock. Almost shore time. Hey, Brooksy, hand me my coat.
I will not.
Come on. Give me a boost.
George, I don't care about that smuggling. Those crazy musicians can take their medicine. I don't
Somebody
care.
tried to kill me, Brooksy.
That's what I mean. They'll do it again.
Angel, and what's left of my head, I remember there's something to find out.
Oh, the cigarette cases. And...
last night I picked up this stuff. Then after Paul left, I dumped it in this locker for safekeeping. I was planning to sneak it ashore on the first lighter as a baggage boy, try to trade it for perfume. But I guess it takes a knock on the head to give you perspective.
What do you mean?
I mean, everybody figures a smuggle only works one way, into the United States. But remember that threatening note the boys got?
Yeah?
Well, that threat would make a lot more sense, wouldn't it, if the sender of the note knew the stuff was already in their hands, packaged for delivery?
And ready to be smuggled into Mexico.
Yeah.
Oh, golly, well, there's nothing in this one.
Oh, wait a minute, Angel, this camera.
Oh, George, it's a bracelet.
Yeah, little bauble that's too hot to be peddled in the States, I guess. And there are some millionaires in South America, too.
Well, hello.
Oh, Fabio.
The boats are here. Our music is over. I'm on my way for a little nap. Oh, what are you doing?
Mr. Valentine, you should not be up.
I'm all right.
Oh, but your head, gee.
Yes, you should sit down. You look pale.
First boat for shore, everyone. First boat for shore. Hurry, please, everyone going ashore.
Mr. Kelling.
Hurry, please.
Mr. Kelling, come here.
What? Why, Mr. Valentine, you shouldn't...
No, I'm all right. I just realized I like a lot of people around. That's all. I need them.
Oh, please, I am so sleepy.
Then wake up, Fabio. Brooksy, show it to him.
See?
Huh? Well, yeah. Sure, it's pretty, isn't it? Maybe there's even some more on this trip. I don't know yet.
What in heaven's name are you talking about?
Okay, Mr. Kelling, I'll make it fast. Somebody in the United States wants to send this stuff to somebody in Mexico. Somebody like the perfume man. They get a smuggler to supervise the deal, and the smuggler picks a patsy.
No. 3 patsies, Mr. Valentine.
Only this time the smuggler knew I was aboard, and he made a slip of the pencil.
I do not understand.
Well, I'll tell you. It's been bothering me for a long time, and now I think I've got it. My name was crossed off the gangplank list, remember?
Yes, someone did it while coming aboard to stop you from being here.
You keep saying that, Fabio, and you'll realize how silly it sounds.
What?
Now, how could anyone walking up a gangplank draw a line on a piece of paper in somebody else's hand?
Well, gee, maybe...
It just didn't happen, that's all.
Oh, now really, the line was there.
Correct, Paul. But the line must have already been there before the gangplank guard ever got the list. Okay, Mr. Kelling, you're the purser. Maybe you can tell me what on a ship or who on a ship would be responsible for marking up such a list. Can you tell me, Mr. Kelling? And, who'd have access to everyone's cabin to smuggle things in and out and leave typewritten notes?
I
got it. Look out. He's tougher than you think.
I should have used the gun on you last night, Valentine.
Oh, no, Buster. Here's your chance for round 2. Well, Angel, that's it. And like Fabio, I'm very sleepy.
Yes, Mr. Valentine, I promise. Never again will I organize little parties for my friends when the ship reaches.
Look at Fabio over there by the rail with Mrs. Devereaux. He has the right idea.
No. I'm too old, much too old. But I've been thinking, stamps. People collect stamps. And I travel many places. Perhaps if I could organize...
Paul, if you don't mind, we'd like to be alone.
Huh? Oh, excuse me.
Well, this is something new, darling.
Well, I just like to look at the moon, that's all. All right, I won't look at the moon.
George, it's still several days until we get back home. And the captain does seem to be an obliging sort of man. There's even an orchestra right here. I mean, well, doesn't it give you any ideas?
Oh, sure, Angel, sure. How about organizing a game of shuffleboard tomorrow?
At some time or other, everybody has seen Joe Smith go whizzing along the highway with his boy beside him and big, broad smiles on their faces. If we were in the back seat, we might hear Junior say, "Gee, Pop, what did you do? Soup this car up?" And if it's the Joe Smith I know, he'd answer, "No, son, I just got a tank full of Chevron Supreme gasoline." Now, you just try this premium quality gasoline in your own car, and I'll bet you'll agree Chevron Supreme gets the best out of your car. It's specially blended to give faster starts, faster warm-ups, alert getaway in traffic. And its ping-free power just lifts you over the hills, and hills you used to call steep, too. Chevron Supreme is climate-tailored. It meets every driving condition in the West's different altitude and temperature zones. In fact, for today's high-compression engines, you can't buy a better gasoline. Ask for it at independent Chevron gas stations and at standard stations, where they say and mean, "We take better care of your car." Next week, in the midst of another adventure, you will find George Valentine and Brooksy at the scene of an automobile accident, and...
It must be suicide, George, don't you think so?
I think so now more than ever, Brooksy.
What do you mean?
This note the police took off Freeholder's body. Old man Sturman was leaving him $250,000, quote, with full knowledge of the misstep Freeholder made as an accountant, unquote.
Oh. So you think he killed himself so he wouldn't have to answer for embezzlement?
I don't know, Angel, but it gives me an idea. There are 2 other people mentioned in the will. And right now I'd like to find out what's in store for them.
Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and Standard stations throughout the West. Robert Bailey is starred as George with Francis Robinson as Brooksy. Let George Do It was written by David Victor and Jackson Gillis and directed by Don Clark. Also heard in the cast were Ted DeCorsia as Paul, Jerry Hausner as Stuart, Jay Novello as Fabio, Junius Matthews as the purser, and Lee Patrick as Mrs. Devereaux. The music is composed and presented by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. This is the Mutual Time Lee Broadcasting System.
And this is Leslie Mitchell bidding you welcome to this Theatre of the Air, where each week will be presented famous British stars in well-known British plays and films. Outstanding among the films of Britain during the war years were pictures produced by the team of David Lean, Ronald Neame, and Anthony Havelock Allen in association with Noel Coward. Such films as In Which We Serve, Blithe Spirit, This Happy Breed, and Brief Encounter. Today we're privileged to present a special radio adaptation of one of these films, played for you by members of the original cast, including Robert Newton, John Mills, Celia Johnson, and Kay Walsh, with Stanley Holloway as your storyteller in his original characterization of Bob Mitchell, the man from next door. It's the story of a London family, their adventures, their loves, and their triumphs during 20 years of history. Noel Coward's This Happy Breed.
Mitchell's my name, Bob Mitchell. I live at number 15 Sycamore Road, Clapham Common, London SW15. At least, I used to live there before the war. The last war, I mean. The 1939 lark. But this story I'm going to tell you, well, that starts 20 years before that. April 1919. All afternoon, there'd been a moving van outside the house next door, number 17. Round about tea time, after the moving van had gone, I popped round the back way and went in to pay my respects to the new neighbours, the Gibbonses. I gave a knock at the window, back at number 17.
Oh, dear.
Oh, I hope I don't intrude. I live at number 15 next door, and my missus and I thought if you needed anything in the way of groceries...
Well, I'll be blowed. Mitchell. Bob Mitchell.
That's right.
Well, don't you remember me? Frank Gibbons, the Buffs, B Company, Festerbert, 1915.
Strike me pink, it's as dead as mutton after that night attack when we'd gone on to Givenchy and left you on the mud.
Got me dead as mutton. I'm tougher than that. Only one small hole through my leg in 4 years. Here, take a chair.
Thanks.
How did you make out?
Well, not so bad. Got gassed in 17. All right now, though. Left my chest a bit weak, that's all.
Well, I'll say it's a small world and no mistake.
Don't you think you'd better introduce me, Frank?
Of course. This is the wife, Bob.
Pleased to meet you, Mrs. Gibbons.
Oh, it's a pleasure, I'm sure.
Well, what a coincidence. I can't get over it.
How long have you been here?
Oh, over a year now. We took the house when I got my discharge in March 18. Nora, that's my missus. She would have come herself tonight, only she's feeling a bit under the weather. You see, we're expecting a little stranger any day now.
Oh, it's not our first, is it?
No. We've got a boy 14. Wants to be a sailor.
Here, we got to celebrate this somehow.
Well, I'll tell you what, I've got a bottle of Johnny Walker next door. It won't take a minute.
Now, you two sit here and I'll go and get Sylvia's wind carpet.
Oh, dear.
It won't take a minute to get the Johnny Walker.
Here, whose dugout do you think this is? You sit down.
All right.
I'll pop in and have one with you later.
You got a job yet?
Yes, I had a bit of luck. A chap called Tickler in my regiment was running a sort of travel agency in Oxford Street before the war. Well, he was the first one I run into when I got back last April. He started his business again, he gave me a job.
A travel agency, eh? Whee!
Tours of the battlefields, I'll thank you.
That's a good one.
Yeah, some people certainly do have queer ways of enjoying themselves, don't they?
Here, you've got kids, haven't you? I remember you talking about them.
Yeah, 3. 2 girls and a boy. They were with Ethel's aunt in Broadstairs. We didn't want them under our feet while we was moving in.
How old are they?
Reg, the boy, he's 12. Queen is 13, and Vi, she's 40.
There you are. Supper'll be ready in a minute. Are you sure you won't stay and take potluck with us, Mr. Mitchell?
Thanks very much, Mrs. Gibbons. I really must get back.
Will you ask your wife when it be convenient for me to pop in and see her?
Any time at all.
Well, I'll be saying good night, Mr. Mitchell.
Aren't you going to have a drop, dear?
No, dear, we'll spoil me supper now. Don't be long.
Don't forget, there's anything you're wanting.
Thanks very much, I'm sure. Good night.
Good night.
Here, Albert.
Thanks.
It tastes a bit funny, but it's better than nothing. Happy days.
Happy days. And they were happy days, too. All the rest of the boys were marching back, and we were cheering them home. We had some larks, our two families, the Mitchells and the Gibbonses. 1924, and the Wembley exhibition. Those were the days. The families were growing up, and my boy Billy, he joined the Navy, was seeing quite a lot of Frank Gibbons' daughter Queenie. I always thought Queenie was a bit flighty, but Billy was struck on her. I remember one Christmas party. It'd be about 1925. Young Billy managed to work it so that he was alone for a few minutes with Queenie.
Look here, Queenie. If you think I oughtn't have said that about wanting to talk to you alone in front of Vi, I'm sorry, see. I can't say fair on that, now can I?
No, I suppose not.
Well, then?
Oh, all right.
I do love you, Queenie. You know that, don't you?
Yes.
And I wouldn't do anything to upset you. That is, not meaning to. You know that too, don't you?
Oh, Billy. I wish you weren't going away so soon.
Will you write to me every now and again? Even if it's only a postcard?
Yes, if you'll write to me.
Oh, that's easy. Promise?
Cross my heart.
You're the sweetest girl I ever met in all my life. Or ever will meet either.
Oh, that's easy to say, but how do you know?
Well, never you mind, it's true anyway. I say, Queen, a little later on, when I'm earning a bit more, do you think we might have a shot at getting married?
Oh, Bill, how do I know? Well, you might be in China or anywhere. You might have gotten without me by then.
More likely to be the other way around. Pretty girl like you working at being a manicurist, talking to all sorts of different fellas all day long.
It isn't all jam being a sailor's wife, is it?
Well, it won't be so bad, you know, if I get my promotion all right and get on.
I'll tell you something awful. I hate living here. I hate living in a house that's exactly like hundreds of other houses. I hate coming home from work on tube. I hate washing up and helping Mum darn Dad's socks and listening to Aunt Sil keeping on about how ill she is all the time. And what's more, I know why I hate it. It's because it's all so common. There. I suppose you think I'm getting above myself, and I can't blame you. Maybe I am. But I can't help it. And that's why I don't think I'll be a good wife for you. However much I loved you. And I do. I really do. Oh, Billy.
Don't, Tom, dear. There's nothing to cry about. I know you mean all right. It's only natural you should feel that way about things.
And you don't think I'm awful then, do you? Don't mean.
Of course I don't. Come on now, cheer up. You don't want to have red eyes on Christmas Day now, do you?
Oh, Bill. I'm sorry. Please forgive me.
That Queenie? Oh, hello, Mr. Gibbons. Yes, I think it was. Oh, I see. It must be a bit miserable going back to work on Christmas night, isn't it? Oh, I don't know. That's all right once you're there, you know. Why don't you come in into the drawing room? No, thanks, Mr. Gibbons. No, I'd rather not if you don't mind. All right, son. I'll walk down to the gate with you. I could do with a breath of fresh air myself. How old are you, Billy? Getting on for 22? Oh, I wish I was.
Good night, Mr. Gibbons. Night,
Good night,
Mr.
dear.
Mitchell.
Good night. Mr. Gibbons. Yes, son? If in 2 or 3 years' time, when I've worked my way up a bit, Queenie and me got married, would you mind?
Well, if Queenie wanted to, it wouldn't matter whether I minded or not. She'd get her own way, you know. She always does.
Next commission, I may be drafted overseas. By the time I get back, I ought to be earning better pay. Yeah, that is, if I've been behaving myself.
Well, what does Queenie think about it?
Well, that's the trouble. I think she thinks that being a sailor's wife might be a bit hard going.
Yeah, she likes having a good time, our Queenie. But maybe she'd calm down a bit later on.
Yeah. If you get the chance, Mr. Gibbons, you might sort of put in a word for me now and again.
Right there, son, I'll do my best. Now, go on up it.
Thanks. Good night, Mr. Gibbons.
Good night.
We were just about to have the general strike in 1926. And as if that wasn't enough, the Gibbonses had got their own particular bit of trouble coming their way. Things were brought to a head about a year later. I remember it was just before the wedding of Frank Gibbons' young son, Reg. Billy, my boy, was home on leave. And the morning of the wedding, he had a long talk with Queenie.
Oh, it's you.
Yeah.
Well, it's a nice day anyhow, isn't it?
Fine.
You haven't said anything to anyone?
No, of course not.
I'm awfully sorry about last night, Bill. Really, I am.
No need to be sorry. Not your fault.
Yes, but when you've gone back, they'll all be asking me questions, and I don't know what to say.
Tell them the truth. I love you and asked you to marry me. You don't love me and said no. Simple enough, isn't it?
Sounds awful when you say it like that.
No use pretending, is there?
No, I suppose there isn't. I am sorry they're all the same. You do believe that, don't you?
Yes, I believe it all right.
I never did say I would, did I? I mean, I never let you think that...
I'm not blaming you. I told you that last night. It's just that well, I can't help feeling a bit low. It's natural enough, isn't it?
I suppose you won't write to me anymore now, will you?
You're a funny girl, I must say.
I don't see anything so very funny in that.
You want everything, don't you? You know I love you more than anyone else and want to marry you. You turn me down flat, then want me to go on writing to you. If you've taken the trouble to read my letters up to date, you might remember they was mostly about the future. That's all gone now, isn't it? I'll send you a weather report every so often, if you like.
Oh, well, if you're going to turn nasty about it, there's no use saying any more, is there?
There's someone else, isn't there?
I don't know what you mean.
I mean what I say. You're in love with someone else, aren't you?
Well, it's no business of yours if I am.
Are you going to marry him?
No.
Why not?
That's my affair.
Is he married already?
I wish you'd leave me alone.
Is he?
Yes, he is. Now you're satisfied.
Oh, Queen. You're an awful fool. I do wish you weren't.
Who are you calling a fool? People can't help their feelings.
No, but they can have enough sense not to let their feelings get the better of them. Oh, what you're doing is wrong, whichever way you look at it. There's your mother and father to start with. It'll break their hearts if they ever find out about it. Then there's the man's wife, whoever she is. You're laying up trouble there. But most important of all is you. You won't get much out of it in the long run, and don't you fool yourself. Oh, you're not that kind of a girl, really, whatever you may think. Looks to me as if you're on the way to mucking things up all round. For yourself and everyone else.
Thanks very much for the lecture.
All right. No good me saying any more. I'll go up and talk to Reg. Goodbye, Queen. Good luck.
Now here's Bob Mitchell to continue the story of This Happy Breed.
It was pretty plain to see that Frank Gibbons and his wife Ethel were in for a big spot of trouble with their Queenie. Billy didn't say a word about what he'd learned from her, and the whole thing came to a head on Armistice Night, November the 11th, 1927. Frank and I had been to a big British Legion do at the Albert Hall, and one way and another we'd had a few. It was gone midnight when we got back to Sycamore Road, and we were both pretty merry.
Now then. What? One more night, Kemp. You and I'll have a thick head in the morning. Well, how about you? I'm past killing now. That's right. Say where? Hey, go easy. Hold it while I put the soda in. Your eyes look terrible. All swimming. Well, never you mind about my eyes. Yours don't look so good for me. Oh, dear. Now I've wetted my Victoria Cross. Yeah, don't you wish you had one? A fat lot of good it'd have done me if I had. I'd like to take this opportunity of saying that my old regiment is the finest in the world. Next to the East Surreys, it is. Here's to the Buffs. Here's to the East Surreys. And, your old regiment's the finest in the world, too. That's right. Here's to the East Surreys. Here's to the Buffs. Here. What was that one that chap told us about the couple in the park? Shut up and start me off. That little so-and-so, he can't tell him no mistake about it. You know, it's not so much what he says as the way he said it. Dry, you know, that's what he was. Dry. That reminds me. What? One more. Hey, go easy. Go on, it'll do you the world of good. Who and I would sell you if Ethel catches us? Well, it's my own house, isn't it? I can do as I like in it. An Englishman's home is his castle. Bungo. Bungo. Yeah. You heard from Billy lately? Yes, he writes once a week. He's in Malta now. Good old Billy. He's a fine boy. You know, I haven't said much about it, but I've often thought that maybe the young Queenie might want Queenie, she gives me a headache, all her airs and graces. A good hiding's what she needs. That wouldn't be any use. Girls get like that. No doing anything with them. I think Billy'd stick to her whatever she did. How do you mean? He just loves her, that's all. It's funny, isn't it? Having kids and seeing what they grow up like. I'll be pushing off in a minute. Yeah. Have one more for the road. The road? Only got 3 yards to go. Yeah, well, we don't have a binge like this every day of the week. I know you've done it. Oh, dear. I wish you could see your face. Yeah, quiet a minute. Listen.
And what do you think you're doing if Mama makes the boat?
Bob was just going home.
Oh, just going home, was he?
Sorry I woke you up, Ethel.
I suppose you know what the time is, don't you?
Well, who cares? Time was meant for slaves.
You go on up to bed, Frank Gibbons. I'll have something to say to you later. What was that you broke?
It was only the poor old Johnny Walker. It's all my fault, Ethel.
You ought to be ashamed of yourselves, men of your age, coming home drunk and waking up the whole house.
You're not an old house, Ethel, old girl. You're just a little bungalow.
Come on, Bob. It's time you was going home.
Yeah, now, don't be hard on him, Ethel. He's my best pal. He may be looking a bit silly, I'll admit, but he's my pal all the same. Who's looking silly? You are. What about you?
You both look silly, but it's not only what you're going to look in the morning. Now, come on, Bob. I'm not going to stay here much.
All right. I can take it in. Good night, Mrs. G. Good night, Sergeant. It's been a pleasure. Steady the Buffs. All right. You don't have to say nothing. I know.
Now, stop it, Frank. The next time you go to a regimental dinner, you can go to a hotel afterwards and sleep it off. I won't have it, you hear? This is my dining room. This is not a bar parlour. Go on. Get up to bed and don't make a noise either. What's this?
What's what?
This letter.
Oh, I haven't written no letters.
It's Queenie's writing.
Yes. You can't open the girl's private letters.
It's addressed to you and me.
Well, I'll be blowed.
She's gone. Read it.
Who is this man? Have you ever seen him?
No.
I'll fetch her back. I'll give her the idea of her life.
Go and find her. Don't say where she's gone.
We love each other. His wife won't divorce him. We can't live without each other. So we're going away. We'll trace her all right, don't you worry. We'll find out through the shop. It must have been there that she met him. We'll get her back.
I don't want her back. She's no child of mine. I never want to see her again as long as I live.
Don't talk like that, Esther.
I mean it. I've done my best to bring her up to behave respectable, to be a good girl, but it hasn't been any use.
If she loves this man that much, maybe it was too strong for her. Maybe she couldn't help herself.
You don't see what she's done same way as what I do you?
Oh, I don't know.
She's always been...
But a tragedy, too. Reg, Frank's son, and his wife were killed in a motor accident. And in 1932, Nora, my missus, died. And then, one summer, 1937, Billy came home again on leave from the Navy. He brought some news for Frank Gibbons and his missus.
What is it, Billy?
It's about Queenie.
What about her?
Does it still make you angry? Even to hear her name?
I'm not angry.
Have you seen her, Billy?
Yes, I've seen her.
How is she?
Fine.
What was it you wanted to say about Queenie?
I sympathize with how you feel, Mrs. Gibbons, really I do. And what's more, she does, too. She knows what a wrong she did in going off like that, and it didn't take her long to realize it. She hasn't had any too good a time, you know. The man she went off with went back to his wife and left her stranded in a sort of boarding house in Brussels.
How long was it before she found another man to take her on?
That's all. A long time. Over 3 years.
She's all right now, then, isn't she?
Yes, she's all right now.
What sort of a bad time did she have? How'd you mean?
Trying to earn a living for herself, you know, getting in and out of different jobs. She showed dresses off in a dressmaker shop for over a year. Then she got a job looking after some English children, but that didn't last long. Then she got ill with appendicitis and was taken to hospital.
Where? Where was she taken to hospital? How long ago?
Paris, about a year ago. When she was in hospital, she picked up with an old Scotswoman in the next bed. A little later on, the two of them started an old English tea room in Mentone in the south of France, you know, just for English visitors. That's where I ran into her by accident.
Is she there now?
No, she isn't there now.
Well, where is she then?
She's here.
Here?
How do you mean? Here?
Next door with Dad.
Billy.
We were married last week in the registry office in Plymouth.
Barry.
Well, I've always loved her, you know. Always said I'd wait for her.
Oh, son. I can't believe it.
Hello, Mum. You've come back, have you? A bad girl.
Yes, Mum.
Nice way to behave, I must say. Upsetting me like this.
And that's the way Queenie came home. The year after that, I decided the time had come for me to move from Sycamore Road. Now that Billy was married, the place was too big for me. Although I knew we'd be seeing each other lots and lots of times, it wasn't easy saying goodbye to Frank.
I shall miss you a devil of a lot.
Same here. You'll be popping down to see me, won't you?
You bet. Happy days, old pal.
Happy days, old pal. And a year later, it was Frank's turn to say goodbye to dear old Sycamore Road. He and Ethel had been at number 17 for 20 years. It's a long time. I think Frank was almost sorry he'd decided to move.
I shall miss that garden.
Well, it's your own fault. You're the one who's wanted to move.
I know.
You can have the balcony anyway. You can put window boxes all round.
Window boxes. You know, sometime a bit later on, when I stop working, we might take a little place in the country, mightn't we?
When might that be now, Al?
Oh, I don't know, in a few years, maybe.
We'll see about that when the time comes.
Yeah, I think you'd like the country. I know you're frightened about it being a bit too quiet, but when people get older, they don't mind so much about being quiet.
Not all as old yet, you know.
Funny, isn't it?
What is it?
Well, you think when you take everything out of a room, it'd look bigger. But this one looks small.
Must be glad to be out of it.
So shall I. Sorry to, though, in a way.
Well, we'd better be going.
Been a long time, hasn't it? I don't mind how many flats we move in, where we go or what we do, so long as I've got you.
Talk to see.
Well, that's the end of our story. It's August 1939. Number 17 Sycamore Road, Clapham Common, London SW15 is empty. The Gibbonses have gone. What happened to them? Well, that's really up to your imagination, isn't it? So I'll say, ta-da for now.
Our thanks are due to Stanley Holloway, Celia Johnson, John Mills, Robert Newton, and Kay Walsh, who appeared in a special radio adaptation of the Cineguild production of Noel Card's This Happy Breed. Till our next meeting, when another famous British film will be presented with members of the original cast, this is Leslie Mitchell.
With two great names, Frigidaire and General Motors. Frigidaire presents Herbert Marshall as the man called X. Wherever there is mystery, intrigue, romance, in all the strange and dangerous places of the world, there you will find the man called X. More Frigidaires serve in more American homes than any other refrigerator. And now Frigidaire presents Herbert Marshall as Ken Thurston, the man called X. The university near Los Angeles looks peaceful and serene on its oak-studded acres. But in a small office in the physics building, a man is making a long-distance call to New York. A call that could affect the lives of millions of people.
Hello? Hello, is that you, Mr. Thurston?
That's right, who's that?
My name is Bill Wilson. I'm a physics instructor out here at the university. You don't know me, but things are happening out here that... Mr. Thurston, you've got to fly to Los Angeles today.
Oh? Suppose you offer some inducements, Wilson, such as why?
Have you ever heard of carbon-14?
Carbon-14? What about it?
Would it mean anything to you if I said that a lot of it has been disappearing out here?
Go on, Wilson.
Well, I'm afraid to talk freely over the phone, Mr. Thurston, but I can tell you this. The carbon-14...
Wilson! What's happened there? Hello, Wilson. Can you hear me? Hello. Hello, Wilson. What's wrong? What's happened? Hello.
What is it, Ken? Something wrong?
Chief, what do you know about carbon-14?
Carbon-14? Well, let's see. A radioactive isotope that...
Yeah, that's right. One of the common elements they've been treating with active uranium.
Sure. Been using them as tracers, haven't they, to determine the cause of certain diseases?
Chief, they might hold the clue to curing cancer, tuberculosis, any number of bacteriological diseases.
Oh, no wonder they're called miracle workers of science.
Yeah. We've only been able to make them for a year or so, and so far their use has been limited to this country.
Uh-huh.
So even small amounts of that stuff could be worth a fortune if sold underground most anywhere in the world.
Sure, but what's all this got to do with that phone call?
I don't know yet. But from what that guy said before we were disconnected, maybe I better go to the West Coast and find out.
Now, wait a minute. You can't go chasing cross-country on the strength of an unfinished phone call from a man you don't even know. Nothing but a wild goose chase.
Chief, when you chase wild geese, the geese usually get shot, not the hunters. I'm flying out to L.A.
departing on Flight 7 from New York may claim their baggage just off the terminal entrance. Passengers from New York, Flight 7
I beg your pardon, sir. My cigarette. Could you be kind enough to furnish me with a light?
Light? Sure. Here you are.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Here.
No, that's okay. You can keep them. Excuse me.
I noticed, sir, that you just arrived here in Los Angeles on that flight from New York. You have been so kind. I'm lost without my tobacco. I thought perhaps I might reciprocate.
Oh, forget it, if you'll excuse me.
Perhaps you do not have transportation. This airport, you know, is quite some miles away from things. I have my car. Perhaps I could assist you.
No, that won't be necessary. Thanks all the
But
same.
I am driving out toward the university.
The university?
Yes. If by any chance you are going in that direction, we might have a very pleasant trip together.
What makes you think I'm going in that direction?
Why, nothing, sir. But if you are, it would cause me no inconvenience, I assure you. I would be more...
From New York, Flight 7, report to the dispatcher's office at once, please.
Yeah, thanks for your offer, but I'm making other arrangements. Maybe I'll see you around sometime.
Yes. Yes, perhaps you shall, Mr. Thurston.
My name's Ken Thurston. I believe you were paging me?
Oh, yes, sir. This Ranieri wishes to speak with you.
What, young lady?
How do you do, Mr. Thurston?
Well.
I'm Carla Rayner. I must apologize for having you paged in this fashion, but I did not wish that foreign man to see me talking with you.
Oh, why not, Miss Rayner?
It was at Dr. Sherwood's request.
Dr. Sherwood?
Yes, he is head of the Nuclear Research Department at the university. I'm his assistant, and he sent me to meet you.
It's mighty nice of him, but I still
He did
don't...
not want any of the staff to know that you are arriving, Mr. Thurston. The foreign man is Professor Uda of the department.
Uda, I see.
My car's waiting outside, Mr. Thurston. Shall we go?
No, Miss Rayner, I don't think so.
Really? Is there some reason why you do not wish to go with me?
A very simple reason. I didn't tell anyone, including Dr. Sherwood, that I was coming to Los Angeles. Bye, Miss Rayner. What? Oh, Pagon Zellschmidt.
Hello, Mr. Thurston. Welcome to sunny California. Hop into my jalopsy and I'll take you right there.
Take me right where, Pagon?
The university. Where else? See, Mr. Thurston, I was temporarily embarrassed for fun.
No.
Yes. And this Bill Wilson offered me a job getting acquainted with this Professor Udow.
Udow? Why was Wilson interested in him, Pagon?
He didn't tell me, only that I should really case the guy. You understand?
How'd you make out?
I didn't even get the third base. Now, who can understand that man? Such a terrible accent he's got. So I told Mr. Wilson to call you, and all I wanted is a small commission for getting you the job.
Yeah. Thanks. How come you knew when I was arriving?
Oh, that. I was keeping with Miss Brooks over the long-distance telephone. She told me about your reservations. Accidentally, of course.
Oh, sure. And you told everyone in earshot. Pagon, I order...
Look, Mr. Thurston. There's the nucleus building of the university. Must be something plenty important going on there, eh?
Could be important enough to cure millions of people who are dying unnecessarily.
Gee, Mr. X.
Here, you better pull over and let that ambulance get past before it runs us down.
Smart guy. Thinks just because he's got a tin whistle he can... Hey, look! He's going right to the nucleus building.
Yeah. Someone must be hurt in there. Keep going.
But I thought you said the stuff in there cured people.
You can cure them, Pagon, or kill them. Step on it.
To welcome you to my office under such circumstances, Mr. Thurston. But one of our workers carelessly exposed himself to radiation from some isotopes. Even a tiny speck of those radioactive elements can prove deadly, you know.
So I understand, Dr. Sherwood. Bill Wilson was telling me about him.
Bill Wilson? Then you knew him?
Knew him? Sounds like he's dead.
Well, frankly, Mr. Thurston, he may be. Wilson has supplied the university with a mystery worthy of Sherlock Holmes.
What's the story?
Yesterday morning, Carla Rayner, my assistant, Thought she heard shots from Wilson's office, but when she entered, it was empty.
Oh?
A window was open. There was a blood stain on the floor. And Wilson was gone. He's been missing ever since.
You seem to be missing a number of things around here, Doctor. Wilson, isotopes.
We're missing no isotopes. Where did you ever get that idea?
I don't know, Doctor. Well, I won't take up any more of your time.
Thurston! You hear that?
Somebody's trigger happy out there. Let's get going.
The ambulance. Well, look, Thurston, that's...
Dr. Sherwood! Dr. Sherwood!
What is it, Carla? What's happened out here?
Those men in the ambulance. They were fakes.
What's that?
They have located the storeroom. They have taken the isotopes, hundreds of thousands of dollars worth.
Good Lord.
Well, looks like you'll have to change your story now, Doctor.
Yes. And I'll have to change my story about Bill Wilson, too.
Wilson? What do you mean?
He isn't missing any longer, Thurston. He was driving that ambulance.
Now to continue with Frigidaire's Man Called X, starring Herbert Marshall. The Nuclear Research Laboratory of a university near Los Angeles, radioactive isotopes are being used, precious new tools of science. But shortly after Ken's arrival, the isotope storeroom is looted by an ambulance crew, apparently led by the missing physics instructor Bill Wilson. It's now an hour later. A steady rain is falling as Ken and Pagon stand in the night darkened shadows in front of an apartment building.
Nobody's home at Mr. Wilson's, see?
I didn't expect anyone to be. So?
You didn't? Then why did we come here in the first place?
To see what a dead man who drives an ambulance can tell us about missing isotopes.
Huh? Hey, the door was open.
Yep. Go in.
Look at this joint, Mr. Thurston. Boy, what a mess. Scrambled up like eggs, eh?
Yeah. If there was anything to find here, somebody's beaten us to it. Relax, you idiot. It's only the telephone.
But who'd be calling us here?
You're just silly. Hello?
Bill, thank heavens I found you. I've been searching for you everywhere. Listen to me, Bill. I have that number that you asked me to check on. It is NC26X13. Have you got it?
NC26X13. Yeah, I have it, Carla. Thanks.
You are welcome, Mr. Thurston.
Short conversation, eh, Mr. X?
That was long enough, Pagon, for now. I'll continue it in person.
You mean you're going to this Carla Reiner's house?
What's that?
You realize, of course, it's raining very hard at that. She lives way out in Coldwater Canyon.
Yeah.
Sure, so you need a car to get out there, and by a strange coincidence, because we drove it up here, my car's outside, so for a slight consideration, of course, I shall be very happy.
Pagon, I wouldn't think of troubling you. There's a cab stand at the corner. Good night.
But Mr. Thurston! How do you like that? After all he's done for me all these years, I get the brush up, huh? All right. Well, maybe he don't appreciate me, but there's other people. Yeah, I'll show him a couple of things or two. Hello? This is Pagan. Pagan Zelschmidt. Yeah. I got news for you. Mr. Thurston's on his way to Carla Reiner's house. That's right. Huh? Oh, don't worry about that thing. I'll stick to him like a bleach. For my usual consideration, of course.
Come in, Mr. Thurston.
Thanks, Carla. Nasty night out, isn't it?
Is it?
Yeah. I noticed your car's parked outside. You going somewhere?
I dislike talking at cross purposes, Mr. Thurston. What is on your mind?
Radioactive isotopes and Bill Wilson.
I have nothing to tell you about either.
Too bad. I have a couple of theories I'd like your advice on.
Theories?
Yes. Bill Wilson could have called me in New York and faked a couple of shots to alibi himself, so he could disappear and not be connected with the stolen isotopes, huh?
And what has this to do with me?
That's my second theory. You could be working with him and helping him hide out. What do you think of him, Carla?
You do not have to answer that, Carla.
Well, Professor Udow.
That is correct, Thurston. And if you wish any more answers, perhaps his gun can speak for both of us.
I'll rest my case for a while, Udow.
Very sensible. Carla, my dear, we have work to do at the research building. Dr. Sherwood wishes us to start preparing new isotopes at once. It will give us another opportunity for action.
How about including me in your plans, Udow?
Ah, but you are included, my dear Thurston. Like this.
Wake up. Wake up, Mr. Thurston. Please wake up. Oh, it's all my fault. Mr. Thurston. Oh, he's dead. If I hadn't told that he was coming here. Speak to me. Mr. X, please speak to me. Say something, anything.
I ought to wring your neck.
Oh, Mr. X, you're not dead after all. Not even subconscious.
I heard you sneak in here after Carla left me with Udow, and I gave you a chance to hang yourself. Who was it you tipped off about me?
I'd be very happy to tell you, Mr. Thurston. Only I don't know.
Pagan?
I swear by the father of my father, Mr. Thurston. I just called the number Mr. Wilson gave me and somebody answers. The next morning there's cash in my mailbox. That's all.
That number you call isn't NC26X13, now is it?
Huh? NC what?
All right, skip it. Let's get out of here.
Hey, you're going the wrong way, Mr. Thurston. I didn't park in the garage.
Nor did Carla. That's why I want to look in there. Here, let's look inside.
Plenty dark in here, Mr. Thurston. Can't see a thing.
Should be a light switch. Yeah. Well.
Mr. X, there's an ambulance in here.
The ambulance, Pagan.
Huh? You mean the one that robbed the atom building?
Yeah, let's look inside.
Nothing in it. Nothing in it. Look, it's empty.
Whoever pulled this job moved the isotopes out of here fast.
That cutie Carla. That's the one.
Did she, Pagan? Look forward into the driver's seat.
Driver's seat? What can be... Hey! Mr. X. It's Bill Wilson.
And this time there's no doubt about it. He's really dead.
Mr. Thurston, please, won't you tell me, what are we doing here at this airport in the middle of the night?
Looking for a DC-3, Pagan.
Huh?
A twin-engine transport job.
Huh?
This one.
What's the difference between that one and the other airplane?
The number on the wing.
The number on the... Hey, it's NC26X13. That's the number that cutie Carla gave you over the phone.
Yes. Those license letters, NC, with the tip-off. They told me what the number meant.
So that's why you were calling all these airplane fields from the hotel, eh?
Right. And now we've found it, let's get aboard.
Hey, what if somebody sees us?
Never mind that, come on. Now let's go back and look at the cargo compartment.
Yipes, it's as dark in here like my Uncle Ahmed's soul. Oh, that flashlight helps.
Yeah. There's the reason we came aboard.
You mean all those little boxes?
Little boxes. Those things are full of radioactive isotopes.
Oh. But why isn't somebody here to guard them?
That'll attract too much attention.
Oh, sure.
Sure.
But what are they doing here?
Waiting for somebody to fly them out of the country.
They are? But why should anyone want to do that?
Because somebody wants a few $1 million. He doesn't care how many lives it might cost.
A few million? Oh, Mr. Thurston, not that I want to sound monetary, you understand, but why don't we latch on this radium things and scram to Mexico ourselves?
Quiet. Somebody's coming aboard.
So what? We could split with them. Maybe I'll make a deal with them.
And get paid off like Bill Wilson.
Bill Wilson? Oh, no. Mr. Thurston, you turned off the flash. He's coming this way. Oh, he's coming in this hold.
Hello, Carla.
Oh! What are you doing here?
Checking up on some missing isotopes. And a theory.
I see. And now you think you have proved it.
I proved still another one, Carla. Wilson got scared when somebody fired at him in his office, and he hid out. You were trying to help Wilson get to the bottom of this mess, huh?
Oh, yes, that's right, Ken. Only he didn't tell me any...
But the person you suspected found Wilson's hideout before you did. The results in your garage.
Yes, Ken, yes, that is the real answer. They had given me a lead on a license number for playing this one. That's why I came out here tonight to see if we...
Mr. X, somebody's at the wheel. We're going to take off.
I thought it was about time. Let's go up forward. Sorry, Doctor, there'll be no takeoff tonight.
Why, Thurston?
Yeah, let's cut these switches. You're not going anywhere.
Well, I hope you have an explanation for this, Thurston.
Sherwood, you're the one who's going to need explanations about the isotopes aboard this plane.
Are you crazy? Wilson's the one you're looking for. Or Professor Udow.
It won't wash, Sherwood. Wilson's dead. Well, your men parked him to cover up for you. And Udow was helping Carter.
But he knocked you out, Mr. X.
It was only because he wasn't sure to be and wanted to play it safe.
Look out, Ken, he's got a gun!
Let's have it, Sherwood.
No, you're not taking me. I'll kill you first. Those isotopes are mine, I tell you. They belong to me. They belong to me.
Drop the gun. Drop it.
No,
That's better. I said it was all over, Sherwood. Well...
Mr. X, listen. Another ambulance.
Not this time, Pagon. It's the police. Sherwood, you made a bum choice when you decided to use nuclear science for your own profit. Because there can't be a choice these days. Just like those isotopes. It's kill or cure. And believe me, there's something we'd all better remember. All of us.
Now, Frigidaire star Herbert Marshall.
Thanks for being with us. And I'd like you to know that Carla tonight was played by Kathy Lewis. Next week, our story is called One Way to Macassar. And it's one I don't think you'll want to miss because it's packed full of excitement and mystery. As usual, Leon Belasco will be along in the role of Pagon Zellschmidt. So join us, won't you, when next I return as the man called X. Good night.
Frigidaire's Man Called X is directed by Jack Johnstone, with music composed and conducted by Johnny Green. Tonight's story was written by Sidney Marshall. So until next week, same time, same station, this is Wendell Niles speaking for Frigidaire, made only by General Motors. All characters and incidents used on this program are fictitious. And any resemblance to actual persons or incidents is purely coincidental. Remember, every Sunday night brings you two popular dramatic shows on CBS, The Man Called X and The Adventures of Sam Spade. Yes, for the best in entertainment, tune in and stay tuned in to CBS, the biggest show in town. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Vicks presents the matinee theater production of Rebecca. Vicks, the makers of Vicks Vapor Rub, Vicks Vatronol, Vicks Cough Drops, and Vicks Inhaler, brings you the matinee theater. Today, while Victor Jory is vacationing for 1 week, we bring you the great play that so many of you have been asking for, Daphne du Maurier's Rebecca, featuring Gertrude Warner as the second Mrs. De Winter, Blanche Yerke as Mrs. Danvers, and Martin Gable as Maxim. Now, here's a good thing to remember when you catch a cold. The best-known home remedy for relieving miseries of colds is Vicks Vapor Rub. And now, Rebecca.
When Maxim asked me to marry him, I could not believe that anything so incredibly beautiful was happening to me. He had been staying at a hotel on the Riviera where I'd been acting as companion to an American woman. We'd spent a lot of time together, but actually I knew very little about Maxim, beyond the fact that he'd been married to one of the most fabulous beauties of England, Rebecca de Winter, who had died about a year before. He never said, I love you. He only said, will you marry me? But I married him gladly and happily, and he brought me home to his great estate, Mandalay. A shy, awkward girl in a stockinette dress. I was considered an intruder at Mandalay. Mrs. Danvers, the housekeeper, made that very apparent from the moment I arrived. Mrs. Danvers, I hope we can be friends.
Friends, madam. I came here when the first Mrs. De Winter was a bride. I'm afraid I find it a little hard to visualize someone else here in her place. I'm afraid everyone who comes to Mandalay will find that a little hard. You see, she planned everything in this house and outside it. The gardens, lawns, furnishings. Everywhere you look, there's something to say Rebecca.
I started my married life with those words ringing in my ears. Nervous, frightened, wanting desperately to become a part of Mandalay and Maxim's life, but never knowing quite how. The weeks that followed had a shadow cast across them, the shadow of Rebecca. Looking back on them now, they seem a hideous nightmare that I lived in the daytime and dreamt about at night. Oh, Maxim, darling, look at those azaleas. They're beautiful. I'd never believed they'd grow this close to the beach.
No one believed they would. Rebecca had them planted.
You're going for a walk, madam? Here, throw this coat around your shoulders.
It's too long for me.
Yes, it was Rebecca's. She was very tall, you know. Tall and stately. She walked like a queen. Mr. De Winter never used to be able to take his eyes off her.
Maxim, I passed a cottage on the beach today. The door was unlocked, so I went in.
You went in? You went in?
It wasn't locked.
I don't want you ever to go near that cottage again. That was Rebecca's cottage. You've no business there.
It's beautiful here in the morning room, isn't it? Mrs. De Winter picked out every ornament for it herself. I remember she brought back that Cupid on the mantel from Paris as a present for Mr. De Winter. I remember the card. It just said, to Maxim, for now and forever, from Rebecca.
Rebecca's flowers.
Rebecca's decorating.
Rebecca's dog.
Rebecca's husband. Rebecca's husband. Rebecca's husband.
Oh, no.
Darling, no. What's wrong? You were tossing terribly in your sleep. You kept crying, no, no. Were you having a bad dream?
Yes, I was having a terrible dream. Oh, Maxim, put your arms around me. Hold me close.
All right, darling.
Oh, Maxim, you know what I wish?
What?
I wish I were 35 years old and that I had a black satin dress with ropes of pearls to wear with it that went clear down to my waist.
Why on earth should you wish that?
Because then I should be very wise and very sophisticated, and I would know all the right things to say and do.
Darling, you know why I married you?
Why, Maxim?
Because you're not 35, dressed in pearls and black satin. Because you're not sophisticated or too wise. Because you're young and sweet, with a funny lost look to you. And because you're completely honest.
Maxim, you do love me, don't you? You aren't sorry you married me.
Darling, what's got into you anyhow? Have I said anything or done anything to make you think I was sorry? Well...
No, it's just that I know what a wonderful mistress of Mandalay the first Mrs. De Winter was, and I know that I can never measure up to her.
In the name of heaven, why do you keep eternally harping on Rebecca? Don't you understand? I can't bear to think about her or talk about her.
Yes, Maxim. Of course I understand. I'm very sorry. Long after Maxim had gone back to sleep, I lay there, thinking, the sick dread growing inside me that Maxim still loved Rebecca, and that I would never be able to take her place. About a week later, I was in the morning room talking to Maxim's overseer and old friend, Frank Crawley. I had picked up the small Cupid Rebecca had given Maxim and was fingering it nervously. Frank, what actually happened to the first Mrs. De Winter?
Rebecca? Well, she went sailing one night when the bay was a little rough. Her boat
capsized and sank. She was washed overboard.
Couldn't anyone get to her?
Nobody knew that she'd gone. She often went out alone like that.
How long afterwards did they find her?
About 2 months near Edgecombe, 40 miles up channel. Maxim went up to identify her.
Frank, would you tell me just one thing? Very honestly.
I'll try.
Was Rebecca very beautiful?
Yes. She was the most beautiful woman I've ever seen in my life.
Frank, I've broken the Cupid. Here, help me pick up the pieces. Quick, before Mrs. Danvers comes in.
What a shame. Watch out you don't cut yourself.
Here. We'll put them in an envelope. Maybe no one will miss the Cupid.
Oh, I don't think it matters very much.
It does. It was Rebecca's. Here, have we got all the pieces? I'll put the envelope in back of these books. Oh, I hope no one misses it.
Mrs. De Winter, this is your house. It doesn't matter if you break something.
Oh, no, Frank. This is Rebecca's house. It matters very much. You'll see. It matters very much.
Why do you do such strange things? Why the devil did you hide the pieces of that ornament in an envelope for Mrs. Danvers to find like an in-between maid?
Because I'm like an in-between maid, I guess. I'm all wrong here somehow.
Perhaps you are. Perhaps I did a very selfish thing in marrying you. I'm not much of a companion to you, am I?
Oh, Maxim, please don't say those things. I'm very happy.
No, you're not. You're thinner. You've lost your color. I haven't had much chance to amuse you. You should have someone closer to your own age. Our marriage isn't much of a success, is it?
Do you want me to go away, Maxim?
I don't know what I want.
Maxim, I'm sorry about the Cupid. I know Rebecca gave it to you.
I thought you would be able to adjust yourself to Manderley. Well, it just hasn't happened, has it?
I walked from the room, fighting back the tears. I was sure then there was no hope. That it had always been Rebecca for Maxim. And that it always would be. That afternoon I went up to the west wing to her room. It was quite dark, because a low fog had rolled in from the sea. I stood close to the door, glancing all about that shadowy room, my heart pounding. It looked as though she had left it but an instant before. There were flowers on the dressing table and by the bed. A dressing gown lay on a chair and a pair of bedroom slippers beneath it. I began to feel a little faint, and then...
I saw you come up.
Oh.
I'd been ready to show this room to you every day. You had only to ask. It's a lovely room, isn't it?
Yes, lovely.
I keep the golden coverlet on the bed always. It was her favorite. I did everything for her, you know. No one can take care of me but you, Danny, she used to say. You'd never think that she had been gone now for so long, would you? You can feel her in every room in the house, can't you?
Yes.
Sometimes when I walk along the corridor, I fancy I hear her just behind me. That quick, light footstep, sometimes I think I hear the sweep of her dress coming down to dinner.
Why do you hate me so? What have I ever done that you should hate me so?
You tried to take her place. You thought you could make him happy.
He is happy. Oh, he is happy.
No, he isn't. Only to look at his eyes. He's looked like that ever since she died. She's the real Mrs. De Winter, not you. She's still mistress here. It's you that's the shadow and the ghost. It's you that's forgotten and not wanted and pushed aside. Why don't you leave Manderley to her? Why don't you go? He doesn't want you. He wants to be alone in the house with her. It's you that ought to be dead, not Rebecca. Let me show you how easy it would be. Come over to the window. Look down there. Why don't you jump? It wouldn't hurt. It's a quick, kind way. You're not happy. Mr. De Winter doesn't love you. There's not much for you to live for, is there? Why don't you jump now and have done with it? Then you won't be unhappy anymore.
It is true. He doesn't want me. It's always been Rebecca. Rebecca! Rebecca!
Go on. Don't be afraid.
I wouldn't be unhappy anymore. I could forgive Rebecca. I wouldn't have to think about Rebecca anymore. Rebecca! 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 Oh! What is it? What was that explosion? What happened, Mrs. Danvers?
They're shooting up rockets. There must be a ship gone ashore in the bay.
Mrs. Danvers, the ship's come ashore. They'll be needing you downstairs.
Would you like to stay here for a time, madam?
No, Mrs. Danvers. I'm going downstairs. I've seen all I intend to see of Rebecca's room.
In just a moment, we will bring you the second act of Rebecca. Of all the winter day worries that a mother bears, one of the peskiest is the problem of children's colds. But fortunately, most mothers agree on one thing. The modern way they use to relieve distress of children's colds is to rub Vicks Vapor Rub on the throat, chest, and back. Now, for such an overwhelming preference, there must be a well-proved reason. And there is. You see, the moment you rub on Vapor Rub, its relief-giving action goes right to work to help relieve congestion and irritation in the upper breathing passages, the coughing spasms, sore throat, and that muscular soreness or tightness. And results are so wonderful because Vapor Rub penetrates into the cold, congested upper bronchial tubes with its special soothing medicinal vapors. And at the same time, it stimulates chest and back surfaces like a comforting, warming poultice. This penetrating, stimulating action of Vapor Rub keeps on working for hours to bring such grand relief. Now, mother, benefit by the personal experience of so many millions of modern mothers and see for yourself how Vapor Rub works. Remember, only Vapor Rub gives you this special penetrating, stimulating action. The best-known home remedy for relieving miseries of colds, Vicks Vapor Rub. And now, the second act of Rebecca. When the divers went down to help get the distressed ship off the rocks, they found a small boat at the bottom of the cove, and they saw what appeared to be a body through one of the portholes. They started work immediately to bring the boat to surface. Our story of Rebecca continues.
I stood by the window, waiting for Maxim to come up from the beach. And somehow I had changed in the last hours. I wasn't a child any longer. And I wasn't afraid of Rebecca. It was as though she and I had at last met, face to face in that bedroom. She had done her best to destroy me, and failed. At long last, Maxim came wearily into the library.
Hello, darling. Did you hear? They think they found Rebecca's boat.
I know. But, darling, don't feel that you have to go through this alone. Let me share it with you.
Oh, my dear. I must send you away from Mandalay. There was only a slim chance for happiness for us in the beginning, but I took the chance and gambled on it. Well, we lost the gamble, my sweet.
I'd try harder. I think I could be a better wife now. I think I could run Mandalay.
Don't you understand? They found Rebecca's boat.
Maxim, she's dead. You can't go on loving her so desperately.
Loving her? What did you say?
Oh, my dear, I know you still love her and want her.
Are you mad? I hated Rebecca. She was vicious and rotten to the core. We never had one day of happiness together.
Maxim.
So that's what's been between us. I thought you'd regretted marrying me because I was so much older than you. Oh, I wish we'd been able to talk to one another before.
What does it matter? Let us be grateful that we do know now.
Don't you understand? It's too late. Don't you realize what I'm saying to you? I killed Rebecca.
You killed her?
Yes. You know, when I married her, people told me I was the luckiest man in the world. Lucky. I found out all about her 5 days after we were married. She told me about herself. She stood there laughing and told me things I would never repeat to a living soul. She knew I'd never divorce her a week after our marriage. She knew I was too proud for that.
Of course.
I'm not going to tell you about those years. The lies, the deceit. Some weekends she spent in London, some in the little beach cottage. She had a cousin named Jack Favell. A rotter if there ever was one. He began to come here. One night I suddenly couldn't stand it any longer. I took my revolver and I went down to the cottage. I thought Favell would be with her there, but she was alone. She looked strange. I told her the bargain was finished. That we had to get a divorce. She said that was impossible. She said, I'm going to have a baby, Max. And neither you nor anyone else in the world will ever be able to prove he isn't yours. He'll grow up here at Manderley bearing your name. And I'll be the perfect mother, as I've been the perfect wife. Then she started to laugh. When I shot her, she was laughing still.
Oh, Maxim.
I carried her out to the boat. It was very dark. There was no moon. I laid her body in the cabin. I got the boat underway. Then I took a spike and drove 3 holes into the planks in the bottom boards. I climbed into the dinghy and pulled away. Suddenly, the boat keeled over and went down. That was all. I've never been able to forget her smile or the way she looked at me before she died. She knew she would win in the end. Sometimes I even think she wanted me to kill her.
Oh, my darling. What a terrible thing for you. What a heartbreaking thing.
You see, that's why it's too late for you and me.
No, it's not too late. Rebecca is dead. She can't speak. She can't harm you anymore. Her body disintegrates in water. They won't find the bullet. They won't know she was shot. Nobody knows but you and I what happened that night.
Rebecca will win. You'll see. Even now, Rebecca will win.
The inquest was held a few days later. I thought I'd stay in the car and wait for Maxim. But after an hour or so of waiting, I had to go in. I sat down just by the door in the back of the room.
Yes,
James Tabb, the boat builder from the village, was standing up now, and the coroner was questioning him.
Fishing boat originally.
Had the boat ever been known to capsize before?
No, sir. She was a stout, seaworthy boat and could stand a lot of wind. And she didn't capsize this time.
Why do you say that?
When that boat was pulled up, I examined every corner of her. She had sunken sandy bottom. There wasn't the mark of a rock on her. But there were 3 holes in her planking.
Well?
That boat never capsized at all. She was scuttled.
The heat came up from the floor in slow, flickering waves. I felt deathly ill. And then Frank Crawley helped me outside. He brought me home and went back to the inquest. I fell into an uneasy sleep in the morning room. When I woke, I heard voices from the library, Maxim's and a stranger's. I went slowly in.
No, you're not welcome in this house, Favell.
I came to congratulate you on the result of the inquest.
Will you leave this house or shall I throw you out? Oh, hello, dear.
Maxim, the inquest. What happened?
Well, I don't think I've had the pleasure of meeting the second Mrs. De Winter.
This is Mr. Favell, dear, Rebecca's cousin.
How do you do?
The verdict was suicide.
Oh.
Suicide. Rebecca no more committed suicide than I did. Let me read you both a note I received from Rebecca the day she died. Dear Jack, I tried to ring you at the London flat but could get no answer. I'm going to Manderley right away. I've something to tell you and I want to see you as soon as possible. I'll wait for you at the cottage on the beach. Rebecca. Does that sound to you like the note of someone who was contemplating suicide that night?
Why didn't you give that note to the jury this afternoon?
Oh, why, Max, I bear no malice towards you. In fact, I have a proposition for you. If I had a settlement of, say, well, 2,000 or 3,000 pounds a year for life, I could jog along quite comfortably and I'd never trouble you again. I swear I wouldn't.
Darling, please phone Colonel Julian. Ask him to come here at once.
All right, Max.
You wouldn't dare call in the police. I've got enough evidence in this note to hang.
Call Colonel Julian, darling, and ask him to come at once.
I tell you, Colonel Julian, Rebecca never killed herself. Rebecca was murdered. And there's the murderer standing there with that rotten, superior smile on his face. Mr. Maxim de Winter of Manderley.
Mr. Favell, there's not the slightest use shouting at me. If you expect to make any sort of point at all, you'll have to control yourself. Now, you say you were going to marry your cousin Rebecca had she lived, and that you often had secret meetings with her at the cottage on the beach. Can you prove that?
Yes, I could prove it. Max, will you ask Mrs. Danvers to come here?
Of course. Mrs. Danvers, Colonel Julian would like to ask you some questions.
Yes, sir.
Mrs. Danvers, were you aware of the relationship between Mr. Favell and the late Mrs. De Winter?
I don't think I understand.
Oh, you can speak freely, Danny. Rebecca was in love with me, wasn't she?
She was not.
What?
She wasn't in love with you or any other man. I've known her to come back here and rock with laughter at the lot of you.
Mrs. Danvers, we're trying to find the motive for Mrs. De Winter's suicide. Can you think of any reason why she should have taken her life?
No, sir, I cannot.
Of course you can't. Rebecca was murdered.
Mrs. Danvers, have you any idea how she spent that last day in London?
Yes, sir. I have her appointment book here. Here it is, sir. June 4th.
Good. June the 4th. Hair, 10:30. 12 o'clock, lunch at the club. 12:45. Dr. Baker. Who is Dr. Baker?
A woman specialist in London, sir.
We'll phone him at once. Mrs. De Winter, would you mind?
No, of course not. I'll put through the call at once. I went slowly across the library, my heart pounding, my hands like ice. Everything seemed to be coming to an end. Dr. Baker would tell them Rebecca was going to have a baby, and there would be no question of suicide. Yes, Rebecca would win, after all. There's your call, Colonel Julian.
Thank you. Hello? Hello, Dr. Baker. Please forgive this very unorthodox call at such an hour. I'm Colonel Julian, Chief Constable for the County of Thank you, Dr. Baker. Goodbye, sir. All right, here is what Dr. Baker had to say. Mrs. De Winter consulted him first in May. He took some X-ray photographs. When she went again on June the 4th, he told her that she was suffering from a malignant disease, which was quite incurable. That's what she was going to tell you that night at the cottage, Favell. There's the motive for her suicide.
Mr. De Winter, madam, I wish to give notice. I would like to leave Manderley tonight.
Just as you wish, Mrs. Danvers.
There's nothing to keep me here any longer. There's nothing left of Rebecca. I used to think she still moved about these rooms, but now she seems completely gone. You are the mistress here now, Mrs. De Winter.
Yes, Mrs. Danvers. I am the mistress here now.
That funny little lost look I loved so much is gone.
Of course. I'm not a child any longer. This is my home, and you're my husband. It's time I grew up and took care of you both. It's time there were children at Manderley, and laughter and contentment and peace.
These things will happen now.
Yes, these things will happen. We're home now, with the rest of our lives before us.
I love you, Mrs. De Winter.
Mr. De Winter, I love you forever.
In just a moment, an important message from Mr. Gable. You know, my friends, the war has caused many shortages. In many cases, it has made the use of substitutes necessary. But this is not true of that famous family standby, Vicks Vapor Rub. There are no wartime substitutes in the Vapor Rub you buy. Although some of the countries that supplied us with aromatics and medications were taken by the enemy, we found new sources. As a result, there are no wartime substitutes in Vapor Rub. It is the same fine, effective Vapor Rub, the same high quality you enjoyed before the war, the best-known home remedy for relieving miseries of colds. Time-tested, home-proved Vicks Vapor Rub.
Next week, after a well-earned vacation, Victor Jory will be back in one of the finest plays that Gene Holloway's ever written. A love story of the South and of music that has become part of the heartbeat of America. Beautiful Dreamer, the romance of Stephen Collins Foster.
Our production today was based on the famous Daphne du Maurier's story of Rebecca and was adapted by Gene Holloway and directed by Richard Sandville. Daphne du Maurier's play, Rebecca, presented by Victor Payne Jennings, is one of the newest hits on Broadway, featuring Bramwell Fletcher, Florence Reed, and Diana Barrymore. Music for this series is under the direction of Mark Warno. Be sure to be with us next week when Vicks, the makers of Vicks Vapor Rub, Vicks Vatronol, Vicks Cough Drops, and Vicks Inhaler, brings you the matinee theater production of Beautiful Dreamer, starring Victor Jory. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
I brought you here, and what's going to happen to you. Who I am and why you are here are not important, but, yes, I'll be glad to tell you what's going to happen to you. You're going to die. Both of you.
Midnight, the witching hour when the night is darkest, our fears the strongest, and our strength at its lowest ebb. Midnight, when the graves gape open and death strikes. How? You'll learn the answer in just a moment in The Dark Chamber. And now, Murder at Midnight. Tales of mystery and terror by radio's masters of the macabre. Our story by Robert Newman is The Dark Chamber.
Police headquarters. Ryan speaking.
Hello, police. Listen, you've got to help me. You've got to.
Just
I don't know how you can.
minute. Hold on there. What's your name?
My name's Watson, Joe Watson. I'm a driver for the Ajax Sanitary Hand Laundry, and I've...
Address?
Where I am, you mean? I don't know. That's part of the trouble.
Oh, now look, buddy.
Now, wait, listen. I know it sounds crazy, but it's true. Check the laundry. Check the veterans. I'm an XGI. They'll tell you I'm straight. Well, I'm in a room someplace. I don't know where it is or how I got here or what I'm here for. I don't even know how long I've been here. It's a big room, but funny. No doors, no windows that I can see. Just a couple of chairs and a table with this phone on it. Walls are gray, rough, like soundproofing, and I'm scared.
What do you expect us to do?
Find me, find out what this is all about, and get me out of here.
Well, I don't know.
Listen, this isn't a gag, can't you tell? You don't know what it's like just sitting here waiting, not knowing where or why or what's going to happen. Can't you trace this call or something?
Well, okay. Hang on.
Thank the Lord. I was afraid that... Listen, I hear something. Someone's coming. I better hang up. I'll call you back later if I can.
How do you do?
Who are you?
My name's Helmy. Dr. John Helmy. And your name?
I don't have to tell you anything.
That's very true. Though I didn't think you were aware of it. I think I already know everything about you that I'm interested in knowing.
Like what?
Name, Joseph Watson. Age, 26. Occupation, employee of the Ajax Laundry. Honorably discharged from the army 6 months ago with the Bronze Star and Purple Heart.
What? So you went through my pockets, huh? Well, if you know that much, you know I haven't got any dough.
Money? I'm not interested in money.
Well, what do you want, then? Where is this place? The last thing I remember is making a delivery on Spruce Street. Noticing that the lights were out in the hall and hearing a noise behind me. You or somebody slugged me.
That's right.
Well, will you stop grinning like that and tell me what this is all about?
Of course. I brought you here because I need your help in an experiment. An experiment whose details I've already worked out with mice, rats, cats, and other animals.
What kind of an experiment?
An experiment in fear.
Fear?
Yes. You fought in the war and you were wounded. That means you've probably known fear. And still you won the Bronze Star. That means you overcame it. The question is, can you overcome your present fears?
What are you talking about?
Do you think I have to take your blood pressure, calculate your skin tension and adrenal discharge to tell that you're afraid? Nothing has happened to you yet. Absolutely nothing. And yet you are afraid, aren't you? You're afraid because you're face to face with the unknown. Because you don't know what I want, what I'm planning to do. That is as it should be. And that is the way we will leave it. For the moment.
Hey, wait a minute. Come back here. Come back. You can't... Hello, operator. Get me the police. Hello, police. This is Joe Watson again. Listen, I got a little more dope. I don't know if it'll help, but there was a guy in here just now. Said his name was Helming. John Helming. That's probably a phony. He's about 50, tall, over 6 foot, white hair and gray eyes. No, I still don't know what it's all about. Have you been able to trace this number yet? How long will it take? Okay, I'll hang on, but the lights just went out. The room's pitch dark and someone's coming in again. I better stop. But please, hurry. Who's that? Who just came in?
Who are you?
A girl.
Keep away from me. Keep away, do you hear?
Keep away. What's the angle now?
Angle? Why did you bring me here?
Wait a minute. You mean he put the snatch on you, too?
When I was on my way home. Chloroform or something. And the next thing I knew... Why are you pretending? You're in on it, too. You must be. It's a trap.
It's a trap, all right. But I'm not in on it. I'm in it, along with you. My name's Watson, Joe Watson.
I'm Betty Grant. You swear?
I swear. What would I lie about it for?
I don't know. I don't know anything, but... No, I don't think you're lying.
2 of us now. I wonder why he put you in here, put us together.
Who is he? What's he going to do?
I don't know. He said something about an experiment in fear, but... Listen, we gotta get out of here. Somehow, some way.
He may be listening.
Very astute, my dear. Of course I'm listening.
But where are you?
Right here. I've been here all the time.
Who are you?
No, Joe, don't. He must want you to go for him. He's probably got a gun.
Right again, my dear. Not that I'll need it. This is stage 2 of the experiment. A new stimulus to action has been introduced. Man against the unknown has become man and woman against the unknown.
Look, let's get down to brass tacks. Be sensible about this.
Certainly, Joe. That's why I won't need my gun. This new stimulus has been negated by an increased sense of responsibility. Responsibility towards the girl. And therefore by increased fear.
Why, you... Gun or no gun, if I can get my hands on you... Where are you? Where are you?
Outside now, so you can relax. That was the final stimulus in this stage. Injured pride. The discovery that I could read your inmost thoughts. Knew exactly what you were going to do. But you mustn't let that bother you. I already know everything you're going to do. From now on, till the end.
Listen, you. Help me. Help me! Stop.
Joe.
Hold on, baby. Don't let it get you. Must be a way, some way.
Do you suppose he's still listening?
Hard to say. But I'm going to take a chance. There's one thing he didn't figure on. The telephone.
Here?
Yeah. If I can find it again in the dark. It was... Oh, here. Here it is. I put through 2 calls already to the police. Told them what was happening and asked them to get me out of here. I had to hang on both times before they could trace the call to get this number. This time I'm going to...
Hello. Operator.
Oh, this isn't the operator. You're on a busy wire.
It doesn't matter. Thank heavens I got somebody. I've been trying for about 10 minutes now.
Look, get off the line, will you? I've got to get through to the police. It's terribly important.
But you've got to help me. You've got to. My name is Ben, Missouri, and I'm a prisoner someplace. I don't know where.
Oh, what?
It's true. A strange house somewhere. A doctor who says his name is Helmy. What are you laughing at?
What is it, Joe? What is it?
I haven't got a clue.
Hello?
Got a guy named... I'm sorry, Ben. It's no use.
What do you mean?
We're in the same boat you are. A girl named Betty Grant and myself. Helmy's got us locked up, too.
Locked up?
Yeah. Said he knew everything we were thinking, everything we were going to do. I did get through to the police before, but I guess he caught wise. We're talking to each other over an inside line. Yeah, we're through.
Don't say that, Joe. Don't even think it. Look, ask him exactly where he is.
Just where are you, Ben? Do you know?
Hard to say. I was out cold when he brought me here. It's a kind of a hall or passageway. Cement floor, ceiling. Stone walls. There doesn't seem to be any door or opening or anything like that.
That's what I thought here, too, but there must be one. Or how would he have gotten you in there? Listen, start looking. See if you can find it.
Okay.
Then if the 3 of us can get together, we ought to be able to figure something out.
Hold on. I'll start pounding on the walls. You see if you hear anything.
Go ahead.
What's he doing?
I'm going to knock on the walls to see if he's anywhere near us. If he is, if he can find a door and we can get together... You hear anything?
I'm not sure. Maybe.
I'm not sure either. It sounds awful far away, as if... Here, listen. That wall right there. Hello, Ben.
Yes.
We heard you. You're right next to us. Now you listen and Betty will knock back. Go ahead, Betty. That way you'll be able to tell just which wall it is.
Okay.
All right.
I hear it. I know where it is. Now to find a door. There is one. Hold on.
He's got it. He's going to see if there's a door.
There must be one. There must be.
Ben. Hello.
What is it, Joe?
I don't know. I thought I heard something, a yell, and then...
Joe, look. There is a door there. It's opening and... You.
Dr. Helm.
Why, yes. Were you expecting someone else?
An experiment in fear. Yes, I think someone else was expected. And still is. But not for a little while yet. Not until the clock strikes 12 for... Murder at midnight. And now back to Murder at Midnight and The Dark Chamber. It's just a moment later now. Standing in the darkness of the strange room, 2 frightened young people stare at the tall figure of the doctor, silhouetted against the dim light from outside. They catch a fleeting glimpse of a long corridor and of something lying on the floor. Then Helming steps into the room, shutting the door behind him.
I asked whether you were expecting someone else.
Then it was just a trick. It was you on the phone all the time.
No, don't you think I'd know his voice? Where is he?
Our friend, Mr. Lazari, right outside.
What'd you do to him? Answer me. What'd you do to him?
Don't you know?
Sure I know. You killed him. Did you kill him?
Quite a state you've gotten yourself into. Why? Is it because you finally tried to do something about your predicament and failed? Because getting together with Lazari would have been a kind of victory, indicating there was a chance of escaping? Or is it because you weren't sure whether I would kill or not? And because you still don't know?
You're mad. Really mad. I wasn't sure before, but I am now. You're just not normal.
Really? And just what does being normal mean? Doesn't it depend on geography, other factors? In Nazi Germany under Hitler, wasn't it the norm to hate, despise democracy, believe in violence, lies, and murder?
It sure was. But this isn't Germany.
True. And also true that by American standards, you are normal and I am not. And it's because you are normal, with normal reactions and inhibitions, that I brought you here for study. But you will be interested to know you have not done, nor will do, one thing that I did not foresee. Every move you made, every emotion you felt, was charted, outlined, and...
What's that?
That, I think, is probably the police.
Police?
Yes. I know that you're very anxious to talk to them, and, well, I'll see that you get a chance to soon. Good evening, officer.
I'm looking for a guy named Helming. Dr. Helming.
Oh, I'm Dr. Helming. Come in, won't you?
Okay, thanks. This is, well, kind of a funny business. It's about a phone call we got a while ago. Finally traced here. From a guy who said he was a prisoner or something, and...
that must have been Watson.
Well, yeah, that was his name, Joe Watson. Do you know him?
Of course. I can't tell you how sorry I am. It was really very careless of me, and I'll see that it doesn't happen again.
What do you mean?
Well, if you did any investigating, which I'm sure you did, then you know that I don't run a sanitarium exactly, but I do take a few patients, mental cases, for treatment.
Oh, so that's it. A nut, huh?
Oh, I wish you wouldn't say that. The war years have been a great strain on all of us. And there were those who just couldn't take it. Watson, for instance, and my other patient, Betty Grant.
Two of them, huh? What's their trouble?
Well, Watson's case is particularly interesting. A 4F who wasn't able to enlist. He developed a sense of guilt which became too much for him, turned into a persecution mania.
Thinks that everyone is down on him, huh?
Well, not everyone exactly. His present fantasy is that he's an ex-GI, and that I'm keeping him prisoner. You see, since he wasn't able to fight in the war, he's cast me in the role of the enemy, and he's fighting against me.
Any hope for him?
Definitely. Miss Grant's problems, however, are more complex. But the interesting thing is that when she's with him, she takes over his delusion and shares it with him.
Sure sounds plenty tough. Well, I guess I'll run along. I'm sorry I bothered you.
Well, don't you want to see them first, officer, and talk to them?
Oh, there's no need of that, Doctor. We get calls from cranks every day. We always investigate, of course.
But I insist. After all, you only have my word for it. However, there is just one thing I'd like to caution you about.
I know. You want me to play along with them.
Right.
Oh, don't worry. I'll humor them.
Splendid. Right in here.
Oh, quite a room.
Air-conditioned. Much better than having windows with bars on them.
Joe, look.
It is a cop. And that means that... And you did get my message.
Sure, Joe. Took a little time to trace the call, but everything is okay now.
Oh, thank heaven. Such a screwy story. I was afraid that... Wait a minute. Why is he standing there like that? Why haven't you got the bracelets on him?
Dr. Helming? Oh, no need for any rough stuff. He said he'd come along quietly.
What? But
You're lying. I don't know why, but there's something wrong here. You think we made the whole thing up, that we're crazy.
Oh, now.
It's true. He told you we were, and you believed him. Good Lord, haven't you got eyes in your head? Would two of us be crazy in just the same way?
Well, of course not, and I'm telling you...
Stop it, will you? Stop talking like that. If I could only prove it to you somehow, show you. I know. Lazari.
Joe.
Murder. That'll open your eyes. Somewhere in that wall there, a door. Make him open it. Show you what's behind it.
I think maybe I'd better be going, Doc.
There is a door, officer. Just a second, and I'll open it for you. Here we are.
Joe, the body, it's gone.
These doctors, they're always hiding the bodies. If it turns up again later, give us another ring. Hey, can I go out this way, Doc?
Down to the end of the corridor, then to your right.
I'm sorry I gave you all this trouble.
Well, perfectly all right, and thank you for being so understanding. Goodbye.
So long.
Well, children?
Don't look that way, Joe, don't. I know what you're thinking, and it's not true. We're not crazy. There was a body there.
Of course.
You hid it when you went out to let the cop in. And the telephone, you left that there purposely. You wanted me to use it to get the police here.
Obviously. I told you that this was to be an experiment in fear. What I didn't tell you was that, in a sense, I was one of the subjects, too. It was important for me to learn how I would function under pressure. And speaking objectively, I think I did rather well, don't you?
But why? Why are you doing all this? What are you after?
Well, there's no reason why I shouldn't tell you. If anyone truly understands the nature of fear,
is able accurately to forecast the actions and reactions of an individual, then he can use fear as a weapon. For society will react as the individual reacts. You see, society doesn't want to believe that anything can menace it. Doesn't want to take action to protect itself, any more than the individual does. This was something that Hitler and Mussolini understood intuitively. I understand it scientifically. They failed, but I shall succeed.
You mean that you...
I'm afraid that's all I have time for. As far as you two are concerned, the experiment is finished. Completely finished. I have a few arrangements to take care of, and then, well, make the most of these last few minutes, for they will be your last.
Joe, do you hear anything? Is he coming back?
Not yet.
He's going to kill us, isn't he? Just the way he killed Lazari.
He's going to try to.
Why are you sitting there like that, looking at me?
I guess because it's the first chance I've had to look at you.
How do you mean?
Well, when he first put you in here, it was all dark. And so many things happened after that. It's funny.
What is?
The things that you can tell about a person even in the dark. I kind of thought you were little. I knew you were awful nice and had a lot of nerve, but I didn't think you'd be so pretty.
I'm not so pretty, Joe. And I'm not very brave either. I'm scared. I'm awful scared. I don't want to die.
Don't worry about it, baby. Don't think about it.
But just sitting here like this, waiting. There's nothing we can do. Every time we did try to do something, it was something he knew about, was expecting us to do.
Please, baby.
Joe, something's happened to you. You were scared before, too. But now...
This is going to sound kind of funny, especially now, but... Well, do you have anyone special? A fella, I mean, that...
Why, no, Joe. At least, not exactly.
Well, that's swell. I mean, well, gee, it's a shame we never met before. If we had, we wouldn't be here now. I mean, well, we probably would have been out together someplace and... Say, what time do you get through work usually?
About 6. The store closes at 5:30, but...
Me too. I could have picked you up about 6 and...
Joe, you still haven't told me what you're going to do.
What's the difference? Just as long as somebody does something.
But, Joe, I hear something. He's coming.
Yeah, okay, get up. Open that corner of the room so he'll see you as soon as he opens the door.
But what about you? What?
I'll be waiting over here, behind the door.
But, Joe...
I know I haven't got much of a chance, but I wish me luck.
Joe, no, please, you...
All right, my young friends. Time. All my arrangements have been completed, and... Where's Watson?
Right here.
What are you doing?
What? Joe, look how he's...
It's okay, baby. He didn't get me. I had the barrel of the gun and... Good Lord, it got him in the chest.
But you couldn't have done that. You couldn't have.
Outside, Betty. See if you can find another phone.
All right.
Call the police again. And this time, tell them to bring an ambulance.
All right.
But you couldn't have done it, I tell you. It was all plotted, craft, worked out in detail. I knew just what you were going to do, how you would react. By this time, you ought to be in a state of complete frustration, resigned, ready to die. Why did you do it? Why?
I don't know. Now just take it easy and...
I've got to know. You've got to tell me. Was it because of the girl? Out of desperation? Because you knew you were to die anyway?
I tell you, I don't know. I just know that... Well, a guy will take just so much pushing around.
Lying there, Dr. Helming stares uncomprehendingly at the young man who bends over him. Then suddenly, a look of fear comes over his face. And even as he tries to draw away, his eyes glaze. And he, too, passes into a dark chamber. A haunted room which has no exit. As the clock strikes 12 for... Murder at midnight. Remember to be with us again when a door that is no door opens and the clocks strike 12 for Murder at Midnight. Joe Watson was played by Bill Quinn. Dr. Helming was Harold Young. With music by Charles Paul, Murder at Midnight was directed by Anton M. Leader.
This program is copyrighted material of RadioVault.com. All rights reserved.
America Looks Abroad with your foreign correspondent, Robert Auden. Presented each weeknight over these stations by the 12 Southern California offices of Dr. Cowan, the friendly credit dentist, whose main Los Angeles office is over the Owl Drug, 5th and Broadway. And now, by transcription, here is Robert Auden.
Good evening. The Balkan situation looks very serious tonight. The fall of Thessaloniki, the important harbor on the Aegean, is liable to prove a very critical handicap to the Greek forces in eastern and central Thrace. As a matter of fact, the Nazi thrust to Thessaloniki seems to have cut off entirely the valiant Greek troops which, according to the latest communiques, are still holding out on the mountain ranges along the Bulgarian border against terrific Nazi assaults. Now, if the Nazis can widen the gap and push further to the west, the Greek armies in eastern Thrace will undoubtedly be forced to surrender. And, quite candidly, that would be a hard blow, because it has been announced by Athens that the vital Rhodope defenses had been manned with the heroic soldiers from Albania. Now another very dangerous move has been made by Nazi columns in central Serbia. After occupying the former Serbian capital of Niš, the Nazi mechanized divisions pushed on southward and joined their advance columns at Skopje. A new drive was started almost immediately from there, and that drive, according to a communique released by Berlin, carried the Nazi forces beyond Prilep and Tetovo, two small but strategic towns in south-central Serbia. Tetovo is only about 20 miles east of the Albanian border. And last night, German authorities stated that a junction has already been established between the Nazi and fascist forces. That, if true, would be perhaps the most serious and damaging blow to the Allied defense lines, inasmuch as it would isolate Yugoslavia. If the connection between Greece and Yugoslavia should be severed, it would mean that an eventual collapse of Yugoslavia is only a question of a short time. The Yugoslavs, heroic though the individual soldier may be, have no modern war equipment that would enable them to make a successful stand against the Nazi juggernaut. All tanks, munitions, bombs, and planes to be used against the Nazi aggression must be sent to Yugoslavia from Greece. If that lifeline is cut, resistance becomes impossible. Of course, it can be anticipated that many of the Serbian contingents would retire into the rugged mountains and in all probability keep up a continued guerrilla warfare against the Nazis. But that, at best, would be annoying and perhaps even costly in human lives to the Nazis. But it would hardly change the ultimate outcome. The report of the junction with the fascist forces, however, emanated from Berlin only. It has not been confirmed by either Rome, Athens, or London. On the contrary, the Yugoslav legation in Athens issued a communique to the effect that Yugoslav forces are steadily advancing in Albania, that they have crossed the Dren River and are well on their way to central Albania. That report sounds far more credible because, contrary to the Nazi assertion, it was confirmed by both Rome and Athens. It is therefore possible that the Yugoslavs may yet reach the Italian main force in Albania before the Nazis can come to its aid. That, naturally, would have a tremendous effect upon the entire situation because it would establish a new defense line running from Zara on the Adriatic coast over Montenegro's Cetinje along the Albanian-Yugoslav border down into central Greece. And that line would be favored by wild and impassable mountain ranges where the Yugoslavs, Greeks, and British could possibly hold out against all further Nazi advances. Perhaps that is even the strategic plan adopted by the Allied High Command. Now let's have a word from Lou Marcel.
Probably two of the most prominent words in the headlines of today's news are emergency and preparedness. Naturally, they relate to national affairs. But it occurred to me that they can have a far more personal implication if applied to dentistry, and here's what I mean. Dentistry can easily be subdivided into the same classifications: emergency dentistry and preparation dentistry. Preparation dentistry is being preached and stressed by the entire dental profession today, just as it has been for years past. Every good dentist would far rather prepare your teeth for years of health defense and trouble-free usefulness than to make emergency repairs made necessary by your own dental negligence. At least this is the choice of Dr. Cowan, the friendly credit dentist, and this choice is obvious in the amount of advertising that Dr. Cowan sponsors, simply in an effort to urge you to have your teeth cared for regularly. Undoubtedly, the dentist's work would be simpler if his only tasks were to pull your teeth and replace them with artificial dentures. That would be a highly specialized and relatively simple work. But no conscientious dentist would care to take this easy way out. His interest is always to preserve your natural teeth for the greatest possible length of time. It's true enough that today's artificial dentures of transparent material are remarkable in point of comfort, economy, service, and appearance. But just the same, Dr. Cowan prefers his policy of never extracting a natural tooth that can be saved. Better have your teeth checked over now. The main Dr. Cowan Friendly Credit Dental office is over the Owl Drug, 5th and Broadway in downtown Los Angeles. Now back to Robert Arden.
It may not be very long before it will become clear whether this is the plan of the Allied High Command or not. The Nazis, apparently, are now moving on two fronts towards central Greece, the region of Mount Olympus, the home of the Greek gods. There, the British expeditionary forces and the Greek armies are said to have occupied defense positions carefully selected by the Allied High Command. The Nazi communique mentioned that within 24 hours, Nazi advance forces are expected to come to grips with the British troops for the first time since the campaign in the Low Countries. What is going to happen there, nobody knows. General Wavell is in command, and he's an able strategist. He may have an ace or two up his sleeve. The most astounding phenomenon of the Balkan Blitz, however, is the almost miraculous speed with which the Nazis follow up their advances. It is said by Athens and Belgrade that all Nazi successes in southern Serbia and Greece were bought at a terrific price in human lives. There seems to be just that chance that the Nazis, whose total strength on the Balkans is reportedly not more than 25 divisions, or about 500,000 men, will begin to feel these losses when they meet with determined and perhaps equally well mechanized resistance. However, if the British fail to halt the Nazi drive, it will perhaps be the greatest disaster of the present war. In that particular region, there is no avenue of escape open to retreating forces. The British High Command must know that. And for that reason, I assume that resistance will be offered there, resistance of a kind that can stop the Nazi steamroller. On the East African front, the sea base of Massawa finally was taken by the British forces. This event, although it means but little because of the Italian weakness there, may still gain great importance since the British will now be able to transfer part of the forces to North Africa, where the combined Nazi-fascist forces are coming dangerously close again to the Egyptian border. Derna, the Cyrenaican base taken by the British more than 2 months ago, was recaptured by Axis forces today, and that reestablishes almost the status quo of 2 months ago, when the Italians were inside Egypt's borders before General Wavell's historic counteroffensive nearly wrote finish to fascism inside and outside of Italy. Prime Minister Winston Churchill voiced his apprehension and his concern over the African situation before the British House of Commons today when he said, and I quote, "Now that the Germans are using their armored forces in Cyrenaica, we must expect much and hard fighting, not only in defense of Cyrenaica, but in defense of Egypt." This brings back to mind the fact that a two-pronged attack on the Suez Canal had been an accepted Axis strategy long before open warfare actually broke out. The Nazis were scheduled to advance through the Balkans, cross the Dardanelles, and come through Asia Minor, while the fascists were slated to attack from Libya and the Cyrenaica. Last year's Italian advance into Egypt was halted because Hitler at that time was not ready for a Balkan move. Now, because of some strange and very mysterious, well, let's say coincidences, Hitler is advancing on the Balkans while other Nazi forces have taken over North Africa and are threatening to make the old plan now a reality. Now, here is Lou Marcel with another word for you.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Robert Auden has had many years of service as foreign correspondent in Europe, a fact which enables him to speak of the places and peoples, the causes and effects of the present world struggle with great insight and indisputable authority. For his distinguished public service as news analyst and radio commentator on foreign affairs, he was honored by the American Academy of Public Affairs with its coveted 1940 award. Under the auspices of the American Academy of Public Affairs, Mr. Auden will present a series of 3 lectures on timely subjects with particular consideration of current events. The first lecture of the series will be held Wednesday, April 16th at 8:30 p.m. at the Film Art Theater at 1228 North Vine Street in Hollywood. Mr. Auden is going to discuss the ideology of totalitarianism. 1 week later, on Wednesday, April 23rd, the subject will be Democracy in a Changing World. And the last subject of the series on Wednesday, April 30th will be What Comes After This War. After each lecture, an open forum will be conducted. For reservations and further information, write or telephone the American Academy, and the phone number is Hollywood 5182, or the Ted Lesser Agency. Phone Crestview 61442. I'll repeat those numbers. The American Academy, Hollywood 5182, the Ted Lesser Agency, Crestview 61442. Seats may be reserved for 1 or all 3 lectures in advance. Once again, we return you to Robert Auden.
How much this present Balkan success means to Hitler and what he is planning to do with it is indicated by 2 incidents which, in all probability, will not make the headlines of our newspapers. According to reliable reports from Budapest, Nazi Germany is now moving numerous torpedo boats into the Black Sea from Danube ports. These boats are destined to counteract the British control of the Aegean Sea. In addition, dismantled submarines are being shipped by rail from Germany to Bulgaria. Now, basing their opinion upon these facts, well-informed diplomatic sources felt that Hitler will probably demand that Turkey pass these vessels through the Dardanelles and use the Nazi forces now massed all around Turkey's borders, in Bulgaria and Thrace, to back up his diplomatic request. Whether Turkey will be able to stand pat and refuse Hitler's demand, that remains to be seen, and it will all depend upon the extent of Hitler's advance into Greece. If he is stopped by the Anglo-Greek forces, Turkey may hold out. If he breaks their resistance, Turkey will have to give in. The second incident is reported from Berlin. The dispatch very laconically states that the Soviet ambassador conferred with Nazi Foreign Minister von Ribbentrop and later met with the Nipponese ambassador. It was believed that these conversations were related to Japanese Foreign Minister Yosuke Matsuoka's prolonged talks in Moscow. There may not be much behind these mysterious talks as yet, but they indicate that something could happen, all depending again upon the outcome of the Balkan War. Mr. Churchill openly warned Russia today by stating that there are many signs of a Nazi attempt to secure a granary in the Ukraine and oil fields in the Russian Caucasus. The meetings in Berlin and Moscow may easily have dealt with these questions, and in view of Hitler's proximity to Turkey's borders, it is conceivable that he would not hesitate too long before sending his troops against Turkey. They are now favored by their own strong momentum, which might easily carry them across the narrow strip of land which is European Turkey. Au revoir.
Each evening, Monday through Friday at 7:45, America Looks Abroad with your foreign correspondent, Robert Auden. A radio feature presented over these stations by Dr. Cowan, the friendly credit dentist, whose offices are located in 12 communities from Ventura to San Diego, including Long Beach, opposite Bufham's, Broadway at Pine, East Los Angeles, Whittier, the corner of Kern. The main Los Angeles office in the Metropolitan Building, 5th and Broadway, over the Owl Drug. For approximate prices in advance, phone Mutual 1191. Until tomorrow evening at 7:45, this is Lou Marcel reminding that you can never afford to neglect your teeth when you can always afford to see Dr. Cowan. This transcribed program originated in Warner Brothers Hollywood Studios.
Nestle's Quick for the greatest tasting chocolate milk. And those famous Nestle's chocolate bars present Space Patrol! High adventure in the wild, vast reaches of space. Missions of daring in the name of interplanetary justice. Travel into the future with Buzz Corey, Commander-in-Chief of the Space Patrol. In today's transcribed Space Patrol adventure, Buzz and Happy are locked in an airtight chamber on Neptune's third moon by a criminal trying to force them to reveal Space Patrol's secrets.
Rorschach must be crazy. Just locking us up in here isn't going to make us talk.
Listen. Hear that?
Well, yes, sir. Sounds like some sort of a pump.
You notice anything about the air in here?
Now that you mention it, it's sort of hard to breathe.
They're pumping the air out of the chamber.
We've only got two choices. Press the alarm button or suffocate.
We'll return in just a moment with today's exciting Space Patrol adventure, The Red Demon of Venus.
Say, Space Patrollers, this is Cadet Happy. If you're like me, you never get enough Nestle's chocolate. Man, that's such sensational, smooth, rich, delicious chocolate. Every bite tastes like more. And you know, there's a way to buy them so you always have more. That's the family pack. 6 Nestle's chocolate bars packed together in a swell carton. Tell Mom she'll find them at grocery stores and supermarkets. And they're real money savers, too. There's another way to make sure you have plenty of Nestle bars. That's to buy them big. You can get a 10-cent bar, or bigger still, an economy bar, and bigger yet, a tremendous king-size bar. That's the one I like best because it's so thick. Now, the 10-cent economy and king-size bars, as well as those neat family packs, come in all 3 of Nestle's terrific flavors. Smooth, creamy milk chocolate in the red and white wrappers, milk chocolate with toasty almonds in the blue and white wrap, and, of course, that crispy, crunchy, wonderful crunch bar in the red and blue wrap. Whichever you like best, treat yourself to Nestle's in a great big way. I'm sure you'll say just what I do. The more Nestle's, the merrier. And always remember, Nestles, Nestle's makes the very best chocolate. Ooh, what a voice.
And now, today's Space Patrol adventure, The Red Demon of Venus. Commander Corey and Cadet Happy have landed the Terra 5 on high ground at the center of a small island in the Venus marshes. They're searching for Nelson Tanagru, a Space Patrol secret agent who's not been heard from for 3 days. Right now, Buzz and Happy make their way through the thick vegetation toward the eastern shore of the island to locate the tiny shack Tanagru has been using as a base of operations.
Maybe that gang Tanagru was after located him before he got them.
It's something pretty serious, or we'd have heard from him. He's got a spacer phone.
I think I see the shack.
That's it. Come on.
Smoking rockets. It's almost underwater.
Flood hit worse here than it did at the settlement.
You don't think Tanagru got trapped in the shack?
Tanagru! Tanagru, are you there? This is Commander Corey. Tanagru!
It came from back there in the brush, to the right.
Must be Tanagru. Tanagru!
Here, Commander.
Let's go, Hap. There he is in the clearing. Tanagru.
Thought I was finished, and then I heard your voice.
Don't try to get it. Just take it easy. What happened? Did that smuggling gang get you?
No, nothing that dramatic. It's a spider bite. Got me in the hand.
Oh, it's sure swollen.
We'll get you to the ship right away. What kind of a spider was it?
It's lying over there by that rock. As you see, I won.
Oh, it sure was a big one. And as red as a rocket blast.
Yeah. Jumped on me from a tree limb. Thought it was a ball of fire. Felt like it, too.
When did this happen?
Early this morning. Right after I killed a spider, I blacked out for a while. I don't feel so bad now, except I can't move.
I don't want to frighten you, Tanagru, but you know what kind of spider that is?
Yeah, I thought I knew everything that crawled or flew in these marshes, but it's a new one on me.
The spider's called the Red Demon of Venus. It's extremely poisonous. Naturalists have thought it was extinct.
Well, at least that one is.
Tanagru, we've got to get you to Venus City Hospital right away. Give me a hand, Happy.
Yes, sir.
Wait. I may black out again. Let me tell you what I found out about that gang. They've been operating out of the settlement.
That can wait.
Please, Commander. I feel better if you let me fill you in.
All right, but just the high points.
All right. Some of the names on a map of where they hide their loot are in a notebook in my jacket pocket.
I'll get it later.
I think they're on to me. I got in the jet boat and pulled away from the wharf at the settlement last night. I saw one of the gang watching me.
They didn't follow you here to the island, though?
No. When I got back here, I found the shack flooded. Couldn't use a space phone. Sunk the boat and get out of it again. And hid here in the clearing.
So if they came here to the island, they'd see the shack was submerged and figure you'd gone.
Yeah. I was at the settlement for 3 days. Couldn't dare use the space phone there. No telling who might be spying for the gang.
All right, Lieutenant. I think we better get to the ship. Easy now, Happy.
With Tanagru made as comfortable as possible in an aft compartment, Buzz and Happy blast off for Venus City. Buzz loses no time in contacting the hospital by spaceophone. He's now waiting for a reply as Happy returns to the control compartment.
Tanagru is still conscious, Commander, but he doesn't look too good. Heard from Dr. Bryce yet, sir?
Not since that first call.
Sure wish there was something we could do.
Dr. Bryce says anything we might do now might hinder the regular treatment.
Venus City Hospital calling Commander Corey aboard the Terra 5. Dr. Bryce to Commander Corey.
Corey here. Go ahead, Doctor.
I have some very bad news, Commander. A single drop of serum here at the hospital.
And contact some other hospitals. Try Terra or Mars.
I've tried, but I'm sure they haven't any. You see, the Red Demon spider is found only here on Venus. There have been no cases reported for over 5 years. Our records show that the last of our supply of serum was discarded 18 months ago.
Discarded?
Yes, it becomes ineffective after a certain length of time.
Dr. Bryce, you told me that Tanagru must have treatment within a few hours or the bite will be fatal.
That's true, unfortunately.
Then what are we going to do?
Well, there is one alternative.
What is it?
We can obtain a blood donation from another victim of that type of spider and inject that blood into Tanagru's veins.
Do you know where we can find such a person?
Our records show that a patient named Theodore Rorschach was successfully treated here 5 years ago.
Where is he now?
I don't know, but I've already ordered a checkmate.
Doctor, how much time have we got?
I can't say. In some cases, the bites prove fatal within a few minutes. In rare instances, well, the longest was 18 hours.
Nearly a third of the time's gone already. Doctor, keep trying to locate Rorschach. I'll contact Space Patrol headquarters in Terra and get master locator control on the job. Corey out.
Wow, it sure doesn't look good, does it, sir?
If Theodore Rorschach is alive, we'll find him. I'll give locator control a AAA priority order and put out an all-planets alert. After that's taken care of, you take the controls till we reach Venus City. I'll be back with Tanagru. Just take it easy, Tanagru. We'll be landing in Venus City in a few minutes.
Never thought a spider might put me on my back, Commander.
It took a red demon to do it.
Yeah. Say, have you had a chance to go for my notebook?
Yes. Done a great job. The information you've gathered, we can close in on those thieves right away.
Well, except the leader. Couldn't get a line on who he is. Keeps in the background.
When we pull in the gang, we'll make them talk.
I've got a favor to ask. When you round them up, I want to be in on it.
Well, that's going to be up to the doctor. And if he says okay, you can bet we'll be there when we pull him in.
Excuse me, Commander.
Yes, Happy.
You asked me to tell you when we were 3 minutes from Venus City.
Yes, Happy. Thanks. I'll take over. Lieutenant, girl, take it easy.
Sure. You bet, Commander.
I told you to handle it. Something wrong?
Yes, sir. I didn't think I should tell you in front of Tanagru. A report just came in from Terra headquarters on Rorschach.
Where is he?
Well, they don't know. The last information on him is a year old. Rorschach is wanted. He's a criminal. And he's hiding out. Poor Tanagru. It looks like it's all over with him.
You've got to find Rorschach and find him quick.
Well, gee, sir, the Mercury headquarters hasn't found him in a year. What chance have we got with just a few hours to go?
Get on the controls, Hap. We're at Spaceophone Venus City headquarters. When we land, I want an interplanet relay set up for an emergency message.
Meantime, millions of DUs away in Neptune City, 2 men sit before a spaceophone receiver. As the sweep second hand of a clock swings upward, both men grow tense, and one grips his companion's arm.
I tell you, Rorschach, it's been on every 15 minutes. Commander Corey himself. Microtape, of course, and on all the main channels. It's a trap, I know it is.
Calm down, Glacier. No use getting excited.
Scared the daylights out of me when I first heard it. I expected any minute to hear the Space Patrol right outside that door.
Number 97. All planets alert. Attention, all Space Patrol units and all citizens of the United Planets. This is a AAA priority bulletin. Please listen carefully. This is your Space Patrol Commander-in-Chief, Buzz Corey.
What did I tell you, Rorschach?
Shut up. I'm addressing every man, woman, and child in the solar system. In particular, I'm addressing Theodore Rorschach.
See?
5 years ago, you were bitten by a poisonous spider, a red demon of Venus. Your life was saved. Now, Theodore Rorschach, you have the power to save a life as yours was saved. A few drops of your blood, that's all that stands between life and death for a fellow human being.
He's breaking my heart.
I don't ask you to turn yourself in. You are guaranteed immunity from arrest while you perform this generous act. Go to any doctor in the solar system, any medical organization, public or private. You will then be given 48 hours of further immunity. You will not be followed. You will not be traced by man or instrument of any kind during that period. You risk nothing, Rorschach. You can save a life. Contact any doctor or any Space Patrol unit, but act now. Every second is urgent. This is Buzz Corey.
Cut it off, Blazer.
It's a trick. It has to be.
Maybe, but I doubt it. Corey doesn't work that way.
Oh, shut you. You aren't thinking of playing Corey's game.
Yeah, Blazer, I am. It's Corey's game, but the cards are mine, and it's my deal. Contact Commander Corey right now.
A few moments later, at the Venus City headquarters of the Space Patrol, Communication Center switches an emergency spaceophone call to Buzz Corey's temporary office. The commander listens skeptically but intently as an anonymous voice dictates a bold demand.
Those are Rorschach's terms, Commander. What's your answer?
How do I know you're actually representing Rorschach?
You don't. But for that matter, how do you know I'm not Rorschach?
All right, let's not argue that. Why does Rorschach insist that I meet him personally out in space? It would save precious time if Rorschach came directly here to Venus. Any Space Patrol ship or commercial space line will bring him here and return him to any point in the solar system.
Look, Commander, you meet Rorschach in space in the orbit of Neptune's second moon, or not at all. Come, Corey, a man's life is at stake, remember?
All right, I accept Rorschach's terms. Give me the space coordinates, I'll blast off immediately.
Swiftly the precious hours fly by, and Buzz and Happy hurtle toward the distant rendezvous point, with the Terra 5 accelerating at a rate barely under the threshold of physical and mental endurance. Finally, as they near the orbit of Neptune's second moon, the scanning beam of the viewscope fixes upon a small object in free fall.
It's a private cruiser, Class C, Commander, and according to the vector computer, it's right at the rendezvous point.
I'll cut acceleration.
It's a relief.
Now, let's see if we can contact that cruiser. Commander Corey aboard Terra 5, holding private cruiser in Sector 4, orbit of Neptune moon number 2. Space Patrol battlecruiser Terra 5. Commander Corey here, acknowledge.
Private cruiser N208, Commander Corey. This is Theodore Rorschach. You made good time.
You'll need every second of it. When we join airlocks, be ready to come aboard.
Just a minute. You come aboard my ship.
All right, it doesn't matter.
And one more thing. I'm not to be followed or traced for 48 hours. Does that promise still hold?
Yes, I give you my word. In less than 3 minutes after I come aboard, you can be on your way. A man's life is in danger, Rorschach. Let's not waste any more time.
All right, Commander. Join airlocks. Rorschach out.
The nerve of that guy giving you orders.
That's just incredible. Stand by to join airlocks.
A few moments later, the Terra 5 is joined to the cruiser by the magnetic coupler. Taking the medical kit, Buzz and Happy pass through the airlocks into Rorschach's ship.
Welcome aboard, Commander.
You're Theodore Rorschach, is that right?
Right.
Description fits. You'll know for sure when we run a test of your blood sample. Roll up your right sleeve.
Sure. Mind telling me who's raiding all this fuss over a spider bite? Is it the Secretary General?
It's a Space Patrol agent. We make the same effort to save anybody's life, even yours. All right, Hap, take over.
Give me your arm, Rorschach. Now, don't worry. This isn't going to hurt at all.
Just you two are handling the whole thing, eh? Nobody else is in your ship?
We wanted to save time by bringing Tanagru along. But he's too ill to move.
Now, hold still, Rorschach. This will all be over in 5 seconds.
Go over right now. Get your hands up, both of you.
Hey, what's going on?
Don't move, Cadet, or I'll drop you with a ray gun.
What's the idea, Rorschach?
Keep him covered, Glazer. The idea is this, Commander. You got a lot of information that can be of use to me. Space Patrol codes, methods of operation, cases under investigation, and stuff like that.
You think I'm going to tell you anything?
You better. You expect to get back to Venus in time. Keep talking for a couple of hours and we'll let you go.
There isn't time. Can't you understand? No use talking to you.
I told him not to move.
How's that, Rorschach? 1, 2, just like that.
Cut this ship loose from the Terra 5 and blast off. When Corey comes to, we'll have plenty of time to make him talk.
We'll return to Space Patrol in just a moment. Say, Space Patrollers, how are you at magic? You like to astonish your friends and family with real neat tricks? Well, here's a great one for you. And so simple, I can teach you how to do it in just about 1 minute. Here's what you do. Pour out a big, frosty cold glass of milk. Now just drop in 2 spoonfuls of Nestle's Quick. Swirl your spoon in the glass and presto, like magic, you have the richest, most delicious chocolate milk ever made. Yes, sir, it's real magic because Nestle's Quick makes itself. Yes, sir, it's the only chocolate milk that needs no beating, no shaking. It's the only one that mixes instantly and completely and stays mixed until you've drunk up the very last drop. And believe me, gang, it's the only one that gives you sensational, rich flavor, just like Nestle's chocolate bars. And boy, does that taste like a million. And say, here's another part to this trick. Yes, sir, you can make Quick disappear just like that. You want to know how that's done? Easy. Once you taste the cosmic flavor of Nestle's Quick, you'll drink it down so fast, it'll actually vanish before your eyes. Now, wouldn't you like to be a magician and have this sensational chocolate milk for your meals and snacks? Well, all you have to do is remember that Nestle's Quick does the trick. That's Q-U-I-K, Quick. It comes in the big brown and yellow can, and it's magic. So ask Mom to bring home some today. And save the special premium panel from the side of the Quick label. It's going to come in handy real soon. And now back to our Space Patrol adventure, The Red Demon of Venus. Rendering Buzz and Happy unconscious with a ray gun, Rorschach and his accomplice, Glazer, pulled their space cruiser away from the Terra 5 and blasted off into space. Feeling secure that Commander Corey has already given Space Patrol units orders not to try to trace Rorschach for 48 hours, the true criminals have taken Buzz and Happy to a hideout on Neptune's third moon. Right now, Rorschach stands over them as the Space Patrollers regain consciousness.
Now listen, you're where no one will find you. You're on Neptune's third moon.
Rorschach, listen to me. There's a man on Venus with only a few hours to live.
Shut up! He's a Space Patrol agent. I don't care whether he lives or not. But if you care, you better talk. Glazer!
No.
Come here. Let's get to work.
Oh, they've come around, huh?
Now get this, Corey. Your only chance to save this pal of yours is to start talking. Give us the Space Patrol codes and all that other stuff I mentioned. Come on, give.
If you keep us here, one man loses his life. Tanagu. If we reveal Space Patrol secrets, we'd use them to destroy many innocent people.
So you wouldn't talk to save Tanagu, eh?
No, even if we did talk, you wouldn't keep your promise.
The study. We'll put them in the study.
Yeah, that'll do it.
Open the door, Glazer. All right, you two, get moving.
Go on inside.
When you decide to be reasonable, and I'm sure you will, you'll find an alarm button near the door. Just press it and we'll let you out.
Now get in.
So this is the study. It looks harmless enough to me, just a bare room.
Yes, lined with metal. Walls, ceiling, and floor.
This must be the alarm button Rorschach mentioned. I wonder what's supposed to happen to make us talk. Oh, I know. Keeping us here without food or water.
Maybe, but that's a slow method. Rorschach knows he's got less than 48 hours before the Space Patrol starts searching for us.
Sure, but nobody knows we're on the third moon of Neptune.
No, but when the search begins, it'll start from our ship. Unless Rorschach destroys it, still in free fall around the number 2 moon. The Space Patrol will search all the moons, probably with special attention to number 3.
Why, sir?
It's the only Neptune moon with atmosphere. Hear that?
Yes, sir. Sounds like some sort of a pump.
Notice anything about the air in here?
Now that you mention it, it's sort of hard to breathe.
They're pumping the air out of the chamber. They're making a vacuum in here.
We've only got 2 choices. Press the alarm button or suffocate.
Don't intend to do either one.
Yeah, we can't break out.
No. Let's see if we can find the outlet valve, the place where the air is being drawn out of here.
Yeah, there won't be long now, Rorschach. They'll be ringing that alarm bell pretty quick.
Sure. I don't care how brave a man is. When he can't breathe, he gets panicky. He'd give anything for one lungful of air.
Wonder why they don't ring a bell. Maybe I better step up the pump.
Yeah.
Rorschach, look at the gauge.
Hey, it's nearly to 0.
No one could live in that chamber.
Why, the fools, the stubborn, stupid fools.
Maybe the alarm didn't work.
Glazer, shut off that pump. Shut it off, quick.
Sure.
Now, let's open the chamber. They still may be alive. Hurry up, Glacier. Get the door open. We got to revive them and make them talk.
There, I've got it.
Now, in there, and drag them out. Hurry.
Drop them, Happy.
Yes, sir.
Wow. If Laser hadn't dropped with that last punch, I'd have folded.
Rorschach took the last I had.
That air sure feels good. My lungs are burning.
Rorschach must have a spacephone here. We've got to win back and notify Venus City Hospital.
Hey, Commander, Laser's coming too.
Watch him.
Yes, sir.
You guys aren't human. It was almost a vacuum in here.
Oh, not quite. We found the outlet vent and stopped it up with my belt. The vacuum was just in the pipe, not in the chamber. Hey, Commander, there goes Rorschach out the door.
I'll go after him. Keep an eye on Glazer.
Better yet.
Okay, that'll hold him. Come on, Hap.
There he goes. He's heading for that shed.
They have weapons in there. We've got to catch him.
He's inside.
Try the door.
Oh, he locked it.
It's a rickety-looking door. One kick ought to break it. Come on. All right, Rorschach. Where are you?
Must be hiding behind one of these stacks of cases.
We'll find him. Come on out, Rorschach.
You're just making things tougher on yourself.
Now watch your step. Thanks a lot.
Yes, sir.
Wait, Hap. You stay here. I'll get behind those cases. If he makes a run for it, nail him.
Right.
Better hold that, Commander.
There he is.
Don't come any closer, I'm warning you. I'll blow you to bits.
Quit bluffing, Rorschach.
I'm not bluffing. You know what this is in my hand? I'll tell you. It's a mining bomb. By turning this dial, I can set it to go off in 30 seconds. Or as little as 5 seconds.
Don't fool around with that. Are you crazy?
Not in the least. Now, don't worry. I won't press the timer button unless you force me to. Careful, Commander. One more step and I'll lower the regulator to 5 seconds and press the timer. Now, I intend to walk out of here holding the bomb, of course, and get into my spaceship. And stay right where you are if you want to live.
Gee, Commander, it isn't even a case of us or him. It's us and him.
Yeah, the cadet is right, Corey. You won't gain a thing if you try to stop me.
All right, Rorschach. But there'll be another time.
I'll take my chances on that. Goodbye, gentlemen.
The floor gave away.
Get him quick, Hap. All right, Rorschach, get up.
I can't. I'm cut. My leg's cut.
Well, just take it easy. We'll pull you out.
What happened to the bomb? Where is it?
I dropped it through the hole in the floor when the plane gave away.
Listen. There's something down there, under the flooring.
It's the bomb. I must have pressed the timer when I fell.
Smoking rockets, we've got to get out of here in a few seconds.
Don't leave me here, please. Don't leave me here. Get me out.
Happy, grab his other arm and pull.
Yes, sir. Oh, he's really stuck.
Once more, Happy.
Yeah, that does it.
Get him out of here. Hurry. Head for that ditch, Hap.
Yes, sir. Come on, Rorschach.
Hit the dirt.
Wow. We made it.
You're okay, Rorschach. Get your face out of the dirt.
Look where the shed was. There's nothing but a big hole.
All right, Hap, get Glazer. We're blasting off for Venus.
With their captives aboard Rorschach's private cruiser, Buzz and Happy blast off from Neptune's third moon and chart a vector for Venus. After making sure Rorschach and Glazer are securely bound in the compartment amidship, Happy goes forward to the control section where Buzz is completing a spaceophone call.
Very good, Major. Proceed as directed. Corey out.
Contacted Venus yet, Commander?
Yes. Space Patrol headquarters at Venus City is going to have Dr. Bryce call me.
Gee, we're sure a slow old crate. We'll never get to Venus at this rate.
I got news for you, Hap. The Neptune Patrol Unit recovered Terra 5 from free fall. We'll meet it at the Neptune orbit and transfer aboard.
Oh, great. But even at that, we'll never make that 18-hour deadline.
Dr. Bryce at Venus City Hospital calling Commander Corey aboard private cruiser N208.
Commander Corey here. How's Tanagru?
He's still alive, Commander, but he's steadily growing weaker.
Doctor, how much time?
Frankly, I can't say. If it wasn't for Tanagru's rugged constitution and will to live, well, it would have all been over hours ago.
He's got to hang on. He's got to. Doctor, do anything you can.
Then Sorry, Commander, but there's nothing more we can do until you get here with Rorschach.
All right, Doctor. You'll make it. Hurry up.
Even aboard the far swifter Terra 5, the voyage to Venus seems endless. At last, the ship roars through the space lock of the Venus City spaceport. Then, at the hospital, comes the most agonizing eternity of all for Buzz and Happy. There is nothing to do but wait. Finally, the door opens. And a moment later, they stand looking down at a pale, exhausted man.
Sure good to see you, Commander. Cadet.
You're looking fine, Tanagu.
Yes, Tanagu. Dr. Rice says you'll be up and around in a day or so.
You bet. And I'm going to help you round up the leader of that Venus gang.
Well, I'm afraid that's all right.
Commander, you promised.
I know. You've already got the big shot.
You have? I suppose I ought to be glad. I sure wanted to have a hand.
You did. The hand that was bitten by the spider.
What?
That means that if you hadn't been bitten, we never would have started searching for another victim of the Red Demon of Venus. We'd never have found Rorschach.
You mean Rorschach, is
Yep, he's the head man. We found evidence on his spaceship.
And he's confessed. He told us he was in the Venus marshes 5 years ago setting up the gang, and the spider got him.
In just a moment, a preview of next week's exciting Space Patrol adventure brought to you by Rice Chex and Wheat Chex, the bite-sized cereals in the red and white checkerboard packages. Ever take a taste test, Space Patrollers? Well, man, oh man, it sure is fun when it's Chex you're taste testing. How do I know? Well, I just took one. First, I tested them with sugar and cream. Super keen taste. Then I added fruit. Super neat taste. Next, I tried them right out of the red and white checkerboard package. That was the snack test. And Chex, rice or wheat for snacks just can't be beat. Yes, sir, gang, I rate Chex tops for taste. And you'll rate them tops, too. Next, I tried them for size. Bite size is the just right size. Just right for your spoon, just right for delicious, easy eating. Chex, rice or wheat tops for size? Ah, you bet. And as for get up and go, gang, have yourself a good, nourishing breakfast with Rice Chex or Wheat Chex, and you'll be rated tops for get up and go. So, Space Patrollers, you take the Rice Chex, Wheat Chex taste test today. And I'm positive you'll agree, Chex rate tops 3 ways. For taste, for size, for get up and go. Rice Chex, Wheat Chex. The cereals with the super swell free Space Patrol trading card inside the red and white checkerboard package. And now, a preview of next week's exciting Space Patrol adventure. Buzz and Happy, exploring a wooded section of Mars, have just seen 2 men in strange, primitive masks holding a girl as captive. As the 2 Space Patrollers move to rescue her, Happy falls into a pit covered with branches and leaves.
Are you hurt, Happy?
No, sir.
Here, give me a hand. I'll pull you out.
Yes, sir. I can't quite reach it.
I'll lie down on the edge of the pit. There.
That's fine, sir. Now I can... Hey, Commander, look out.
What's the matter?
Look behind you. There's a man in a mask, and he's got a spear at your back.
Be sure to join us next week for the thrilling story, The Mystery of the Masked Martians. Space Patrol, created by Mike Moser, starring Ed Kemmer as Commander Corey and Lynn Osborne as Cadet Happy, was written by Lou Houston, produced and directed by Larry Robertson, executive producer Mike Devery. Other players were Norman Jolly, Ken Mayer, and Baylor Kovach. Dick Tufel speaking. Now, don't forget to tune in next Saturday and every Saturday for exciting action on Space Patrol. Space Patrol was brought to you today by Nestle's Quick for the greatest tasting chocolate milk and those famous Nestle's chocolate bars. Be sure to see another exciting Space Patrol program on your local ABC television station. Consult your newspaper for time and channel. This program is broadcast to our armed forces overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Space Patrol came to you transcribed from Hollywood. This is ABC Radio Network.
It's National Wheaties Week. Yes, it's National Wheaties Week. And and Wheaties present Joel McRae in Tales of the Texas Rangers. On stage tonight, transcribed from Hollywood, another in the Wheaties big parade of exciting half-hour presentations. Tales of the Texas Rangers, starring Joel McRae as Ranger Pearson. Texas, more than 260,000 square miles. And 50 men who make up the most famous and oldest law enforcement body in North America. From the files of the Texas Rangers come these stories based on fact. Only names, dates, and places are fictitious for obvious reasons. The events themselves are a matter of record. Tonight's case, the open range.
It is August 4th, 1948. Maury Buckler and his son Dave are driving across their ranch in a Jeep, dropping off salt cakes for their cattle.
Oh, there's the last stop, Paul.
Yeah. Well, drop this one here.
What's the matter, Paul?
Well, the last salt cake we dropped here is hardly touched. Look at it.
Huh? Why, yeah. No point in leaving another one.
There's usually quite a few head around here. Wonder why they're not touching it. Suppose somebody could be running them off.
Rustlers, Pa? That's kind of out of date, I'd say.
Yeah.
I say, maybe there's a break in the fence down by the old road.
Yeah. Well, you better drive around the cottonwoods and have a look. There's a break. We can fix her right now.
We'll have to go back and get horses, though, if we're going to pick up the strays.
Yeah. We'll be able to see the fence now as soon as we get over this rise.
Hey, Paul. Paul, a big truck down there and a bunch of men with some of our stock.
So that's what's been happening to them. Speed it up. I'll get my rifle and backstay.
Let's see us coming. You fellas better stay right where you are. Oh, me.
Dave. I'll get you for this.
Pa, come back, Pa.
Oh.
Let me help you, Pa.
Tales of the Texas Rangers will continue in just a moment.
It's National Wheaties Week, all right, and it couldn't happen to a nicer flake. Because look, there's a whole kernel of wheat in every Wheaties flake. And you know whole wheat. Of course, the naturally sweet whole wheat flavor of Wheaties is important, too. And good? My. Come on, help celebrate National Wheaties Week. Just buy 'em, that's all. Buy 'em and see how Wheaties at 7 can help at 11.
Dave Buckler managed to drag his father to the Jeep and drive to the nearest hospital, but the father was dead on arrival. Sheriff Clyde Johnson immediately called the Texas Rangers, and Ranger Jace Pearson was assigned to the case.
What are you looking for, Ranger? I thought we'd find some truck tire markings here, Sheriff. The ground's plenty hard, except for the dust settled on top. That'd hold a track, but... Hey, look.
Just a big, wide mark.
Yeah. Probably some brush hung from the tailgate of the truck. Wiped the tread right out behind him. Let's go through the fence.
Yeah. Must have been operating right about here.
Yeah. Plenty of cattle tracks, but no boot prints.
Wiped out their tracks like they did with the truck.
Smart. Probably dragged branches behind them. You can see where they were here, though. Tobacco crumbs and paper where they ground out their cigarettes.
Yeah.
It's like 15 or 20 head they run off from the marks.
Mm-hmm.
All right, let's go back to the car for a second. How do the Bucklers brand their herd?
Oh, just a simple letter L. Buckler's wife's name was Lou.
Do you know if their brand has been registered?
I don't believe it ever was, Ranger. Why?
I've got to make a radio call to KTXA in Austin. Unit 10 to KTXA. Unit 10 to KTXA.
KTXA to Unit 10. Go ahead, Unit 10.
Unit 10 requests headquarters to ask all commission houses to be on lookout for marketing of any cattle carrying letter L brand or any altered brand that might have been made to cover letter L.
Will do, Unit 10.
May be part of stock stolen from Buckler Ranch on 8-4. Notify Unit 10 if any lead turns up. Unit 10, 10-4.
We'll keep Unit 10 informed. KTXA Austin.
Good idea, that call. Might get a lead.
Yeah. When we get through here, I want to go into the hospital and see Dave Buckler. He might just be able to describe the... Hey, wait.
What do you got?
Old cigarette lying right here near this bush. And scorched. Somebody started to light it but didn't finish.
Yeah.
That's a matchbook lying in the bush. Whatever happened, it made a fella forget about his cigarette. Must have been when the Bucklers came over the hill. Feller saw him, threw the cigarette and matches down just as he was getting ready to light up.
Yeah, that could be all right.
Half the matches are still in the book. Ones that are missing are all torn off from the left side of the book.
So?
So the man who had this book of matches is left-handed. Let's get into the hospital.
No, Ranger. I'm right-handed, so was Pop. Matches couldn't have been ours.
Just making sure. Can you describe any of the stock they made off with, Buckler?
Well, yeah. Most of them were white-faced. But there was one of the calves that had a mottled face.
Mottled, huh?
Yeah.
Good. That helps.
My pa was such a good guy, Ranger. I wish I could climb out of here and help you find those dirty...
Can you give me any kind of a description of the men?
No. I never got a good look at them.
A couple of days went by, then a week. There was no sign of the Buckler cattle with the L brand. I went back to headquarters to see Captain Stinson.
No sign of those cattle, huh?
Not ahead, Captain.
Well, they might be afraid to unload them so soon after a killing.
That means they'd have to vend or alter the brands and put them out to graze. I don't think they'd want to be too close to them for fear of being spotted.
Neither do I, Jace. That's why I've got an idea. Ever think of trying Camp Hood?
No, but I should have. It's a perfect spot for them. 35 square miles of free grazing land.
Yeah. Ever since the Army deactivated the camp, a lot of ranchers have been using it. Our last check showed 15,000 head there, all kinds of brands. Fattening up until the owners cut them out for marketing.
Sure. And Buckler's cattle with altered brands covering that L could be waiting there for the thief to come back and get them whenever he wants.
Yeah, that's what I thought. That's a lot of territory and a lot of cattle for one man to cover. I'm going to have Bud Kurtz come in and go with you.
Kurtz? Fine.
The commission houses are still on the alert. We got them stopped on the selling end. Now it's up to you to find those cattle. They're the only key to the killer.
Bud Kurtz and I drove to Camp Hood, unloaded our horses, and started to check the open range. In 3 days, we ran across more than 50 brands, all legitimate. But on the fourth day... Cowpokes are pretty busy, Kurtz.
Yeah, cutting out a few calves over there.
There's a branding fire and 2 men.
They see us coming.
Keep your eyes peeled. They may be all right, but if they aren't, one of them may throw a gun.
Oh, boy. Howdy, Rangers.
Howdy.
You can let that one go, Pete.
No. Hold him for a minute.
What's the matter, Ranger?
Let me frisk you.
I'll get this fella. Why? What's wrong, Ranger? I ain't got no gun.
Just checking out. What's your brand?
Nothing on this fella, Jay. Well, there's the iron right there.
J in the center of a box, huh?
Yeah. The name's Jack Stern. Got a ranch up in Box Canyon. Brand's supposed to be Jack in the Box.
What are you doing with this stock?
Well, changing over to my brand.
From what? An L brand?
No, square U. Like that one over there. Ain't added my brand on him yet. Well, take a look at it. See?
Yeah, I see. It's a square U now, but it was an L. That brand's been altered. Okay, let him go.
Find something, Jace?
Yeah. Where'd you get this stock?
I bought them last night. Anything wrong?
They were stolen a week ago.
I got a bill of sale for them, Ranger. The fellow who had them was cutting them out yesterday. Said he was taking some steers to market, but he wanted to sell the calves for $60 a head, so he wouldn't have to keep coming all the way back from Rollo to get them.
Came from Rollo, huh?
That's what he said. But here's the bill of sale. Name was Vic Morath. Ranger, you must be making a mistake.
Maybe. How many calves did he sell you?
8 of them. Boys bought these 2 in here, and they're getting the others now.
Good. Is there a mottled face in the bunch, Stern?
Yeah, there is.
Guess that settles it, Jace. This is Buckler's stock.
Yeah, we better drive him out and have a van pick him up. Lab can examine the brands.
Now, what about my money?
Your claim is against the man who sold them to you, Vic Morath from Rollo. If that was his right name.
If he moved steers out too, Jace, they should be turning up at a commission house in a day or so.
Yeah. In the meantime, Stern, I'll have to hold you and your boys in custody for possession of stolen property.
Ain't it enough that I lost $480?
Maybe it'll teach you not to pay cash for cattle until you've checked on them.
I didn't pay cash. I gave Morath a check.
A check?
You mean he took a check from you?
Yeah. Hey, maybe I can stop payment.
You won't have to. We'll do it for you. Where's your bank?
Ranchers and Merchants Trust in Abilene. The president knows me. His name's Chalmers.
All right, Stern. Kurt, you bring him and his boys into town with the stock. I'll meet you there. I gotta get to a phone and call that bank. I rode charcoal hard into town, found a phone and put a call through for Mr. Chalmers, president of the bank in Abilene. But I was too late.
I'm sorry, Ranger Pearson, but Mr. Morath cashed that check shortly after we opened this morning.
Did you ask Morath for identification?
Yes, but he didn't have any on him.
You cashed the check anyhow?
Well, he asked us to call his bank in Rollo for a reference to save him time. He even paid for the call.
You mean he actually comes from Rollo and they've heard of him there?
The Rollo State Bank said he had an account there.
But you don't actually know whether the man was Morath.
Well, after all, Ranger, when the man paid for the call to his own bank in Rollo...
Did Morath endorse the check?
Yes, it was endorsed in my presence.
Will you rush that endorsed check to my headquarters? I want to look at that signature. When the check came through, Kurtz and I left for Rollo, Texas. At Rollo, we went directly to Morath's bank.
Vic Morath? Why, yeah, I know him.
This his signature?
I'd have to compare it with his signature card. Just a moment. M-A-M-A-S-M-A-U. Ah, yeah, here we are. Now we take both signatures and see.
They're not the same, Jace.
No. Thank you.
Anytime, Ranger.
Come on.
What now, Jace?
Morath's ranch is only about a mile out. We better drive out there and see him.
Sure you won't have a drink, Ranger?
No, thanks.
Oh, so somebody's been using my name, huh?
Looks that way. You know who it might be?
No, but it's a cinch it wouldn't be a friend. Forgery's a mighty low trick.
I figure it may have happened 100 times before, Mr. Morath, but this is the first time we caught it.
I'm mighty glad you did. I don't like my name being mixed up with thieving and killing.
Of course, you'd never see the checks. They'd go right back to the man who made them out after they were cashed. Anybody ever forged your name to a check that went through your own bank?
I know. If anybody had and I knew it, I'd have taken a bullwhip to him.
No help here, Jace.
No. Well, thanks for your cooperation, Mr. Morath. We can find our way out.
So long, Mr. Morath.
You sure you won't take one of these before you go? I'm having another.
No, thanks.
That certainly led us into a blind pass.
Huh?
I said Morath was no help. What's the matter with you, Jace?
I was just thinking of that book of matches I found on the range out at Buckler's.
The ones that were dropped by somebody left-handed?
Yeah. I watched Morath pouring that drink for himself. He's left-handed, Kurtz.
That's mighty thin and circumstantial, Jace.
Sure, I know it is. Just a passing thought. I better call KTXA. Unit 10 to KTXA. Unit 10 back in service.
KTXA to Unit 10. Have message for you.
Go ahead, KTXA.
Cattle with L brand offered for sale this afternoon at Tully Commission House, Fort Worth. Cattle inspector reports brand might have been L brand from Buckler Ranch.
Did Commissioner get name and address of seller?
Seller refused to have check mailed. Said he would pick it up tomorrow after stock was weighed and priced. Gave his name is Vic Morath, Rollo, Texas.
Just left Morath at home in Rollo. Unit 10 and Unit 6 proceeding to Fort Worth. We'll be there when Commission House opens in morning. Unit 10, 10-4.
Got a long drive ahead of us, Jace.
Yeah, but this is the break we've waited for.
It's not so important now, is it, that Morath happened to be left-handed?
No. Not now, it isn't.
In just a moment, we continue with Tales of the Texas Rangers, starring Joel McCrea as Ranger Jace Pearson.
It's National Wheaties Week everywhere. Even backstage in our studio here tonight. Sure it is. We're all buying and eating Wheaties this week. And here's living proof. The man who dramatizes Tales of the Texas Rangers, Mr. Joel Murcott. Am I right, Joel? Are you getting your Wheaties?
I sure am, Frank. And not only that, I've got Wheaties written into the breakfast script for Mrs. Murcott and our 4 kids, too. Seems like eating Wheaties is little enough to do for them when they do so much for us. Folks, I hope you feel that way, but even if you don't, try Wheaties once. Just to show us you like our shows. What do you say? After all, National Wheaties Week only comes once a year.
Thank you, Joel Murcott.
We reached Fort Worth during the night and examined the cattle in the Commission House stock pens. They were part of the Buckler L brands, all right. All next day, Bud Kurtz and I were staked out in the Commission House office. But the man impersonating Morath never showed to pick up his check.
Well, have to wait again tomorrow, Jace.
I don't think so. He won't be coming.
What do you mean?
Our man didn't show because somebody tipped him not to show.
Think somebody in the Commission House slipped up?
Maybe not, Kurtz. Maybe we slipped up.
Maybe we did. What do you mean, Chase?
I'll tell you as soon as we find a photograph of Vic Morath, the real one from Rollo. It took almost 2 days to find a picture. We went through newspaper files, breeders' publications, cattlemen and ranchers' journals, county fair souvenir books. Captain Stinson found what I was after.
Jace, look. Is Morath one of these?
Yeah, that's it, Captain. That's Morath in the center.
Group picture. Who are the others?
Picture comes from a breeder's journal. Caption says it's the Morath Ranch Rodeo team. Had the highest group score at the Rollo Rodeo in 1946, 2 years ago.
I want to see if Stern or Chalmers, the banker, can identify Morath as the man who sold those calves.
Well, we know it wasn't Morath, Jace. The signatures didn't match.
They don't have to. Morath is left-handed. He might have endorsed the check with his right hand just to cover up.
Hey, Jace may have something there.
It's worth trying.
Stern has been released. I'll call him at his ranch and have him meet us at his bank in Abilene. How about it, Stern? Is this the man, the bare-headed one in the center?
No. No, Ranger. I never saw him before.
How about you, Chalmers? Is this the man who presented the check?
No, it isn't.
Another washout, Jace. And let me see that picture again.
Sure, here.
I'm not sure, but this fellow on the end, right here. You look at it, Chalmers.
Why, yes. Yes, I believe that is the man.
One of the cowpokes, huh? Come on, Kurtz. We're going to visit the sheriff at Rollo.
Yeah, I know that feller. Quit working for Morath about a year ago. Bought himself a little ranch not far from Morass, over near Comanche Gulch.
Cowpoke has to be pretty thrifty to buy a ranch. What's his name?
Buzz Black.
Better get over to Comanche Gulch, Jace.
Yeah. Thanks, Sheriff.
Sure, glad to be of service.
Well, we're going to be able to tell Morath who's been using his name.
We don't have to tell him. I got a hunch he already knows.
What makes you say that?
Black didn't go back to pick up that check. Somebody warned him those cattle were getting hot. That means Morath.
But if he's in on it, why would he let Black use his name?
Because he's smart. False signature makes him look like an innocent victim. His reputation is good.
And as soon as we went to him, he knew we were on the trail, and he told Black and the others to lay low.
Right. Let's get Black for a starter.
Off your hand.
Huh? Oh, you scared me, Ranger.
Drop that hammer.
Oh, sure. I don't know what this is all about, but
It's about an old man who was shot to death while you were running off some of his cattle with an L brand.
Me? Oh, you're crazy. I never...
We got 3 people who can identify you. Man who bought the calves, banker who cashed a check, and the commissioner who bought the steers in Fort Worth.
All right. So what? I found the cattle out at Camp Hood.
You don't find cattle with a brand on them. They weren't Mavericks. You better talk, Black.
I'll talk when I see a lawyer.
You wait that long and Morath will run out, and you'll be facing it alone. That old rancher was murdered.
I didn't shoot him. I swear it, Ranger.
No jury's going to believe you, unless you tell us who did it, and we find the gun he used.
All right. It was Morath. He started the whole thing. Was his idea.
Who rode with you?
1 folks from here, 6 from Morath's place.
What's that?
Rider taking off in the brush, Chase.
Stop, yo!
Too late. He made cover.
Isn't the Morath Ranch over that way, Black?
Yeah, that was my rider. Must have sneaked up and hurt us.
I'm going to handcuff you to this wagon.
Now, wait a minute.
We'll be back for you later. Go on, Kurtz.
They'll know we're coming on. They'll scatter, Chase.
You better call headquarters for more units. We put through the call and headed for Morath's ranch in the car, hoping to beat the rider. He must have stopped on the way and phoned Morath, because the ranch was clear when we got there.
They cleared out, Chase. Better get the horses out of the trailer and start tracking.
Wait a minute, Kurtz. Look at this driveway.
Funny marks.
Yeah. Brush trailing behind a truck to wipe out the tracks. I've seen that before. And this is fresh. A branch caught in the edge of that mesquite when they turned into the road and snapped it. The brake is new.
That means they're heading for the highway.
Probably all riding together in the truck. There'll be an arsenal on wheels. Come on. Units we called for can set up roadblocks and converge on them. Unit 10 to KTXA. Unit 10 to KTXA.
KTXA to Unit 10. Go ahead.
Subjects wanted for killing of Maury Buckler making getaway in cattle truck from Morath Ranch at Rollo. Check license numbers of vehicles registered to Morath.
Will do, Unit 10.
Subjects headed for main highway will probably turn south toward closest border point. Unit 10 and Unit 6 headed that way. Have other units converge on area and set up roadblocks with highway patrol.
Units 3 and 8 nearby. We'll notify them.
We'll make direct contacts with units as we close in. Unit 10, 10-4. Kurtz, you can commandeer the sheriff's radio car in town. Give us a chance to spread out more.
It's going to be like tackling a tank, Jace.
Yeah. Break out a Tommy gun and put it on the seat. We moved in from all points. There were no side roads that weren't covered by our units. Morath and his men were locked in our ring. I kept my foot heavy on the gas pedal. Then far ahead, as I approached the intersection of State 12, I saw the truck dip over a rise. Unit 10 to Unit 3. Unit 10 to Unit 3.
Unit 3, go ahead, Unit 10.
Subject's truck less than mile ahead of Unit 10, nearing intersection point your area.
Ready for them, Unit 10. Unit 6 to Unit 10.
Go ahead, Unit 6.
Unit 6 now on main highway south of intersection.
Block highway at that point, Unit 6. Subjects are between Unit 6 and Unit 10 now unless they turn off.
Unit 3 has reached intersection point of State 12. We'll block off intersection.
Good, Unit 3. Unit 8 has blocked still further south if subjects break through. closer to the speeding truck as it topped a rise and headed down toward the intersection of the state highway. I could see the sheriff's car Kurtz had borrowed blocking the road and Unit 3's car in the center of the turnoff. The truck skidded and started to make a turn and come back toward me. I swung my car across the road, grabbed the Tommy gun, and jumped out.
Stop that truck! All right, let him have it!
No more shooting, Rangers, no more. We'll come out. All of you still alive, come out with your hands up. You all right, Chase? Yeah. How about you, Clint?
I'm okay.
All right, you men. Get over there and keep your hands up.
I got him covered, Jace.
One dead in the back there and a couple wounded. Hey, where's Barat?
Around the other side of the cab, dead. He came out shooting and I nailed him.
Ah, there he is. Better break that rifle out of his grip. Ballistics can tell if it's the one that killed Buckler.
It'll be the one, all right. Or he wouldn't have tried so hard to keep us from getting him.
Vic Morath's rifle was positively identified as the one used in the slaying of Rancher Maury Buckler. Buzz Black and the other men who had assisted Morath were given penitentiary sentences ranging from 20 to 99 years.
And now, here's the Wheaties man, Frank Martin.
Another triumph for the Rangers, and another grand performance by our distinguished star, Mr. Joel McRae. And here he is with a few words for you personally about National Wheaties Week.
I hope you're enjoying Tales of the Texas Rangers, and it would give me a whole lot of pleasure, partner, if I thought you'd go out and get a box of Wheaties tomorrow because of our program. Since it's National Wheaties Week, it's a pretty good time to get those Wheaties. Will you do that? Good night.
Good night, Joel. You know, Wheaties and I were going to send you a free case of Wheaties, but then we thought, oh, that's silly. Joel McRae eats Wheaties, so chances are his kitchen shelf is loaded. And what National Wheaties Week is really for is to get other people to eat Wheaties. Frankly, folks, it's to get you to know and appreciate the fact that there's a whole kernel of wheat in every Wheaties flake. That's right, a whole kernel of wheat in every Wheaties flake. National Wheaties Week is for you to buy Wheaties and try them and see for yourself how Wheaties at 7 can help at 11. So, no free Wheaties to you, Joel. You can buy them just like all the rest of it. Right, folks? Now, don't forget, Breakfast of Champions.
Come on, everybody, to the Wheaties party. Eat a lot of Wheaties like the champions do. Dance together, cheek to cheek. This is National Wheaties Week. Eat a lot of Wheaties like the champions do. Wheaties, a breakfast of champions.
Next week, Joel McRae in another authentic reenactment of a case from the files of the Texas Rangers. Joel McRae will soon be seen starring in the Universal International Technicolor Productions Saddle Tramp. Tonight's cast included Tony Barrett, Tom Tully, Bert Holland, Joe Duval, Byron Kane, Paul Dubuff, and Bob Cole. This story was transcribed and adapted by Joel Murcott, and the program was produced and directed by Stacy Keach. Hal Gibney speaking.
And this is the Wheaties man, Frank Martin, inviting you to listen on Wednesday night to Brian Donlevy in Dangerous Assignment on the Wheaties Big Parade. See you then. And remember, it's National Wheaties Week.
Tomorrow, Sam Spade cuts a caper and Robert Merrill sings on NBC.
Johnny Dollar.
Johnny, listen. I've just looked up the plane schedule.
Huh?
Yes. Now listen. If you hop into your car and drive on out to Bradley Field, you can just make the plane to New York.
New York? At this ungodly hour?
Listen, will you? It'll get you there just in time to catch the morning 707 out here to the coast.
Hold everything, will you?
Get going, will you, Johnny, while this thing is still hot?
Wait a minute, I tell you. Who are you? What's this all about?
Oh, I'm sorry. This is Art Bascom, Western Life and Trust Insurance here in Los Angeles.
Arthur, in the middle of the night.
It's morning. And, Johnny, you've got to make that jet flight out of New York. Leaves here at 8:45.
Why do I?
Because this may be a case of murder.
Yeah, what may be a case of murder?
Johnny.
Make some sense, will you?
Hurry up or you'll miss that plane.
Art, hello. Okay, here we go again.
CBS Radio brings you Bob Bailey in the exciting adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
And now, Act One of yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Dollar to the Western Life and Trust Insurance Company, Los Angeles office. Following is an account of expenses incurred during my investigation of the fatal switch matter. Expense account item 1, $8 for the flight to New York. Item 2, $176.25, the jet flight to Los Angeles. It was shortly after 11 a.m. Pacific time when Art Bascom met me at the L.A. International Airport. We took off in his car and headed south.
Balboa, Johnny. It's about 50 miles down the coast. Very successful. Based on Freebairn's exclusive rights to the patent on a radio control device. Securing rights, that is.
Uh-huh.
Big government order, that sort of thing.
I see. All right, now tell me what's happened.
Well, Freebairn's partner, so to speak, is the man who invented this device, who owns the patent. A young bachelor by the name of Edgar Porter.
And?
Johnny, it seems that Porter took the cruiser out for a trip yesterday morning. Last evening, Mr. Freebairn thought he'd call him by radio. You know, just to find out where he was, make sure he was all right.
Couldn't raise him?
No, he contacted him without any trouble. But then, in the middle of their conversation, suddenly... Well, Johnny, from what Porter said, his last words over the radio...
Yeah?
Well, it looks as though somebody killed him.
Where's the cruiser now, Art?
Somewhere out in the Pacific. The Coast Guard's trying to find it.
Well, then he hadn't given Freebairn his position.
No. I guess he didn't have time before whatever it was killed him.
Who else was on board the boat with this man, Porter?
That's the first thing I asked Mr. Freebairn when he phoned me.
Well?
No one.
Huh?
Not even any other boats around. Porter and that cruiser were out there alone. Yet, judging by what he said, someone somehow managed to kill him.
Who said?
Porter himself.
Well, how do you know what he said?
Lester Freebairn told me. He and his wife were talking with Porter by radio when it happened.
Oh, well, then you only have his word for what Porter may have said.
Also, Johnny, Freebairn was making a tape recording of their conversation.
Oh, I wonder why.
I don't know. But he told me over the phone that he has that recording.
And you're sure that Porter was alone out there?
That's what he told Freebairn.
But if he was murdered...
I know. It doesn't make sense.
Brother, it sure doesn't. Let's get on down there to Balboa. The Freebairn home on Newport Bay was small compared to some of those around it, but nice nevertheless. A speedboat was tied up at the dock, but there was no sign of the cruiser. Lester Freebairn was a man of 57 or 8, I'd say, but right now he looked a lot older than it. His wife, considerably younger, was quite a dish. A tall, statuesque redhead. She wore an expensive silk housecoat with an ermine collar. A real careful makeup job, too. Her eyes especially were, let's say she knew how to use them. And Art Bascom had said that Edgar Porter was a young bachelor.
Sit down, gentlemen. Sit down.
Yeah, sure.
And, Marilyn, will you bring me another cup of coffee?
Why, of course.
Perhaps Mr. Dollar and Mr. Bascom would like a drink.
No, thanks. You can pass me.
No, thanks, Mr. Freebairn.
Excuse me, gentlemen.
I just talked to the Coast Guard again. They've got planes and boats, even a helicopter out there looking for the less one, the cruiser. No sign of her.
Mr. Freebairn, Art tells me you're certain that your partner, Edgar Porter, was alone out there on that yacht.
Because he told me that he was. Now, let me play the tape recording of our brief radio conversation with him.
By all means.
Just give this thing a few seconds to warm up.
How'd you happen to record your conversation with him?
I just made some modifications in this machine, and I thought I'd check it out. I'm so glad now I did.
Well, that's a make I don't think I've ever seen before.
Oh, I made it myself, Dollar. Like this receiver here, the transmitter. Make all these things myself. That's the reason I'm in the business I am.
And it's a lot better than that old chemical plant he started out with. Here you are, darling.
Thank you, my dear. Now, let's start the tape. You'll hear both our voices on it, Mr. Dollar. Listen.
Lester, if you would spoil my little trip by calling me up this way.
Just wanted to see how you're doing, boy. Is everything okay?
Okay, it's great. I'm having myself a ball out here.
Hello, Edgar.
Hi, Marilyn.
What's your position, Ed?
Oh, 50, 60 miles out. And believe me, it's great to be away from people and things for a change.
You're all alone?
Nobody within miles.
Oh, you're sure of that?
Why, of course I am.
Not even a girlfriend along?
Nah, you know better than that, Marilyn. Nope, there isn't even another boat in sight. Hey, it's kind of chilly out here.
Edgar, put on the cabin heater, the gas heater.
I put it on just a minute ago.
Good. Only, Ed, be sure the ceiling vent is wide open.
Oh, yes, Edgar. Be careful.
Now, don't worry. I know this old tub just as...
What?
No. You wouldn't do it. Good heavens, man, you can't do this to... No.
Edgar, hello.
Johnny, that was a pistol shot.
Yeah, that's all there was to the recording?
That's all, Dollar. We kept trying to call him back, but got no answer.
But he said he was certain he was all alone.
Yes. Well, Dollar?
Impossible, huh?
Impossible.
Except for one thing.
Yes?
The fact it happened. One thing is sure, Mr. Freebairn, there isn't much we can do until the Coast Guard locates that cruiser of yours.
They've promised to call the minute they do.
Johnny.
Yes, Mrs. Freebairn.
Oh, it's Marilyn. If you don't mind.
Oh, sure. No, I don't mind. Well?
Edgar said he'd already put on the gas heater there in the cabin.
Why, yes. And the cabin on the Leslin is rather small. Carbon monoxide would build up in a matter of minutes.
Yeah, but he said he just turned it on.
Nevertheless...
He also said he knew that boat as well as you do, which means he knew to be careful of that heater.
Well, we all get careless now and then.
Also his last words. Good heavens, man, you can't do this. Now, who's the man he was talking to?
It doesn't make sense, Johnny, because he swore he was alone out there.
Yeah, but was he?
Oh, Edgar was so painfully honest, even about little things. If he said he was alone, he was. Or at least he believed that he was.
Well, if somebody had come out of some hiding place to threaten him, wouldn't he have identified him by name, at least for your benefit?
Hiding place?
Well, don't forget, he knew that you were hearing every word he said.
Yes, of course. But as for anyone hiding there on the boat, no, it's impossible. Edgar was too meticulous. He would have checked over every inch of that cruiser before setting out.
Now, you're sure of that, huh?
Oh, when we'd all planned to go out together, it used to drive us to near distraction, having to wait for Edgar to inspect every line, every locker, even the engine box, every nook and cranny.
Could somebody have got aboard after he left the harbor?
Without his knowing it? No, never.
What about that shot, just as he was cut off?
I wonder. You know about radio equipment, Mr. Freebairn?
And I know what you're thinking, Dollar. Yes, it's quite possible that was simply some connection breaking when he fell against the transmitter.
Or it may have been a shot.
By whom? Suicide?
Edgar? Oh, never, Johnny.
You sound pretty sure of that.
Oh, I agree with the Dollar. Edgar had too much to live for. His invention was about to make him millions, thanks to what I've been able to do with it.
Well, then this radio control device will do all right by you, too, won't it?
Of course it will. Now, just a minute. What do you mean to imply by that?
Incidentally, Art.
Yes, John.
Just what's the insurance angle on this thing?
Oh, I thought you understood. There's a partnership policy between Edgar and Mr. Freeburn.
Survivor of the two becomes the beneficiary?
Yes.
For good heavens, do you think money would ever compensate for the loss of a man, a friend like Edgar?
What's the face value?
$225,000.
Oh,
No, dollars.
Hey, tell me, if Edgar is dead, Mr. Freeburn, do all rights to this patent revert to you?
Yes. After all, I'm the one who... Now, look here, young man.
Yes, Johnny.
Well, just take it easy now. Oh, and there's one thing I forgot to ask you.
Well?
How did you get to know Ed Porter?
There's no secret about it. Merrill met him at some yacht club affair, persuaded him to bring the radio control to me.
Oh, and there's another thing I forgot to ask.
Yes, what's that?
Who is your contact over at the Coast Guard?
A man by the name of Adam Patrick.
Huh? Pat?
Why do you say it that way, Johnny?
Well, he's an old friend of mine. Gave me a hand when I was out here on the Ellen Deer matter.
Ellen Deer?
Yeah, name of a big yacht that was being used for smuggling stuff up from Mexico, narcotics and stuff.
Well, certainly you don't think our cruiser was being used for... I don't see the connection.
All right, let me use your car.
Of course, Johnny. Here are the keys.
Good, thanks.
Where are you going?
Well, instead of waiting for Pat to call here, I think I'll run over and see him.
I think you're right, Dollar. Why don't we all go on over there? We can get any news of the Leslin and Edgar firsthand.
No, thanks. I'll go alone.
May I ask why?
Because I've suddenly got me a handful of ideas about this whole affair.
Oh, Johnny? Like what?
I never was very good at mathematics.
Mathematics?
If I can get there first, well, maybe I can add 2 and 2 together and somehow come up with 5.
What?
That is, if Edgar Porter was murdered.
All you need to know, KNX is 7 million News Radio.
I tore on over Coast Guard quarters. Found my old pal, Adam Patrick, was just about to take off in a cutter.
Okay, boys, cast off and let's get underway. Aye, sir.
No, wait.
Johnny!
Hold everything, will you?
Here I come. Johnny Bada. Who do you think you are, Superman?
Hiya, Pat. I hope you're heading out to the Leslin.
Why, yes. One of our cops has spotted her a few miles out. You're working on this one, too?
Yeah, kind of a thick one, isn't it?
Sure it is. Now, a man completely alone out there could be murdered. There couldn't possibly have been anyone with him. At least the old man, Freeburn, has been telling me the truth.
Oh, I think he has, Pat. At least as far as he's gone.
What do you mean by that?
Well, does he know you've located the Leslin?
Sure. When I got word, I phoned him, then grabbed Dr. Wilson. See him up aboard there.
Hey, wait a minute. You gave Freeburn the position of the Leslin?
Sure, why not?
Hey, listen, can you get a few more knots out of this barge?
We're up on top right now. What do you mean, Johnny?
How much do you know about Lester Freeburn and his wife?
Oh, man, that Maryland.
Huh?
Greatest business asset a promoter like Freeburn could possibly have.
Oh.
How else do you think he got his paws on that radio control he makes?
Yeah, I know about her connections.
Why not? Why shouldn't she? It's that kind of monkey shines that keeps her in furs and expensive cars and everything else she likes.
Yeah, I see. And then the Freeburns are quite a team, huh?
Understatement of the week.
And I understand he does pretty well for himself.
Look, when that government contract gets rolling, and if his partner's dead, well, man, he's back in the black so fast.
Oh, you think he's in the red now?
Look, after all that dough he spent on that plant, Johnny.
A couple of $100,000 might come in handy, huh?
Even $1,000 or two. What are you getting at?
Let's get on out to the Leslin, huh? It took us something under an hour to reach the Leslin, where she drifted around on the calm sea untended.
If she'd had her engines running, she might have got halfway across the Pacific before we found her.
While the crew of the cutter were preparing to tow her into harbor, Pennon, the doctor, and we climbed aboard. I took a good, careful look around, and believe me, I found plenty. Edgar Porter was dead, all right. His body slumped over the radio set. Carbon monoxide, the doctor said.
At least that's what my preliminary examination shows, Mr. Dollar.
But then, before we could get her underway, sure enough, Lester Freeburn rolled up in his speedboat. We came aboard, joined us in the cabin, took a look at the body of Edgar Porter, and then...
Then it was carbon monoxide poisoning. And I told them by radio to be sure that this vent was open.
Too late, Mr. Freeburn.
What, Mr. Dollar?
Well, that fast little boat of yours didn't get you here soon enough. That vent was wide open. Yeah, the first thing I looked at.
Well, then I don't understand. If it was carbon monoxide poisoning...
Yes, John.
Oh, sure it was. But not from this gas heater.
You mean maybe some leak in the exhaust system?
Not even that would have done it, Pat. This cabin door was wide open when we came aboard.
Well, even so...
Alive, Edgar was pretty valuable to you, Mr. Freeburn.
Of course. As my partner with his invention...
And your wife, with an eye for the dollar sign, roped him in very nicely for you. I guess he really had a case on her.
I utterly failed to see...
But Edgar dead would be even better, you thought.
Oh, now, look
No
here.
more need to share the profits on his invention.
Are you trying to say I thought of killing him?
This radio transmitter and receiver, some of your work?
Of course.
But before getting into electronics, you were a chemist, weren't you? So you'd know even better than I do how carbon monoxide can be produced from a little crystal of some kind. I forgot the name of it. But when it gets thoroughly heated...
Now, look here, Dollar. Edgar was alone on this boat.
Now, you look. The cord on his microphone is very short.
So?
He had to lean over the transmitter when he talked to you by radio.
So what?
That's one of the reasons you knew he fell against Spinetta when he keeled over. You mentioned it when you played back that tape for us.
Well, I simply assumed...
You knew he did. Even as you knew his head would be right over this grill work on top of the transmitter when he used the mic. Look through the grill, Pat.
Yeah, Johnny.
All right, that little coil on the back of the panel where nobody'd notice it.
Yeah?
A heating element that was turned on when the mic was turned on, see? Hey, see, it's starting to glow. Like a small coil on one of those electric heaters. And believe me, it had nothing to do with transmitting a signal.
Dollar.
Instead, it was used to heat up a crystal of that chemical I mentioned to produce a deadly concentrated dose of carbon monoxide.
Johnny.
Sure. Take a good look at that coil, and I'm sure you'll find traces of the chemical on it. Get the picture, Pat?
Yeah, Johnny, I sure do. All he had to do was stay right there in his home and put in a call to Porter on the radio.
That's right.
To answer him, Porter turned on this transmitter, and he leaned over to use the mic. That meant he was right on top of the coil with the chemical on it. The coil that was heating up, producing the gas that killed him. Oh, the dirty, diabolical...
Well, Mr. Freeburn... Yep. Lester Freeburn had suddenly run out of answers. And I'm willing to bet that the best lawyer in the country can't get him out of this one. Best of all, of course, he won't collect a penny of the insurance on the partner that he murdered. Expense account total, including all the incidentals I could think of, and the plane fare back to Hartford, $386.21. And cheap at half the price. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Now, here's our star to tell you about next week's program.
Next week, well, one of the most clever, most ingenious crimes I've ever run into during my career as a special investigator. Motive and method are all too obvious. So are all the clues needed to solve the crime. Yet, a simple little device we're all familiar with is used to cover them up and apparently make them meaningless. Yeah, I'm talking about a device that we all use every day. There's probably one of them right there in that room with you, right beside you, waiting for you to pick it up and use it. Just be sure that you don't use it to cover up a murder. Instead, well, be sure to join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey. Originates in Hollywood and is written, produced, and directed by Jack Johnstone. Heard in our cast were Virginia Gregg, Olin Soule, Sam Edwards, Will Wright, and Herschel Bernard. Be sure to join us next week, same time and station, for another exciting story of yours truly, Johnny Dollar. This is John Wall speaking.
Johnny Dollar has come to you through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
Hello, Yukon 28209. Yes, this is Candy Matson.
Keep that baby on the tree.
Fix those dolly tracks.
Hey, look out for that cable. It's hot. Give me a hand with this thing.
Mallard, what in the name of the San Francisco Police Department are you doing up here on Telegraph Hill?
Working, Candy, in the name of the San Francisco Police Department.
Here, with these people who are making the movie?
Yeah, how about that? Me, a lieutenant in homicide, and I'm assigned to riding herd on these Hollywood characters.
Oh, it's better than murder.
I'll take murder any day. What are you doing around here?
I did some shopping at Speedy's this morning. While I was pinching the avocados, they told me that there was a Hollywood gang over by Coit Tower shooting some scenes for a movie with a San Francisco background.
They might just as well have stayed in the studio. They brought their own lawns, prop trees, fake bushes, the works. If it ever snowed up here on Telegraph Hill, they'd have brought some of that along, too.
You've never worked in Hollywood, Mallard. Only God can make a tree, but Hollywood presumes to improve on them. What are they doing now?
Just getting ready to shoot a scene, I think.
Oh.
They've been rehearsing it all morning.
What's it all about, do you know?
As far as I can figure, it's a story about San Francisco right after the gold rush. Look at all the costumes.
Very authentic. Looks like they'd been shipped around the horn. By the way, Mallard, do you know who's in the picture?
Some lush tomato named Cherry Dana and a Colorado boy, Buff Arnold.
Arnold? Did you say Buff Arnold?
That's right. Why?
Oh, forgive me, Mallard, dear. I knew Buff Arnold when he didn't have a place to house in. He professed to carry a very warm torch for me.
Aha! So that's why you so casually dropped by.
Oh.
An old flame, huh?
Don't be ridiculous. I didn't even know the guy was here, let alone still in pictures.
A likely story.
All right, quiet, please. Let's have quiet.
Quiet. This is a take.
All set, Mr. Dix. We're ready.
Good. Okay, Cherry, we'll roll this one. Take a chance on it. Just remember to keep up against those trees. We don't want any shots of those modern buildings below the hill.
Oh, remember, Red. Where is my old pal, Buff Arnold, Mallard, dear?
By me. Judging by what's been going on, he's not in this particular scene.
All right, stand by. Roll 'em.
Scene 47, take 10.
Wait a minute. Cut. Oh, where's that coming from?
Out on the bay, Mr. Dix.
A fine thing, a present-day steamer whistle in an 1850 picture. Hold it. Ames.
Yes?
Let me know when the fool ship is tied up. We won't shoot the scene until it's docked.
Yes, sir.
Darn it, I was hoping I'd see some action.
Well, I'll give you some action. Come on, walk around with me, Candy. I'll show you all the sights.
Sights like what, for instance, Mallard?
Oh, all the lights they brought up here. They must have 1,000 of them.
Undoubtedly to wash out the wrinkles on the leading lady's face.
And talk about props. It must have taken a whole freight train to get them up here.
Well, I have to have them.
For instance, look, right up there.
Where, Mallard?
Up there, above. In that tree. Hanging by their necks.
Oh, Mallard.
Don't jump like that, Cupcake. They're only dummies hanging from those ropes.
3 of them. They look so realistic.
I must admit, they really do. I understand they use them in a scene where they recreate a lynching in Portsmouth Square.
Recreate, did you say?
Yeah.
Maybe you're right. Take another look, honey bun. A good look at the one in the middle.
What are you trying to... Fry me for lard. That one in the middle is no dummy.
You're no dummy either, boy mine. How many times have you looked up there?
Well, just a couple of times, but the last time I looked, the one in the middle wasn't an ex-human being.
With that, I toss the whole thing in your lap, Mallard. I promote you back to homicide.
Oh, why didn't these characters stay in Hollywood?
'Tis a bit of a shame, isn't it? Cluttering up our lovely Telegraph Hill trees with gently swaying corpses. Come on, Mallard. Let's give the director a slight touch of apoplexy.
The National Broadcasting Company presents Candy Matson, Yukon 28209.
It's funny how sometimes when you're lazy and want to do nothing except live the good, pure life, trouble comes up and belts you over the head with a vengeance. Well, that's the way it happened to me. I'd just finished a deal that took me 3 weeks to crack. I made some good money out of it, banked it, and sat back to relax. But when I heard about the movie company on location on the other side of the hill, my curiosity got the better of me. As of that moment, my contemplated relaxation was at an end. Period. Paragraph. I literally walked right into trouble because there was Mallard and cut down.
Okay, Mr. Dix, take a good look at him. You recognize the gent?
I recognize him, yes, but I don't know him. He was one of the extras we used in a scene yesterday.
Did he come up from Hollywood with you?
I'm pretty sure he didn't. I think he was hired here locally. Wait a minute. Who's this young lady? I don't want any outsiders in on this.
Don't fret your little head, Mr. Dix. Aside from being a material witness, she's a well-known private investigator.
Oh, excuse me. I didn't know.
That's all right. No need to apologize. Some of my best friends are movie directors.
Who would keep the roster on your personnel?
My assistant, Bill Ames.
Is he around?
Well, I'm right here, Lieutenant.
Oh, good. Can you give us any dope on this fellow?
Oh, golly, I'm afraid not. I've seen him, but I wouldn't know his name from Adam.
How about the payroll? When do you pay off the extras?
Ah, that's a thought.
We pay off at 5 o'clock tonight.
Why don't we come back then, Mallard? We can check off the names against the pay vouchers. There's one thing extras like to do, and that's get paid. The name that doesn't show up is our friend the corpse.
Okay, we'll let it go like that. What do you pay off?
Room 873, Montfair Hotel.
Make sure everybody's there, unless they want a little trouble thrown at them. I'm sorry, Mr. Dix. You can go on with your shooting now.
No more today. It's too unnerving. Ames, knock it off. Call will be for 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, sharp.
Right, Chief.
Break it up, everybody. 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, in costumes, and that means 8 o'clock, understand? Not morning.
You mind waiting here for a moment, Candy? I want to put in a call to the coroner's office for a wagon.
Sure, that's all right. Go ahead.
Good. It'll only be a few minutes.
Mr. Dix, pardon me.
Yes?
Can you tell me where Buff Arnold is staying?
What do you want with Buff Arnold, young lady?
I used to know him when he was playing bit parts in Hollywood.
Oh. Did you, work in Hollywood?
I did a little time down there, sitting around in agents' offices.
You know, you're a sharp little cookie. Say, all of a sudden I've got an idea.
I'll bet.
No. On the level, believe me. I have a small part coming up that'd fit you to a T. Good-looking gal, wise, supposed to work in her father's store selling supplies to the miners. Can you, act at all?
I used to shoot a fairly sharp mess of dialogue.
Do you live close by?
Right over there, 1 block. Penthouse on the top.
All the better. As soon as your policeman friend removes the deceased there, why don't we go over to your place and look at the script?
You know something? I've got an idea that's the idea you had the idea about. Okay, I'll look at the script. But for your information, Mr. Dix, I'm interested only in playing a part in your picture. Mallard came back, and I told him what had developed with Dix. He shot me a look that had more question marks in it than a government income tax form. I assured him I could handle the situation, and he left with the body, still clad in its 49er prospector's outfit. Dix issued some final orders, took me by the arm, and we strolled over to my place.
Charming, but positively charming.
Thank you.
What a gorgeous view. How long have you lived here, Miss... Oh, now, isn't that silly? I don't even know your name.
Matson. Candy Matson.
Candy Matson. Never have I heard a name match a personality so completely. I'm Reginald Dix. Just call me Reg.
As you say, Reg. Would you like a drink?
Oh, splendid. Soda highball?
I think I can scrape one together.
This is absolutely enchanting. I'm going to ask to make all my pictures in San Francisco from now on.
I don't think you'd go wrong. Of course, it'd be a little rough if you were making a picture with an Indian background and needed shots of the Taj Mahal and the Himalayas.
Oh, simple. I'd change it to the Ferry Building in Twin Peaks.
Very good. Here you are, Reg.
Thank you. I can use this after that messy discovery up there on that tree. Well, here's to crime.
That's a charming toast. Now then, about this part you were speaking of, I don't even belong to the Screen Actors Guild anymore.
Oh, mere detail. I'll call the studio tonight and have them arrange your membership.
As simple as that. You know, I think if some of your bright boys got together, you could win the war in Korea without half trying.
Oh, let's not be snide, my dear.
Mm-hmm. Oh, excuse me a moment. Someone at the door.
Certainly. Whoever it is, though, send them away.
Yes, Master.
Hi.
Hi. But now that we've established our highs, is there something I can do for you?
I'm Cherry Dana. Is Mr. Dix here?
Oh, why, yes. Would you wait here, please?
I will not wait here. I want in.
Now, just a minute.
There you are, Ed. You have a short memory, haven't you?
Cherry, what are you doing here? I'm having a conference.
So I see.
I hate to mention it, but this happens to be a private home, Miss Dana. I'll have to ask you to leave.
Don't be boring. You lured my director up here, and I'm going to see that some little local wench doesn't put the squeeze play on him.
Why, you pampered brat. Get out of here right now, or I'll show you how a local wench can back up words with action.
Oh, now hold on here, both of you. Cherry, I resent this intrusion just as much as Miss Matson does, I'm sure.
I'll bet. What about me? You said you were going to drive me back to the hotel.
Very well, it slipped my mind. Oh, I'm sorry, Candy. I dislike scenes of this sort. We'll discuss our business later.
Good. I find now that I'm extremely interested. Good afternoon, Miss Dana. I'll see you later. I was so mad I was boiling. If I'd been a thermometer, quicksilver would have been streaming out of my ears. I did the most natural thing, took a shower, and little by little I simmered down. Actors and actresses are like anybody else. Most of them are darn nice people just trying to make a living, but one ham like Cherry Dana can ruin the picture. Just as I was getting dressed, the ferry building siren blew its top, indicating 4:30. I had to step on it if I was going to be at the Montfair at 5 in time for the payroll sequence with the extras. So I stepped on it and found myself in a minor mob scene outside room 873 at the Montfair Hotel. Mallard spotted me, grabbed me by the arm, and took me inside the room.
I really didn't expect to see you, Candy.
Why not?
I thought perhaps you were discussing contract terms with Dix by now. Big Hollywood star and all that.
Oh, Mallard, cut it out.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. As I call out your names, step up fast and sign the voucher. Anderson, Robert. Apperson, Lou. Bennett, Bert. Beverly.
I studied the faces as they stepped by the cashier's table set up in the room. They were all types. Anyone could have been a villain, a dance hall girl, a hero, an ingenue, or just plain extra. The roll call droned on in the background. The whole thing took about 10 minutes. And suddenly we were alone. Ames, the assistant director, the girl who had done the actual paying, Mallard, and myself.
Well, that's it.
Who's missing, Ames?
You're in for a bit of a shock.
How do you mean?
Nobody's missing. Everybody listed on our payroll checked in and was paid off.
What?
That's right.
Did you recognize every person who had been paid off?
I'm pretty sure I... Hello? Yes, this is Ames. Oh, yes, Cherry. What? He's what? Great Scott.
The matter, Ames? What is it? You're white as a sheet.
Dix. He's just been found shot to death in his room.
From San Francisco, the National Broadcasting Company is presenting Candy Matson, Yukon 28209.
Reginald Dix, well-known Hollywood director, shot dead in his hotel room. We were looking for developments. We got them, but not the kind we expected. Mallard led the way up to the suite that Dix had been occupying on the top floor. There was a mob around the door, and my boy Mallard soon dispersed them and instituted some semblance of order. Dix was sprawled out on the balcony overlooking the bay, and an ever-widening pool of blood showed that he'd been hit in the chest. Cherry Dana was pacing the room, smoking a cigarette. Ames stood in the middle with his jaw flapping. And who should be in the room, too, but my old pal from my days in Hollywood, Buff Arnold.
Candy Matson. What a place for a reunion.
Yes, isn't it? How are you, Buff?
Ill. Terribly ill. If I have to step into the other room, I hope you'll understand. Reg was a great friend of mine.
Sure, let's go in the bedroom. You look sort of green. Besides, I have a few questions I'd like to ask you, Buff.
It's a deal. Anything to get out of here. Let's go.
Wait a minute, Candy. Who is this guy?
Buff Arnold, Mallard, the fellow I was speaking about.
Where were you going?
In there, he doesn't feel too good. The closest he's ever been to blood is a bottle of ketchup and color.
Okay. Don't let him out of your sight. I have a flock of questions and need a flock of answers.
As you say, Mallard, dear.
And don't get carried away yourself.
This the bedroom?
Yeah.
Well, Buff, you seem to be doing all right.
A lot different than when I knew you in Hollywood, Candy.
You look swell, Buff. Too darn swell.
What do you mean?
You bring back too many memories.
You look mighty good yourself, Candy. You're no longer a plump little kid just out of high school. You're downright pretty, gal.
In the good old days, I'd have jumped through hoops to hear you say that.
Got any hoops handy? I'll say it again.
No soap.
Maybe we could revive some of those memories, Candy.
Not a chance, Buff boy. Things have changed. Hollywood and everyone in it, including you, are a part of a dim, sad past. And instead of just plain Buff, that's a rebuff.
Very cute. I haven't heard the gag pulled since yesterday.
Tell me, did you hear about the body that was found on Telegraph Hill this morning?
I sure did. Now, poor Reg. I told him this picture had a jinx on it before we left the studio. Little things have happened right from the start.
Like what?
Well, in the first place, I wasn't even supposed to be in the picture. They were going to give it to some new kid as a build-up. A week before the first day of shooting, he up and disappeared. He hasn't been heard from since. When they shoved me into the breach. Then the assistant director tripped and fell off a catwalk, broke both legs. He had to be replaced.
Anything else, Buff?
Yeah. About that time, Cherry Dana whipped herself into a batch of temperament and walked off the lot. Held up production a week. Then the luggage for San Francisco was rerouted somewhere else. Never has caught up with us. Now the body this morning and Dix just now.
Certainly sounds like a jinx. By the way, how do you and the great Cherry get along, Buff?
Fine. I try not to see her except on the set. Come here, Candy. Just let me hold you in my arms once. Just once. I want to feel someone who's truly genuine.
You're still just a little boy, aren't you, Buff?
Okay, Arnold, I'd like to, Well, pardon me. I hate to break this up, but I want to talk to you, Mr. Arnold.
That was a fine time Mallard picked to walk in. And then I got to thinking, maybe it was a fine time. He was due to have a little fire set under him. As I walked out into the other room, the boys in blue had arrived, and they were swarming all over the place. Ames was no longer present, neither was Cherry Dana. I wasn't going to give Mallard the satisfaction of an explanation, so I eased out the door and went down to the lobby. I asked where Ames was staying and went back up to his room, 672. A knock on the door produced results.
Just a moment.
Oh, Miss Matson. Something you wanted?
Yes. May I come in?
Why, yes. I was just lying down. This thing about Reg has knocked me for a complete loop.
It seems to be quite a shock to everybody. You've been with Reginald Dix for a long time, haven't you, Ames?
Well, off and on, yes. A good number of years.
How about La Dana?
Cherry? Oh, I've known her extremely well, even before she became a top-flight star.
Can you give me any idea who might have had it in for Dix? If you can, you better spill. The truth will come out sooner or later, Ames. It always does in things of this sort.
I've only one little thing I can tell. I've already told it to your lieutenant friend.
Oh? And what's that?
As I got back from Telegraph Hill, I dropped by Reg's suite. Wanted to talk about tomorrow's shooting. As I drew near his door, I heard loud arguing.
Arguing? Who were the opponents?
Reg and Cherry Dana.
Mm-hmm. And what were they arguing about, Ames?
You?
So that's it. Tell me, is Cherry the kind of woman who would turn killer on an impulse?
It's hard to say. She has a terrible temper.
Mm-hmm. Does Buff Arnold fit into the picture in any way?
I don't know. He's a sly one, that Arnold. He plays his cards in strictly a commercial manner. May fit into the picture. He and Reg were never too friendly.
I see. Oh, thanks, Amesy. I'll leave now, and you'd better lock your door. The way things are going, you might wake up to find yourself dead. I went up to Cherry Dana's suite, but I drew a blank there, no answer. So I went back to the scene of the murder, Dix's rooms on the top floor. Mallard was just leaving. He shot me a look that would have knocked out a North Korean tank at 1,000 yards and started to brush on by me, but I would have none of it. Now, just a moment, Boy Blue. Come on back to that over 21 level. Just because Buff had his arms around me is no sign we were playing a scene from Romeo and Juliet.
I don't think I've seen that close a grip even in professional wrestling.
Oh, cut it out. What'd you turn up in there? Anything at all?
No, not a thing. Can't even find the murder weapon.
Got any ideas?
Lots of them. We've already taken Miss Dana into custody.
I had a hunch it was leading in that direction.
Incidentally, did you ever hear of a Christopher Seema? He's been a bookie around town here for several years.
Christopher Seema? No, can't say I have. Why?
He was the boy who was hanging from the tree. Oh. According to our files, he dabbled in everything from gambling to blackmail.
Seema. Seema, that name rings bells somehow, Mallard.
One other thing. This isn't personal, you understand?
Yeah.
But stay away from Buff Arnold. We've got our eye on him, too.
Little things were suddenly clicking way back in my mind, awfully vague, but the old processes from years before were coming to life ever so slowly. Mallard had work to do, plenty of it, down at the Hall of Justice, work in which I was included out. I went outside on California Street, watched him get into a squad car with two of his men, and I waved him a goodbye. That was when I had another idea. Dix's suite. Cops were through with it. The body had been removed. But I had a hunch that was the key to the situation. Knowing the manager of the Montfair, it was no trouble at all to get a key to Reg's suite, and that's where I headed, up to the top floor. I let myself into the darkened room, closed the door behind me. And with the lights of the city way below seeping through the balcony window, I found a place in back of the settee and sat down to wait and think. The balcony window being opened, the roar of the city traffic underneath came gently through and helped my thinking. And that's when it hit me. Seema. Several years before I had served my term in Hollywood, there was an actress named Vivian Seema. The same face as that of Cherry Dana. Now the clouds were beginning to lift, and at the same time the door opened in the suite and the silhouetted figure of a man entered the room.
Blast the luck.
Okay, Buff. Relax.
What?
This is Candy. Come on over here by the settee. Hurry, I'm expecting company.
What are you doing here, Candy?
You've got the wrong page of the script. That's my line. What are you doing here, Buff?
Honestly, you've got to believe me. I left my lighter here this afternoon. I was afraid the police would find it. Naturally, I can't afford any bad publicity. It'll ruin my career.
I believe you, Buff. You always were fond of that career, weren't you? Don't answer, just keep quiet.
What's up?
A guy named Seema, if I'm right. Shh. nuisance. Reginald Dix didn't like him. Wait a minute. I think I hear someone coming along the hall. The door slowly opened and closed again. The dim light from the hall showed the form of another man. Then the dark figure moved slowly but surely across the room. It stopped for a second or two, as though listening for something. Then moved again to the balcony, out onto the balcony, and whoever it was grabbed the ledge above, hoisted his feet up onto the iron grillwork, and hung over the city. That's when I acted. Okay, Ames, stay right where you are, in that position.
What? You think I'm a fool?
Candy's out on that ledge. He's ducked around the outside on that ledge.
Fool. Quick, Buff. Go down the hall and get out on the fire escape. Cut him off.
Okay, what are you going to do?
Go out on that ledge after him. You better come back, Ames. You're cut off at both ends.
Oh, no, I'm not. Not with this gun I've got.
That's the same gun you killed Dix with, isn't it? Very clever hiding it up on this ledge out here. No wonder Mallard and his boys didn't find it. Look out there on the city, Ames. One misstep and you go off into space. Think it over. You better come back.
Not on your life.
I'm coming after you.
I'm down at the other end, Candy.
Good. Now we've got him.
Yes. Yes, you have. Obviously, this is the end. Perhaps you don't know what it is to love. Perhaps you don't know what it is to be scorned. I do. Painfully so. This is the end. But I'm not going to go alone. You're going with me, Miss Matson, like this.
No, the recoil. It'll knock you right out of the ledge.
Oh!
So it was just a matter of jealousy. Is that right, Candy?
That's right, Mallard, dear. The same thing you developed when you walked in on Buff Arnold and me.
Okay, so I was burned up. Tell me more.
It was the name Seema that did it, Mallard. Do you know what that is?
All right, I'll play quizzies with you. What's the name Seema?
Seema is Ames, spelled backwards.
Uh-oh.
You see, that was Ames's real name. At one time, he had married Cherry Dana under the name of Seema. When she began to be big in pictures, she divorced him, but he carried the eternal torch.
Silly, she wasn't worth it.
Of course not. Because she collected men. Reginald Dix, not because she loved him, but because she was fading in pictures, and because Dix was the only one who could keep her in front of the public.
Logical. But what about the Seema hung up in the tree on Telegraph Hill?
Uh-huh. There we have the plot. The Seema up in the tree was Ames's brother, a ne'er-do-well. The night that Ames arrived in town here, he looked up his brother, got a bit tight, and told him what he'd done. Caused the original leading man to disappear, shoved the original assistant director off a platform, breaking his legs. In general, did everything he could to sabotage the picture. Then he pulled the strings to get himself named as assistant director so he could be near Cherry.
Love and jealousy.
Mallard, I'll get to that in time. Cherry had vaguely promised that she'd remarry Ames. But when he saw his own brother was going to blackmail him, he went crazy. That's when he strung him up with the dummies in the trees. From there, it was just a step to knock off Reginald Dix and have a clear track for himself.
I'll go back to what I said to begin with. Why did these characters from Hollywood have to come up here to San Francisco and louse up our scenery, as well as our police department?
Oh, to heck with your police department. That's the last time I'm going to climb around a ledge hundreds of feet in the air.
Not so strange. Buff Arnold was out on that ledge, too, wasn't he?
Oh, Mallard, sometimes you make me so... That reminds me, I have a date tomorrow night.
Sure, with Buff Arnold.
No, that's tomorrow morning. I'm driving him down to the railroad station. Date for tomorrow night? With you, Mallard, dear. We're going to see a Roy Acuff movie.
Oh, Candy. Roy Acuff. Monarch of all the cowboys.
Yeah, monarch of all the cowboys. I'll see him with you. And if that isn't love, I don't know what is.
Listen again next week at this same time. For excitement and adventure, just dial...
Candy Matson, Yukon 28209.
Heard tonight were Hal Burdick as Reginald Dix, John Grover as Ames, the assistant director, Mary Milford as Cherry Dana, Kurt Martell as Buff Arnold, And included in the cast was Ken Langley. Henry Leff plays the part of Lieutenant Ray Mallard. The program stars Natalie Masters as Candy and is written and directed by Monty Masters. Sound effects are created by Bill Brownell, and Eloise Rowan is heard at the organ. The characters in tonight's play were entirely fictitious. Any resemblance to actual people is purely coincidental. Tonight's engineer was Clarence Stevens. The program came to you from San Francisco. Dudley Manlove speaking. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Wrigley's Spearmint Gum presents Island Venture. The makers of Wrigley's Spearmint Gum invite you to listen to another story in the island venture of Gil Perry, modern pioneer, ex-Navy hero, who has gone back to the islands of the Central Pacific to start an air service. Gil and his friend Trigger Brett are typical of the men of the Navy who fought through victory and now are bringing their courage, their dauntless spirit, and their sound Navy training with them into peacetime enterprises. So now, in tribute to our Navy and for your entertainment, Wrigley's Spearmint Gum presents Island Venture.
Friends, maybe you're wondering why we keep on advertising Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum when there is no Wrigley's Spearmint on the market. Well, there are really two reasons. First of all, frankly, we're hoping that a lot of you will be enjoying Wrigley's Spearmint Gum again someday. And then, too, we feel we can be of service to you by reminding you of the value of chewing gum. Not just ours, but any gum. Now, we realize that chewing gum doesn't work any miracles. But there are times, like after a meal, when a stick of good gum does serve a useful purpose. The minute you put it into your mouth, it starts to freshen up your taste and sweeten your breath. And the chewing itself just naturally helps to cleanse your teeth and aid your digestion. You know, there are many good chewing gums in the market, folks, and we want to add Wrigley's Spearmint to this number just as soon as possible. But we're still waiting for a more normal sugar supply. Now, maybe we're wrong in keeping this good old favorite off the market so long, but we feel that those of you who want Wrigley's Spearmint want it enough and want it badly enough to go around fairly and equally. So, that's what we're waiting for.
Are you the proprietor of this hotel?
Si, senor. Sure, absolutamente. Your eyes, they look now on Roland Luis Fernando Tomas Mendoza, proprietor and owner of this so very grand Empire Hotel. You wish for the room, huh? For perhaps the royal suite? It has a practically private bath, senor. Only 3 doors down the hall.
We'll talk about a room later.
Oh, sure, senor. Later is always soon enough on Hilo Pan. You wish for something else, I think, huh? Breakfast, lunch, dinner?
My name is Thompson. I just came in on the Clipper, and I want to see a man named Gilbert Perry. Do you know him?
Know him? Oh, senor, he's my very best friend. Why, the Senor Gil and I, we're just like this. Perhaps even closer.
Well, then take me to him, will you? I'd like very much to have a talk with him.
Oh, come with me, senor, this way. Where we're going to find the Senor Gil is from here only a very short walk.
Hilo Pan, the soft rustle of wind-stirred palm leaves, dazzling white clouds that seem to hang against a distant sky, blue-green seas that wash, white-lipped along the coral sands, where little groups of beach birds scurry like froth blown about by the wind, a cluster of thatch-roofed houses, a long, low hangar with inter-island air service painted over its wide doors, 2 young men, suntanned and dressed in faded Navy khaki, standing beside a silver-winged plane.
Hey, Gil, have a look coming toward us at what Pop's got in tow.
I saw him before, Trigger, when he got off the Clipper. Kind of big, isn't he?
If he had numbers on him, he'd look like a boxcar. What's he doing way out here? There ain't many jobs for wrestlers on these islands.
Does he have to be a wrestler?
He reminds me of a guy who was in the Wasp with me. One Swing O'Connor. Ever hear of him?
Nope.
He was a wrestler. Could have been the fleet champion. Only we never get that dumb lug to train. We tried to get him to go on a diet. But the only thing that big ape wouldn't eat was truffles, plover's eggs, and hay.
Maybe he was fussy.
And the only reason he wouldn't eat those things was account he'd never heard of truffles or plover's eggs, and he was pretty sure hay was for horses.
You feel good this morning, don't you?
I feel all right. Hey, Pop, you looking for us?
Buenos dias, senors. This is Senor Thompson, who's come on the Clipper to have a talk with you. Senor Thompson, this is Senor Gil Perry, and this one with the so dirty face is Senor Trigger Brett.
Hi. Lay off the cracks, Pop.
Hiya, Mr. Thompson. What can we do for you?
I'm a direct man, Perry. I don't believe in beating around the bush. I want your airline.
Want it? Well, what do you mean, want it?
My words possibly were ill-chosen, Perry. What I meant to say was I want to buy your airline.
I'm a direct man, too, Mr. Thompson. It isn't for sale.
Perhaps you'd better hear the price I'm prepared to offer. I'll pay you $20,000.
Cash? There's a catch in this, Gil.
If for some reason we seem to be getting off on the wrong foot. It's undoubtedly my fault for being so abrupt, but as I told you, I'm a direct man. There is no catch, Perry. I want to buy your airline.
Why?
For the same reason that you became interested in it, Mr. Brett, to make money. How about it, Perry? Is my $20,000 interest you?
Not any.
$22,500. Does that ring the bell, Perry?
Not even a faint chime, Mr. Thompson.
$25,000.
Oh, that's a lot of dough, Gil, even when you say it fast.
What have I told you about these planes, Senor Gil? Have I not said I sold them to you for a very cheap price?
Then $25,000 does it. Right, Perry?
Still no chimes, Mr. Thompson. You're just making me like this airline better and better.
You're making a mistake, I think. But maybe you'll change your mind.
I doubt it. And I'm sorry you had this long trip for nothing.
It wasn't for nothing, Perry. Frankly, I didn't think you would sell. So I came prepared to make you another proposition. How'd you like to carry freight for me?
Well, that's our business. We'd be glad to take any job that's on the level and pays us a profit.
What kind of stuff you want lugged and where from?
From Panapee to here, Mr. Brett.
Panapee's sort of off our usual run, Mr. Thompson. We've never been down that way at all. I don't even know if there's a landing field.
There is one. I've checked on it through my representative there.
Yeah, but if we cut stuff from Panapee, we won't be able to pick up anything from the other islands where we make our stops.
I realize that, and I neglected to say that I wanted you to fly exclusively for me. You see, I've contracted for some very valuable cargo on Panapee that I must have brought here to Ilopan for transshipment. I've estimated that it will take about a week to complete my contract, making one round trip a day. You can do that, can't you?
Yeah, we can do it, but...
But you want to know how much I'll pay you. Well, how does $100 a day sound, plus the cost of your gas and oil?
It sounds as if we're going to work for you, Mr. Thompson.
That's great. Do you think it'll be possible to make your first trip today?
Well, we plan to make a stop at Telezozo today.
I'll pay you an extra $50 if you'll cancel that trip. I'll make it $75.
What time is it now?
When you hear the musical note, it will be practically 10 o'clock. Hey, Trigger, you like, yes? Huh?
I like no.
It's about a 3-hour run to Panapee, Mr. Thompson. We can make it if we start pretty soon. And if we won't have to waste too much time getting your stuff aboard.
My shipment will be ready for you. It's just one wooden box about 5 feet by 2. Now, if you have some letter paper around here, I'll write a little note for you to give to my representative. His name is Arndt, Carl Arndt.
Take Mr. Thompson into the office, will you, Pop?
Sure.
Trigger and I'll get the engines warmed up. We'll be ready to leave in 10 minutes.
Kiss me once and kiss me twice and kiss me once again. Oh, it's a nice day, ain't it?
Yeah, it was.
You mean you don't like my singing?
You catch on quick.
I was just thinking.
Well, think without what you call singing, huh?
$100 a day's a lot of dough. You know what? If we make 7 trips, it'll mean $700.
Your arithmetic's improving.
Yeah, I add money real good. Yeah, that was a whole lot of dough Thompson offered for this airline. Maybe you should have grabbed it.
Yeah, if it's worth that much to him, it ought to be worth that much to us.
Yeah. What do you think he's got over there on Panapee? Gold?
In a box 5 foot by 2? Boy, that'd be a pile of gold.
Oh, I wish I knew what it was.
Why?
Well, maybe we could get in on it. Instead of just lugging it for somebody else. Ahead there, ain't that Panapee?
Yeah. Keep your eyes open for that airstrip Thompson said was
they're
there.
open. We knew what that guy was getting over there.
We'd leave it alone. We're in the air freight business, remember? We're not going to try and chisel in on somebody else's business.
Okay, but... Oh, there's your airstrip.
Yeah.
Off the left, just beyond that clump of palms.
Mm-hmm. Looks like a new one. Well, here we go. Hang on to your hat.
There's a guy over there at the edge of the field, Gil. See him?
Huh?
Maybe he's that, what's his...
Arndt. Yeah, I'll taxi over. This'll do. Kill the engines, will you? Are you Carl Arndt?
That's my name. There's that wooden box, too. Maybe it's got tortoise shell in it.
Will you quit worrying about what's in that box? Come on. Mr. Arndt, my name's Perry, and this is Trigger Brett.
How'd you do, gentlemen?
We have a letter to you from Mr. Thompson.
Of course. Could I have it, please?
I think he instructs you to let us have a box.
That is quite correct. This is the box right here. I've been expecting Thompson to send someone for it.
Thompson told us there was a valuable cargo in that box. Maybe if it got jounced around, the stuff might get busted, huh?
Things do get busted if they get jounced around, Mr. Brett.
Come on, Trigger. Let's get this thing in the plane. You take that end.
Heavy, ain't it? Like lead. Or, gold. Any gold on this island, Mr. Arndt?
There may be, Mr. Brett. I haven't explored all of it.
Why don't you give up, Trigger? All right, up with it now. Okay. Now, easy does it. Let's shove it in behind the cockpit. It'll balance better there. Hold it. Lift your end a little higher there. All right. Higher. A little higher. Now, lower away. Careful. Watch it.
You clumsy fool. You bust. Oh, it just slipped. What's eating on you? And look, it don't be
Okay, Trigger, stow it. No harm done, Mr. Arndt. None at all. And, thanks for your cooperation.
Oh, I've done nothing. But can I offer you some refreshments before you leave? We're a little primitive here, but we do have some comfort.
Thank you. No, we've got a fairly long trip, and I think we'd better get moving.
Perhaps tomorrow. You'll be back then, won't you?
Probably a little earlier than this.
And I'll be on the lookout for you. And I'll have the shipment ready.
That'll be swell. Okay, Trigger. Take him over. Someday, Trigger, that curiosity of yours is going to get you into an awful jam. You deliberately dropped that box. Hey, what are you doing now? Leave that box alone.
Hey, Gil, have a look. My hand here.
Sand. Common sea sand. What's odd about that? There's tons of it around here.
Oh, that's the point. There are tons of it around here.
What are you getting at?
This sand leaked out of this box. The whole bottom busted open when it slipped.
Hey, wait a minute. Nobody'd use sand for packing.
That's all there is in here. Nice white sand and a few shells.
Is that all? Are you sure?
Yeah, that's all, Gil. Nothing but sand. Let's get back to Penelope and kick that Arndt guy right in the teeth.
I don't think Arndt had anything to do with this.
What do you mean, nothing to do with it? He's pulling a fast one.
Look, Trigger. There's something awful sour around here. Something that smells right out loud.
Mr. Arndt.
Not Arndt. Now think back. Think of everything Thompson said this morning. First, he wants to buy us out for a lot of dough. And then when we won't sell, he offers us a job at big pay to work exclusively for him. And he'll pay us a bonus of $75 if we'll make our first trip today.
So it adds up to Arndt. No guy is paying $175 for 2 bits worth of sand.
Wait a minute. We were going to Telesozo today.
We go over there every day, or to some other island in that group.
Yeah, or to some other island in that group. And Panapee is about as far away from those islands as we can get.
You got a hunch, huh?
I got a hunch. For some reason, Mr. Thompson doesn't want us nosing around among the islands on our regular scheduled run.
So we go over and nose around them, huh?
That's right. We go over and we nose around.
There's nothing on this island, Gil. We've buzzed 3 times from one end to the other, and there ain't anything on it but a few native huts.
May not be, or whatever it is. But before we have a look at the next island, I'd like to be positive about this one. If we could just make a landing...
Without pontoons? Not a chance. There ain't a level spot down there big enough. Even the beach is nothing but rocks.
Yeah. Motu next, then.
We won't be able to see nothing. It'll take us an hour to get there, and it'll be dark before then. Let's hike for home, huh? As the guy says, tomorrow's another day, and we can have a little chat with that bird Thompson. I'll tell Elo Pan we're coming. X5YB calling Elo Pan. X5YB calling Elo Pan.
What's the matter? What's wrong?
Oh, it's dead. Something's cockeyed with the radio. I can't send.
Maybe it's the coil. How about receiving? That on the bum, too?
I'll have a try. No. Yeah. No.
Make up your mind.
Well, the receiver's okay.
Anything of interest coming in?
No, just some Navy supply ship close by here, the Libertyville, chilling with a Navy base on Ponsabi. They, over there to the right, Gil.
Huh?
Low in the water. Wait till the sun hits it again. There, you see it?
Yeah, plane. Pontoon job, practically all wing. I've seen pictures of those babies, but I never actually saw one before. Maybe the Navy's got some new models out here.
Yeah. Gosh, have a look at that guy come. 400 knots easy.
Look at that climb. Almost straight up. Oh, brother, what I wouldn't give to play around with that crate. But that's no Navy job. No stars on the wings.
Oh, he's coming over here to give us a close-up. Hey, look at those flashes along the edge of his
The
wings.
guy's shooting at us.
He's crazy. What's the idea?
Watch it. He's coming back. He's making another run.
Oh, the guy's nuts. Gil, pull up, pull up.
He's too fast. I can't outmaneuver him.
Oh, if we had something to shoot back with, something besides this little Tommy gun.
Oh, there goes our starboard engine. He got it with that first.
Oh, we won't get home now. Not even... Hey, Gil, he's coming again. Head on. Gil, did he get you, Gil?
I'm all right, but the controls are mushy. I guess he got the tail assembly.
I don't get it, the dirty so-and-so. What's the idea? What's he jumping us for? We only had a chance to fight back. Just what? Hey, Gil, we're going down.
Not if I can keep her nose up.
You'll never make it, fella. It can't be done. Bail out, Gil. Jump.
We're too low.
Same this is where we checked out. Well, we're gonna crash. We're gonna crash. Gil,
Watch yourself. I'm gonna set her down on that beach. Cover up. Watch it. Trigger?
Yeah?
Are you okay?
I guess so. I can move. How about you?
Nothing's busted anyway.
Oh, I guess somebody was watching over us, fella. Somebody who don't think it's time for us to call it a day.
Yeah. How about that guy who shot us down? You see him?
Yeah, wait till I get this stuff up. Now.
I hear he's playing.
Yeah, I see it. He's gonna land on the water. I hope you crack
Don't
up.
let him see it, Trigger. Now keep down.
What for? I'm going
Don't be a fool. Now stay put. He thinks he cooked us. He's coming down to make sure. And when he does...
Yeah, and when he does...
Keep down. What's he doing now? I can't see unless I stand up.
He's wading ashore. Hey, you know who it is?
Thompson?
Thought you couldn't see.
I can't. Just had to be him, that's all.
This I'm looking forward to. Come on, Thompson. Come on up here to Papa. Just let me get
guy, easy. Keep your voice down. You'll get your chance. But you won't if he hears you. He's got a gun, hasn't he?
Right in his hand. And ain't that nice? Because I'm going to take it away from him and make him eat it.
How far away is he?
50 feet.
Then lay doggo. Play dead duck. Is he still coming?
Yeah. About 20 feet away. And acting cagey. He ain't going to take any chances.
Let him get inside here. And don't move till he does. And don't jump him till I give the word.
You're the boss, but it's going to be tough waiting.
Quiet. I hear him.
He's looking in the window.
Don't move. He thinks we're dead or out cold.
He's trying the door.
Grab his legs, Trigger. Get him!
Get his gun, Gil. Take it out of his hand. That's a boy, Gil. Now. Up to your feet, Thompson. There. How do you like that? That's for shooting down. That's for being dumb enough to think you're conscious.
Hold it, Trigger. Hold it.
Oh, Gil, I haven't even started on
I
him
said
yet.
hold it.
Just one more poke, Gil. Just a little
He won't
tiny.
bother us anymore. Will you, Thompson?
Didn't you hear Mr. Perry speaking to you? Oh, Gil, if you don't...
Lay off, Trigger. I want to talk to this guy. I can't if he's unconscious. Now, what's this all about, Thompson? What's going on here?
I'll make him talk, Gil. Just...
No, him again. No, don't let him, Perry.
Then talk, mister. Sing your little song. Where'd you get that plane? How'd you get off Eagle Pan?
A friend came and got me.
Who?
Who? You heard Mr. Perry. Who?
Never mind, Trigger. The name doesn't make any difference. It'd be a phony anyway and wouldn't mean anything. Well, what gives on these islands, Thompson?
I don't know. That's the truth.
Then why did you shoot us down? Why, Thompson?
We picked you up by radar.
Radar? Where's there any radar equipment around here that doesn't belong to the Navy?
It's it. I don't know. I don't know, I tell you. If you hadn't flown over here, if you'd just gone to Panapee and then back to Wheel of Pan...
And lugged a nice box of sand, eh?
You can't stay out here on these islands, Perry.
Mr. Perry, do you?
Believe me, they won't let you.
Who's they?
I don't know. And that's the truth, too. I just obey orders. They come to me by radio.
What goes on these islands, Thompson? What's going on?
I don't know. I told you I just obey orders, but it's nothing on this island. It's further west. It's on Eros.
He's lying, Gil.
Maybe, maybe not. What's with Eros, Thompson?
That I don't know either, Perry. I told you I only obey orders, and my orders were to stop you from flying around these islands, to keep you away from Eros.
He's still lying, Gil. But just the same, I'm for taking a peek at Eros.
We can't do it today. It'll be dark in half an hour. But we can use this bird's plane to fly home in and have a look at Eros first thing in the morning.
We take this egg home with us, don't we?
We take him.
That I'm going to like. Me and you, Thompson, and Gil with his hands full of flying the plane.
Now, let's get going, Trigger. We won't make Elopan before dark. On your way, Thompson.
You heard Mr. Perry. He said on your way. Get going.
Take it easy, Trigger. And I mean take it easy. Come on. What else goes on in these islands, Thompson? We've run into a lot of funny stuff, but we haven't found out the answer yet. If you tell us, it'll go a lot easier with you.
I know of nothing. I only obey orders.
All right, that's your story. We'll find out sooner or later anyway. And if Trigger and I don't upset your apple cart, somebody else will. Hey, watch that surf, Trigger. There may be coral underfoot. You can get a nasty cut. Okay, climb aboard, Thompson. Oh, wait. You go first, Trigger. Now you, Thompson. Give me a hand, Trigger. Okay. You stay back there, Thompson, and don't try to get cute. If you behave yourself, we won't tie you up. Trigger.
Yeah?
See if you can contact Elopan on this radio here. Tell him we're on our way home.
This is a kind of funny-looking outfit, but I think I can handle it. There ain't a radio built that I can't. Yeah, I thought I could work it. It's a sort of a...
That's not the sending switch, that's the machine.
Shut up, I'm doing it. Hey, Gil, put these earphones on, listen.
No, that's not...
I told you, shut up! You hear that, Gil?
It's kind of weak. Give me a little more volume.
How's that, better?
Thompson. Answer. Thompson, come in.
You recognize that voice?
No, I never heard it before, never.
Thompson, come in. Answer, Thompson. Answer.
You don't know it, huh? Well, he knows you.
Speak to him, Thompson. Answer him. This gun's got a very delicate trigger, and no kidding, Thompson, I'd love to pull it. Speak to him.
This is Thompson.
What happened to you? Where have you been? I've been calling you for 20 minutes. What happened? Speak up. Have you accomplished your mission?
Tell him yes. Tell him you shot us down. Tell him.
My mission was accomplished,
One wrong word, Thompson, and you're a gone goose. Tell him you shot us down. Go on.
The plane was shot down.
Ah, good. Very good. We'll be rewarded for that job. How about the Libertyville? Have you sighted her? We want that ship and the scientific instruments she has aboard. We mustn't lose contact with her.
Libertyville. Hey, isn't it the name of the Navy supply ship you heard talking to the base, Trigger?
Yeah, what goes with that?
Listen.
The fishbowl is due to meet her off Tamara Point within the hour, Thompson. And we have no radio contact with the fishbowl.
Hey, Gil, stop it! Get him!
I order you to...
Oh, he smashed the radio. You should have shot him, Gil. You should have plugged him. Just hitting is too good for a bird like him.
Yeah, but he wasn't armed.
All right, so now what? What's with this fishbowl business?
I don't know. But it's got something to do with that Navy supply ship.
Yeah, and it ain't good. I knew this Thompson was lying. He just wanted us to get away from this island.
Maybe we can get him to talk, if we can bring him to. Hey, have a look at him.
He's out colder than a mackerel, Gil. He must have hit his head on his armored seat when he fell. There's a lump on his head as big as your fist.
Tie him up. We should have done it before. Here, use my belt. Better use yours, too. Then lay him aft on the deck.
I'd like to tie it around his neck tight. There, that'll hold his apple. Now what?
We take off in this crate. We go out to Tamara Point. And we find out what a fishbowl is. But fast. You see anything, Trigger?
Nah, nothing but water. Do you think that fishbowl could be a mine?
No, he said the fishbowl would meet the Libertyville.
Yeah. Well, there's nothing down below that I can see. And in this moonlight, we ought to be able to spot it. Hey, get ahead.
The supply ship. The Libertyville.
All lighted up like Main Street. She's a cinch target for whatever it is.
Oh, if this radio wasn't smashed, we could at least warn her. Hey, how about a flashlight? Look in that locker there. Here's one. Send them a message. Tell them to keep their eyes peeled for something on the surface. Give them our names and tell them we're ex-Navy.
Okay.
We haven't got time for a long explanation. She'll be off Tamara Point in a couple of minutes. And that's the spot where they're going to try and get her. Did you get that message off?
Yeah, they've acknowledged.
I'm going to lower. There's got to be something down there. How about it?
Nothing. Absolutely nothing.
We can't flop on this trigger. There must be important instruments on that ship. Besides, a bunch of swell guys will get killed if she's blown up.
But I can't see nothing. There's nothing down there at all.
I'll make the run again. Now watch sharp.
Bank right. Gil, banker to the right. See below there?
That's something. Looks like glass.
It's moving toward the ship. Gil, get down there. Get down there fast.
I know what that thing is. They used them in the Atlantic during the war. It's a couple of torpedoes with a guy riding them in a glass-enclosed cage.
Yeah, he fires them and then jumps. I heard about him.
I've lost it. You see him?
Off to left more. That's it.
Oh, yeah.
Try it first, Gil. Maybe you can blow up those torpedoes before they hit the ship. You're overshooting. Bank around, Gil. Bank fast. There they go. Right at the ship. You see that wake?
Maybe there's a chance. There's got to be.
You're overshooting. Pull up that nose. Pull it up. Up more, Gil. More quick. Those torpedoes are almost there. You missed again, Gil. You missed. We were too late.
Right on the button. There they go.
Oh, brother, that was shooting and what I mean shooting. You blew up both those torpedoes. Boy, in another 30 seconds, that ship would have been up the spout.
Hold it. Here comes a message from the Libertyville.
Tear, Victor, George. Tear, Victor, George. That's Navy for well done, guy. She's telling us, well done.
Yeah. Makes you feel kind of good, doesn't it? It makes you feel all kind of warm inside to have the Navy giving us the old well done.
Folks, we hope you enjoyed tonight's story of Island Venture. And even though we aren't making Wrigley's Spearmint Gum yet, we want to remind you of the usefulness of chewing gum. You know, there are many times when you feel like you want to get your teeth into something. Maybe your nerves are a bit on edge, or you're doing a job that calls for care and concentration. Well, that little piece of gum in your mouth is just what you need. Chewing on it gives you a feeling of comfort and satisfaction. Makes you naturally feel better. Now, any good chewing gum will do it. And there are many on the market, although in limited quantities. And folks, you can be sure the makers of Wrigley's Spearmint want to add their production to the total amount of chewing gum available just as soon as possible.
A little old lady in distress, a sunken ship. Trigger becomes a deep-sea diver and nearly loses his life. When next week, the makers of Wrigley's Spearmint Gum bring you Island Venture.
This program has come to you from our Chicago studios in the Wrigley Building. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
CNF Radio Productions present Michael Raffetto as Jonathan Brixton.
Mr. Blixton, wake up. You go office.
I'm tired, Fong. I got to bed very late.
Me know. Here, you drink this coffee.
Yes, but I'm not well.
You say that every morning. You get up.
Jonathan Brixton, criminal lawyer of San Francisco, bachelor of uncertain habits, brilliant in court,
yet capable of amazing indolence. But then he has Fung to feed him and to get him out of bed, and James to do all the tedious work of looking up the law. Yes, James is the studious type, but don't let his quiet way deceive you. He's a brawny fellow with a mean wallop.
Put up that gun, do you hear? Firearms make me nervous.
Yeah? Well, it's too bad. You and Brickster here better say your prayers, because this is your finish, see?
James, I'm afraid he means business. Do you suppose...
Hey, stand still. What do you think you're...
All right, James.
Yes, sir.
Oh, very thorough, James. Very thorough.
Oh, dear. I didn't mean to hit him so hard.
Yes, James, your punches aren't gentle.
Jonathan Brixton. His business is crime. A sordid life, but never dull, because you never know what to expect next. For example, who would dream that there was murder in the offing at the home of Miss Effie Blacklock, wealthy, old, eccentric Miss Blacklock, maiden lady of San Francisco?
I do hereby further bequeath and devise all my property, both real and personal, to my grandniece, Miss Ruby Jo Bovard, provided that said grandniece... Miss Ruby, are you listening?
Yes, Aunt Effie.
Very well. I can't tolerate inattention when I'm speaking. Now, where was I? Miss Ruby Jo Bovard. Oh, yes. Provided. Now, this is important, Miss Ruby.
Yes, Aunt Effie.
Provided that said grandniece continues to live with me, Miss Effingham Blacklock, so long as I remain alive, and that she continues to be guided by my advice and serves as my companion. Is that clear?
Yes.
There's a great deal more of legal falderall, but I've read you the essential provisions. I might add, however, that should you take it into your pretty head to forsake me in my old age, I have provided in the will that everything, mind you, will go to the university. Now, have you anything to say?
No, Aunt Effie.
You're thinking of that young man, aren't you? Of Roger.
Well,
He's not worthy of you. I've told you that repeatedly. No connections. Such an indifferent family. But then I shan't live forever.
Oh, please don't say things like that, Aunt Effie.
Well, we'll not go into it again tonight. It's past 9. Call Winters to help me to my room.
All right.
Winters?
Yes?
Auntie's ready.
Yes, Miss Ruby, coming.
She'll be right in.
Yes. You'll lock up these papers for me?
Yes, Auntie.
Yes. Tidy up the desk. It's a relief to have that will drawn up. It's been worrying me of late. I'm getting old, Miss Ruby. Very old.
Oh, but you...
Don't interrupt. I know I'm getting old. I tire so easily. Oh, where is Winters? What does she mean by keeping me waiting? Winters!
Yes, Miss Blacklock. I'm right here.
You've kept me waiting. Take my arm.
Yes, Miss Blacklock.
Careful. Careful. You know how my back pains me.
I'm sorry.
You're not sorry. You've been getting out of hand lately. And put down that sewing basket. Always sewing. What's the matter with you foreigners?
I am not foreigner. I am American.
When you finish there, it'll be time to go to your room, Miss Ruby.
Yes, Auntie.
Oh, can't you be more careful, Winters? You support me as if you were handling a side of beef. Once this war is over, a person will be able to get peace himself.
Roger.
I've been standing out here waiting for her to leave. Give me a hand. I'll climb in the window.
Oh, but she's forbidden you.
Give me a hand. There. That's a girl. It's cold out there. I thought she'd never leave.
Quiet. Let's close this window.
Oh, yeah. What was she doing? Giving another lecture on what a bum I am?
Oh, Roger, I don't know what we're going to do.
We're going to get married. That's what we're going to do. And your old Aunt Effie or nobody else is going to stop us.
But she's made everything so difficult.
We care. We'll run away. Or is money more important to you?
Oh, of course not. It isn't that. But she is old, and I feel so sorry for her sometimes.
Sorry. She's a mean old... I hate her.
Oh, don't say those things.
Give me a kiss.
Oh, Roger. Oh, Roger.
Look, darling. Go get some clothes together. We'll run away tonight.
Oh, but I can't just run off without a word. It'd kill her.
Look at me. Do you love me?
You know I do.
Then do what I say. I'll wait for you here in the library.
All right. I'll hurry.
Right. Hey,
Yes?
your aunt's bedroom is the one at the top of the stairs, isn't it?
Yes,
Well, be quiet when you go by her door.
I will.
I'll see you later.
All right. I love you.
And I love you.
Who is it? Is that you, Winters? Winters, turn on the light. Miss Ruby? Oh, turn on the light. You know I can't reach my light with this back of mine. Is there someone in this room? I'll scream. No. You're talking me. Oh.
Will you have a final one on the house, Mr. Brixton?
Why, that's an intriguing proposition, Steve, but why final?
Midnight in 2 minutes. 12 o'clock deadline for serving drinks. But why should I be telling you what the law is, eh? It's a good one, ain't it? A bartender telling Jonathan Brixton what the law is.
I could have a worse tutor, Steve.
Hey, ain't got much of that 20-year-old stuff left. Keep it for special customers.
It ascends me to the brain, makes it quick, apprehensive.
How's that?
Huh? Oh, nothing. Falstaff.
Oh.
Say, Stephen, how much do you think it would cost to induce that piano player to take a rest?
Oh, you want him to stop? Why, sure, I'll tell him.
Well, we don't want to hurt his feelings. I'm sure he's doing his best.
Oh, you can't hurt Charlie's feelings.
Well, you must have read our thoughts. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Brixton. Glad you like it.
Oh, nice and quiet.
Paper. Morning paper. Rich old lady murdered. Paper, mister.
No, thank you. I like my paper with my coffee. Not that I eat it. Don't misunderstand me.
Rich old lady murdered. Read about the latest story.
Always somebody getting killed. But makes business for you lawyers, don't it?
Stephen, the human race is depraved.
Sure is, yeah. Sure is. Hey, Bob, you with the paper. Come here.
Yeah?
Who was killed? Somebody here in San Francisco?
Here you are. Picture of her on the front page.
Okay, here's a dime. Now screw.
Paper. Morning paper.
Well, the maestro is now turned to the classics.
Look at this, Mr. Brixton. Old Lady Blacklock killed. That rich old dame in the big house on Nob Hill. You know?
Effie Blacklock?
Yeah, strangled about 9 o'clock tonight. Got the guy, though. Young fella who was in love with her niece or something.
Him not been there tonight, huh? All right. If he come in there, you tell him call home. It's a fang. Goodbye.
Not there either.
No.
We've simply got to get hold of him, Fong.
I don't know where he go. He don't tell me. I think you better go home. Too late to do anything tonight. Look, 1 o'clock.
I know, but I promised this Miss Blacklock's niece I'd get Mr. Brixton on it tonight. Oh, I'd better call my wife. She'll be getting worried. Hand me the phone, will you? Thanks.
Niece kill old lady?
No phone. It's her boyfriend. They got him locked up. She's frantic and she wants... Oh, hello. Hello, dear. This is James again. You went to sleep, were you? Well, I'm still at Mr. Brixton's house. No, we haven't located him yet. Yes, but, darling, as long as I'm working for him, I've got to do my job. Well, I know, but... Well, yes, dear, but... Well, just because he does those things, it doesn't mean I'm going to. And you're all right. Yes, well, I think if you... Well, yeah, I will. Yes, I will. Yeah. Goodbye, dear.
Your wife, she don't like him, Mr. Brixton. She think he bad. She lied.
Well, she's upset. You can't think of any other place he might be, huh?
Let's see. No. Oh, him come now.
Well, you should be in bed.
Miss Lowry here.
Oh, James.
Mr. Brixton, I've been trying to get in touch with you for hours.
Oh, I'm sorry. I've been doing a little research.
Research.
It's the Blacklock case. You knew she was killed early this evening.
Yes, I did hear something about it.
Well, the niece is frantic. See, the boy she's in love with is involved, and she tried to get hold of you right away. Seems she called here several times, and Fong finally told her to call me.
Uh-huh. You told her we'd take the case?
Well, no, not exactly. I told you were kind of funny about taking cases, but I'd talk to you.
Yeah. Where is she now?
Home. She's waiting to hear from you.
Well, body at the morgue?
I don't know. You see, I haven't really done anything much except look for you.
Yeah. I'm hardly in the mood for work.
She seems quite young and very desperate. I felt sorry for her.
What about the boy?
His name is Roger Murray. They've locked him up. Seems he's confessed to the murder.
Confessed? Then our work is cut out for us, James. Let's go. I see. Now tell us this, Miss Bovard. Who discovered the body?
I did.
Mm-hmm. Go on. Tell us about it.
After I'd packed my bag and I was coming down to meet Roger in the library here, well, as I passed down his room, I had a feeling of, a kind of guilty feeling came over me. And
what do you mean, a guilty feeling?
Running off without a word. After all, she had raised me, and in a way, she'd done a lot for me.
So you decided to go in and tell her, is that it?
Yes. I opened her door. The room was dark, and I called to her. She didn't answer. I went over to her bed and spoke to her. She seemed so still, it frightened me. Oh, it was awful.
Take your time.
Look, I turned on the light. When I saw her face, I knew something terrible had happened. I ran to the head of the stairs and called Roger. He came up, and Winters rushed in from her room.
Yes, about this Winters. She the only servant in the house?
The only one that lives in the house, yes. The cook and the chauffeur have quarters over the garage.
Uh-huh. And Winters is a sort of personal maid for your aunt?
Yes, she acts as housekeeper and is Auntie's maid. Sort of like a nurse in a way, too. You see, Auntie hasn't been awfully well lately. Well, that's one reason why I hated running off without...
Yes?
Well, where is Winters now?
She's in the sewing room right across the hall here. Poor thing, she's frightened to death. She said she was going to sew to try to get her mind off things. She's a foreigner, and they take death awfully hard.
What nationality is she?
I don't know, but she has some funny name that Auntie couldn't pronounce, so she decided to call her Winters.
We ought to have a talk with her, don't you think, Mr. Brixton?
Yes, James. Now, what did Roger say when he saw your aunt?
We all rushed into the room. We were all so... Well, I don't really know what happened. Somebody called the doctor and...
Your own doctor?
Yes, Dr. Jackson.
Oh, yes.
He came right over. But, of course, it was too late to do anything. When he said she'd been strangled, then Roger said yes, she had been. And that he had done it.
Oh, he had gone into her room while you were in your room packing, is that it?
Yes. And then the doctor called the police.
Yes, this is a terrible ordeal for you, I know. Now, suppose you take us in to see this Winters for a moment, and then we'll let you get to bed. Ring that night bell again, James. Mac must be asleep in there.
Yeah. The morgue always depresses me. And that weird light up there. Seems like they try to make it just as ghoulish as they can.
Yeah?
Hello, Mac.
Huh? Oh, hello, Mr. Brixton. How are you?
Hope we didn't disturb you. You know my assistant, James, here.
Sure.
Hello, Mac.
How are you? Come on in.
Go ahead, James.
What's on your mind, Mr. Brixton? Kind of late, ain't you?
Yes, it's a little late at that. Hey, Mac, I want you to do me a little favor.
Yeah? Well, I ain't never failed you yet, have I?
That's right. I'd like to take a gander at a body you got in here.
Well, we got plenty of them. All sizes and shapes. Young, old, medium. Take your choice.
Well, the one we're interested in happens to be old. Miss Blacklock.
Oh, yeah, the old dame that was killed early tonight, huh? I was just working on her. The doc's going to perform an autopsy first thing in the morning. Say, you got on this case pretty fast, didn't you, Mr. Brixton?
Well, sort of peculiar set of circumstances, Mac. You mind if we take a look?
Come on. Of course, you know I wouldn't do this for everybody.
Oh, I know. Just a little bit ago, I was saying to James here that I'm always in your debt.
Oh, no, I was just kidding. I haven't forgot all the things you've done for me. Here we are.
Oh.
Can you imagine anybody strangling an old lady like that?
Lovely white hair. It's horrible, isn't it?
Get some people looking at stiffs. Did me at first. You see, Mr. Brixton? You can see she was choked, all right.
Strange.
What, Mr. Brixton?
That mark there on her neck. I wonder how... James.
What is it?
James, we've got to get back to the Blacklock house.
What for?
Before somebody else is murdered.
But they've got the murderer in jail.
That's just the point. They haven't.
Yes?
It's Winters, Miss Ruby.
Oh, yes, Winters, come in. What is it, Winters? I was just going to bed.
I'm sorry I bother you. I'm so scared. I'm afraid in my room alone.
I know how you feel. Sit down.
I brought my sewing basket. Let me stay here, please.
Of course. I'm glad you came in.
You go to bed. I be quiet. I just turn on this one little lamp over there so to see a little bit to sew.
No, I can't go to sleep. We'll talk.
All right. We talk.
Yes, we'll... Oh, Winters, what are we going to do?
Do not cry.
No, I mustn't. I know Auntie was mean to you, but you must forgive her. We can't hate her now.
She's dead, yes. But I still hate her.
Oh, no, don't. Don't say that.
I hate her. She mean to me.
I know. She was mean to me, too, but she was old and sick.
Always she called me foreigner. I am not foreigner. I am American.
Please, she knew that. It was just her way.
I'm glad. I'm glad she's dead.
Winters, don't look like that. You frighten me.
Always she say, do this, do that, you clumsy foreigner. I try be good to her. But no. Do this, do that.
The doorbell?
Who come now? So late.
I don't know.
Police?
But what could the police want now? They've been here. You'd better answer it, Winters.
Police.
Hurry, Winters. It must be important, or they... Winters? What are you going to do? Oh, no. No, Winters! Stop! Oh! She seems to be getting weaker, Mr. Brixton.
Yeah, she lost too much blood. I'm afraid there's no hope.
Oh, poor Winters. I tried to stop her, but before I could get to her, she had those big scissors in both hands.
Yes, right into her neck. She's a strong woman. She made a good job of it.
How's she coming, Mr. Brixton?
She's pretty weak. Did you get the doctor on the phone?
Yes, he's coming right over. I called the police, too, while I was at it.
Good. See if I can get her to make a statement. Winters. Winters, can you hear me?
Yes.
You killed Miss Blacklock?
Yes. I killed her.
Write down what she says, James.
She's dying, isn't she?
Yes, I'm afraid so. You better go away.
No, I'll stay.
Winters. Winters, why did you kill Miss Blacklock?
I hate her. Where is Miss Ruby?
I'm right here, Winters. What is it?
Roger is good boy. He loves you.
Yes, Winters. I know.
He lied to police when he say he killed Miss Blacklock.
Yes, Winters. He's only trying to protect Miss Ruby.
He think she do it. I was going to tell them I do it, but I get scared.
Why did you do it, Winters?
I want to tell Miss Ruby something.
Yes, I'm right here.
I'm happy now because I go to find my boys. My 2 boys.
What does she mean by that?
I don't know. I didn't know she had any children.
Come close.
Hurry. She hasn't much more time.
What is it, Winters? Yes? Oh, you poor, poor woman.
What is it?
She said she wasn't a foreigner. She said, how could she be a foreigner when she'd lost 2 boys at Corregidor?
Yes, one more little sip of tea, Fong, and then we'll get some sleep, eh? You realize I haven't been to bed yet?
Yeah, me know. Crazy.
Yes, but think what I've accomplished this night. Solved a crime.
No like it's a job. Losing too much sleep.
Why, Fong, you wouldn't leave me for the world. That's excellent tea. Now, where was I? Oh, yes. You know the thing that told me that Winters was a guilty person?
No, I don't know.
It was this. When I saw that peculiar mark on old Effie Blacklock's neck. It was a strange indented mark, sort of strawberry-like, you know?
No.
Well, I'm telling you. Now, what could have made a mark like that? And then, like a flash, you'll forgive the platitude, Fong, it came to me. A thimble. Well, that boy didn't wear thimbles. Who did? Winters. Huh?
Uh-huh.
Well, is that all you've got to say? Don't you think that was a pretty clever solution to a mystery?
Me no likey mystery.
That is your introduction to Jonathan Brixton, starring Michael Raffetto, with Barton Yarborough as James. We must confess that Brixton is not a model man. He doesn't lead a pretty life, and he's no knight in shining armor. No, if you're looking for a conventional hero, Jonathan Brixton is not your man.
Wait a minute now. Mr. Brixton's done a lot of mighty fine things that people never hear about. Take the time he defended that fellow Bert Fielding. Why, even my wife said that he...
James, let's not go into that, huh? The evidence is in. Let's rest our case.
Jonathan Brixton is a C&F radio production.
One moment, please. The National Broadcasting Company presents Lives of Great Men, a new series on great leaders in human progress, presented by Dr. Edward Howard Griggs, distinguished lecturer, critic, and author of The Philosophy of Art and many other books. In his talks, Dr. Griggs is building a story of civilization based on outstanding characters through the ages and how each one influences his own and future times. This evening, Dr. Riggs will discuss Shakespeare, unifier of the English-speaking world. We now present Edward Howard Griggs.
My friends, Shakespeare is the possession in common of all who speak English as their native tongue. I question if he is not our greatest possession. Not only is he a chief source of that remarkable English patriotism which has enabled England always to muddle through, as they call it, but he is the strongest influence in unifying the English-speaking world. One of the four great masters who stand first in world literature, Shakespeare is distinguished in that high company by the wonderful reality in his portrayal of men and women. They are alive, with our own red blood in their veins. We understand them in their vices and virtues. With this, Shakespeare is the supreme master of English expression. A diction pungent, varied, melodious, epigrammatic, imagery poured out as from nature's own source, metaphors tumbling over each other like the waves of a storm-tossed summer sea. It is these qualities that have made Shakespeare a sort of Bible, not only for scholar, teacher, and poet, but for the lawyer, preacher, physician, and businessman. Innumerable quotations from Shakespeare have become part of our common speech. When one is cited, we are often amused to have the speaker say, "Is that from the Bible or Shakespeare?" It is a pity that these greatest men get put apart on a pedestal of superiority, since men of genius are more and not less human than the rest of us. Talent may be an exaggerated faculty, but true genius is humanity multiplied. Men of genius have lived more, loved more, suffered more, sometimes even sinned more than other men. Great art never comes out of the study alone, but from the sweet and smart of human living. It is especially necessary to recognize this with Shakespeare, as the story of his life is so dim. There are even those who doubt that the man who was born at Stratford-on-Avon in 1564 and who died there in 1616 and bore the name of William Shakespeare really wrote the dramas that bear his name. Even if that skepticism be rejected, how little we know of his outer life. But we do know the mind that created the dramas in its unfolding development through the works themselves. The Elizabethan age was for England what the Renaissance had been for Italy. England in 1600 had reached much the same point of development that Italy had reached in 1500. In both was the same eager interest in the earth life, in adventure and scientific discovery. Because England awakened later, there were wide differences. England was deeply influenced by Italy, as evidenced by Shakespeare's borrowing so many of his plots directly from Italian literature. Then between the two epochs had come the Reformation and the religious struggles that followed. Thus, while Italy found her expression in painting, earnest, practical Anglo-Saxon England gave her highest expression in the drama, portraying men and women in action and relation on the stage that echoes the stage of time. If you chart a period of productive art, you find that it goes through some modification of a half circle. The forces of the epoch are born, they pass through youth to maturity, they grow old and die out, or go over into another epoch. The men on the uprising slope have a wealth of ideas, emotion, and imagination, but are experimenters in their art. The men on the declining slope have less and less to say, as the inspiration of the age has been largely worked out, but the vehicle of their art is perfected to their hand. The uprising slope is thus always romantic, the declining classical. The Elizabethan age passes through exactly such a half circle. It rises through the outpourings of Kidd, Lilly, Nash, and Greene to Marlowe of the mighty line, then down through Beaumont and Fletcher, Ford, Massinger, and Webster, to the singers of the court of Charles I, writing poems to their mistress's eyebrow, or the mole on the back of her neck, past masters in saying nothing exquisitely. Just at the top comes Shakespeare, where the most perfect balance is possible of content and form, significance and beauty. Shakespeare attended the grammar school at Stratford until the age of 14, and during his boyhood evidently came to love devotedly that serene, picturesque nature world of Middle England. At 14, he disappeared from the stage of history for 5 years, but probably was employed in some gainful occupation to assist his father, then in reduced circumstances. At 19, he reappears, suddenly married to a woman a half dozen years older, the marriage evidently the result of a passionate, youthful love affair. Early in his 20s, he went up to London, soon finding a place in the theater and producing his first play at 26. Then, for the 2 decades of his working life, he produced an average of 2 plays a year. His earnings as actor and small fees as dramatist were much increased by his part ownership of the theater in which his plays were given. All through the years, he evidently cherished the hope of acquiring enough to retire as one of the country landed gentry. The year that Hamlet was entered on the stationer's register in London, he purchased a considerable estate at Stratford and became William Shakespeare, gentleman. At about 48, he carried out his dream of retiring, but the long, quiet period he anticipated was denied him, as he died at the comparatively early age of 52. Could this man have produced those dramas? My answer is yes, for 3 reasons. First, there was the early begun, intimate and long-continued contact with the beautiful nature world. Second, while Shakespeare was not a trained university scholar, he had read widely in great literature and history, and he possessed that divining quality of mind that some persons seem to bring into the world with them, making us wonder if they have not lived 1,000 years before they were born. Shakespeare could take 20 pages of Plutarch and see ancient Rome alive as it was. Third, his profession of actor and dramatist brought him into contact with all phases of London life, high and low, with the opportunity for intense experience. Shakespeare's first play, Love's Labour's Lost, is a young man's work full of eager love of life, satirizing follies of the time with much verbal fireworks and with a wealth of lyric beauty poured over the whole. This is the spirit of his early comedies, reaching culminating expression in that play of exuberant fancy, A Midsummer Night's Dream. Parallel with these comedies, Shakespeare began his serious study of English history and produced some 10 plays interpreting his country's past. His interest was not in the progress of the people of England, but rather in the growth of the soul of England as shown in her kings and great nobles. He was a humanist, but no democrat. His English history plays are thus rightly described as a mirror for kings rather than of peoples. Suddenly among these early plays appears one called a comedy, but of a hero too big, too tragic for the limits of a beautiful poetic comedy. And in Shylock and The Merchant of Venice, we find Shakespeare's first deep awakening to the tragic conflicts of life and the ethical laws dominating human character and conduct. Having completed his history plays, Shakespeare dismissed that subject and never returned to it again, except to write the Queen Catherine scenes in Henry VIII, just at the end of his career. As if in disgust with the vices and perfidies of courts and kings, he turned to rest himself and us in that lovely poetic comedy that well deserves its title, because in it everything goes as you like it. Nevertheless, a dark thread runs through that charming play, a grave questioning of life. It is evident in the half-humorous, half-cynical sayings of Jaques, in the reflections of the chief characters on the evils of the world. Evidently a shadow had fallen across Shakespeare's inner life, whether resulting from the ripening of his mind or from some tragic personal experience such as is shadowed forth in the sonnets. The bitter questioning is there. It was no permanent pessimism, however. The characters of the play are all involuntary exiles. They talk charmingly of the sweet uses of adversity, but like all the rest of us, they abandon those sweet uses at the earliest opportunity. As they make their return to the world of courts and kings at the close of that lovely play, so Shakespeare made his in that unrivaled series of great tragedies, beginning with Julius Caesar in 1601. In that play, Shakespeare studied the relation of the citizen to the state and showed how dictators arise out of the ruin of republics. He seems to have brought together all the types of men and conduct that threaten the safety and permanence of a republic. And all of them are alive today, only with a slightly different combination of elements. The next year, at 38, he produced Hamlet, the most profound of all searchings into the mystery of mind and personality. Then in quick succession came the great tragic trilogy, dramas portraying life swept by a tempest of passion. Of these, Othello is the purest tragedy of fate, that is, of the overwhelming of innocence, with no cooperation through guilt or weakness on the victim's part. Macbeth, in contrast, is the sheerest tragedy of guilt. The evil characters occupy the foreground of the stage. We watch the naturally great and even good man, Macbeth, his whole character perverted by the remorseless passion of ambition, spurred on by his more terrible and consistent partner in crime, his wife. We see these two heap crime on crime until an outraged world rises up and blots out the offender. King Lear combines the two motives of fate and guilt. All the good characters have some marring fault, making them cooperate with destiny. Even lovely Cordelia has more than a touch of her father's fatal obstinacy. The evil characters, on the other hand, are moved by passions we can understand. There is no causeless villain, as is Iago in Othello. Thus King Lear gives most effectively the sweeping, dramatic spectacle of life. Concluding the group is Antony and Cleopatra, portraying the play of non-moral biological forces with the world at stake for which the passions contend. Is there any other group of works in all literature comparable to this series of tragedies? In them, Shakespeare sounded every deep, pictured every tragic conflict of which man is capable. He did not stay on those bleak heights. His last plays, written about the time of his retirement to Stratford, Cymbeline, The Winter's Tale, and The Tempest, are not comedies, though they end happily. They are not tragedies, though containing dark, tragic elements, two of them being based on the same motive that brings the disaster in Othello. Rather, they unite in one the joy, sorrow, and humor of human life. In them is a new ethical attitude, no longer the remorseless return of the deed on the doer, but forgiveness of repentant enemies, magnanimity even toward those unrepentant, reconciliation of those once dear but long estranged. It is almost as if Shakespeare, before the close, had passed over into the sphere of Dante in the spiritual interpretation of life. When you read through such a fireside story of life as The Winter's Tale, and come in the end to the reunion of long estranged husband and wife, and the betrothal of the young lovers, you can almost see Shakespeare lay down his pen with that sad, grave smile, mingling in one the laughter and tears that with divided sway rule over our common human heart. He kept his faith in human virtue. He kept his faith in human love. He kept his faith in the infinite meaning of human life, not as all sunshine, but because sunshine and shadow, joy and sorrow, it is infinitely worthwhile. He sounded all the chords of the heart, the gay, vivacious music of Rosalind, the sad strain of Desdemona, the weirdly tender chords of Ophelia, the somber overtone of Hamlet, the tempestuous chords of Macbeth and Lear, the avalanche reverberation of Antony and Cleopatra. These and how many others, all fused in one great myriad-tone symphony of humanity, worthy to make music in the ear of God. So he seems to us not only greatest of all, who have held the mirror up to our common human life, but perhaps sanest of men. May I wish all of you, my friends, a happy Christmas of peace and goodwill.
Shakespeare, unifier of the English-speaking world, has been the subject of another program in the series titled Lives of Great Men, presented by Dr. Edward Howard Griggs, distinguished lecturer, critic, and author. Next week, Dr. Griggs will speak on Spinoza, philosopher of the eternal. Copies of tonight's discussion of Shakespeare may be obtained by addressing the National Broadcasting Company, Radio City, New York, or the station to which you are listening. Tonight's program originated in the studios of WTAM in Cleveland.
You're twice as sure with two great names, Frigidaire and General Motors. Frigidaire presents Herbert Marshall as the man called X. Wherever there is mystery, intrigue, romance, in all the strange and dangerous places of the world, there you will find the man called X. Now Frigidaire presents Herbert Marshall as Ken Thurston, the man called X. The darkness of night covers the drabness of New York's East Side waterfront as the headlights of an automobile search their way between rows of dingy warehouses. Finally, they slow and come to a stop.
177, 179. According to Pagon's letters, Chief,
This should be the warehouse.
Oh, Pagon's letter. Ken, just because that crook writes to you from somewhere in Panama...
Porto Colombre.
Well, wherever it is, I don't see why we had to come down here.
Chief, nobody I know can blunder into trouble the way Pagon can. He asked me to check up on the shipment of a small parcel for him, and he seemed pretty worried about it, so it may be worth a look. Let me take a minute. Come on.
Oh, the only thing ever worried Pagon is the size of a payoff. And what's he doing in Porto Colombre?
That's what I'm going to find out. Let's see now.
Well, there's somebody, Ken, working on that packing crate. Hi there. You in charge here? Hey, can't you hear me? I asked if you were in...
Look out, Chief. Well.
Ken, what in blazes was the idea of that?
You've got me, Chief. Let's look at that crate he was working on. See the address stenciled on it?
Yes, Senor Pagon Zellschmidt, Porto Colombre, Panama. Care of the Dalla Costa Import Company. And it's marked farm machinery.
Yeah. That's no farm machinery. That's TNT demolition charges. And there are 2 more crates just like this one.
Holy smoke. Now, what does Pagon want with that stuff? Ken.
Chief, United States troops are being withdrawn from Panama. We're giving up the air bases we need for defense of the canal. And Porto Colombre is only 20 miles from the Cazal zone.
20 miles from...
Yeah. Yes. Chief, I think I'd better go farming in Panama.
La oficina del señor Acosta.
Gracias. For usted.
Gracias, señor. Muchas gracias. Vaya con Dios.
Por nada. Adiós.
Buenos días, señor.
Well.
Oh, you are Americano, señor.
Yeah, that's right, Miss Dalla Costa.
Oh, no, señor. I'm Maria Shalaya. Senor Dalla Costa is a good friend, so I sometimes help him with his office work. I am really a professional, you see, a dancer.
I see, yeah. My name's Ken Thurston, senorita.
The way you say that, senor, should I know the name?
Maybe. I'm expecting a shipment of farm machinery from the United States.
Farm machinery? I do not recall.
Maybe you have it invoiced in the name of my my partner, Senor Zellschmidt.
No, senor, we're not handling any such shipment.
Oh, sure you are. Or it just slipped your mind. If you'll check your records.
No, but I'm positive, you see, we do not have any business with the United States.
Huh? I'd swear that invoice on your desk has a New York address on it. Suppose we look at it.
Do not bother, senor.
Huh? Oh. Interesting little gadget you have there, Maria. 32 caliber, isn't it?
See. At this short range, quite deadly. Baltasare!
Si, senorita. Was there something you wished?
Baltasare, this gentleman is most curious about farm machinery from New York. Perhaps you had better show him his curiosity is unwarranted.
Si, senorita, I would be happy to. Like this.
Oh, what the... Yeah, hello.
Hello? I wish to inquire what's new with my package shipment from New York. This is Senor Zellschmidt calling.
Pagon.
Yes, that's right. Pagan Zellschmidt, Hey. Is that you, Mr. Thurston?
That's right, Pagon.
Well, imagine that. I called the Dalla Costa Company in Porto Colombre and get you in New York. Must be crossed wires, huh?
Listen, you idiot. You got the Dalla Costa Company and you got me. And you've got a lot of explaining to do.
I have?
Yeah. About those packages you're expecting.
Oh, those. Well, I'm pretty busy right now. I have financial type executive, you understand. Maybe we could arrange an appointment, say, next week sometimes.
Pagon.
Okay. It'll cost me money, but what's that? I'll meet you at El Diablo.
El Diablo? Yeah, does it have a dancer by the name of...
Oh, sure. It's a nightclub-type cafe on the waterfront.
I'll be there in half an hour. And you'd better be there, too.
A most regrettable appointment, Senor Thurston. Most regrettable.
Hello. Where'd you come from?
I've been here for quite a while, Senor. Ever since Senorita Chelaya and Baldassare left. I am Capitan Fosco of the police, at your service.
Yeah. What was that crack about a regrettable appointment, Fosco?
El Diablo can be a dangerous place for strangers, particularly for a man called Thurston.
Huh? How come you know my name?
While you were unconscious, I took the precaution to check your identification. And I've reached the conclusion that we might possibly be here on the same mission.
That'd be cozy. What's your mission, Fosco?
Seeking El Tigre.
Oh, the tiger. Who's that?
The leader of a large organization of bandidos, senor. They operate in this territory. Very vicious, very dangerous.
Too bad. But why should I be interested in your local thugs?
For a very good reason, senor. El Tigre has been spreading anti-government propaganda among our people. A familiar pattern, is it not, senor?
So that's it. You figure this El Tigre wouldn't mind setting up his own little dictatorship around here?
It would not be the first time a bandit leader has tried that trick. And the United States does have a slight interest in certain properties some 20 miles from here. It might prove unfortunate if the surrounding territory were unfriendly.
Yeah. Only it takes arms, ammunition to pull off a stunt like that. Any idea where the tiger's getting him?
The steamer Santa Margarita is due to dock within 2 hours. I have reason to believe that she carries farm machinery, tractors, from the United States. Does that mean anything to you, senor?
Suppose I give you my answer at the docks, when the Santa Margarita comes in.
Excellent, senor. But what will you be doing meanwhile?
Keeping a regrettable appointment, Fosco, at Cafe El Diablo.
I am sorry, senor, but Senor Zellschmidt has not come into El Diablo as yet. If you would care to have a table and wait for him...
Yeah, maybe I will.
What is it, senor? Is there something wrong?
No, not at all. I just noticed your dancer.
See. Talented is she not, senor?
Yeah, very. Never mind that table.
Oh, then the senor is not going to wait.
I'll wait, all right. In the dressing room of your dancer, Maria Chelaya. Hello, Maria. So this is where you work when you're not helping De La Costa?
Now that you have found me here, Senor Thurston, what do you wish?
I just wanted to congratulate you on your act.
Gracias. I do not dance too badly, I think.
Maybe that wasn't the act he was talking about, baby.
Well, didn't know you had company, Maria.
Sure she has, Thurston. Me and this.
Eduardo, not the gun. You promised me.
It's no go, baby. You don't get anywhere just trying to scare the man called X.
Yeah. You found that out a couple of years ago, didn't you, Lewis?
There was a bum rap you hung on me in New York, Thurston.
Oh, sure. You were only running a draft evasion racket, counterfeiting war-saving bonds, just kid stuff. How'd you break out and get down here, Lewis?
I can wait. It's not at Lewis anymore. It's De La Costa.
The big import man. You wouldn't have another alias, too, would you?
Like what, for instance?
Like El Tigre.
El Tigre?
Shouldn't have said that, Thurston. That was a mistake. Looks like I'll have to break my promise to Maria about the gun after all.
Now to continue with Frigidaire's Man Called X, starring Herbert Marshall. Ken Thurston is in Puerto Colombre, Panama, on the trail of explosives being shipped down there, disguised as farm machinery. Explosives he suspects are going to be used by a bandit chief named El Tigre, who has plans for setting up a little dictatorship within 20 miles of the Panama Canal. Now in the dressing room of the beautiful Maria Chelaya, Ken faces the gun held by De La Costa, the former New York hoodlum.
You're not getting any answers here, Thurston. Maybe you don't scare off, but there's one way that won't miss.
No, Eduardo, you can't shoot. You give me that gun.
Let go, Maria, before I blast you,
Not
too.
today, Donna Costa. Oh. Well, that's better. Thanks for the help, Maria, but how come?
I'm not a particularly good person, Senor Thurston. I thought you were trying to take Eduardo back to the United States, so I tried to scare you away. But one thing I will not do is betray my country. And if he is truly El Tigre...
I didn't say that, Maria. But whoever El Tigre is, he's got to be stopped.
Then let me help you. I will work to find him and the explosives. Then perhaps he will not be suspicious of me any longer.
Yeah, perhaps. Let me know how you come out.
But you are leaving Daya Costa here.
Why not? I can't prove anything on him.
Then what are you going to do?
One way of making a tiger harmless is by pulling his teeth and claws. Captain Fosco will help me do that when the Santa Margarita docks.
But you are too late, Senor Thurston. She docked this morning. Her cargo is already ashore.
You sure of that?
Positive. We've already cleared certain items through customs.
Let me have that phone, Maria.
Here it is.
Thanks. Police headquarters, fast. Enseguida.
What is it? Ken, what are you going to do?
Get some answers from Captain Fosco. Hello. Hello. Capitan Fosco, please. Fosco, yes, that's right. Oh, I see.
Is something wrong? Is he not there?
Apparently never has been, Maria. There is no Captain Fosco with the Porto Colombre police.
Well, I tell you, senor, no one by that name has been in the customs office today. Of course, yes, I am certain. He what? He's coming in the door now? One moment, please. Pardon me, would you be Senor Thurston?
That's right, why?
Oh, there's a phone call for you here, sir.
Huh?
If you would care to take it.
Sure. Hey. Hello.
Hello, Mr. Thurston. You know what? I can't meet you at El Diablo. I was detained by important business, you understand?
Those packages that arrived on the Santa Margarita?
Yes, no. I'll contact you later. Goodbye, Mr. Thurston.
Pego. Was Senor Zelsmith in here earlier?
Si, senor. Paying duty on some imports.
You checked them, of course.
Check them, senor? Farm machinery from the United States? With a duty paid?
You wouldn't happen to know what he did with the stuff?
But I do, senor. He was transferred to a fishing boat that was sailing for Dos Flores.
Dos Flores?
Si, a small island off the coast. There is nothing on it but jungle and the ruins of an old Spanish mission.
Sounds like an ideal place to start a farm.
You are right. What was Senor Zellschmidt want with the farm machinery there?
That's a very good question. Hello, Capitan Fosco.
My dear amigo, Senor Thurston. I did not expect you at the dock so soon. I am surprised.
Yes, so was I. When I called the Porto Colombre police.
I see. The fact remains we are both concerned with El Tigre, and I believe I am correct in saying that we are both interested in the island of Dos Flores.
Does that bush you're beating around have any point, Fosco?
Senor, I have a speedboat waiting. We could reach Dos Flores well ahead of that fishing boat, if you would care to trust me.
Okay. Let's go to Dos Flores.
This has been a pleasant journey, has it not, Senor Thurston? Not even the sight of another boat to spoil our enjoyment of the serene and peaceful sea.
I'm more interested in what lies up ahead, Fosco, on Dos Flores.
Then we shall land, Senor, and find out. This stretch of jungle beach should do nicely. So, now we will go up to the old mission.
Hold it, Fosco.
Senor, someone is approaching. Our landing has been detected. You have a gun.
Yeah, watch it.
Hello, Mr. Thurston. Welcome to Dos Flores.
Pagon Zellschmidt.
Mr. Thurston, when in Panama, why not do as Romans do? Why don't you call me by my right name?
I can think of a lot of good ones right now. What's the one you have in mind?
What a question. El Tigre, of course. What else? What a dope. How could I ever have been such an idiot?
It wasn't too tough for you, Pagan.
Thank you, Mr. Thurston. But when they promised me such big money to come here and work for them, how could I resist? And all I did was order those packages for them.
All you did was let them use you as a front to get arms and explosives brought in here. So El Tigre could try to set up his own pretty little dictatorship next to the Panama Canal.
How does it happen you called yourself El Tigre, Senor Smith?
This Baldassare told me to when he flew over here. It was a password or something.
Could have been a password of the firing squad.
Huh?
Well.
Mr. X.
Still walking around with a gun in your hand, Dalla Costa?
That's right. So you got things figured, huh, Thurston?
Sure. El Tigre gets arms and explosives through your fake importing company. Then they're stashed away out here to be handed for the revolution. Simple.
Right boy, Thurston. You got things figured out pretty good.
Well, you're not getting away with it.
Sure. Be a brave hero. Walk right into my gun, Thurston. Okay. You're close enough now.
He's going to shoot.
Oh, Mr. Thurston is dead. He's shot dead. I can't look.
Oh, shut up, you idiot.
Huh? Hey, it's that Della Costa that's got it.
Ken, are you all right?
Yeah, Maria, nice shooting.
I told you I would work with you, Ken. I follow you in my own boat. Thank the Dios I got here in time.
Senorita Chulai, what a debt we owe you. You have rid us of El Tigre.
Thank you, senor. But you must be Captain Fosco, eh? Ken, have you learned?
Yeah. He's an agent for Panamanian intelligence, Maria.
Si, senorita. Well, shall we return to the speedboat? I have a radio aboard. I shall tell headquarters to send planes to round up El Tigre's men, and that El Tigre is dead.
Correction, Fosco. Tell them we're bringing El Tigre in with us.
Huh? But this Della Costa is dead.
Maria isn't dead.
What is this? A bad joke?
You said you followed us out here in your boat, Maria. But the sea was empty to the horizon when Fosco and I came out here.
Of course, senor. She must have been on the island all the time.
This is ridiculous. Can I save your life and you accuse me of this?
You weren't trying to save my life. You were trying to save your own.
So what?
You knew the game was up, so you tried to throw the blame on Dalla Costa. Make us think he was El Tigre instead of another stooge. Let's have that gun, Maria.
For this,
Drop it. Drop it. That's better. You can relax now.
Kill you before.
So, Senor X, the tiger's claws are really drawn now. It is over. The most dangerous beast in the jungle is tamed.
Yes. You know, there's a more dangerous animal than the tiger loose these days, Fosco. The human animal. Men and women infected with that old lust for power. And they're the most dangerous animals of all. Because they feed on their own kind. That's the breed we've got to destroy. All of them.
Frigidaire star, Herbert Marshall.
Thanks for being with us. Listen, America's production depends on steel. Jobs depend on it. And steel depends on scrap metal. Help increase the production of the things you need. Help to keep employment high. Collect scrap iron and steel around home. Sell it into your local drive or call your local scrap dealer. Right away. Next week we have a story I really think you'll like. Its title is Guns on the Niger, and that gives only an inkling of what it's about. As usual, Leon Belasco will be along as P. Gonzalez-Schmidt, so join us, won't you, when next I return as the man called X. Good night.
Frigidaire's Man Called X is directed by Jack Johnstone, with music composed and conducted by Johnny Green. Tonight's story was written by Sidney Marshall. So until next week, same time, same station, this is Wendell Niles speaking for Frigidaire, made only by General Motors. All characters and incidents used on this program are fictitious, and any resemblance to actual persons or incidents is purely coincidental. Remember, every Sunday night brings you two popular dramatic shows on CBS, The Man Called X and The Adventures of Sam Spade. Yes, for the best in entertainment, tune in and stay tuned in to CBS, the biggest show in town. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Vicks presents The Matinee Theater, starring Victor Jory. Vicks, the makers of Vicks Vapor Rub, Vicks Vatronol, Vicks Cough Drops, and Vicks Inhaler, brings you The Matinee Theater, starring Victor Jory and featuring Gertrude Warner in a request performance of Paramount's gripping motion picture, Till We Meet Again, which stars Ray Milland and Barbara Britton and will soon be shown at your favorite theater. Your votes for this superb Paramount picture have been running neck and neck with votes for The Love Story of Elizabeth Barrett and Robert Browning, and we will bring you this other fine play next Sunday. You know, more and more millions of people are using Vicks Vatronol nose drops to relieve distress of head colds. Benefit by their experience.
And now, Act One of Till We Meet Again. Many stories have come and will continue to come out of France concerning those black days of Nazi occupation. Till We Meet Again is one that we think will become immortal. Sister Clotilde was a young novice in a convent in a small French village. The Nazis had begun to take quite an interest in the convent because they suspected the nuns might be helping prisoners of war to escape. Sister Clotilde knew nothing of this. But one day, while she was scrubbing the basement floor under the chapel, a sudden sound in the dimly lit room made her turn around. And there...
Hello there.
Oh.
Don't go. I was told I'd find a man here, an old chap named Cabot.
I'm sorry, but I can't possibly talk to you.
Look, it's very important. I'm an American aviator. I flew over here to get special information gathered for the Allies by French patriots. I got my information, but my plane was shot down, so I took off and I bailed out. I was told if I had any trouble in this region to look up Cabot. Do you know him?
Yes, he's the gardener. I'll tell the Mother Superior you're here. It will be up to her whether you will see Cabot.
Please hurry.
Yes, I will.
I'll go at once, Sister Clotilde.
You're going to see him, Mother Superior?
Yes, of course. He's not the first we've helped.
I don't understand. This is a convent. We're supposed to dedicate our lives to God and His work. I don't want to have anything to do with the world. I want peace.
I know what you want, Sister Clotilde. You want to be comfortable. Religion is not meant to deaden you to life, but to awaken you. Well, I will see the aviator. In the meanwhile, will you please go out in the yard and stay with the children? I have been told we are to have a visit this afternoon from Major Krupp of the Third Reich.
Well, isn't this a pretty sight? The nun at her knitting, the children playing. How remote the war seems from here. Sister?
If you will permit me, Major Krupp, these young sisters are not accustomed to contact with the world, especially with men. It's against the rules.
We Germans make our own rules, Mère Vitré. You'll make a better collaborationist when you recognize that. Some of these children seem quite grown. Mère Vitré,
oui?
If this American aviator is not found by tomorrow, we'll take these 3 of these older girls.
Oh, no.
It's really a splendid idea. Good day, sister. Come on, Vitré.
Major Krupp.
Yes?
Who's American? If anyone knew where he was, if he should give himself up, the girls, you wouldn't take them?
If he should give himself up. Thank you for your information, sister.
said if he should give himself up. Why, he can't take those girls. They are wards of the church and the state. He said it only to frighten you, to make you say just what you did. Your if was all he needed. Come here, my child. Tell me, of what are you afraid? You know so little of that world outside, and yet you find it so terrifying. Perhaps before accepting you as a novice, I should have made you go back into it for a time. Are you sure that this life is for you? Remember, you're still a novice, bound by no vows. A novice is always free to leave.
No. This is the only world I ever want to know. I have never felt that I was only a novice. I made my vows to myself many years ago, and I have tried to be everything that you wish me to be, haven't I?
Yes, but you have an inclination to pride, Sister Clotilde. You're proud that you're safe. Proud that life can never touch you.
But why should it?
The crucifix is our symbol, Sister Clotilde. We cannot ask to be free of suffering. What you did today was wrong. You have done us great harm. The American is waiting at the windmill for Madame Bouchard. She was to pose as his wife and help him across France. But I have just received word that she has been arrested.
I'm so sorry. What will you do?
We must find another girl to go.
Oh, it's the Germans. They've come to search the convent.
They shan't set foot inside this door. Come.
Open this door. They're going to search every building in this village.
Oh, not this one.
We'll shoot out the lock.
Please, Mother Superior, get away from the door.
Major Krupp knows I cannot admit anyone without a written order.
Mother Superior! Mother Superior!
He aimed well. For a German.
Oh, Mother Superior.
You're late. I've been waiting here well over an hour.
I'm sorry. I was detained.
Come on, they're waiting for you inside.
Oh, she finally came, did she?
I was detained.
Wait a minute. This is not Madame Bouchard?
Not Madame Bouchard?
It's all right. I've taken Madame Bouchard's place.
Where is she?
Under arrest. Someone talked.
What is your name?
Louise?
If they've been making arrests, we'll have to get you out of here.
Let's see if I have this straight. I'm deposed as Jean Debray. She is my wife, Madame Debray. She needs a wedding ring, doesn't she?
I have one right here. Here, Louise, put this on.
Let me put it on. I'm sentimental kind. Hold out your hand. No, the left one.
Oh.
There you are, Madame Debray. Look frightened. You sure you can carry this off?
Oh, I must.
Remember, you're a soldier now and must obey orders. I know this man is a stranger, but whenever you are in public, he's not a stranger. He's your husband.
I will remember.
But now you must be on your way. You are to go northeast until you reach the lake. You'll find the cottage a mile back in the woods. You should reach there tomorrow night, and you can rest. Keep off the main roads as much as possible. Good luck to both of you. You'll need it.
Come on, Louise. Let's go. You look very tired. Let's sit here by the lake a few moments and rest. We've walked all night and most of the day.
Thank you. I am tired.
Huh? Look at that water. My little boy was here. He'd want to dive right in.
You have a little boy?
I sure have. 6 years old. He's got blonde hair and blue eyes, and 2 front teeth are missing. He's all boy. Smart, too, and strong. Taught him to box when he was only 4. You'd be crazy about him. Full of fun, always mischief, but never anything bad. Crazy about animals.
Does he swim well?
Does he swim well? I'll say he does. I taught him, and I taught my wife, too, when she wasn't much bigger than Johnny is now.
You've known her that long?
All my life. She was the girl next door back in my hometown. We grew up together, you know. Great American love story. I carried her books to school, bought her ice cream at the corner drugstore. She said she had her eye on me when I was only 8. I never had a chance to look at another girl. Not that I ever wanted to. Went through high school together and then on to state college.
Then your parents, they arranged the marriage?
No, they weren't enthusiastic about it. We thought we were too young. That's the way to start out. do everything together. Work together, play together, grow up together. You know what she's doing now? She's working in defense point. He makes them and I fly them. Gosh, I can see her with a monkey wrench in her pocket and a lipstick in the other. Even the war couldn't separate Barbara from her lipstick. I'll never forget the night Johnny was born. I got the car out and sat there honking the horn and... You're not going to hold this trip up while you look for a lipstick, are you? She said, I certainly am. I want to look my best the first time he sees me. I could never begin to tell you how I miss her. I miss waking up beside her. I miss her head on my shoulder. Scent of her hair. It's been so long. So? Someday you'll have a real wedding ring on your finger, and you'll know what I'm talking about.
I'm sorry, but all this talk about marriage, that does not interest me. Shall we go on? The cottage must be up there in those woods.
Yes, of course. By all means, let us go on.
Look! There are some planes coming.
Now, they're probably up that convoy of trucks we passed. Come on, we better run for the woods.
That explosion was so close. Oh, I don't think I can run.
We've got to get out of here. In a couple of minutes, this place won't be healthy for anyone. Come on, come on.
John!
Here. Help me get on my feet, will you? Thanks.
Shoulder. You're hurt.
Must have been a bomb splinter. If we can make it to the cottage, I'll be all right. It isn't serious.
Here. Let me put my arm around your waist. You can lean on me. We'll take it very slowly.
Yes. I'm afraid we'll have to. Thank God we made it. There said to be food and medicine in the table drawer.
I have it. There's some sulfanilamide powder.
Ah.
Some tablets, too.
Good. Now you sprinkle the powder on the wound, wherever the skin's broken. Nice. We'll sleep here tonight. Henri said there was a bedroom upstairs. I'll sleep down here on the couch. Oh, my head aches.
Good morning.
Morning. What are you doing down there on your knees scrubbing that floor at this hour?
I like things clean.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Sister?
Just a minute.
So that's what you are. That's who you are. I thought you seemed familiar before. You're the little sister who was scrubbing the floor back at the convent. Funny I didn't recognize you. But you'd look so different in your robes and veil. Why did you leave the convent?
I broke a trust. It was the only way I knew to make up for it.
Mm-hmm. Convent meant a lot to you, didn't it?
Yes. It was like tearing my life out by its roots to leave. I had to do it.
Will they take you back?
I don't know. I feel lost. I don't know what I would do. The outside world has always seemed very frightening to
You mustn't
me.
feel that way. It's quite a wonderful world when you get to know it.
I know. I felt that when I was listening to you talk about your wife and your son.
Mm.
When I stopped you, it wasn't because I was bored. It was because it somehow hurt me to listen. I don't know why.
Well, I don't often talk about Barbara, but that's probably because she's so much a part of me. I can't talk about it. You know, marriage can be the most beautiful thing in the world. It's like finding your other self. Lots of little things you remember and think about in marriage, things that make you laugh or make you cry. Like Barbara trying to be dignified with cold cream on her nose. My finding the morning newspaper with jam on it. Like her slippers, you know, they're always in the wrong place beside the bed and I always trip over them. Marriage is having someone to laugh at one moment and run to for comfort the next, to make you feel masculine and superior and protecting while you know all the time that without her you're not so much. Someone to believe in, even when you've ceased to believe in yourself. Someone to bring your achievements and your failures back to Someone who makes an empty house a home. And a home a haven.
You say all that like a litany.
What's that?
A kind of prayer.
You're right. It is a prayer. It's a prayer and a creed. It's the heart of what most of us are fighting for. You understand?
Oh, yes, I do understand. Thank you for helping me understand.
Well, do you think you can fix us some breakfast? We'll rest here today, but by night we must be away from here.
I shall be sorry to leave here.
Yes. Yes, so will I.
In just a moment, Act 2 of Till We Meet Again. To suffer with sniffles, sneezes, and nasal stuffings from a cold in the head is a mean experience anytime. But right now, with so many lovely spring days to enjoy, a head cold can make you feel especially and unnecessarily miserable. I say unnecessarily miserable because there is an easy way to relieve discomforts of head colds. That's with Vetronol, Vicks Vetronol. All you do is put a few drops in each nostril, and instantly it starts to work right where trouble is, to soothe the sniffly, sneezy irritation, help reduce congestion, shrink swollen membranes, and open up the nasal passages to make breathing easier. Yes, Vetronol is wonderfully effective, a specialized nasal medication developed by Vicks for the express purpose of relieving distress of head colds. And moreover, if used in time, at the first sniffle or sneeze, Vetronol actually helps prevent many colds from developing. Now just try Vetronol, friends. You'll like the way it quickly relieves distress, and it may save you untold hours of unnecessary head cold misery. Follow directions in the package. Vicks Vetronol Nose Drops.
And now Act 2 of Till We Meet Again, starring Victor Jory and featuring Gertrude Warner. Louise and John made their way as best they could for the next 2 days and nights, doing their best to keep out of sight. And always, just a little way behind them, came Major Krupp and the nervous, unhappy mayor of the village they'd left, Mayor Vitre. On the third night, they arrived at the small coast town that was their destination. They were hungry and took a chance on going to a restaurant to eat. And it was there Vitre came up to them. He was alone, but there was a gun in his hand.
Good evening, Sister Clotilde.
Oh.
And you, monsieur, we have not met personally, but let me introduce myself. I am the mayor of the village from which you escaped and to which you are about to return. You and your companion. Do not try to reach for your gun. Mine will be quicker. You will both precede me through that door.
Come on, Louise.
Now then, I'm going to telephone to Major Krupp. He's over at the general headquarters right now. I can assure you he will be very glad to see you both. Connect me with the German military headquarters, please.
Put down the telephone. You seen a hand grenade, haven't you, Vitre? Well, put down the phone or I'll pull the pin. I'll blow us both.
You wouldn't.
I will if you say another word. Louise, get out through the back door. Run for the station.
No, I won't leave
Get
you.
out. Hurry.
So that's how it is. You can't kill me without killing her. And you won't do that. Hello, Major Krupp, please.
I'm warning you. Put down that phone.
Major Krupp, this is Vitre. I told you if you gave me a free hand, I would catch them.
Hang up the phone, Louise. I'll push him out of sight.
All right. Is he dead?
No. But the mayor must learn not to take his eyes off an adversary, even when talking to a Nazi major. Come on.
We have been expecting you for 2 days, Lieutenant. The Gestapo is hunting for a couple, a soldier and his wife. So you are no longer a couple. You, Lieutenant, will be Francois Marat, a worker on the fortifications against invasion. There is a big boarding house down at the harbor for the men working on the fortifications. You will both go there. And you, Mademoiselle Louise, have you ever worked in a kitchen or helped to wait on table? Oh, yes. I used to help. Good. You will be Marie-Arlienne, a waitress. At 11:15, Lieutenant, you will leave the dining room. You will go to room 212. There is a trap door in that room. It is directly over the water. At 11, there will be a motorboat directly under that door. It will take you to safety.
And Louise?
I will take care of her. At the moment, our one concern is to get you away.
Oh, no, she's going with me. I can't leave her. It's not safe for her in France.
Well, you will have to decide that later yourself.
You must both change your clothes, and then we will be on our way. As soon as we get there, Louise, you will start waiting on the tables.
Hurry along with that coffee. I have to get back to work.
Oui, monsieur.
After you have poured the coffee, you will come with me.
Mary Trey.
Yes, and this time you are not going to escape. You have reached the end of your journey, Sister Clotilde. Major Krupp is waiting for you. Here is Sister Clotilde, Major Krupp.
Ah, Sister Clotilde. At last we meet again. Where's the American? You won't answer, huh? All right. Suppose I make a bargain with you. I must have the information which the French underground collected so carefully. I offer you the American's life in exchange for the information.
His life?
He will never give up the papers.
I think he will. To her.
Yes, he will, to me.
Is it a bargain, Sister Clotilde? I'll give 10 minutes to go to him.
You let me go alone?
Do you promise to come back?
Yes. I promise on the vows I'd hoped to make as a nun that I will come back.
Very well. I accept your promise, Sister Clotilde.
John, let me in.
Hello, Louise. What's the matter?
Nothing. I hurried so.
Is anything wrong?
I remembered it. It's almost time for you to go.
I don't want to go without you.
You must. It's time for us to say goodbye.
Goodbye.
What else can we say to each other?
There are many things I'd like to say. Can't just come down to thank you and goodbye.
But it has.
I'll never forget you.
I don't want you to. I want you to remember me always, as I shall remember you.
What will happen to you? I can't leave without knowing. Where will you go?
Where I shall be safe. I promise you.
You're still wearing your wedding ring. Did you forget to take it off?
No, I didn't forget. But I must take it off now.
Let me have it.
Yes. In France, a good husband wears a wedding ring. I think you should wear this one. What time is it?
2 minutes to 11.
So late. We must hurry.
You think it's easy what you're asking me to do?
No. And what I'm asking myself to do is not easy either.
No matter what we do, nothing will ever be the same again. You know that, don't you?
Oh, yes. I know and understand many things I never knew before. When you first told me about your marriage, you made me understand what it meant for a man to have a wife and child. You made me understand what it could mean to a woman to spend her life with a man of her own choosing and a child that belongs to them both. Even though that life is not for me, I shall always be glad when I see a man and woman together, that I know a little of what they feel for each other. Oh, I have much to thank you for. Oh, there's the man with the launch. We must raise the trapdoor.
Yes, of course.
Howdy, Lieutenant.
Goodbye, thank you. And God bless you until we meet again.
Goodbye. And God keep you.
The door! Open the door, we'll break it down!
I will open the door.
Where is he?
He's gone, and so are the papers.
So, you broke your word.
No, I promised I would come back. I am here.
You know what I'm going to do with you?
Kill me?
Kill you. You'd enjoy that, wouldn't you? The beautiful martyred heroine standing before the firing squad saying your prayers. Oh, no, Sister Clotilde, that's much too easy. You're a woman. A young woman, and quite a lovely one. The German Reich has use for such women.
No, you cannot do that. You wouldn't. Sister Clotilde, you not understand. But you know what he intends doing with
Silence, Vitre. Open your mouth once more and you'll be shot. Guard! Take her away! And ship her to Poland in the morning!
No, I won't let you do it. I won't let you.
Put that gun down, Vitre!
I thank thee, O Lord.
Forgive me, Sister Clotilde. It is much better this way. For you, it is much better.
I thank thee, O Lord.
Well, here's your ship, Lieutenant. You're safe now.
Yeah. I'm safe now.
Safe and on your way home.
Yeah, on my way home. For all the years I live, they'll always be a part of my heart. It'll always belong to France.
In just a moment, a very important message from Victor Jory. For many, many people, spring is the head cold season. And if you're one of those who catch head colds that make you feel miserable with sniffles and sneezes or a stuffy head, you should know how quickly Vicks Vatronol can help you. Just a few drops of Vatronol in each nostril go to work right where trouble is. And in a matter of seconds, this specialized medication spreads through the affected nasal passages and starts bringing welcome relief from distress in three important ways. 1, it soothes the irritation. 2, it reduces swollen membranes. 3, it helps relieve congestion and bring such grand comfort in a hurry. Now, get a bottle of Vatronol, friends, and try it. Always keep it handy, ready to use when you catch a sneezy, stuffy cold in the head. Follow directions in the package. Vicks Vatronol Nose Drops.
In 2 weeks, this is Victor Jory. In 2 weeks, on April 8th to be exact, the Matinee Theater will give its closing performance for the season. I want to take this opportunity to thank Vicks for making these productions possible, and I also want to thank all of you for your many kind letters of appreciation. We've always tried to bring you the plays you liked best, and we naturally were glad to hear that you enjoyed them. I personally have enjoyed playing in these productions, and I would very much like to bring them to you again in the fall, even through the summer months. Now, just how do you feel about it? You enjoyed the Matinee Theater? Would you like to have me try to bring you these plays soon again? I'd like to hear from all of you. So please write me, care of Columbia Broadcasting System, New York, 22, New York. Next week, we bring you your request play, The Love Story of Elizabeth Barrett and Robert Browning. And on April 8th, our closing performance, we hope to bring you a play that so many of you have asked for. Thank you.
Our script today was adapted by Gene Holloway from Paramount's current motion picture Till We Meet Again, and was directed by Richard Sandville. Music for this series is under the direction of Mark Warno. Be sure to be with us next week when Vicks, the makers of Vicks Vatronol, Vicks Cough Drops, and Vicks Inhaler, brings you another great matinee theater production starring Victor Jory in The Love Story of Elizabeth Barrett and Robert Browning. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This is Orson Welles, speaking from London. The Black Museum. A museum of death. Yes, here in the grim stone structure on the Thames, which houses Scotland Yard, is a warehouse of homicide, where everyday objects, a fountain pen, a cufflink, a high-heel shoe, all are touched by murder. Here's a scarf, torn and ragged, the faded tartan, a cheap reproduction of the honorable colors of the Stuarts, red with green blue crossings and a double-over check of white and yellow. This scarf belonged to Walter Hoffman Piewski, known to the police and his friends in the underworld as the Pike.
There's no doubt about this scarf being his property, Superintendent. He was wearing it when he was sent to Dartmoor 10 years ago.
The description tallies, does it?
Exactly. It's all written down in the prison property book, even to the patch on it.
So the Pike's our man. Right. Well, get him.
And get him they did. And all because of a scarf, appropriately known in Cockney circles as a choker. The Pike applied his choker to a human throat. The throat of the driver of a post office van. The Pike pulled the choker too hard. It was instrumental in convicting him of murder. And that's why it's earned its place here in the Black Museum.
From the annals of the Criminal Investigation Department of the London Police, we bring you the dramatic stories of the crimes recorded by the objects in Scotland Yard's Gallery of Death, the Black Museum. In just a moment, you will hear The Black Museum, starring Orson Welles. Now, The Black Museum, starring Orson Welles.
Well, here we are in the Black Museum. Beyond these grey walls, the mighty roar of London never stops. But in here, it's quiet. Come with me under the frieze of death masks, the masks of criminals of bygone days, suspended grimly under the ceiling. Come. To our right and left, rows of murder exhibits, each one carefully labeled. That cut glass scent spray, it's attractive even now. Might even take its place on Madam's dressing table. So we stop and read the label written under it. Yes, it's been used to spray anesthetic over the faces of helpless women as a prelude to murder. No sickly aroma now, as we squeeze the bulb. Except for its grim associations, the fragile exhibit is insignificant, easily broken. But it was strong enough to hang the man who used it. There's a brass candlestick. Over there, a taper to go with it. Now, here we are. Here's what we're looking for. The faded tartan scarf. As I take it out of the showcase, I ask you to come with me back to the time when this scarf was new, 15 years ago. Walter Pievsky bought it from a stallholder in one of London's famous street markets, Petticoat Lane.
Yes, we'll take one of the scarves, mister.
Right, sir! Finest worsted woven! What's your clan? Campbell's, Cameron's, MacDonald or MacLeod? All genuine tartan today down from the islands!
All right, I've bought it already. Don't need to give me that stuff. I'll take this one.
It's the Stewart! And better than that you cannot do! Not half a nicker! Not 5 bob! Half a crown and cheap at the price! Thank you very much. Come and get your Scotch chokers from Honest John Mackay. If your neck's warm...
While Honest John continued his honest trade, the Pike went about his own particular business. It was less exhausting than John's, and it was worked from a public call box. In professional circles, they called it the hospital trick.
Hello?
Is that Mrs. Peterson speaking?
Yes, who's that?
The London Hospital here, Mrs. Peterson.
Hospital? Why, what's happened?
Oh, there's no need for immediate alarm, but I'm sorry to say that your husband has met with a serious accident.
Oh, Bill? Is he hurt? Oh, no, what's happened?
He was knocked down by a bus in the Whitechapel Road about half an hour ago.
A mean, crude trick. But more often than not, it worked. While the stricken woman hurried to the hospital to find the husband, who of course was not hurt at all, the pike would visit her house. With the coast clear, he would help himself to whatever he could lay his hands on and get out before the bewildered woman returned. And you notice that the pike could almost camouflage that accent he had. This gift gave him a confidence which was almost his undoing. One time when he and some friends were removing the entire contents of a house while the owners were away on holiday.
What about the piano, Pike? Do we take that?
Of course we take everything. Who'd think of moving house and leaving the piano behind, eh?
You'll get us blooming well, won't you, Will? Okay, boys, piano next. Oh, crikey, the phone. Here, what do we do about that? Let it ring, I suppose.
No. Maybe it's someone seen the van outside and checking up. I'd better answer it.
Yeah, go easy,
Don't worry, Ed. I know my job, don't I?
Oh, yeah.
Hello?
Is that Mr. Wilson?
No, I'm awfully sorry. He won't be back until about 7 o'clock. I'm his brother-in-law. Can I help you?
If your sister's there...
Oh, Julie's just gone out for half an hour. Can I take a message?
Yes, I think you can. I'm her brother. Who the blazes are you?
Quick, boys. Let's get out of here.
Right out.
So the piano was left behind after all. But Pike got away with most of the household belongings and observed, not only were his operations becoming bolder, but he had planned his action carefully. He even knew that Mrs. Wilson's first name was Julie. But he didn't know she had a brother. That must have shaken him, because from then on he changed his tactics. The Pike entered the motor racket, a racket which was to take him in turn from Dartmoor prison to the scaffold. But in his early days as a motor thief, there was still a trace of strange humor about his work. The padlock car was a case in point.
Who's that?
Okay, Eddie, it's only me. You wouldn't go reaching for a gun when Parky walks in on you.
Oh, I'm sorry, Pike. It's me nerves.
Well, relax. Now, listen to me. I've got a job for you.
No, I'm laying off for a bit.
Okay, well, who pays the rent?
Oh, I'm only going in for the small stuff.
Well, this is a small job I'm offering you.
What is it, busting into the Bank of England, eh?
No. It's a simple matter of knocking off a nice new motor.
Well, what's the dope?
Well, it's this way. The car belongs to a fellow named Lambert who lives at 14 Graysdyke Crescent. See? He can't get it into the garage beside the house on account of it being too big.
Why didn't the mug measure it before he bought it?
Well, that's not our concern. He locks the car up at night, and I've obtained a duplicate set of keys.
Oh, nice work, work. Yeah, what do you want me in on the job for? You can do it yourself.
Oh, there is a little complication.
Oh, I thought there would be.
This fellow Lambert is like a mother with a child over this car. He fixes it to a lamppost every night with 2 big padlocks and a double chain. Wonder he doesn't put a nappy on it, too.
Well, what do we do? Take the lamppost as well as the car?
And before I tell you, are you in with me?
All right, Pike. I'm in.
Then listen to what I tell you.
In the early hours of the following morning, the Pike and his assistant went along to Graysdyke Crescent, and there, sure enough, chained to the lamppost outside number 14, was a fine new motor car, its cellulose and chromium work glinting invitingly under the lamplight.
Smash on it, eh? What did I tell you? We can clean up 450 on this, and all we've got to do is to remove the back wheel, which is chained to the lamppost. We put on the spare and we're away.
Okay, Pike. Let's get cracking.
The offending wheel was removed from the axle and left, still chained, to the lamppost. And by the light of the helpful rays from above, the spare wheel was bolted on, the tools were replaced in the boot, and the 2 men climbed into the car.
I hope that ignition key of yours works, Pike.
Of course it works. I tried it out last night.
Ah, good for you.
And here we go. I told you it was going to be easy, didn't I, Ed?
It's money for old rope. You're a good one, you are, Pike. Just let me know when you need any more help. I'm your man.
Walter Pievsky pulled his tartan scarf snugly around his throat and agreed that he would certainly keep his assistant in mind. The car itself was taken to a garage, where its numbers and appearance were carefully changed and, in due course, found its way by devious routes back to the open market. The Pike, of course, had to split the profits, which hurt him, so on his next job, he decided to work alone. And it was the next job which put him on the long, long walk which was to finish on the scaffold.
Now, what's the number of that garage? Ah, here it is, I've got it. If this works, Spark, my lad, you're in the money. But it all depends on how good I can sound on the phone. I'll copy my father's voice, trust his soul. Here we go.
Breen's Motors, good evening.
Hello? Brins?
Yes, sir. Can I help you?
My name is Maurice Bluet, of 17 Granford Court.
Oh, yes, sir, I know. The big block of flats in Colleton Drive.
That's right. I am staying here with a friend, Major General Lewis.
Oh, yes, sir.
He tells me that you have a new Rolls Coupe in your showroom.
Yes, sir, indeed we have.
Yes, well, I'm anxious to take such a car back to the continent with me, but time is pressing.
Are you at 17 Granford Court now, sir?
Yes, if someone could bring round the car, I should like to see it.
Right, I'll be with you in a quarter of an hour, sir.
Are you sure that is not too much trouble?
Oh, no trouble at all, sir. Thank you very much for ringing.
Thank you. I shall be waiting for you.
15 minutes later, the car drove up to the block of flats. The driver salesman got out and went inside. Entering the lift, he went up to the third floor and knocked on the door of number 17. Needless to say, the occupier had never heard of either Maurice Bluet or Major General Lewis. But while the questions and explanations sorted themselves out, Walter Piewski was already driving the luxury car toward the garage where practiced hands were waiting to completely change its identity. First, what the Pike did not know was that he had provided the police with a vital clue that was to lead him first to prison and then, by reason of the tartan scarf, to the gallows. But the scarf was yet to earn its place, of course, among these strange exhibits here in the Black Museum.
In just a moment, we will continue with The Black Museum, starring Orson Welles. And now we continue with The Black Museum, starring Orson Welles.
We return to Walter Piewski, known as the Pike, elated at the success of his confidence car trick. He made a handsome profit on the rolls, and despite the fact that the police subsequently traced it, they never traced the theft back to the Pike, not until he tried the same operation again. Certainly he changed the district, but, as is so often the case with a regular criminal, he develops regular habits, and the routine served up to the local garage was almost exactly as before.
Yes, I'm staying with Sir Leslie, and he tells me you've got that straight 8 in the showroom. I'm most anxious to take a car back to the continent with me, but time is pressing, and
I'll
you
be
see...
delighted to bring the car round to you right away, sir, if that's convenient.
If you're sure that it's not too much trouble...
No trouble at all, sir. I'll be with you in 10 minutes.
Oh, that is most kind. Thank you. Excellent.
But you wouldn't think it was so excellent from your point of view if you knew what was happening at the garage, Pike.
Hello? Give me the police. Is that Scotland Yard?
Yes, information room.
Listen, my name is Slater. I run a garage, Carlsbrook Street, North 1.
Yes, sir.
A few weeks ago, the local police warned me about a car thief who worked a telephone trick, asking salesmen to take cars round to fake addresses for inspection.
He just rung you, has he, Mr. Slater?
Yeah. It might be him, or it might be genuine. But he asked me to take a car round to 21 Golston Court, Canimar Street.
On the advice of Scotland Yard, Mr. Slater took the car to Golston Court. To make it easier for the thief, he left the doors unlocked and went into the building. When he was safely inside, the Pike left his telephone box and walked smartly over to the waiting motor. There were just two things he didn't know. First, an ignition wire had been snipped. And second, he was being watched. She'll never start until that broken wire is mended, Pike. You're wasting your time. You're going to waste a lot more time, too. 7 years, to be exact.
Hello, sir. You're having a bit of starting trouble.
Oh, hello, officer. Yes, I don't know what's happened here.
I'm used to this sort of thing, so's the other constable here.
Oh, there's two of you.
There's a lot more at the end of the road. Suppose you hop out of there and let us see whether we can't get the car going for you.
No, I can manage.
All the same, you might let us have a go for you.
Okay.
That's the idea. Are you the owner of this car? Hold him, George. He's got a knuckle there, sir.
Let me go, you swamp!
No, you don't. Oh, God. Put the bracelets on him, quick. You all right, 71?
Oh.
How is he? Looks as if his jaw's broken, Inspector. Right, take this man to the station. What's his name?
I'm talking.
Very well. I'm charging you with grievous bodily harm and resisting arrest for the attempted theft of this vehicle. There may be further charges.
There were further charges, including the theft of the big rolls. Walter Piewski, alias the Pike, had played the same game once too often, and a search of his flat in the East End produced more evidence of his varied career in crime. The police had been waiting for him to make his first mistake. This time he'd done it. At the Old Bailey, he pleaded guilty to over 100 crimes, and there were hundreds more with which he was never charged. He was sent to prison for 7 years, and immediately on his reception, his personal belongings were entered in the property book, and he was wearing the tartan scarf, which later was to hang him.
Juliet, grey, 7.5. Collar, 16, brown. One scarf, red background, green and blue stripes, white and yellow overcheck.
The can steward.
How do you know that, Piewski?
The fellow I bought it from in Petticoat Lane told me.
I'll take his word for it. Oh, there's a small tear, 5 inches from one corner. Been roughly patched. Better put that down.
Don't worry, boys. I won't accuse you of doing it.
Don't you worry. I'll be retired by then. 1 pair leather gloves, size 8. 1 pair black socks, 10. Brown shoes, neat.
The tartan scarf had been duly entered, and little did the retiring prison officer dream that his hastily scribbled details were to be subsequently brought up as key evidence in a murder trial. But Piewski signed the list of his personal property, and for the next 7 years he was a guest of His Majesty's government in the most famous prison in England, Dartmoor. But in 1946, justice had run its course. The Pike was given back his personal property, which included the tartan scarf, of course, all duly signed for, and so he was released upon a battle-scarred London. Time passed, and he added to his lawful wages by meager pickings from the black market, and more time passed, until one day the inspiration came to him like a bolt from the blue. He mulled it over in his mind. He carried out the research, and not until the plans were cut and dried did he put Ed Javison in the picture.
This is it. This is going to be the clean-up, Eddie.
Yeah, what is it, Pike?
We're going to stick up a post office van, see?
A post office van?
I've been standing in for a chap selling papers right outside a big post office in the West End. Every night I've watched the mailbags coming out and going into the vans around 6 o'clock. Well, the other night I hired a car and followed one. It cut through Preston Mews to Park Lane.
Did you say you hired a car?
Yes, what about it?
Never mind. Go on.
Well, I had it out 3 nights and I found the vans don't change their route. It's the Mews every time. Cuts off a bit of traffic, you see?
Yeah, go on.
Now, the Mews are very dark. Badly bombed and no residents that I could see.
Yeah, I'll get it, yeah.
All we have to do is get a fast car and wait there until the last van comes through.
Yeah, how many are there?
Only 2. We draw our car out in the path of the second one, as if we were going to back into the garage, see?
Yeah.
The van stops.
Yeah.
We fix the 2 men in it, fill up our car from the back, and bring the stuff back here to sort.
To sort? Oh, I like that. Yes. Here we can bring it through the back way. When do we do it?
Well, I think our most profitable haul will be tonight, Friday.
Well, what about a car?
Oh, you can leave that to me.
And Walter Pievsky ran true to form. He wanted a fast car in a hurry. He applied the methods he knew. He worked the telephone trick on a young and trusting motor salesman who duly delivered a shining, high-powered limousine to a block of flats. As he disappeared into the entrance full of expectation, the Pike drove off rapidly to Braston Mews, where his partner was waiting for him. The timing was perfect. As the car stopped, the first post office van was already approaching.
Here, keep your head down, Ed. Here it comes. The second one won't be more than a minute or so behind. We must turn the car broadside onto it.
How did you get this, Bada?
I'll tell you later. It's hand-picked, see? Plenty of room in the back for the luggage. There we are. Nothing can get by now.
What happens if something tries to get through before the van arrives?
Well, we make way for it. It can come back another night if necessary. Here, what's this?
It's a van. We're going to be all right.
And nobody about. Couldn't be better. Now, get out.
Yeah?
Keep your chin tucked into your scarf like me.
Oh, no.
Pretend to be pushing the car.
Right.
What's up? Come down.
Oh, afraid so.
Could you give us a push?
Sorry, it mustn't leave the van. Oh.
Well, look, in that case, one of you'd like to earn yourselves 10 bob, eh? If you could ring this number for us when you get to your own destination, it's my garage.
I'd log on and send a breakdown for you, eh?
That's the idea.
Oh, I don't mind doing that for you. I'll do it for nothing.
Oh, thanks, Sam. You're very kind. If you got a pencil, I'll jot down my name. It's rather a difficult one.
Here, here's a pencil. Oh, help! Dirty thieves! Oh, that's got the both of them.
Good. We'll start getting the bags out, quick.
No, you don't.
I'll set you up, you snivelling idiot.
I'm choking. This scarf's choking me.
Here, quick with the bags, Ed.
Oh, no, here we go. I'm going. You're swinging for it. Start getting the stuff in the car.
Okay.
Oh, I reckon that's about as much as we can take. Here. Oh, what's happened to the driver?
Oh, don't worry about him. Get moving.
Here, look at his tongue. His eyes. You've killed him.
Stop talking. Get on with the job.
There's a car coming. They've got us in their headlights. It's the cops.
Well, let's get out of here. Outside on the corner.
Keep going, they're after us. Oh, watch the traffic lights. They're red. Something's coming.
Oh, we got through.
Oh, I thought we'd had it. Oh.
The police car's held up by the other car. But get away, Ed. We're going to make it.
What's the men? Slow up, we can't get round!
Ed Javison died in that crash, so mutilated that his body could not be identified. By some miracle, the Pike escaped and staggered away into the shadows. But his tartan scarf was still round the throat of his victim, lying in the mews. Now let Superintendent Brandreth take up the story of the hunt.
Well, the hunt was soon over. In fact, as soon as the car was reported stolen, I had a call from one of my inspectors.
I thought you'd like to see this.
What is it, Harrison? Oh, stolen car. Well?
Well, I've checked with criminal records, sir. There was something familiar about the method. Calling up a garage and getting the salesman to deliver the car to a block of flats. Now, here's the list of men who practiced that. Now, these two are inside at present.
Yes.
This one's going straight. Well, he's out of London anyway.
That leaves this one, Walter Pievsky.
Yes, sir. The Pike.
Know where to find him?
He's sharing a place with a man named Javison in the East End.
Right. Bring him in.
Yes, sir.
But before the Pike was picked up for questioning about the car, his scarf was...
was immediately recognized as the one which we believe Pievsky had stolen. In theory, the evidence against him was already piling up. If he was the car thief, he was probably the murderer as well. But I needed that extra piece of evidence. I called for everything that was known about him, including the list of his personal property which he had signed in prison. It was a shot in the dark, but it yielded results.
There's no doubt about the scarf being his property, Superintendent, even to the patch on it.
Within 24 hours, the Pike was caught. Still dazed by the car crash, he offered no resistance. In due course, he was convicted of the murder of William Price, the driver of the post office van. And at 8 o'clock, one cold morning in February, he was hanged. All because of this tartan scarf, which has earned its place today in the Black Museum.
Orson Welles will be back with you in just a moment. Now here in person is Orson Welles.
Under English law, there are no degrees of murder, and the death sentence has to be pronounced on a man or woman convicted of the crime. Recommendations to mercy by the jury are always carefully considered. But in the case of Walter H. Piewski, no such recommendation was made. The evidence against him was unshakable, and on the eve of his execution he reproached himself bitterly, not for the death of his victim, or even his unfortunate partner, but for two other reasons. The supreme crime of murder had brought him no profit, and as his last hour approached, he became increasingly angry at his own forgetfulness. Oh yes, they usually overlook something. And that's why the faded piece of tartan has earned its place here among the other exhibits in the Black Museum. Now, until we meet again in the same place for another story about the Black Museum, I remain as always obediently yours.
The Black Museum, starring Orson Welles, is presented by arrangement with Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer Radio Attractions, with original music composed and conducted by Sidney Torch, produced by Harry Allen Towers.
Good morning. This is Dallas Townsend with a CBS World News Roundup. A savage cold wave today is punishing most parts of the United States east of the Rockies, and a lot of shivering, teeth-chattering Americans may already be comparing the winter of 1978 with the disastrous winter of 1977. Meteorologist Bob Harris of station WCBS in New York sums it up.
An enormous mound of Arctic air now covers much of the central and eastern United States. Temperatures range from 24 degrees below zero in Bismarck, North Dakota, to 6 below in Chicago, 13 above in Atlanta, 31 in New Orleans, and 38 degrees in West Palm Beach, Florida. In addition, gale-force winds gusting to better than 50 miles per hour are producing dangerous wind chill readings of more than 40 below zero in portions of the Midwest and Northeast. In such cases, exposed flesh can be frostbitten in just a matter of minutes. While most of the nation will have dry weather today, there will still be locally heavy snow squalls near the Great Lakes, producing blizzard conditions at times in places like Cleveland and Buffalo. At least 6 more inches of snow will fall across western New York, western Pennsylvania, and northeastern Ohio today. Heavy snow showers will occur in Vermont, New Hampshire, and Maine. Meanwhile, the West Coast continues to have wet and windy weather with above-normal wave action causing serious beach erosion along the California coast. In summary, just bundle up and batten down. This is meteorologist Dr. Bob Harris for CBS News in New York.
So far, at least 8 deaths have been blamed on the cold wave, and the death toll is almost certain to rise. The Shah of Iran flew to Saudi Arabia today after concluding his talks in Aswan with Egyptian President Sadat. He held a news conference before leaving, and John Sheehan has the story.
The Shah of Iran wound up his visit here saying that the voice of Egypt is the voice of reason and that President Sadat's peace plans are honorable, good, and sound. The Shah said he would take that message personally to Saudi Arabia and pledged a worldwide diplomatic campaign in support of Sadat. The Shah's visit to Egypt is said to have been suggested by President Carter. The Egyptians are grateful for any show of support that might bolster Sadat against his Arab critics. Iran, though not an Arab country, does wield some influence among the Arabs, but is also the major supplier of oil to Israel. The Shah declared that Egypt had offered the hand of peace in a dignified way and that the ball is now on the Israeli side. While saying he would like to see the Muslim holy places run by Muslims, the Shah stopped short of endorsing Sadat's demands that East Jerusalem be returned to Arab sovereignty. John Sheehan, CBS News, Aswan.
Israeli Prime Minister Menachem Begin took issue firmly with rumors of possible agreement on a territorial exchange in the Sinai Peninsula. Bruno Wasserteil reports from Tel Aviv.
Prime Minister Begin says there is no basis in fact for reports that Egypt and Israel may exchange territory as part of a deal in the Sinai. There's been growing speculation that Israel might trade part of its southern Negev region for portions of northern and eastern Sinai, where Israel has built close to a score of Jewish settlements since 1967. In answer to reporters' questions, Begin also said that Israel has received no demand from the Egyptian government for $2.1 billion in compensation for the oil Israel extracted from the Sinai Peninsula during the last decade. But the Prime Minister warned that if Egypt asks for compensation, there will be counterclaims by Israel. Begin did not go into detail, but it's believed that he might be thinking of figuring up the cost to Israel of maintaining tens of thousands of soldiers in the Sinai over the last 10 years. Bruno Wasserteil for CBS News in Tel Aviv.
Soviet Russia this morning announced the launching of Soyuz 27 with 2 cosmonauts aboard. It occurred just a month after the launching of Soyuz 26, also with 2 cosmonauts aboard. They are still in orbit, now traveling in the space laboratory, and it appears that there'll be another link-up. Rhodesia's military command reports that black nationalist guerrillas last night killed 4 white civilians about 50 miles from Salisbury. 3 of the victims were members of the same family. 2 12-year-old boys were wounded.
No. You're the biggest theatrical agent in Duluth.
And I got that way by saying no.
My act is a natural for TV, nightclubs.
Let me get this straight. You come out on stage and crawl under a blanket for half an hour.
It's not a blanket. It's a Peruvian forecasting shawl. That's the big difference.
And you have to be under it to foretell
all the events coming up. Yes, that's right.
Well, you know that literary prediction you made under there?
Wonderful, wasn't it?
Well, it already happened. I read all about it in this week's Time magazine in the book department. And the movie prediction you made was in Time's cinema section.
That's a coincidence.
And the trends in education you talked Time's education department. So I think you've got a Time magazine.
All right, I see the problem here. You don't believe I can foretell the future, do you?
No.
All right, ask me anything, and I'll go under the blanket, the shawl. Go ahead.
How much pastrami will they eat in Yugoslavia next year?
Pastrami?
Yes.
In Yugoslavia?
That's right.
Would something like that come under the classification of business and economy, do you think?
I knew it.
Or is that more modern living type prediction? I know it's not letters.
Time magazine, the most colorful coverage of the week. Pick up a copy.
The United States Supreme Court hears arguments today on the legality of a judge's decision to let a mother have her teenage daughter sterilized. Fred Graham tells us about it.
It began in Kendallville, Indiana, 7 years ago when a 15-year-old girl named Linda K. Spittler began to go out with young men, stay out at night, and worry her mother. Linda had suffered some brain damage at birth, and her mother, now remarried and named Ora McFarlane, was afraid that if Linda got pregnant, she could not handle motherhood.
Well, I did it to protect her because Linda is not capable of taking care of herself, let alone any little child.
Linda's mother went to court in DeKalb County where Judge Harold Stump approved her sterilization. It was carried out, but at the time, Linda was told her appendix had been removed.
One thing, she thinks I'm retarded.
What else?
And she told me when they had my appendix taken out, said that I had a cyst on my ovaries and said that they had to take the cyst out because it would have killed me.
Since then, Linda has been married, and she and her husband have learned what was done. They've sued Judge Stump for damages, and today the U.S. Supreme Court will hear arguments as to whether a judge can be held liable for approving actions that are not permitted by law. Fred Graham, CBS News, Washington.
The court announced yesterday that its senior member, Associate Justice William Brennan, is suffering from cancer, a malignant tumor on the left vocal cord. Brennan is being given daily cobalt radiation treatments and is expected to return to the bench in about 10 days. Among yesterday's actions, the court declined to consider challenges to the constitutionality of court orders that limited news coverage of criminal trials in Ohio and South Carolina. The orders forbade lawyers, witnesses, jurors, and parties to the cases concerned to make any statement outside the courtroom and formal court proceedings. Such bans are often described in the press as gag orders.
We make a delicious drink called malt duck. Now, we could be very selfish and drink it all ourselves, but for business reasons, we would rather have you drink some, which is why we're taking this time to instruct you in how to recognize delicious malt duck.
Hey, that's delicious malt duck.
Sounds simple, doesn't it? Well, in fact, with a little study, discipline, and self-testing, you yourself may someday be able to spot malt duck that accurately. Look for certain clues in trying to identify it. For instance, malt duck always comes in a bottle. It is red, and the words malt duck are on the label. Yes, practically overnight, you could be looking at a bottle of delicious malt duck and saying,
hey, that's delicious malt duck.
So try it yourself. Think of the prestige in being able to recognize malt duck. By its very name, you will know what it's called.
A move is afoot to have the government lift the quotas imposed on the fishing industry. Fishermen operating out of New England ports are especially upset, and Jack Harper of station WEEI in Boston tells us about them.
New England fishermen feel the quotas imposed under the 200-mile fishing limit are impairing their ability to make a profit. Some are not able to keep pace with the rising costs of operating their businesses. Massachusetts Congressman Michael Harrington plans to tell Commerce Secretary Juanita Krebs there has been a lack of communication. Those setting the rules are not listening to the concerns of the New England fishing industry. Harrington's immediate goal is to get larger catch limits for the future.
Something's going to have to be done to try to find a balance as far as the government policies that would ensure some level of income, some level of guaranteed maintenance of some of the obligations involved. So I think it's not so much what's happened in the past, though that has been disconcerting. It's what we can expect as the act matures and as our experience with it grows.
Many fishermen claim they can't make ends meet unless they are allowed to catch more fish. Today they will deliver that message to Commerce Secretary Krebs. Jack Harper for CBS News, Boston.
Secretary of Agriculture Bob Berglund in Houston last night addressed the National Convention of the American Farm Bureau Federation. And Eric Engberg reports that he took issue with the principal aim of the farmers' strike, now underway in some parts of the country.
Last week, meeting with leaders of the strike movement, Berglund voiced sympathy for their plight and support for their goal of 100% parity for farm commodities. But in addressing the Farm Bureau Federation, the nation's largest farm group, whose leaders opposed the strike, Berglund argued that the government cannot guarantee parity prices without a virtual takeover of agricultural markets, which he said he strongly opposes.
We do not think that the government's role is to guarantee full parity income under all circumstances and to assume all the risks. For to do that would entail a bureaucracy that you wouldn't believe.
The Agriculture Secretary said there's no evidence the strike is having an impact on the marketing of farm goods, and he predicted that when the spring planting season comes, farmers will be back in their fields. Eric Engberg, CBS News, Houston.
The U.S. Civil Rights Commission said this morning that age should be ruled out as a measure of eligibility for federally supported benefits and services. The commission charges that both children and older people are being denied access to such services on the basis of age. American and South Korean officials in Seoul today reached final agreement on procedures for taking testimony from businessman Tongsun Park. He's been under federal indictment for months in connection with the South Korean influence buying scandal and is wanted as a key witness in investigations of that affair. Robert Murphy, one of the country's most distinguished career diplomats, died in New York last night at the age of 83. He'd been ill since suffering a stroke last November. Murphy served in the government for 41 years, was a former ambassador to Belgium and Japan, did much of the planning for the Allied invasion of North Africa in World War II.